What if Quirkless Deku learned magic with Melissa Shield?
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Quirkless Deku Learned Magic Together with Melissa Shield movie. Before we start, please go support miki-gf for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Izuku Midoriya wasn't the luckiest teenager in the world, or rather, he had no luck at all. He was born under the smallest, most depressing, and most bastard star in the universe. Quirkless, stripped of his dream of becoming a hero, and abandoned by his father and best friend. Could things get any worse? Well, no. Apparently, they're getting better. During a quiet night, he enters a world filled with magic, learning that there are forms of power other than quirks. He is also rescued from the jaws of a monster by a girl named Melissa Shield. Now he must balance a double life as a student, a hero, and an explorer. A short boku no hero fic that combines what is seen in the anime with a fantasy AU. Chapter 1. Lucid Dreaming. Izuku didn't know how to process what met his eyes. Lying on the soft grass, the unnatural sky greeted him with millions of twinkling stars and galaxies. Not even in his wildest dreams could he have imagined an astral landscape of such magnitude. Two pink clouds cast shadows over his body. They drifted by so slowly they seemed motionless. He sat up. He didn't understand what was happening. He should be in his bed, sleeping to prepare for a shitty day at Eldera Junior High, the worst educational institution in the country, and not where was he even. He finally looked up from the sky in an attempt to comprehend his situation, which didn't help much because the landscape was unrecognizable. The grassy plain stretched with its plateaus and hills to the mountain range that cut the horizon like the teeth of a saw. He wasn't in Japan. His country didn't have that sky. Then a figure passed overhead. It wasn't another cloud. Izuku stifled the biggest gasp in history as a medieval European-style castle drifted through the air currents, far enough away to seem small, yet close enough to appreciate details like its 5 towers topped with blue banners. I'm dreaming, he decided after a moment of silence. No other explanation occurred to him. Wait. Was there even another explanation? Maybe dinner was spoiled and his brain went into delirium mode, trying to protect itself from the food toxins. Nah, he was dreaming. His mother would never serve him anything rotten. Right. He quickly dismissed the thought. He took his first step. The brush of the fresh grass against his bare foot was one of the best sensations yet, before realizing he wasn't wearing sneakers. He was dressed in shorts and a tank top with an Almight silhouette on it. His pajamas. He took a deep breath. The smell of freshly cut grass dulled his already foggy brain. He pinched himself, stifled another gasp. It hurt. He'd never experienced so many details in a dream. Because he was dreaming, right? The thought of the post-bad dinner hallucination returned to his mind, along with the reminder that his mother had taken out a life insurance policy on him weeks ago, and the need for money to make ends meet. No. Bad brain. He thought, shaking his head. My mother isn't going to kill me. Though a quick death would be all it takes to be reincarnated in his next life with a quirk, a poisonous thought replied. An idea that came back from time to time. He gritted his teeth before kicking a rock, which bounced off a large moss-covered boulder about 20 meters away. A rock that vibrated. Izuku stared at it with a grimace of surprise and uncertainty. Inanimate objects didn't do that, his dinner-intoxicated brain knew that very well, so he made the smartest decision of the moment. He grabbed another rock and threw it at his anomalous target. Perhaps it wasn't the most rational choice for a normal person, but Izuku was naturally curious, and not very naturally so. He liked to explore, learn about the details of his surroundings, and learn. How else could he fill notebooks and notebooks with quirk analysis? With curiosity. And a sick desire to have a quirk. His brain was on a roll. What he didn't take into account was that his experimental target didn't exactly agree with the sudden rock throws. The rock, larger than Izuku himself, it had to be added, emitted a series of rapid, impossible to make cracking sounds on the stone surface. The layers of moss peeled away, revealing shiny, almost metallic plates arranged in single file the size of Izuku's head. Then came the legs, and finally, horror. It wasn't a rock, but a manhole-cover thick centipede coiled around itself, 4 scorpion-like pincers adorning its head. As for length, as soon as it finished uncoiling, Izuku would have an approximate measurement. In the meantime, he turned tail and ran. The command didn't reach his legs, as his brain was preoccupied with processing the monster he'd pissed off. Besides, his legs didn't need the brain's commands to function at full power. Panic-driven lateral thinking, as an expert would say. He fled, dodging bushes as he felt his heart explode beneath his chest. His labored breathing could be heard over the clatter of the creature's thousands of legs, ever closer. The vicious snap of its pincers was like a bolt of iron digging into his skull. He stumbled but barely recovered, then leaped over a thick bush using athleticism he hadn't known he possessed. He spun around a dead tree trunk, hoping the mutant centipede's massive size wouldn't be able to keep up a big mistake because the creature moved much better than he did. It seemed almost magical. The plates that made up the creature's exoskeleton were tinged with a coppery amber that gleamed in the sunlight. The legs danced to frantic rhythm and sync. They didn't stumble. They didn't step on soft ground. They made no mistakes. They were perfect. The pincers approached slowly. 20 meters, then 15. They sliced through the air with simple, sonorous gestures. A melody of death that closed over him. Staring at the beast came at a price, and Izuku paid the price by tripping over a root and rolling down the hillside like an old tire. He landed staring up at the starry sky once more one last time as the giant centipede slowed the chase to a stalking stroll. 2 meters of distance between the beast and him. The apparent beauty he saw in the creature disappeared when he witnessed the foaming mouth filled with sharp appendages. If he had a quirk, he could defend himself. If he were Kitsuki Bakugo, he could explode the centipede into thousands of fragments. If I were All Might, I could terraform the landscape with a punch. But it turned out to be Izuku Midoriya. He was born useless. All he could do was cry, and that's what he did. Tears fell from his eyes, soaking his pajamas. He was lost. There were no heroes in sight to save him from his fate. Wait, would a hero even make the effort to rescue him? Surely not. The centipede came a little closer. A meter away. The beast's putrid smell burned the green-haired man's nostrils. He wasn't dreaming. It was all too realistic. The swift movement passed through the corner of his eye so fast he only had time to lean to the side. A burning sensation ran down his left arm, followed by a wet feeling. One of the pincers had scratched him before moving to its mouth to lick the blood. The centipede trembled in what seemed like happiness. It was celebrating its luck at finding a tasty feast. The plates of its exoskeleton trembled with sound similar to a bucket full of coins shaking from side to side. Well, at least I'll be good for something, Izuku muttered almost unconsciously. The wound on his arm screamed at him that this wasn't a dream. He was going to die. I hope you don't choke trying to devour my hair. His last joke. He closed his eyes, feeling the last tears fall onto his lap. He heard the centipede's legs flex. And a rumbling sound shook the area. He waited a few seconds. He felt no pain. He waited a little longer. Nothing. Had he already died? He expected a much more painful experience. And pain wasn't what he felt, but an acidic stench that made him grimace. He dared to open his eyes, fearing to find the monster's mouth about to close on his face. He found something very different. The centipede hadn't moved. It couldn't move, actually, since a spear or harpoon more than 3 meters long impaled it to the ground. Greenish liquid was escaping from the cracks in its exoskeleton, the source of the foul smell, the green-haired man assumed. Its legs moved uncoordinatedly, trying to escape without success. And finally, he noticed a shadow. A shadow that isolated them from the sky. He looked up. The medieval castle he'd seen before loomed over him. Izuku could only react by opening his mouth until the corners screamed in pain. What the hell? His stunned brain asked. Hey. Are you okay? A female voice called from somewhere in the castle. Izuku saw her silhouette through one of the windows. He could barely make out her features except for her blonde hair and glasses. Wait a minute, I'll help you. Okay, he nodded quietly, knowing she couldn't hear him. I'm not moving from here. He doubted his legs would be able to move after the shock. At least he was safe unless the girl had malicious intentions. He shook his head. Enough with the negative thoughts. The sound of propellers cut through the air above his head. Some kind of ship. It was descending slowly. He wasn't going to deny it. It looked like a school bus with 4 windmills attached, 2 in the front and 2 in the back, and written on it in the scariest ink ever seen. Melissa Shield is queen of the world. It landed with all 4 wheels, another school bus resemblance, on top of the centipede. The crunching sounds the green-haired man heard rivaled the deaths of thousands of crustaceans at the hands of a food processor. A jet of green fluid splashed his clothes and face. What else? The door to the ship opened. Oh, what a coincidence. It was a bus door revealing a girl around his age, dressed in what Izuku could describe as a blue school uniform from her country with steampunk embellishments like metal toe caps, knee pads, a utility belt with screwdrivers, and what looked like a gun sticking out of it, an antique gas mask hanging around her neck, welding goggles. And a metal glove on her right arm that looked too similar to that of a certain purple guy, with a penchant for gathering rocks and snapping his fingers. The suit looked great on him. He wasn't going to deny it. Are you okay? The young woman closed the distance between them and knelt in front of him. I guess not, she answered herself, glancing at what remained of the mutant centipede. Being chased by a scorpion isn't pleasant. Thank goodness I was just passing by. Izuku's brain clicked. Scorpions. The girl looked at him with a raised eyebrow. A tiny mocking smile flashed across her face. You don't know what that big bug is? He pointed at the scorpion with his finger. Is that what it's called? but they're very common in this area. One of the reasons why there are hardly any animals. It was the first time Izuku had heard that name. It was the first time Izuku had seen such a creature, to be more precise. Since the young woman expected a verbal response, the green-haired man was forced to gather his thoughts. It took a while, because the experience had left him feeling like shit and offer the truth. This is the first time I've seen it. What is this place? The girl's mocking grimace disappeared. You don't know where we are? Wait. He raised his voice, alternating his gaze between the scorpion and Izuku himself. Is this your first time in Aringar? Aringar? It was the first time she'd heard that name. The young woman muttered what sounded like "dude, that's bad luck," but quickly composed herself and pointed to the castle still floating above them. Let's talk. I imagine you have a lot of questions. A rest and some new clothes would also be good for you. So many questions was an understatement. Otherwise, he was right about the rest part. The adrenaline drained from the green-haired man, leaving his body a bundle of flimsy, heavy limbs. That's not even adding his clothes stained with dirt, sweat, and whatever the scorpion's stinky green stuff was. Alright. They entered the school bus ship. Izuku looked inside the vehicle and realized that it was, to no one's surprise, a propeller bus. 2 rows of seats from end to end, a center aisle, and windows offering views outside. He noticed boxes stacked on the back seats. He didn't know what was inside, and given the current situation, he didn't care in the least. The young woman took the driver's seat before pulling the lever, which closed the door with a whir. "Choose the seat you want," she said without taking her eyes off the plane. She pressed 2 buttons. "It'll be a short but bumpy ride." He took the seat directly behind her. A sign reading "Do not talk to the driver" hung from 2 wires above his head. Naturally, he was going to ignore it. The engine roared to life, a staccato rumble that shook the vehicle, followed by the unmistakable sound of the propellers gaining speed. A clatter, then another, and finally, they took off. A climb that laughed at the word smooth because the green-haired man was about to kiss the ground. "I'm sorry," she apologized, "I forgot to put the seatbelts back on." "Don't bother." The vehicle steadily gained altitude, with the occasional sudden turbulence that subtly made Izuku's balls tingle. He'd never flown before, and he didn't think his first time would be in a tin can with windmills. "Do you have any questions?" The young woman adjusted the rearview mirror to allow view of the green-haired man's pale face. "I'm all ears." Izuku quickly organized his thoughts and fired off the first question. "What is this world?" He choked out, to his dismay. He hated it when his nervous eye came out, but what exactly did he expect? The sheer number of experiences he'd been through left him not very well. "You said his name is Aringar." "Aringar," the young woman corrected. "And it's a world connected to Earth by unknown means. A parallel world or a fantasy world. Choose the definition you like best." She pulled another lever. The bus picked up speed. "Any more questions?" He nodded. He took a breath. "How do I get home?" "How long have you been here?" He didn't expect to receive a question in response, but that didn't matter. Izuku did some quick calculations. 20 minutes, maybe half an hour, he muttered. Immediately afterward, he had the feeling that the girl couldn't have heard him over the noise of the engine, so he repeated his answer more loudly. "So you've got about 5 or 6 hours left before you have to head back," the girl said. "Honestly, I thought it would take you at least 4 hours. You're the first one to piss off a scorpion so quickly on his first arrival." He ignored the mockery, as the answer only planted more doubts in his mind. "What do you mean?" A turbulence interrupted him. He moved quickly and held onto the sides of the seat. A couple of boxes rolled into the back seat. "What do you mean, I have 5 or 6 hours left?" She pressed 3 buttons before answering. "Aringar is special. He's connected to our world, just like I told you before, and it's a rare connection." "Strange." "Yes," he nodded, popping the P. "Aringar exists in a dimensional plane that can only be accessed when we sleep. Aringar means land of dreams in an ancient language." It made sense. Izuku appeared there while he was sleeping. "Wait a moment," the green-haired man raised his voice as an important question popped into his head. "If Aringar is a world connected to ours, shouldn't it be known worldwide?" She shook her head. "Very few people can travel to Aringar. Certain requirements must be met. That's why almost no one knows of its existence." "What requirements?" the green-haired young man asked. "You have to be quirkless and dream big." Izuku's mind focused on the first requirement. Quirkless, his curse, the thing that prevented him from following his dreams. It wasn't fair at all. Why did these things only happen to him? Not only was he born disabled and rejected by much of the population, but he ended up in a strange world full of bugs ready to eat him. A bad joke. The first tears began to fall. "I felt that way too," the young woman said softly, seeing the boy's face. "My name is Melissa Shield, daughter of a famous inventor of support devices, completely quirkless. No future," she added as an afterthought. And Aringar gave me a chance. An opportunity? The green-haired man repeated, looking up. Melissa's smile shone in the rearview mirror. Yes. Aringar has its own laws. You can do whatever you want. Whatever you want. I built this fabulous ship. He stretched his arms out across the entire bus, gripping the steering wheel with his knees. And the castle you see, all by myself. A shadow. The medieval castle came into view, large and imposing, protected by a wall that was over 20 meters high. It almost rivaled the UA building in size. The bus ship approached slowly and landed without the slightest hint of softness on the sandy platform on which the castle itself rested, which also served as the front courtyard. Melissa turned off the engine, opened the door, and approached it. From now on, you'll be my partner in adventures. He pointed at Izuku with a grin from ear to ear. And such a privilege comes with rewards. He took a stone out of his pocket. A normal gray stone, without sharp edges. An inert stone that rested in his gloved palm until it began to emit a faint glow. The green-haired man, stunned, watched the stone change before his eyes until it took the shape of a white die with numbered sides. Roll the die, Melissa ordered, holding out the object. You said you don't have a quirk, the green-haired man replied, taking the object, a smooth-sided die. Anyone who didn't see the transformation would think it was made of plastic. You lied to me. I don't have a quirk, Melissa confirmed with a shrug. I don't have a quirk factor, to be more specific. What you've seen is the fabulous art of forging. A power available to all who enter Aringar. Now, roll the die. That's what he did. The die bounced down the corridor of the bus ship until it landed on number 4. Oh, a 4. You're talented. Melissa exclaimed. Come on, let's not waste any more time. I'll show you the castle. He grabbed his arm and dragged him into the depths of the floating fortress. Chapter 2. A Castle and a Troubled Awakening. Izuku smiled like a little boy admiring a work of art straight out of a fantasy world, because that's exactly what was happening. A floating castle, he found himself inside a floating castle at the mercy of the gentle currents, or so it seemed. For the moment he didn't feel any unpleasant turbulence while he listened to Melissa's explanations. It took a lot of effort to get the castle just the way you see it. You can't imagine how difficult it is to find quality materials. Passing through the enormous castle doors was like entering Hogwarts. The red carpeting was the first to greet him, massaging his aching feet, then the crystal chandeliers, hanging from thin cables, illuminating the wide brown rock hallways. He didn't miss the paintings of unrecognizable landscapes. One depicted an ocean in the sky, another a dragon, another a stone army, another a brightly colored floating jellyfish. The castle is my home away from home, Melissa ended the conversation with herself, since Izuku didn't feel like the words were directed at him. Any questions? She turned around with her signature dazzling smile. He still had many questions. He saw a statue leaning against the wall with a sword in its hands. It was 2 meters tall and seemed to be guarding the castle. Tell me about Aringar. An ambiguous request that could only lead to a long answer. Well, he didn't mind enduring an hours-long conversation if it meant learning more about that world. It's a world where the line between reality and dreams is very blurred. Only the Quirkless can reach here. Explain that part more clearly to me, please, Izuku interrupted Melissa. It's hard processing it all. She nodded. You're connected to Aringar. You and I are, he explained. When you lie down on your bed and close your eyes, you'll appear in Aringar. This world has chosen you to be a part of it. Like I'm dreaming, the green-haired man murmured. More or less, the girl said, catching the whisper, much to the young man's surprise. You're not dreaming. Your real body is here. She pointed at her chest. From this close distance, Izuku, much to his chagrin, discovered that Melissa was half a foot taller than him. If you die here you can imagine. He didn't like the warning very much, even more so after meeting the scorpion. It was time for a much-needed change of subject for his mental stability. You said I could return home in a few hours. Journeys to Aringar are strange, Melissa explained, momentarily losing herself in the landscape of mountains. Most nights, when you close your eyes, you'll appear here, but not permanently, just for a few hours. It might be 5, 6, or 7, depending on how tired you were before going to sleep. Once that time has passed, you'll return to your bed with a fond memory of this world in your head. The end. It was very confusing. Izuku, who prided himself on his deductive ability because it was his only strong suit, had trouble processing the information. Being tired and covered in the fluids of the arthropod monstrosity didn't help at all. Melissa, reading his face, added. It's confusing when someone explains it to you. You'll understand when you experience the whole journey. The green-haired man nodded. He figured he had a few hours left before returning home, so it wasn't worth burning his few remaining brain cells unraveling the mystery. As long as Melissa wasn't lying. Another negative thought. How many had they had? I urgently needed a change of subject. Thank goodness something came to mind. How did you turn the stone into a die? He asked, recalling the event. You said it wasn't a quirk. A row of closed doors stretched to the end of the hallway. Izuku refrained from opening them all, thinking it would be disrespectful. Even though he wanted to do so badly. Aringar is fickle. Stones, rivers, mountains, the sky, everything can be changed. She remained silent for a few seconds. Izuku didn't know if it was to gather her thoughts in order to offer a good explanation or to give her time to process the information. What you saw is called forging. They turned left and climbed a spiral staircase to the next floor, which was identical to the one before. Forge, he repeated, frowning. It sounded strange to talk about an anomalous ability that had nothing to do with quirks. What exactly is it? The green-haired man didn't realize he'd fired the question until he'd uttered the last word. He quickly turned red. He hated it when his mouth blurted out words without his brain's permission. This defect caused him to mumble incomprehensibly or ask questions at the most inopportune moments. Thankfully, Melissa didn't notice anything unusual in his behavior, or if she did, she overlooked it. I'm sure you're familiar with the term forging, she said, continuing on her way. I mean the term used on Earth. You know. Working with metal. They passed another statue. It held an axe instead of a sword, a detail that didn't make it any less intimidating. Forging is the transformation of metal into tools through heating and tempering, his mouth responded almost instantly. It was working without permission again. The green-haired man hid his embarrassment as best he could and swallowed. That's it, isn't it? 10 out of 10. She turned momentarily to stroke his hair. More embarrassment for Izuku. Forging implies transforming. That's Aringar's power. It allows us to turn the most common objects into whatever we want. The imagination is the limit. Izuku's jaw nearly hit the floor. Had he heard correctly? Transforming matter was a tremendously powerful ability. He could become an exemplary hero with it, perhaps, with effort, even break into the top 10. His brain quickly found uses for this ability, reproducing fictional scenarios inhabited by fake villains. Each and every possibility, how wonderful. Stop daydreaming, living broccoli. Melissa placed her hands on the boy's shoulders. I understand if your ass is feeling like Pepsi Cola, but forging isn't easy. Nor is it as powerful an art as it sounds. There are limits. Izuku's happiness dropped a couple of notches. From a manic-ear to ear grin to an ecstatic grimace. What are the limits? We'll talk about it later. Can't we talk now, please? Izuku stood in front of her with his best puppy expression. I really want to learn how to forge. Melissa's always cheerful expression faltered. The onslaught of adorableness shook her unyielding foundations. Few could resist a face with huge green eyes and freckles. She slumped her shoulders with a sigh of resignation. Very well, he agreed reluctantly, I'll show you the art of forging. Izuku Midoriya, he introduced himself, offering his first name over his last name, figuring Melissa, being a foreigner, would find it more comfortable to name him. Call me Izuku if you want. Melissa blinked. It's a Japanese name, she whispered to herself. I thought you were Chinese. Well, whatever. It was Izuku's turn to be stunned. Chinese. But she spoke Japanese. Wait, so did she? Did Melissa not know the language she spoke? How odd. On the other hand, it was disconcerting that she spoke an Asian language so fluently. After all, she was, or so he deduced from her name, American, and Americans were notorious for not knowing much about other countries. Many thought South America was entirely occupied by Mexico, and the rest of the Spanish-speaking countries were concentrated in Spain. Maybe he'd ask her later. Back to the point. Melissa snatched the sword from the third statue they saw. Take it. Izuku flinched when she handed him the sword, and with good reason. He'd never been around a real weapon before. The overhead lights reflected off the 5-foot-long, straight blade. It looked heavy. Come on, take it. Melissa encouraged her. I promise it's not sharp. Izuku slowly reached out. Melissa dropped the weapon. The weight of the blade caught him with his pants down, and he almost dropped it on the ground and on top of her. Thankfully, he regained his balance before making a fool of himself. He only weighs 7 kilos, whiner. Melissa didn't miss the opportunity to laugh at him. You're a very weak adventure partner. Izuku felt a tiny innocent desire to test the blade on her. He refrained from disrespectful behavior because he wanted to learn how to forge. And because he wasn't sure he could swing that thing. What do I do now? The green-haired man strained his voice to hide the terrible effort he was exerting to hold the weapon. 7 kilos. Shit. Imagine an object. Anything. Draw its image in your mind. Closing your eyes helps you focus, he added as a final suggestion. And remember. Nothing explosive or corrosive. Now, for the last suggestion. The green-haired man closed his eyes. An object. What could he choose? There was a wide selection to choose from. The latest Almight merchandise. No, he wanted to overcome his addiction to the #1 hero. Although thinking about him gave him an idea. An object that could help him become a hero. A non-lethal weapon, if possible, with which to defend himself. Maybe a capture tape like the one from Eraserhead, or the sound of scorpion plates echoed inside his head. Or a taser gun that could easily immobilize criminals. No, you needed a license to use it. And you had better be of age. So, a weapon that wouldn't attract attention. The scorpion's pincers cut off his thoughts. Like the 18-rated heroine's whip, nah, better not. Sexual harassment allegations flew by very quickly and followed you into retirement. I wanted a weapon that was easy to use and conceal, that wouldn't attract attention. The scorpion's slimy mouth opened and closed. I can't do this. Izuku exclaimed, causing a loud bang as he dropped the sword. Every time I try to think of something, that damn giant bug pops into my head. Melissa seemed surprised by the calm-looking boy's outburst. She put her hand to her chin. The scorpion left its mark on you. Was this the first time you were in danger? It was the first time I feared for my life. The young woman inclined her head in understanding. It makes sense that his image comes to mind. What were you trying to imagine, if it's not too much trouble? Was Izuku ready to reveal his desire to be a hero? The memory of children's laughter appeared in his mind, drowning out the annoying sound of the scorpion. Thousands of laughs that never stopped. The longer he listened, the more distorted they sounded. He pushed the image away with a supreme effort. I want something to help me defend myself, she lied, sort of. After all, anything that helped win fights would do. Melissa didn't need to know the exact details. You know. Imagine a villain corners me. I'll need anything to protect me. Since you can't stop thinking about him, Scorpion, think of an object to beat him into. Melissa suggested simply. Izuku stared at her. Yeah, it might sound weird to compare a villain to a scorpion, but they're not that different. I don't understand. The scorpion's exoskeleton is much harder than steel and can withstand temperatures exceeding 200 degrees. Its claws can cut through titanium plates and it can run at full speed for hours. It outclasses any villain you'll find on the street. Slowly, the idea he was trying to convey clicked in his brain. Are you implying that an object capable of defeating a scorpion will outclass most villains? The girl nodded. The green-haired man closed his eyes again. This time he didn't search for which weapon best suited him, he searched for each and every memory he had of the giant creature. The armor plates, the legs, the mouth, the pincers, the smell, everything. He weighed the statistics given by his companion and came to the conclusion that a hero, possessing his abilities, would rank very high in the top. Now the difficult part. How to counter it. Or maybe it wasn't that difficult, since Izuku did that every day. He analyzed the people around him for strengths and weaknesses. The synchronized movement of the scorpion's legs suggested its motor skills were limited. The fewer mobility options it had, the less chance of making mistakes when walking. As for its structure, Izuku was almost certain the scorpion possessed an internal skeleton. Any arthropod expert would deny his conclusion, but if not, how could it stay upright with its enormous weight? The largest arthropods lived in water, where their weight wasn't a problem, but the scorpion didn't. It needed something to support itself. An internal skeleton was the ideal option. You're overanalyzing things. Melissa's voice distracted him. Did she read his mind? There's no need to think about every little point of the scorpion. Remember, this is a forging class. It's your first attempt. True. Izuku was so focused that he even forgot that his arms were going to come off at the elbows due to the weight of the sword. He imagined a mace. It wasn't flashy at all. Just a heavy object that could shatter the scorpion's plates and damage the supposed internal skeleton. A meter-long handle ended in a spiked head weighted down. I have the image now, he declared without opening his eyes. What do I do now? Do you have it yet? Perfect. Imagine the weight of the object in your hands, the texture, the color, and all the details you can add. That's what he did. He thought about the cold metal. It wasn't difficult because the sword was still there, and the weight, it wasn't too difficult either. His arms were threatening to call in for overexertion. The gray of the metal reflecting the light from the lamps. Then he felt it. A change in the sword's shape. You did it. Melissa congratulated him. Izuku opened his eyes, finding the mace he imagined in his hands. He blinked. It was still there. It wasn't an illusion. He did it. A smile spread, shy at first, but quickly gaining confidence. He took a few steps back and swung the weapon in the air. It felt good despite his arm's complaints, perfect for squashing bugs. Will I be able to do the same when I get home? He asked a question that had been growing in his mind for so long. Of course. I, personally, like to forge at home just to irritate my father. Good. If this wasn't a feverish dream brought on by a rotten dinner, his dreams of becoming a hero could be fulfilled. Why don't you try transforming the mace into something else? Melissa suggested, pointing at the weapon. An axe, for example. Izuku imagined the axe. Same handle, topped with a head whose face was a vertical blade ready to slice through his enemies. He visualized the weight, the dimensions, the feel, the… He stopped when he felt the weight of the mace fade. His hands were covered in grey dust. There was also some at his feet. What? He muttered, not understanding what had happened. I pictured an axe, not a pile of dust. What the… Don't worry, it's natural. Melissa squeezed his shoulder. A gentle, reassuring touch. It's the limit of the forging. Limit? Forging an object involves subjecting it to an irreversible change, Melissa explained patiently as she continued walking. If you try to undo the change or overforge it, which you just did, it disintegrates. Izuku took one last look at the pile before following his companion. Was it okay to leave it lying there? I didn't know. That's why I asked you to reforge the weapon. I want you to see the range of forging. It's not unlimited, although there are materials that resist change better and can be forged 2 or 3 times before disintegrating. What a bummer, though Izuku couldn't complain. He'd learned a skill. Let's pause the explanations. He stopped in front of a wooden door. Let me show you the bathroom. Take a shower while I get you some new clothes. That disgusting smell is going to stick to your hair. Izuku barely had time to open his mouth before he was shoved inside. The door closed behind him. I'll get some clothes, Melissa's voice came through the wood. Izuku looked at himself in the mirror hanging above the sink. He was a pale, tired mess, his clothes dirty, and he smelled his armpit. He grimaced. It stank. The king-sized bathtub invited him to relax. He turned on the faucet and let the water run, at which point he noticed how large the bathroom was. European style, larger than her living room. The bathtub took center stage under the chandelier. The mirror where she looked at herself was next to the door. The bathroom of a wealthy man or someone who knew how to forge. He grimaced. He struggled to create a mace, while Melissa boasted about making a castle. Did she do it by forging? It sounded impossible. However, this wasn't the time to ask questions. The water was crying out for him to dive in. That's when someone knocked on the door. Izuku opened it thinking Melissa would be on the other side. And he ended up finding a suit of armor and handing him a pile of clothes. The scream he let out was heard throughout the castle. How was the bathroom? Izuku processed Melissa's question while stuffing his mouth with delicious meat and potatoes. They were in the castle kitchen, a large kitchen, sharing a table, where the metallic sounds of armor rang out from one side to the other, cleaning or doing other chores. I'm sorry the armor scared you. I forgot to tell you they move, she apologized, though she didn't seem entirely sorry because her mocking smile shone like the sun. They're my personal servants. They clean and protect the castle. Izuku's response was summed up as puffing out his cheeks like a blowfish. He was wearing shorts and a green sweatshirt Melissa had lent him. He had no idea where his pajamas were and he didn't want to know. Okay. Melissa raised her hands in a sign of peace. A half-eaten plate of fish lay in front of her. I promise not to play any more jokes. So it was a prank. Izuku hesitated but refrained from voicing his opinion. The food had calmed his spirits. Did you build the castle alone? He found himself asking, his mouth full, forgetting the manners his mother had taught him. On the other hand, he felt so comfortable in her presence that it wasn't hard to forget etiquette. She shook her head. I guess I exaggerated a bit. I actually found the castle 3 years ago in a wasteland in Aringar. All I did was add fun details like armor and the ability to fly. Why are you helping me? This time, Melissa took a while to answer. She looked out the window behind the green-haired man, thoughtful. A wobbly suit of armor appeared and she rummaged through a closet until she found a mop and bucket. She left the room under the attention of the teenagers. I helped you because you reminded me of myself when I first came to Aringar, the young woman finally spoke. It was 4 years ago. I was lost and confused. I was lucky to find someone who taught me how to survive. Melissa's melancholic expression extinguished any desire to ask. An important topic, the green-haired man concluded. Also because I need a companion. Life in the castle is lonely and boring. You will be my partner in adventure, he had told her when they met. Izuku opened his mouth but didn't get a word out. His vision blurred and he dropped his fork onto the porcelain plate. He felt confused. Oh, it looks like you're going back to Earth, the girl reported. Her voice sounded muffled, as if she were speaking with her head underwater. Safe journey. I'll await your return, fellow adventurer. Darkness plunged him into a soundless pit where his body floated in nothingness. He tried to move, to struggle, only to hit himself. He screamed to keep a sound from his mouth. He was alone. Then he felt a soft shiny surface against his back, flashes of light slipping through the gaps in the shadows. No, they weren't shadows, it was the blind. He reached out, feeling the air until his fingers closed around the strap. He pulled and sunlight streamed in through the window. Almight's smiling faces watched him silently. He had returned home. Chapter 3. A normal day or maybe not. Not even the alarm clock's tantrum could snap the green-haired boy out of his trance. He stared at the ceiling, mouth agape, dripping a trail of drool. He turned his head to one side, All Might faces, then the other, more All Might. He wiped the drool away and, with the same hand, felt the nightstand for the alarm clock. Goodbye squeal. So what now? His brain asked, as confused as the rest of his organs. He felt strange. Awake and asleep at the same time. He rubbed his eyes, unable to shake off the feeling pressing his body against the bed. His legs ached, as if he'd been exerting himself running away from a monster, for example. Was it a dream? He asked in a slow voice to the nearest All Might action figure. Did I dream of a fantasy world? Did I dream I had a quirk? The last question felt like a punch in the face. It wasn't the first and certainly not the last time he dreamed about gaining a powerful quirk. Only those dreams weren't as realistic or long as last night's. It was when he sat up that he noticed the first sign that something wasn't right. The blankets. He was lying on top of the blankets. Izuku had a particular way of sleeping. He would lie down on the bed and cover himself with an All Might blanket. He always did the same thing. The blanket was on top of his body. Why was he on top of it that morning? There was only one explanation. His body disappeared in the middle of sleep, the blanket settled on the mattress since there was nothing underneath, and Izuku reappeared on top of the mess. Then he noticed he wasn't wearing his pajamas, but the shorts and sweatshirt Melissa had lent him. He smelled faintly of oil and metal. That was another point in favor of things not going according to plan. Aringar's dream couldn't have been real, he murmured, both dismayed and confused. Could it? He picked up the All Might figurine, a limited edition, ultra deluxe plastic case with a sound box, to hear the heroes laugh, and closed his eyes. He didn't think twice. He wanted a wooden stick. An object as useless as he was, one that only dogs and small children were interested in. Besides, he wanted it splintered. Ow. Izuku dropped the figure. He had gotten a splinter in his index finger. Wait, that means. He looked at the figure. No, what had been a figure? A wooden stick rested across his legs. With his mouth so wide open his stomach was almost visible, he pulled out the splinter and pinched his arm with all his might. It hurt like hell, and it was the most pleasurable pain in the world. He cried like a baby from pure happiness. Melissa was right. Aringar was a world of opportunity. The faint stinging pain on his arm erased his smile. Izuku guessed the cause before he even rolled up his sleeve. The cut the scorpion maid greeted him cheerfully, a red line whose bleeding had stopped a while ago. Aringar was also a dangerous world. Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, the matriarch, short woman with a high temper, shouted from downstairs, making the house shake, "You're going to be late for school. Go eat breakfast already." He rolled his eyes. Traveling to a fantasy world didn't exempt him from his duties. What a pain. He hadn't noticed before, but he was dead tired. His legs barely had the strength to walk upright, resembling a drunken underage cosplayer. It made sense because he didn't sleep while he was in Aringar. On the contrary, he was fleeing a vicious bug, and his brain was bombarded with unprocessed information. Just the routine every student needed during exam time. Perfect. Wonderfully perfect. He heard a commotion 2 blocks away. A quick glance allowed him to make out the figure of Mount Lady, a new heroine, and what looked like a villain with a mutant quirk. His feet didn't pause even to offer a glance as they would on any other day. He continued on his way until Aldera came into view. The imposing American-style building no longer held any imposing sway in the boy's eyes, as Melissa's castle was 1,000 times more impressive. Teenagers in black uniforms gathered in the front courtyard to chat with their friends before entering the building for a productive class. Izuku ignored this protocol because he had no friends. He felt stares and whispers around him as he made his way through the hallways to his class. One of the first to arrive. The most tired. He slumped down onto his desk, his head resting on his backpack as a pillow. He closed his eyes. He didn't want to sleep. And he fell asleep. Izuku opened his eyes at the sound of his classmates shouting. Their incomprehensible words seemed to be in the context of bragging about their quirks. The girl to his right was raising her burning hand. The one sitting in front of him had a wooden head. Another had shark teeth. Another was stretching his arms to impossible limits. 20 young people boasting about their supernatural powers. Guys, calm down, the teacher tried to restore order in the classroom, but without much success. I know your quirks are wonderful, but using them in public is prohibited. The ever-effective threat of the law didn't deter the screaming gang. Izuku had calmed down enough to know he'd slept practically the entire morning without any accidental trips to the fantasy realm. No one woke him up. Why would they want to in the first place? No one cared about him. A sheet of paper flew onto his desk from the opposite corner, its owner likely accidentally tossed it in the middle of the celebration. It was the famous application form where students decided which school to enroll in once they turned 15. Shut your mouths. Kitsuki Bakugo silenced the class with a shout. He stood up and pointed his finger at everyone. Your quirks are shit. The only one going to UA is me. No one contradicted him. Bakugo was the strongest in Aldera, the bully no one wanted to face. His explosive quirk detonated a faint pop from his palm, more noise and smoke than fire. True. The teacher swept his hair back with a cocky smile. Izuku Midoriya is also applying to UA. Oh, God, Izuku's brain complained as everyone stared at him. His heart rate quickened. Laughter erupted. Useless Deku wants to be a hero. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. There's no way I can pass the UA exam without a quirk. Deku? Bakugo's shout rose above everyone else. What are you proposing, you idiot? You can't attend UA. He approached his desk, his hands flaring. Tiny sons whose purpose was to intimidate rather than inflict pain. He knew his classmate wasn't an idiot despite his bravado. He was aware of the problems that came with real aggression against another person and the doors that would be closed to him after such aggression. The UA would be the first avenue to disappear right under his nose. But of course, that was if the Aldera staff were to reprimand Bakugo for his misdeeds. Which he wasn't going to do because he was their star student. Damn money-eating bastards. Bakugo planted his palms on Izuku's desk. The smell of burnt wood wafted through the air at the speed of the silence created by his classmates. The teacher wasn't going to intervene. Izuku caught him absent-mindedly rifling through the drawers. What kind of teacher ignored such a scene? Bakugo pronounced the green-haired boy's insulting nickname with deadly calm. My rise to heroism must be perfect. Do you know what that means? Of course not. He'd stopped trying to understand his partner years ago. Besides, he was too nervous to respond. His heart was hammering in his chest at full speed. His palms began to sweat and his breathing would soon accelerate as well. It was not the time to suffer an anxiety attack. It means I have to be the only one in this dump who makes it to UA, the explosive blonde explained with a maniacal grin, seeing that Izuku wasn't going to answer. A pebble like you can't hinder my rise. The blonde's right palm lifted off the desk, leaving a black stain with every fingerprint and clung to the green-haired boy's shoulder. Izuku felt warmth, but nothing that would cause burns. Did you understand? Izuku was about to answer when an image took over the current chaos in his mind. The figure of the scorpion trying to catch him. The sound of its legs and pincers that haunted him even in the real world. Was Bakugo even as intimidating as the battleship that tried to eat him? No. His partner may have been smart and strong, but the scorpion was a predator willing to do anything to eat. If he could survive the scorpion, he could survive whatever Bakugo was planning. And he knew the perfect way to do it. First, he took a deep breath instead of whining like everyone wanted to see, calming his racing heart. Second, he slid his hand under his desk, where a drawer full of junk greeted the 5 fingers with a smile. His grip closed around an ordinary pencil. He slowly showed it to the entire class. What are you planning to do with that pencil, Deku? Bakugo mocked arrogantly, but Izuku didn't miss the change in his relaxed posture. He tensed, afraid of being stabbed. You're not going to beat me with a pencil. Not with a pencil. It wasn't John Wick after all. But with something sharper. The image appeared in his head. A sharp edge, the sharpest of cutting weapons and elegant, followed by an elongated handle to allow a comfortable grip for the most precise cuts. The pencil emitted a slight glow, silencing the few chuckles that circulated in the air, and it became a metallic scalpel. A gasp escaped Bakugo's mouth and he stepped back, his eyes wide. I'd never seen him like this before. It was nice. Midoriya, drop the weapon. The teacher shouted, pointing at the scalpel. How did you get into class with an object like that? Sir, Midoriya created him. He has a quirk, explained a classmate. Nonsense. He pointed at Izuku. He doesn't have a quirk. He brought a gun to threaten the star student. He's committed a serious crime. Even when the class doubted the argument, there was one thing the old professor did not fail to do. He threatened a student with a scalpel, with many quotation marks, of course, because people perceive threats in many ways, and many would agree with the idea that holding a sharp object close to someone counted as a threat. He held the knife up high and did what Melissa warned him not to do. He applied a change to the forged work. Nothing too irrational, just lengthened the edge a little. The weapon couldn't stand the change and crumbled to dust, which the breeze through the window blew away. If there was no trace of the scalpel, nothing had happened. Or so he thought, because his body wasn't agreeing with the argument. A wave of fatigue melted from his legs, leaving him sitting awkwardly. Anyone would think his peculiar posture displayed arrogance from every pore, but in truth, Izuku couldn't move. He felt his veins turn to lead and his muscles to stone. Forging took energy, he realized, and he didn't have much left after a busy night and a couple of forgings. Melissa could have given him advance warning. Where did you get that quirk? Bakugo placed his hands on the table, oblivious to the green-haired man's false arrogance, and leaned in as far as he could until his mouth was just inches from his ear. Well done, Izuku. I see you're finally growing a backbone. There was no malice in the message. He'd even used his real name. Izuku wanted to ask, but he returned to his seat. He took one last breath to finish calming his heart. The world is very strange. Izuku fell back asleep and didn't wake up until the light of dusk hit his face. All his classmates left the class, leaving him alone. Better for him. This way, he could walk at his own pace without avalanches of teenagers jostling him around. He yawned like a bear would after waking up in spring, and his stomach growled like said bears would. He was hungry. Have you woken up yet? Izuku let out a very unmanly squeal when Bakugo entered the classroom and headed to his seat, and this time not as a threat. He opened his backpack and dropped in a foil-wrapped sandwich. A spectacular-looking sandwich. Lettuce, chicken, cheese, tomato, and more secret sauce than 2 rolls of bread could hold. His stomach growled again. Are you going to eat it, or would you rather admire the beauty of the sandwich? Bakugo clicked his tongue. Hurry up. I have things to do. Izuku frowned. He scanned the hallway intently for Bakugo's ass-kissing squad. He didn't see anyone. They were alone. Everyone's gone home. Bakugo read the green-haired boy's intentions. It's just you, me, and some time to talk. But first. He pointed at the sandwich. Let's eat. Izuku nodded. He took the sandwich. His arms didn't feel like butter. Sleeping through school was a good idea and took the first bite. The explosion of flavors left his tongue stinging. It was delicious. Like tasting heaven. Eat slowly, idiot, or you'll choke. Bakugo scolded him, though there was a hint of warmth hidden in his words. I need you alive to talk. He devoured the sandwich under the blonde's watchful eye, following his advice to chew rather than gulp like a duck. It seemed odd to him that his former friend treated him so well, and he even thought he'd poisoned his food. Then he remembered that Bakugo wasn't one for dirty tricks, so he dismissed his suspicions. He crumpled the foil, intending to throw it in the trash, but Bakugo stopped him. Do what you did before. You know, the scalpel, he ordered, though the green-haired boy didn't feel forced to obey. Maybe Bakugo's tone of suggestion was simply more aggressive than usual. What do you want me to turn it into? Izuku asked, hiding all signs of nervousness. The question caught Bakugo off guard. He remained silent for a few seconds until an idea crossed his mind. The grenade. Remember? Nothing explosive or corrosive, Melissa warned during the first forging class. I'm not going to do anything that dangerous, he replied. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Besides, why do you want to know more about my quirk? It was very strange to say the words my quirk out loud. Why did you hide your quirk for so many years? Bakugo gave him a suspicious look. Do you like feeling superior? No, it wouldn't make sense. Why then? He wasn't going to reveal his newly acquired secret. He chose option 2. Lie just enough to offer a realistic explanation without revealing important details. My quirk woke up recently. I believe you. Okay, Izuku didn't expect such a direct acceptance from his partner. Do you believe me? I saw you go limp after turning the scalpel to dust. He pointed to the floor, where a wisp of grey dust gleamed faintly. Obviously, a nerd like you would have analyzed his own quirk so thoroughly that he knew all its weaknesses, unless you didn't have time to do it, right? He wasn't wrong. He was eager to learn every single feature of forging. Did you bring me a snack because you knew I was out of energy? Obviously. I'll remind you that my explosive quirk consumes a lot of energy. I know what it's like to run out of energy. Thank you. Don't thank me, Bakugo shook his head. You were so pale you looked like a corpse. I don't know how the rest of the class didn't notice you were one step away from the grave. I did what any aspiring hero would do. Do you understand? Izuku nodded. The explosive blonde helped him because he was an aspiring hero, not because of any semblance of friendship left in their relationship. Are you taking the UA entrance exam? Yes, Izuku found himself responding with a confidence that was unusual for him. I will become a hero. Bakugo left the classroom without making his opinion known, and most surprising of all. He didn't address the green-haired man by that unpleasant nickname. I hope I'm not dreaming, he murmured, surprised by how many times that question had popped into his mind so far today. I guess thanks for the food, Kakin. Bakugo's nickname felt strange after years of disuse. He looked at his hands, soft and delicate palms incapable of exerting much force. Now capable of wielding a mysterious power that not only gave him a chance to enter UA, but also changed his partner's attitude. Finding Aringar was much better than he had expected. Izuku picked up his backpack and walked home with a smile. Chapter 4. Unsuccessful Return. The walk back was difficult. A step between yawns and the sunset. Classes ended almost an hour ago. A booking hour. And Izuku didn't notice because his head was glued to the desk, but his mother did, and the list of worried messages went down and down to unimaginable lengths. He put his cell phone in his pocket and continued walking slowly, knowing full well that the last bus wouldn't be long away. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to miss it and thus have a reasonable excuse to walk. The air caressing his tiny freckles felt wonderful, not quite as impressive as the clean breeze in Aringar, obviously, because few things in Japan surpassed the unusual details of the fantasy world. He felt like the protagonist of an isekai anime. What would their first adventure be? Melissa dubbed him adventure partner for a reason. Would they explore the most unlikely corners of Aringar? Would they fight monsters from the safety of the castle? Or would they master the art of forging? Izuku's happy smile widened as more ideas entered his mind. He had never wanted to go to bed so badly before. He wouldn't even bother watching Almight's debut video like he did every day, half the views were his. He also had no desire to go to the forums to discuss the heroic feat of the week. The green-haired man was sure Mount Lady would win thanks to his attributes and not precisely those of his quirk. Attending UA for 3 years to become a hero. It's more useful to get butt surgery and flaunt yourself in the street like a shameless person. At least it works for her. But enough about huge butts that kept getting bigger. Izuku stretched lazily, letting out a loud yawn. Were people staring at him as he passed by? Yes. Did it matter? Not really. He was used to hearing whispers behind his back. The commotion a few blocks away caught his attention. Smoke, a police cordon, several network representatives filming, and a crowd of people. All of this in a peculiar alley he never passed. He glimpsed Mount Lady speaking of the Queen of Rome, trying to use her quirk to navigate the narrow alley, and Kamui Woods, the wood-themed hero, trying to steer the crowd away. Izuku didn't feel the desire to go over and see how the Izuku from last week would have done. He continued on his way even as the crowd chanted the number one hero's name with hope in their voices. A strong impact changed the weather, but he still didn't turn around. He didn't want anything to do with Almight right now. Sleep appealed to him more. He arrived home just as the sky was about to darken. His mother was waiting at the door with her hands on her hips. He swallowed. "Izuku, what took you so long?" She scolded him as soon as he stood in front of her. "Let me guess. You wasted your time in front of a hero raid again, didn't you?" Izuku rolled his eyes. It's not like he was an idiot who would put himself in danger just to see the heroes. Or maybe he was. "I stayed up late doing group work," he used the age-old excuse. It was better to lie than to admit that he was late because he walked at a snail's pace while he was lost in the memories of an imaginary world. Izuku Midoriya stared at him for a couple of seconds before sighing. She stepped aside to let him pass. "Fine, but be careful next time. There was an accident involving a villain near your school," his mother informed him. "It's on every network." All Might was there. "Are you referring to the commotion I saw earlier?" He wondered. Probably so. Dinner passed so lazily that Izuku had plenty of time to count every single grain of rice on his plate. The television only featured crap in the form of reality shows so rehearsed that everyone had their script written. He changed the channel, the Prime Minister's speech about a move on the beach. He changed again, stock market news. He changed once more. The villain with a mud quirk claimed the lives of 3 teenagers this afternoon, reported a newscaster with so much makeup her face was comparable to a cake. The hero's death arms, Mount Lady and Kamui Woods, were unable to stop the villain in question, claiming he was using the 3 victims as hostages. Eventually, All Might appeared and arrested the villain. His identity is yet to be confirmed, though it is suspected he is not registered in the civil registry. The tragic story added his companion, whose quirk consisted of a horn on his forehead. The parents of the victims accused the heroes of negligence since, remember, both Kamui Woods and Mount Lady recently graduated and lack experience in the open field. The hero board hasn't commented. Izuku pinched his lip. Like every inhabitant of Japan, he was used to news of this caliber. Almost daily, a villain ran amok, causing massacres left and right. But this particular news caught his attention, and why deny it? He slightly regretted not being there to watch. He gathered the dishes and went to the bedroom. He didn't put on his pajamas, but a blue tracksuit he found in the closet that somewhat resembled the UA tracksuit. He figured it would be much more appropriate attire for the exploration than sleepwear. He lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. The ticking of the alarm clock accompanied his calm breathing. He fell asleep in less than 2 minutes. The green-haired man enjoyed an awkward position. He sat on a wooden chair, his body leaning against the table. The slow rocking brought him back to his senses. He found himself surrounded by appliances that he recognized instantly. He was back in the castle kitchen, but back. Now, where was Melissa? He'd last seen her in said kitchen, though Izuku doubted she'd been waiting for him in the same place. She had things to do, after all. He approached the door and touched the handle hesitantly. Was it a good idea to explore the castle alone? Curiosity won out, and he opened it only to find a 2-meter-high suit of armor blocking the hallway. Izuku backed away so fast he fell on his butt. Pain shot from his tailbone to his brain, forcing him to utter effeminate little screams. "It's a good thing no one's around," he declared with what little pride he had left. "I'm sorry for scaring you," a metallic voice from the armor apologized. "You can call me Chalier. I'm the guide Melissa assigned you in case she's absent during your arrival." Izuku tilted his head. It was impossible to tell if the voice belonged to a man or a woman, let alone their approximate age. At least it was friendly. "Where is Melissa?" "On Earth," Chalier replied. "Preparing for her classes in the university's support module. The time difference between Japan and the United States makes your meeting very difficult." Izuku nodded. Melissa wasn't there, but he learned something new from her. "What exactly are you? A robot in the form of armor?" "No, Mr. Midoriya," Chalier replied politely. "I'm an armor modified to emit voice. Observe." The chest and helmet plates opened, revealing completely empty spaces. There was no trace of wires, bars, pins, or any mechanical devices to allow movement and voice. Izuku was impressed. Chalier closed the plates. "Melissa forged me to be your guide through the castle. Is there somewhere you'd like to go? A magical castle to explore. At his complete disposal. The dream of every teenager with a lot of imagination and free time." Izuku agreed, shaking his head so fast his neck hurt. He walked out into the hallway. The red carpet was still there, and the paintings too. He missed the presence of windows. A view outside was more pleasant than stone walls. "Is there somewhere you'd like to go?" Chalier repeated automatically, startling Izuku. "I can guide you almost anywhere you want. Are there areas I can't visit?" "Indeed. The fifth tower contains delicate and difficult to handle elements." Izuku wasn't surprised. No matter how much confidence Melissa gave him, there was no denying they were practically strangers. It was clear she wasn't going to spill her biggest secrets to the first idiot who came along. "Where exactly are we?" "First tower, second floor." "Can we go to the fourth?" he suggested. It was the first place that came to mind. "Indeed, follow me, sir." How polite. It's a shame that the only being that respected him was a suit of armor. They set off. Izuku paid attention to the route, something he hadn't done the last time, because he was hallucinating over the possibilities of the forging, which allowed him to appreciate the solitary feeling of the building. Silence. Not even Chalier's metallic footsteps were audible. He understood why Melissa felt so alone, to the point of naming a stranger her adventure partner. The green-haired man would go crazy spending a week there. "It's a huge place," he murmured unconsciously. They passed a pair of doors. All closed. All of them screamed for their interest. What wonders lay inside? "It is," the living armor nodded. "Do you want to know the general characteristics of the castle?" "Yeah." It was better to listen to an explanation than to drown in silence and count doors and pictures. "It's made up of 4 towers forming a square, with a taller fifth in the center," Chalier said. "They all have 20 floors, although the central battlement is taller than the rest." "Just the one I couldn't visit." "That's a lot of plants," Izuku said. "Are they all occupied?" They turned left and ascended a spiral staircase. Izuku saw the bottom and felt dizzy. He didn't move from the railing until the danger of a fatal fall had passed. "Only a few. There's so much free space that Melissa can't seem to occupy it," Chalier said. "The castle also has corridors connecting the towers and an outer wall that's over 20 meters high." Izuku didn't notice the castle's exterior details as he flew in the bus ship. He'd have to look more closely next time. Otherwise, everything looked the same. Same brown stone walls, same red carpet. The shape of the castle resembles that of the UA building, he realized, except for the last battlement. "Melissa chose this castle because it reminded her of the building you mentioned. Oh, please be careful." Up ahead, there was another staircase, except there was no railing. Climbing it wasn't exactly fun. Each step raised Izuku's balls a little higher. By the time they reached the top, they were at the level of his Adam's apple. They walked down a straight picture-free hallway before reaching their destination. "It feels empty," said the green-haired man. The corridors of that tower smelled of mildew, and the carpeting was damp. She saw greenish scabs growing on the walls. There were barely any lamps, leaving the area in almost constant darkness. If only there were windows, but they didn't. Melissa had something against the views of the landscape. A row of rotten wooden doors extended to the intersection. Melissa only uses the first, second, and fifth towers, the ones closest to the entrance. The rest looked just as empty. The castle didn't seem so wonderful anymore. "Oh," was the furball that hid in a hole in the wall. "A rat. Can we see an interesting room?" Izuku wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. Without rats, if possible. "What would you like to see?" Chalier bent down to her level. The metal sheets made a particularly unpleasant scraping sound. "I'm eager to hear your suggestions." Izuku tilted his head. "I want to see an interesting room," he repeated slowly, as if speaking to a stupid child. Chalier stared at him through the hollows of his empty helmet. The answer he received was just as peculiar as the first. Literally. "What do you want to see?" I'm looking forward to hearing your suggestions. Literally the same. Izuku thought the armor was trying to pull his leg. Another unfunny prank from Melissa. Are there no interesting rooms? There are multiple rooms you can visit. It wasn't the answer to his question. Chalier answered whatever came to mind. As if he couldn't know. The green-haired man came to a fairly reasonable conclusion. He forgot that Chalier wasn't a human, despite his language and fluid movements. He was a talking armor whose intelligence surely didn't far surpass that of current AIs. He didn't guide him to an interesting room because his processor didn't have the capacity to understand the command. How exactly do you function? Izuku dropped the question without waiting for an answer. You look and behave like a robot, even though you don't have any electronic components. But you wish to know the details of my creation. Chalier pointed to himself. Izuku nodded repeatedly. I was born from a fusion of Melissa's thoughts and metal. A very complex type of forging. Can forging create objects that ignore the laws of physics? Yeah. Just what I suspected. Somehow the castle could float. It is possible to see examples of this. The armor's nod was like a gift from heaven. Izuku allowed himself to be guided through the corridors to the second tower, floor 12, or so Chalier said, where they stopped in front of a door as special as the previous ones. The armor opened it and invited the green-haired man to enter. The clean, well-lit room, not thanks to the windows, what a novelty. Welcomed the young man. The space itself didn't catch his attention, though, but the many objects inside did. Izuku felt strange looking at them. They made no sense. The fist-sized red rubber ball that bounced over and over in the same place. A light bulb on a wooden table. The trick was that the bulb glowed without wires. A wooden plank that thought gravity was too boring to be respected. 2 sneakers imitating the king of pop steps, and much more. Melissa did all this? Indeed. I keep some items here that I created during my forging practice, a female voice answered behind him. Izuku stumbled back over the table leg and fell to the floor. He saw the magic light bulb hurtle over the edge and into his face. Luckily, Chalier caught it in time. Then she helped him up. Sorry for the scare, Izuku. Melissa was leaning against the doorframe with a smug smile. She was wearing a jumpsuit covered in stains of whatever it was. Izuku had no desire to experience said substance. Welcome, Melissa, Chalier greeted with a bow that, in Izuku's opinion, was unnecessary. I thought you were in her class. Melissa clicked her tongue. Last class was cancelled due to a supposed reactor design problem. That silly old professor is more of a coward than his pet rat. Running away from an innocent reactor like that, he muttered under his breath. Back to what we were saying. What are you doing in my personal junk museum? Lord Midoriya wishes to learn more about forging, Chalier replied dutifully. I figured I could show you around this room. Melissa looked between Izuku and Chalier. She shrugged. Alright, Izuku. I bet you have some huge questions. How does that sphere work? Izuku pointed at the bouncing ball. Physics doesn't allow objects to act that way without forces. Melissa hid her mocking smile. The green-haired man must have seemed like the funniest thing in the world. She pointed at Chalier. Put the ball on the table. The armor obeyed, holding the ball tightly. Now cut it. Chalier pulled out a dagger hidden in his boot and split the ball into 2 identical halves with 1 slash. Izuku was surprised by the slashing technique and promised himself not to approach him while he was holding a bladed weapon. Melissa showed him 1/2 of the ball. What do you think? It was rubber. The entire sphere was made of the same material used in tires. No highly advanced technological devices would allow it to ignore physics, just like Chalier. He threw the piece to the ground to see if it would bounce infinitely. No, 2 bounces before stopping. It had lost its magic. It's impressive, she whispered, her eyes shining with excitement. Next experiment. Melissa pointed at the driftwood. Chalier, cut it in half. The armor grabbed the board with both hands and delivered the most lethal knee strike the green-haired man had seen in his 14.5 years of life. Splinters flew out, just as they would have with a normal board. Chalier released the 2 halves, which fell to the ground with a thud. They made no attempt to float. Another object that lost its magic. The same with the light bulb. Chalier took it apart, revealing that there were no tiny batteries inside. He was about to do the same with the sneakers before Izuku stopped him. He liked watching them dance. I think that's enough. Melissa clapped her hands, drawing the young man's attention. As I told you, you can create practically anything you want with forging. At first, it's difficult to process an object that ignores the laws of physics because you're not used to seeing strange things. But little by little, you'll replicate the objects in this room. Any questions? What's the limit? Can you create anything? A ball that bounces infinitely, shoots lightning, fire, emits a gravity field, and cooks your food. Melissa shook her head with a smile. It would be wonderful to do that, but it's impossible, at least for me, and I'm very talented, she replied, stroking Izuku's hair. I suppose with a lot of practice, effort, and dedication, you could create the sphere of your dreams, but I see it as an impossible task. Take Chalier, for example. A suit of armor capable of fighting and performing guiding duties. It took me a lot of effort to create. It's the only suit of armor with such capabilities. Izuku sighed discouragedly. In any case. Melissa pinched his cheek. I advise you to practice while we go on adventures. Tomorrow we'll visit a special place. Izuku's spirits returned. What place? It's a secret. Melissa winked at him and stuck out her tongue. And before I forget. Let's exchange numbers. That way we can coordinate our arrival in Aringar. Chapter 5. The Price of Consequences. The beginning of another shitty day, or so Izuku thought when he opened his eyes under the eternal surveillance of Almight merchandise. The sheets beneath him left him unprotected from the morning chill, though this detail was left in the background because he had to do something about the presence of the number one hero in the bedroom. He didn't want to admit that his mother was right when she claimed that he was too old to play with action figures, and throwing everything away was a resounding no. There were valuables, however, he no longer saw the number one hero as before. His trip to the fantasy world left such a deep mark on his mind that it knocked All Might off his pedestal. He assumed his mother would be pleased with the change, though Izuku didn't want to give her the satisfaction of saying, "I told you so." He'd rather be dead. He followed the daily routine of getting dressed, eating breakfast, and heading to school between yawns. His last trip to Aringar wasn't as long as the first, so he had time to rest a little before facing the hard life of a student. A life that was becoming increasingly dull, it had to be said. He noticed the increase in patrol cars circulating around the city, and he'd bet an arm that some of the passers-by were undercover agents. The previous day's battle had left its mark on the city in ways he hadn't anticipated. It was lucky he hadn't been caught in the middle of the conflict, or his skinny ass would have been kicked in indescribable ways before the number one hero could save him. Eldera welcomed the students back for another day. There, at least, the news didn't cause any changes. Izuku walked in with his eyes on the back of his head. Whispers about him. Whispers that didn't sound as they should. The green-haired boy didn't notice the rejection or insults he was used to. At that moment, he realized. He was no longer quirkless in their eyes. He didn't think the scalpel story would go very far, and voila. The opposite happened. Which was good, right? He was free of a nuisance. All thanks to Aringar and Melissa's quick lessons. His few classmates watched him walk to his desk where there were no written threats. There was also no trace of the burns Bakugo inflicted. That was new. The cleaning crew left everything spotless except for his things, either because he was a useless quirkless or because they knew everything would be defaced again soon. The classroom slowly filled up. He received sidelong glances, but just that, glances. Nothing he couldn't handle. At least until he saw Bakugo appear silently. His expression was weird. Izuku was unable to comprehend it, just like when he gave him the sandwich. "What are you thinking about, Kakin?" He didn't think his partner felt threatened by the appearance of his quirk because the stupid thing he'd said, "Heroes have a special promotion. I'll be the only one from Eldera to enter UA," was just that, nonsense that made about as much sense as a talking penguin. Besides, when he'd waited for him at the exit, he hadn't been aggressive toward him, even though there were no witnesses around. No one would blame him for attacking him. He supposed he'd find out another time. Class began with the arrival of the math teacher. The green-haired boy promised himself he'd pay attention instead of sleeping like a lazy bear. He had to make up the missed classes to avoid a drop in his grades. This was difficult because math wasn't his favorite subject. He enjoyed listening to the old woman with a big smile and the ability to crane her neck even less. She spoke in the most monotonous and neutral tone possible, accomplishing the simple task of putting everyone to sleep. The old woman began to draw numbers on the blackboard that the green-haired man barely understood. "Please have students Izuku Midoriya and Kitsuki Bakugo report to the principal's office." The class stopped when the message blasted out of the small speaker hidden in the corner of the room. All eyes focused on the green-haired boy and the explosive boy, specifically the former, including the teacher, whose explanation of problem number 6 was interrupted. She pointed at both of them with her bony fingers. "You heard?" To the principal's office. A duo of criminals. Izuku found it funny that the teacher called him a delinquent without knowing why he'd been requested in the first place. Which didn't really matter. He left the classroom, followed by Bakugo. The journey was summed up in 2 words. Tense and silent. The perfect atmosphere for a horror game where Izuku was waiting for a jump scare coming out of a locker or an explosion in the face from his ex-friend, anything could happen. They saw no one, a ghost building, you could say. The office door marked the end of the journey. "What's going on?" The blond man snapped, opening the door without knocking. Izuku was surprised he hadn't screamed like a rabid animal. "What do you need us for?" Despite Bakugo's careful tone, careful by his standards, the principal, a round-bellied man with a double chin so large half the country's doctors would consider it a full-blown mutational quirk with a certain affinity to toads, was startled. He frowned at the young men before saying, "Please sit down. We have a vitally important matter to discuss." He pointed with his pen at the two plastic chairs in front of the desk, which took up half the office. The young men obeyed. Izuku glanced at the filing cabinet, whose drawers were about to burst from the sheer volume of papers. Above his head, a fluorescent light flickered that had seen better days. An office with nothing special except for one detail he didn't miss. The smell. The office stank of fermented sweat. And the culprits of this crime against a human nose were the lack of ventilation and the excessive sweating of the man with the chin. The green-haired man saw the drops running down the director's puffed-out cheeks. It wasn't a pleasant sight. Overall, going to the principal's office was not a pleasant experience, to be fair. "Do you two know why I asked you here?" The director's polite question echoed a peculiar whistling noise from his rounded nose. "I'm sure you have some suspicions." "I don't know what you're talking about," Bakugo replied, narrowing his eyes almost threateningly, while keeping his tone of voice as relaxed as possible. The blonde man wasn't an idiot. He knew the principal ignored the teacher's constant complaints about his bad behavior. It would be foolish to insult the hand that treated him well. Behaving politely was the best option to escape unscathed from whatever the man was planning. Izuku simply shook his head. He didn't want to admit that the plump man had unnerved him because, despite his excessive favoritism toward one student in particular, there was an intelligent person capable of reading his gestures for the slightest sign of weakness and exploiting it to the fullest. An incident occurred yesterday. The principal folded his hands and leaned forward. The chair creaked slightly. "Poor inanimate object that had to endure that buttery ass. A teacher came to me because of a dispute between you two where, and I quote him, I saw Izuku Midoriya holding a scalpel." The green-haired man gulped. Okay, he was a bit of an idiot to think his misdeed would be forgotten. After years of experiencing injustice in Aldera, he forgot that this was a serious educational institution, not a very good one where aggression led to punishment, depending on who was the witness or the aggressor and even expulsion. In short, he screwed up big time. She glanced at Bakugo out of the corner of her eye. He hadn't moved at all, though he was staring at the floor with an unreadable expression. She assumed he was thinking. There was a serious incident at Midoriya's. He pointed at him with his pen. He brought a gun. "I didn't bring any weapons to class," the green-haired man was forced to declare, tired of accusations with only partial foundation. If only his voice had sounded as confident as he wanted to express, well, it was better than nothing. The director was not intimidated. "How do you explain the appearance of the scalpel?" he asked defiantly. "We don't have such tools in the institute's laboratories, nor in the kitchen. The weapon came from outside." Izuku turned a pencil into a scalpel, Bakugo suddenly revealed. And it wasn't even a real weapon. It was made of brittle plastic. That's why it turned to dust. The last part was a lie, and Izuku couldn't tell if his partner was aware of it or not. Wait, did it even matter? Bakugo had stood up for him when he could have. What had happened to the explosive blonde he knew? It was one thing to give him a snack out of pity and another to save his ass from the tyranny of the double-chin man. He was starting to think the aliens had done something to his partner. Bakugo, lying is wrong. The principal adjusted his glasses with the tip of his pen. Izuku Midoriya doesn't have a quirk. Medical records deny it. "I saw it with my own eyes," Bakugo assured, leaning against the desk. Naturally, there were no tiny, menacing explosions. The whole class saw it. 20 witnesses, and the principal turned to the underpaid teacher whom everyone, including his now-buried mother, knew would pin any charges on Izuku. A national danger with similarities to broccoli. "The medical records say otherwise," the man countered. He let out a slow sigh, accompanied by a wheezing sound from his nose. "You see. I didn't involve your parents, thinking you were mature enough to solve the problem. I see that's not the case." Izuku wasn't amused by the direction the conversation was heading. "I'll notify your legal guardians, where we can discuss the sanctions against you in detail." The pen pointed at the green-haired man again. "It won't be much, since the teacher didn't provide clear details of a knife attack or, worse yet, attempted murder. What I'm not so sure about is how such an act will impact your student record." Izuku felt like he was swallowing a rat. His chances of getting into UA could be ruined because of his actions. Why didn't he think about that before acting? Oh yeah, because he was fed up with Bakugo's mistreatment and wanted to show off his skills to everyone. The lack of sleep dulled the rational part of his brain that could have prevented the situation he was going to be punished for. He screwed up big time. She felt a hand squeeze her thigh tightly. Bakugo was boring into her skull with those moody eyes. He spoke a message with his lips so clearly it almost seemed like he was shouting it. "Show him your quirk. Prove the talking manatee wrong." The rational part of his brain shut down at the same time his hand snatched the pen from the walrus man. An image in his brain flashed with the same force as the pen itself. A 2-second transformation before he placed the object on the table. The director's eyes widened as his writing instrument became one of the Almight figures the green-haired man saw daily in his bedroom. All the features were imprinted in his brain to the point where he could replicate it perfectly. He could almost hear the voice of that 10-centimeter tall hero. "Don't be afraid because I'm here." The 3 spectators jumped in fright when the figure bellowed his signature phrase before adopting a heroic pose with his right arm pointing to the sky and his gaze fixed on the director. "What the buck?" The explosive blonde choked out. He'd never seen his face so twisted in disbelief before. "That's what I say. What the buck?" Izuku replied, unable to believe the achievement staring him in the face. He hadn't planned on bringing the figure to life. A mistake he didn't plan on regretting. Of course, fatigue hit him with the force of a car. The living mini-might consumed more energy than expected. He felt like he'd run 200 meters at full speed without a warm-up. At least he felt capable of walking to class and getting some sleep. Goodbye to the promise to attend. The director regained his composure and cleared his throat, drawing the young people's attention. "I think you've proven your point." He glanced at the figure, which was still striking poses characteristic of the hero it was based on, then back at them. "I can understand that what happened yesterday was an accident due to Midoriya's lack of control over his quirk. You're free to go. There won't be any consequences for either of you." The green-haired boy hadn't expected such a rebuke. He was about to speak when Bakugo grabbed his arm and dragged him into the hallway, but not before taking the hero figurine with him. He closed the door. "Don't be an idiot," Bakugo whispered, his gaze shifting between the green-haired boy and the office. "You've escaped punishment, so don't push your luck. Understand?" Izuku nodded. "Let's go back to class." He nodded again. He didn't want to spend any more time near the headmaster's domain. They set off in silence until Mini-Might started to protest. "You can't beat me," he exclaimed, struggling in the blonde's hand, attracting the attention of the teenagers in the process. "I'll surpass my limits and defeat you. Plus ultra." Bakugo gave a tiny smile. "It's quite realistic," he muttered, turning the figure around. "A small Almight." Izuku stared at it. Was he witnessing his companion's previously non-existent kind side? He looked quite happy watching the toy come alive, a teenager rediscovering his childhood. He didn't say a word for fear of breaking the atmosphere. He would have given anything for a camera. "What else can you do?" Bakugo handed the figure back. His friendly expression returned to his standard angry sneer. "Not much at the moment." Izuku bit his lip as he pocketed the figure. He could easily destroy it, yet he felt the need to preserve it. "This toy has been the most unusual thing I've created so far. I haven't had time to practice." The green-haired man waited patiently for the weekend to play with the art of forging as much as possible until he collapsed. He had just under 11 months until the UA entrance exam. He had to be fully prepared. "Have you registered your quirk?" He shook his head. At that moment, he remembered he hadn't told his mother yet because he should have, right? Deep down, Izuku didn't want to. Remembering his mother's tears of forgiveness when it became clear he was going to be a useless quirkless wasn't forgotten. She lost hope that he would ever become an important member of society. Did she love him? Of course she did, but that was all. Inko didn't expect anything from her son. Aringar had given him a gift that he would keep secret at the cost of his life, if necessary. "It is," he lied. "I called it forging." "Forge? I can transform an object into anything I want," he explained, going into nerd mode. "I don't need to respect the laws of physics. That's for losers. It's better to do whatever I want." He stopped in the middle of the hallway and struck a completely made-up and ridiculous heroic pose, holding the All Might figurine aloft. This mini-might is proof that the limit is only in the imagination. Bakugo showed no reaction other than a snort before resuming his stride. Though Izuku, with a keen eye, noticed the flicker of a smile waiting to be revealed. Immediately afterward, the rational part of his brain reminded him that he'd made a fool of himself in public, causing him to blush bright red. Izuku flopped down on the bed after changing out of his uniform into the tracksuit he'd worn on his last trip to the castle. He held his phone up to his face, the messages from his fellow adventurer bringing a smile to his face. "Melissa. Izuku, I know it's a little early in your country, but are you willing to take a trip to Aringar?" "Melissa. It's okay if you can't. I understand you'll be busy." "Melissa. But if you come, you're in for a trip to a very special and strange place." It didn't take him half a second to give his answer. "Izuku. I'm on my way. Wait for me." It was impossible to say no, even though the clock struck 6 in the evening. Too early to sleep. He rushed out of school when he received the first text and arrived home in record time. His mother, naturally, was surprised by her son's speed, to which the green-haired boy excused himself with, "I have exams, I need to study hard." He wrapped himself up with the Almight animal figure under his arm and closed his eyes. What will Melissa think of the mini-mite? He wondered before falling asleep. Chapter 6. The Crystal Forest. Izuku stretched in the last room he visited in the castle, the one where Melissa kept her strangest creations. Half of the sphere was the first thing he saw, then the splintered board and the light bulb that glowed wirelessly. A barely perceptible sway helped him clear his head. He was back with renewed spirits and a desire to explore. "I'm the #1 hero," Mini-Mite announced from his pants pocket as he struggled through layers and layers of fabric. The green-haired boy hoped the action figure wasn't suffering. "Don't be afraid." "Why?" "Because I'm here." "We already know you're here," Izuku said, rolling his eyes. No one told him that living things were such a pain. Why wasn't his figure as polite as Chalier? "Now shut up. The only villain near you is the Endeavor boxers I'm wearing." He hated the second-string hero for his uncivilized attitude. And what better way to express that hatred than by covering his backside with that person's face? His mother agreed to buy the garment despite not understanding her son's reasoning. The door to the hall opened, revealing Chalier at his full height. He greeted Izuku with a bow of respect. Ugh, Melissa had to do something about the creaking of the armor plates. Was oil a very expensive commodity in Aringar? "Good morning, Mr. Izuku," he greeted in his timeless, Ahexual voice, "please follow me." The green-haired man obeyed. The corridors were still a mess for him. Everything was the same except for the paintings, but who could memorize them all? He would have preferred an army of IKEA maps with a little dot that said, "You are here." Clearly, Swedish convenience hadn't crossed the border between the two worlds. What a disappointment. "Where are we going?" Izuku noticed that the armor was walking faster than normal, which he didn't like because one of Chalier's strides was equivalent to 3 of his own. "To the 5th tower," Chalier replied without slowing down. "Isn't that the place I can't go to?" Melissa made an exception because she thinks today will be an important day. Izuku was even more nervous. The surprise his partner had in store for him must have been immense. "Where is Melissa planning to take me?" "To the Crystal Forest," Chalier replied immediately. "It's a bit far from where the scorpion attacked you." Crystal Forest. The name rolled around in Izuku's head for a few minutes until the words started to sound strange. It seemed like a magical, inviting place. "Why are we going there?" "Melissa needs materials. The wood from the Crystal Forest is valuable," the suit of armor explained, turning right at a crossroads. "Watch out for the stairs." A section of spiral stairs with a handrail, much to Izuku's delight. They climbed for a long time, ignoring closed doors until they found a particularly interesting one. It was made of metal, like a bank vault door. A keypad with numbers 0 to 9 glowed to his right, at eye level. The door that granted access to the Forbidden Tower. Chalier punched in the password so quickly that the green-haired boy only remembered the last 2 numbers, 6 and 1. A confirmation beep, and the door opened. "Follow me," he said without looking back. The green-haired boy's feet went into autopilot as his eyes scanned the area. The red carpeting disappeared, revealing white tiles with gray patterns. The walls formerly bare rock were now covered with loosely bolted metal sheets. The paintings were replaced by gears protruding from the walls and ceiling. Some were as small as a shoe or as large as Izuku himself, all spinning at different speeds, playing catchy music. A steampunk-style robot stalked past him with a mop and disappeared into the hallways. A drone hurriedly followed. "How different everything is," the boy marveled. "Melissa likes steampunk." "He loves it," Chalier confirmed. "He won't see armor here, but robots, although they both serve the same purpose." "Why don't you adapt the entire castle to the steampunk style?" "He tried it a few months ago," the suit of armor replied, but gave up when he realized it was too complex a task. "I think he's now considering decorating each tower differently." The castle could do with a coat of paint and exterminating the rats in towers 3 and 4, although Chalier was right. It was a nearly impossible task given the size of the complex. Izuku wondered why Melissa didn't settle for living in a flying house like the one in the movie Up. A more comfortable option that went unnoticed. "Oh, you're here." Izuku reacted to his classmate's voice. She was standing in the middle of the hallway, wearing the steampunk school uniform she'd worn when they first met. She was carrying 2 surfboards, a combination of wood and metal, under her arm. The green-haired boy wondered how she could carry them so effortlessly. "Come on, I want to show you something." He dragged Izuku through hallways and stairs, without giving him time to ask about the tables, until they reached a blue-painted door. "Give me a second." The girl leaned the boards against the wall before taking a bunch of keys from her tool belt. It included a combination of lockpicks, antique and modern keys, and access cards. A small museum of keys from all eras. She found the right one and opened it, leading to a balcony that caused the most lethal of vertigo. The green-haired man held onto the frame as he watched Melissa move casually along the platform to the metal railing. Beyond, the sky could be seen. The painting of galaxies and stars was brilliant, and although he had enjoyed it days before, it felt like it was the first time. So beautiful that he forgot his vertigo and walked forward until he was standing next to Melissa. Beautiful, isn't it? Izuku nodded. He enjoyed the wind combing his green locks. Look down. He had to take a deep breath before obeying, and thank goodness he did, or his soul would have leaped out. He was at the top of the fifth tower, enjoying or rather, suffering an exemplary view of the entire castle. And that wasn't the main problem, since beyond the medieval structure, there was nothing. Someone, perhaps God, had forgotten to build a floor. The dark reddish void went down and down as far as the eye could see. If he fell, he might die of starvation before reaching the ground. Is this the end of the world? The question escaped his mouth in an impressed murmur. We're in a section of Aringar that has no land surface, he replied, staring down at the bottom without the slightest hint of fear. Seeing the void isn't why we're here. No. No. Look ahead. He pointed ahead. That's our destination. Izuku narrowed his eyes. He saw elongated figures floating hundreds of meters away, reflecting the brilliance of the stars. Many, hundreds, or even thousands. What are they? Melissa handed her a metal spyglass. It was very powerful. The distance between the figures and the balcony shortened so much that she felt she was floating with them. First of all, they weren't Lovecraftian figures as she'd initially thought, but trees. Simple trees whose roots tangled with tentacles and held nothing. The dark wooden trunks extended to the tops, where crystalline-looking flowers grew. These were the ones causing the glow. Why do trees float? Izuku didn't hesitate to ask as he handed back the telescope. Did someone forge them? More or less, Melissa said, uncertain of her words. People tend to forge without thinking about the results, and sometimes they create landscapes like the one you see now. I don't know who is responsible for the forest, although I suspect it was a large number of people. Is it a crystal forest? Did Chalier tell you about it? She asked, to which Izuku nodded. We call it the crystal forest, even though it doesn't look like a forest, more like clustering floating beautiful trees. Chalier said you need materials. I do. It's the only place you can get driftwood. The thought clicked in Izuku's brain. Wait. Does that mean the wooden board Chalier broke yesterday came from this forest? I thought you created it. I can create flying wood, but it's difficult and tiring. It's easier to come here and cut down magic trees. Once again, the consumption of natural resources won the argument. And how will we cut down the trees? Melissa simply turned around and touched the boards with the palm of her hand. They began to levitate without the aid of cables. Air surfing. Melissa sat on a board and surfed next to the green-haired man. Come on, hop on, she encouraged him, pointing at the spare board. It's fun and safe. I promise. Izuku stared at the flying vehicles with a face that said, are you kidding me? He refused to stand on that half-wood, half-metal aberration. It was more appealing to jump onto the tracks just before the train passed than to fly over the void. At least the train killed people quickly. They're safer than they look, Melissa promised, still smiling enthusiastically. Suddenly, her board spun 90 degrees, landing upside down, though she remained seated, ignoring the laws of gravity. See? The board won't let you fall. It's still scary. Izuku took a step back. What if I miss and fall? Melissa's expression took on a gentle tone. She approached Izuku. I checked the boards an hour ago. They're working fine, he encouraged her, but if by any chance you don't want to, I won't force you. You can wait here and help me process the logs later. The rational part of his brain wanted to stay. Falling into the void was a death sentence. There were no second chances. One mistake and goodbye Izuku. He was about to give his answer when he noticed movement in his pocket. Minimight, he'd forgotten. Started another fight with the fabric of his pants. A little hero who wouldn't give up because heroes overcame their limits and fears. That thought shook the boy's spine. He wanted to be a hero, and as a hero, he had to overcome complicated situations like this one. Move forward with a smile. He had to try, because otherwise, what would he do in a dangerous situation tomorrow? Run away? Wait for someone else to solve the problem? Izuku placed his hands on the surface of the board. He took a deep breath and gained momentum before jumping on. The vehicle didn't wobble even a bit. I didn't expect this course of action, Melissa acknowledged with some surprise. Doesn't matter. Steering the board is pretty easy. Just do what I say and you're good to go. The instructions for riding the board were simple, the problem was actually carrying them out. Izuku's knees were shaking as he stood on the vehicle. He picked up some basics of aerial surfing after half an hour of fast-paced practice, where the smallest mistakes would lead to. The green-haired man shook his head to forget the bad thoughts. He felt small, tiny, an ant, a microbe in the middle of the sky. Nothing around him to compare himself to but the endless horizon and the glittering stars. How could he not? It was like being in the middle of the ocean. Such thoughts led him to wonder how big Aringar was. He never gave it much thought, and now that he was about to shit himself, existential reasoning followed one after another. What did floating trees live on? There was no land to feed them. Water. Wait, did it rain in Aringar? Izuku, what are you doing standing there? Melissa floated beside him, hands on her hips. Come on, come help me. We have a lot of wood to collect. That's right, work. I forgot. The plan was bordering on the simple. Melissa would cut the branches and Izuku would take them to the castle where Chalier would store them in a special room. The green-haired boy didn't have to do much because it was his first day with the board and the young woman preferred to let him get used to flying little by little. The sound of the chainsaw brought the green-haired boy out of his thoughts. He grabbed the first branch just before it plummeted into the void. Good. He hadn't screwed up. The second branch fell gently into his arms, then the third, and then the fourth. Izuku stacked them in the empty spaces of his vehicle, which was Melissa's idea, and she promised they wouldn't fall under any circumstances. When he felt he was sufficiently loaded, he sped back to the castle, more or less. She didn't dare go full throttle until she felt at one with the board. Melissa would have to settle for her average speed, worthy of a retiree driving 30 miles per hour on the highway. At least no one would fine her for flying too slowly across the empty air. Chalier waited on the balcony. He silently picked up the cargo and carried it away. Izuku returned with Melissa to repeat the process. And the process repeated itself over and over again. He estimated it had been hours since he'd started. The green-haired man was covered in sweat and sawdust, a mixture that made his arms itch, but he was happy. The physical work was more satisfying than he thought, and his fear was crushed by his newfound confidence. Melissa was right. The board literally wouldn't let him fall. Any object on it stayed glued to the surface, as if the vehicle had its own gravitational field. This knowledge gave him the courage to fly faster and make the occasional tight turn. It was fun. However, there was no time for fun. The work continued. They had cut down dozens of trees, and Izuku felt the number would continue to grow. This should last us a year or two, Melissa said, taking a breath. Imagine the amount of things we could create with so many materials. Izuku tried to imagine it, but his brain could only focus on the current image of his companion. Disheveled, drenched in sweat, and her hair covered in sawdust. She was a mess, which made her look prettier than usual. I don't know what item to create first, Izuku. Do you have any ideas? Melissa paused. She pointed at the green-haired man's pocket with her finger, her expression extremely funny. Why is your pocket moving? Izuku sighed and pulled out Mini-Might, who wasn't too happy about being held, so he struggled in his hand. An Almight figure? Melissa asked, even more confused. Are you a fan of his? Izuku recapped the scene that led to the creation of Mini-Might, trying not to laugh in the process. Yes, he may have been scared at the time, but looking back on the meeting from a calmer perspective, he was forced to admit it was funny. Melissa heeded his words, struggling to hide her laughter. She intervened once he finished. You accidentally created a living figure, the girl summarized, earning a nod from the green-haired man. It happens often. You wanted to create a figure, but you mixed in details of the real hero, like his laugh and popular phrases. The result was a toy that resembled the All Might we all know. Izuku puffed out his cheeks. The fact that the action figure was called a toy hurt his pride. That's good progress, Melissa encouraged him. You'll be able to forge golems soon. Irritation was reduced by the new term. Golems? Forged objects that mimic living beings, he explained. For example, Chalier and all the armor in the castle are golems. I wanted to wait a bit before talking about them because they're among the most difficult things to forge. Creating one takes a lot of energy. Izuku remembered the tiredness after creating Mini-Might. How exhausted would he be if he tried to replicate Chalier? The squawk caught the young men off guard. Izuku looked up in search of the person responsible. There, Melissa pointed, dismayed, to a spot in the sky where a large figure could be seen. A giant bird is approaching. Let's go before it sees us. Izuku didn't need to be told twice. He charged toward the castle at full speed, followed by Melissa. Another croak rattled his brain. It was louder than the last and more savage, like the screams of his explosive companion when he let himself get carried away by rage. An a rhythmic flapping of wings chased them, fanning drafts. His stomach sank as he looked back. A bird that reminded him of the old myth that birds exploded if they ate rice. If it were true, that monster must have eaten tons to get that way. It was as big as a house, a ball of feathers, and wings were tiny compared to its body. A short neck ended in a flattened head and a sharp beak. 2 legs rode in the air as if that movement increased its speed. Lamentable was the perfect word to describe it, so was lethal, so they couldn't underestimate it. Run, Izuku. Melissa overtook him on the right. The castle is near. The bird, too. It flew like a drunken sparrow, unable to stay upright. It knocked down the nearest trees in its mad dash for food. The squawking was the worst, a marriage between a hoarse bird's song and the sound of a fork scraping a blackboard. If he survived, he promised to go to the ant doctor. He also promised to make fewer promises to himself. At this rate, he wouldn't make half of them before dying a hilarious death. But that day wouldn't be the last. The teenagers went through the tower door and closed it tight. The green-haired man climbed off the board and leaned his back against the wall, rubbing his ears in an attempt to get the deadly shriek of the inflated Spyro out of his brain. Just a hair, Melissa sighed, a little more and… It didn't end. They heard one last squawk before the bird crashed into the tower, shaking the castle. The last thing the green-haired man felt before losing consciousness was his body being thrown against the opposite wall. Chapter 7. Izuku gains a brother. Izuku felt like his head was going to explode. He opened his eyes, an action he regretted when the glare of the fluorescent lights burned his retinas. He groaned. He massaged his temples, trying to process the situation. He roughly remembered the events before waking up wherever he was at the time. He was flying on a magic board to collect wood. A giant bird appeared, eager to party, and chased them back to the castle. Then a very strong impact sent Izuku crashing into the wall. He hit his head. Slowly, his senses returned to life. His ears picked up the soft ticking of a clock. Then he felt the softness of the blankets covering his aching body. And finally, his eyes regained normal motor function. He found himself in an infirmary. 6 beds occupying a large room, closed cabinets, and a table with vials of liquids that held little interest. An infirmary, after all. He felt his head, the source of the pain that was preventing him from thinking clearly. It was bandaged. "Hey. Are you awake?" Izuku turned his head at the soft voice. Melissa peeked through the crack in the door. She entered when she noticed her partner was awake. "Thank goodness," she sighed, sinking down onto a bed. "You took a pretty hard hit. You're lucky you didn't break anything major." She was wearing a simple tracksuit, far removed from the steampunk style, and her hair was damp. She must have taken a shower while he was resting. Her left arm was bandaged. "They're just scratches. Don't worry," he clarified, noticing the concern in her eyes. "A little disinfectant and bandages, and we'll be all set." "What exactly happened?" "I remember the giant bird and the blow that threw me against the wall." "The stupid bird crashed into the tower," she replied sulkily. It was the first time Izuku had seen her angry. "The castle structure is intact and I'd like to say the same about the balcony. How beautiful it looks." "Poor balcony. What happened to the bird?" "He fell into the void," she said, satisfied with the monster's fate. "I don't know if the blow killed him or stunned him. The important thing is that he won't be bothering you." Izuku imagined the giant feathered ball squeaking and flapping its wings as it plummeted into the depths. A graceful side he regretted missing. He settled for the thought that the blow to the head was avenged. "How long have I been unconscious?" Melissa looked at her watch and made quick calculations. 2 hours. Less than expected. If he went to bed at 6 in the evening, he assumed it would be after 12 in Japan. He left ample margin because he had to factor in the hours of logging and the time he spent at the castle with Chalier. He had another 6 hours before he was forced to follow the routine. He was so lazy to go to school. "Can you get up or do you need to rest a little longer?" Izuku looked at his body. His tracksuit was stained with sawdust and sweat and saw no bandaged limbs. Only his head was in a bad position. He moved his legs and arms to check their mobility. He felt fine, rested. "I can move." But a sharp pain in his head made him wince. Melissa leaned closer, worried. "My head's giving me trouble." "I understand. Give me a second." He opened the cabinet. It was full of medical instruments that Izuku didn't recognize. He picked up a glass vial sealed with a cork. "Take a drink." He handed the object to him. Izuku wasn't quite sure he'd obey. The liquid shared many similarities with tar. It's a very effective opiate for pain. The explanation didn't reassure him one bit. If memory served him correctly, opiates came from poppy resin. They were highly addictive medications that were considered drugs, like heroin and morphine. And the level of addiction to the blackish liquid must have been very strong because his hand reached for the bottle without his brain's permission. He removed the cap. He grimaced as the sugary stench entered his nose. "Take a sip," Melissa said. "It tastes a little off," she added. Izuku covered his nose and took a sip. The liquid was so thick it took forever to go down his throat, leaving behind an aftertaste of dog feces. He closed his mouth with unimaginable willpower. He knew that the moment he parted his lips, vomit would spray out with the force of a fire hose. Melissa, instead of sympathizing with his suffering, laughed him off. "It's disgusting," the green-haired man cursed when he was sure the food would stay in his stomach. "The worst thing I've ever tasted." At least his head stopped hurting. Melissa put the jar back in its place. "It was a lot of fun. You're going to pay me." "I know," she said, laughing. She let out a breath immediately afterward, her expression taking on a guilty tinge. It's my fault that happened. I promised you the harvest was safe. Is there anything I can do for you to make you forgive me? Perfect. Izuku felt bad for his classmate's dismay. He wasn't even angry. What happened was an accident. No one was to blame. However, his rational mind told him to take advantage of the favor the young woman offered. There's one thing, he began, drawing their attention, help me create a golem. The young woman's reaction was summed up as rubbing her chin and shrugging her shoulders. Okay, although I don't know why you want one. Why did he want a golem? Because they were brilliant, wonderful servants. And not only that, his brain soon concocted plans where he could use the golems for heroic work. When do you want to start? Right now, the green-haired man replied. When Melissa promised to help, Izuku thought she'd just offer advice. Not in a million years did he think she'd commit 100% to the project. The first thing she did was take him to a spacious, quiet room in the 5th tower. The second was to order her servants to bring in materials of all kinds, from pieces of wood to metal bars to different types of plastic. A small pile of materials grew and grew until it touched the ceiling. 3 meters high. I think this will be enough. Melissa dusted her hands as if she'd carried the materials herself. Choose whatever you want. Izuku looked at the pile from bottom to top. He took a break halfway through. Haven't you gone a little too far? Golems require a lot of materials. I only used a pen for the Almight figure, the green-haired man replied. Where is he, by the way? It broke on impact, Melissa said. The toy was hollow because you used too little material. Talia is also hollow. Talia can split your skull like a watermelon. Izuku picked up on the almost imperceptible tone of threat. He changed the subject for the sake of his health. What do you recommend I create? A suit of armor or a steampunk android? Melissa shrugged. It's your golem. It must carry your style. His style. The boy imagined dozens of heroes wearing such outlandish costumes that many would fit right in at a Brazilian carnival. He organized the most general characteristics of his idols into a well-structured list in his brain before discarding the options he didn't like. The result was a humanoid golem wearing a standard hero costume and devoid of any identity. I think I got it. Good, Melissa congratulated her, now hug the pile of junk. And don't make that face. You need to be in contact with as much material as possible. Be careful not to prick yourself with metal objects. Infections aren't fun. Izuku ignored the voice inside his head, whispering that his classmate was making fun of him. He scanned the pile, looking for an ideal area free of sharp objects. He approached with his arms outstretched and gave the best hug he could, despite the feeling of being an idiot. Project your image onto the stack, the young woman instructed. Concentrate. You can do it. The green-haired man's spirits lifted. He closed his eyes and ordered every neuron in his brain to focus on the image of the golem. A change occurred in the texture of the pile. The uneven surface from which the garbage protruded smoothed out, forming the shape of a body. The young man stepped back, opening his eyes to admire his work. It's perfect, he smiled. The young man, 180 centimeters tall and powerfully built, he wore a blue suit with yellow stripes and a flowing cape. A helmet obscured his face. Wow, that's a good try, Melissa congratulated her from her seat. I guess you'll make it next time. His words grated on the green-haired man's head. What do you mean nice try? The boy crossed his arms. I think it's been a resounding success. The golem is just the way I wanted. A masterpiece. Melissa just raised an eyebrow, signaling that something was wrong with her masterpiece. Order him to move. Move, Izuku ordered the golem. Nothing happened. The heroic golem continued to lean against the pile, as if it were the most comfortable place to ignore its creator. The green-haired man repeated the order only to get the same result. His masterpiece wasn't much different from the mannequins seen in clothing stores. Creating a golem is harder than it looks, Melissa simply said. Impossible. Almight's figure was moving. Don't you remember what I said before? The girl questioned with a smug smile. You're a big fan of Almight. You know what he looks like, how he acts, and how he talks. When you created his action figure, you thought of the real hero, not a toy. That's why Mini-Might inherited the characteristics of his original. Izuku nodded thoughtfully. You have to do the same, Melissa said. It's not enough to imagine the golem's shape. You have to imagine its voice, movements, personality. The more features it has, the more it will resemble a living being. But he won't be alive. It's impossible to forge a living being as such. Only empty replicas, not unlike an AI or a robot. Izuku shrugged. He had no thoughts of creating anything living. Make it look like you, Melissa advised out of nowhere. It's easier to replicate your own characteristics than to imagine them from scratch. Izuku hugged another section of the pile and closed his eyes. Imagining himself was awkward and he was afraid of creating an exact copy, so he added a few tweaks. He wanted his golem to look just right, just a few details, like his enjoyment of analyzing quirks and his love of heroes. As for the physical, he could keep the hair, but a different color. And some freckles. He wanted him to be taller and more athletic, not necessarily the typical babe from the magazines his mother read. A slightly above average teenager. Finally, he focused on the important part. The quirk. His golem wasn't going to be quirkless. It was his creation, his son, and he would never curse his child with such a terrible disability. He thought of the power of Almight, of the videos where the hero defeated villains with a single blow at supreme speeds. He wanted his golem to do the same. The surface of the pile changed again. Izuku stepped back, opening his eyes. The result was much better than the first. The teenager stood before him. As tall as Melissa and of thin build. His face resembled his own, with a scruffy tinge. His black hair, flecked with red, was an explosion of strands similar to Izuku's, but longer and somewhat reminiscent of a clump of seaweed. His bangs covered his right eye. His left was red. He was wearing a white t-shirt and shorts. The parts of his arms not covered by clothing displayed lean, firm muscles built for speed. In the midst of silence, the golem opened its mouth. "What is my name?" Izuku was stunned. His creation not only spoke, but also displayed the doubt and bewilderment of someone asking a question. He even gently rubbed his chin in a perfect imitation of Melissa's thoughtful gesture. "He looks like you, but a year or two older," Melissa noticed, approaching the golem. And Izuku, who went through an emo filter and a gym. "Shut your mouth," he ordered, then turned to the golem. "Your name is." A list of names flashed through his head. He picked one at random. Akatani Mikumo. "Akatani Mikumo," the golem murmured thoughtfully. "I like her." He flashed a dazzling smile identical to Izuku's. The thought shook the boy's brain. "I think I just got turned on by my golem," the green-haired man said. "I think I do too," Melissa said. "So I'm Mikumo," the golem said. Then it pointed at Izuku. "You're my creator." "Yes, but you can see me as a friend." "Alright." Izuku felt a pang of embarrassment after making such a request. It was unfortunate that a creation of his was the only one willing to be his friend. He needed to work on his social life instead of analyzing quirks. Good luck putting up with Izuku's curious enthusiasm, Melissa wished aloud as she sat down with the duo at the table. "He may be a pain, but I like him. He's like a little brother on a sugary caffeine-fueled tonic." Izuku covered his cheeks to hide his blush. The three of them were in the kitchen of the fifth tower, eating snacks, in Izuku and Melissa's case, while organizing Akatani's life. It was a much-needed break after the adventure of felling trees and creating the golem, especially for the green-haired boy, who was on the verge of collapse once his enthusiasm for giving birth to his new masterpiece dissipated, leaving him exhausted. Fortunately, a 4-hour nap followed by a shower helped him regain enough energy to join his companions in the kitchen. Melissa tied her hair back with a rubber band before asking. "It's a little rude to inquire into the details of someone else's golem, but I can't resist. What characteristics have you given Akatani?" Izuku ran through the list of details, from the unique traits he used to create it to the quirk inspired by All Might's strength. Melissa frowned at the last part. "Is he as strong as All Might?" Izuku looked at Akatani before shrugging. "I think so." "I'm strong," the golem replied without the slightest doubt. He looked at his hands for a few seconds before adding, "though not as strong as All Might." "It's something," Izuku thought. Then a thought crossed his mind. "Do you know All Might?" "I'm aware of the details used in my creation. I saw your memories of the hero." He hadn't expected that. He looked to Melissa for an expert opinion and found her too focused on the sandwich to listen. He sighed, leaving the topic for another time because Akatani's creation had turned out well and that was enough for him. Because, surely, Akatani won't become a megalomaniac who thinks of humanity as the world's cancer, thus starting a mass extermination to save the planet from man-made catastrophes. Global warming, microplastics, and NFTs. Okay, maybe Izuku should control the radical thoughts of the part of his brain that held resentment against the world for quirkless discrimination. "What time is it?" Akatani nervously looked for a clock as if the end of the world had a time. "Izuku, I think it's late." It took the green-haired man nanoseconds to realize that the golem was warning him that he'd been in Aringar for a very long time and it was time to go home. He became nervous before realizing that he had no control over anything and would continue to sit there until God stopped scratching his belly button and did his job. "I don't think I'll go to school," he said, trying to remember if there was a test that day. No, he couldn't remember anything. "A break would do me good. But now that you mention it, I should have gone home." "Time in Aringar tends to be extended if you fall unconscious or fall asleep," Melissa clarified, noticing that Akatani was very upset and Izuku couldn't wait to go home. "I suppose it's a safety measure so your comatose body doesn't land in who knows where. You shouldn't skip classes anyway." Akatani lowered her hands to hide her trembling. You need good grades to get into UA. Izuku watched his newly minted friend with considerable interest. Not only did his personality surpass Chalier's in every way, but the most innocent situations made him nervous, like the simple thought of skipping class. He was very similar to Izuku from a week ago. One positive point of basing Akatani's personality on his own. He understood him like an open book. And finally, God stopped scratching his balls. Blurry vision, a feeling of weightlessness and tiredness appeared to announce his return. Melissa simply waved goodbye until her vision blurred and she couldn't feel the chair under her butt anymore. Her body shifted to adapt to the bed. She opened her eyes and was surrounded by Almights. Izuku had returned to his bedroom too late. The sun high in the sky and the alarm clock accusingly striking 20 to 12 determined that he would be sick that day. It wasn't a painful loss. You have a lot of Almight figures. They're great. The green-haired boy's tranquility melted when he noticed Akatani looking through the action figures with the bright eyes of a little boy. Aren't you supposed to stay in the castle? The golem looked at him doubtfully before shrugging and continuing to search the collection. Izuku rested his head on the pillow, not understanding what the hell it was doing there. He wasn't supposed to follow him. Chalier stayed in the castle when Melissa was in the real world. Couldn't Akatani follow the rule? In the end, he came to a definitive conclusion. The golem, like its creator, was freaking weird. This day can't get any worse. Chapter 8. One for all. Your neighborhood is very nice and quiet. Izuku disagreed. He lived in a generic neighborhood filled with neighbors who couldn't bring themselves to put their trash bags in the bin, like the old woman on the corner, whose habit of letting her dog defecate in front of other people's doors was testing the neighbor's patience to the limit. He didn't see the beauty Akatani claimed to see. At least he got the silence part right. It's a normal place, he simply said. More importantly, do you remember how to get home? Akatani nodded. The golem's inability to stay in the castle forced the green-haired man to take drastic measures. And by drastic, he meant adopting him as a newborn brother, literally. The second option was to leave him on the street, protected by a cardboard box, holding a hat, begging for money. Since he was there, he might as well do something useful, right? The fun part would be telling his mother the truth. Yes, he was waiting for that moment. Where are we going? Akatani placed his hand on her shoulder to get her attention. We're getting far from home. Her concern rivaled a toddler's fear of getting lost. She would have been adorable if she weren't half a head taller than Izuku. Let's go downtown. I want to buy a couple of important things, Izuku replied. Just try to stay away from me. Important things? Akatani tilted her head. Curiosity sparkled in her eyes. Oh. Hero magazines. Izuku wondered if other people could read him as easily as Akatani. He was surprised by the golem's ability to know details about him and, at the same time, be in the dark about certain aspects of his life, such as the location of his house or the demonic evil hidden in the neighbor with a dog with diarrhea. But in short, that day, a normal Thursday for half the world, the latest issue of a hero magazine he liked to read in his spare time called Heroes Without Borders was coming out. The opportunity arose to show Akatani the way for future mobility investments. Simply send him on errands. They took the bus line 314 to the best hero-themed store in the city. The green-haired boy noticed the adult gazes on them as a reminder that he should be in class. At least no one bothered him with the classic, young people should be in class to get a good degree and join the workforce diatribe. Ugh. He didn't want to even imagine it. Those wrinkled boomers and their enormous knowledge of a society that changed every year were constantly criticizing the youth culture of the moment. How easy it was to butt into each other's business. Thank goodness the old people kept their opinions to themselves. The bus arrived at its destination in less than 20 minutes. The green-haired boy was so relaxed, gazing at the scenery, pretending the old woman in the back wasn't glaring at him with the waterfalls, that he didn't realize the ride was over until Akatani touched his shoulder. He stretched before leaving the wheeled can. The urban whirl greeted the teenager and the golem with a varied list of annoying noises. We've arrived. Akatani was dazzled by his surroundings. The tranquility of the neighborhood changed to a landscape of honking horns and insults from stressed drivers, police patrolling, and pedestrians wandering around. A radical change under the gaze of towering buildings, and was that Mirko jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Izuku, inspired by the hero stalker sense, took 5 photos from different angles, while Akatani raised an eyebrow. Okay, we can continue now. Izuku put away his phone, hiding the embarrassment resulting from his outburst as best he could. He hadn't chased heroes in days. It wasn't his fault. The store is just down the street. Follow me. The streets of a quirk society could be dangerous for 2 unsuspecting young people, and not just because of the danger to villains. The trouble actually started with a man using a gliding quirk speeding down the sidewalk. Izuku took too long to notice the protests of the passers-by and turned to see the figure about to collide with him. only for Akatani to step in and rescue him. The way he stopped the young man was disconcerting. He reached out and lifted the 70 kilos of weight sliding down the collar of his jacket as if holding a particularly mischievous cat. Izuku reacted with a what the buck, commonly associated with Bakugo. The detainee, on the other hand, expressed his opinion in more assertive ways. "What are you doing, brat?" he snapped, kicking in what experts would call a childish tantrum. "Let me go, I'm in a hurry. They're chasing me." Akatani looked at Izuku in doubt, to which the green-haired man was about to tell him to leave him alone so he wouldn't throw a tantrum. Until he saw two agents heading towards them almost as fast as the slithering man. "This is going to get interesting," the boy reveled. In the end, the slithering man turned out to be a casual pickpocket. He was caught red-handed before Akatani intervened with his what did the officers call it? Ah, yes, heroic courage. Though Izuku preferred the term perfect grappling hook grab. Hence, Mirko patrolled the area. A small monetary reward later, the duo entered the hero-themed shop. The green-haired man felt in heaven. Shelves filled with heroic merchandise, from action figures to magazines and costumes. An Almight balloon floated overhead before getting stuck between two air vents. There were hardly any people around, which increased the chances of a safe and peaceful shopping spree. Then she spotted it, on the very last shelf at the end of the aisle, the latest Heroes Without Borders publication. He launched himself at his prey like a predator, grabbing the magazine in a pincer movement, a two-fingered grip to avoid smudging the cover and took the trophy, or so he tried. As it turned out, he wasn't the only one interested. A skeletal hand held the other corner of the magazine in the same manner as him, attached to an excessively thin arm, itself attached to a blonde drug addict wearing baggy clothes and a hairstyle reminiscent of a sad bunny's ears. His darkened blue eyes stared intensely at Izuku. "Young man," the man said in a raspy voice. "I was the first to see the magazine." Izuku, the Izuku of the past, would have dropped the magazine right then and there because it was too kind. However, obtaining an anomalous power, traveling to Aringar, fighting strange monsters, and creating Akatani awakened in him a sense of pride too similar to Bakugo's for his liking. In short, he wasn't going to give in to the skeleton's demands. "I'm sorry," he said politely. The man nodded, satisfied, thinking the green-haired man had given up. "I'm pretty sure I was the first to see the magazine. It's mine." Oh, the man's hardened expression sent shivers down her spine. Those deep eyes had seen more than they should have, more reasons for Izuku to take the magazine. Why? Because it was his. He'd arrested a thief to get into the store, he created it, so he was responsible. He was entitled to be rewarded. If it were anything else, he'd let the man win, but this magazine was special, not much more special than the stack he had at home, but since it was the latest issue, the value skyrocketed. "Young man, shouldn't you be in school?" The skeleton rebuked, probably thinking that the mention of compulsory school attendance would intimidate him. The Izuku of the past, yes, but this Izuku wouldn't give up. "Sir, shouldn't you be chazzing the method and bus?" A critical blow to the skeleton's pride, but he didn't succumb. He gripped the magazine tighter and tugged lightly. The green-haired man gave a smug smile, thinking the man lacked strength, a smile that died when he saw his sneakers sliding on the polished floor. The noodle-like arms concealed a terrifying power. "Izuku," Akatani called out to the boy, disappointment evident in his eyes, "you shouldn't insult the elderly. Be respectful." Ironically, the skeleton seemed offended rather than flattered. "Old man. I just turned 50. I'm a kid. I exercise every day." "You hide it well," the green-haired man muttered in a sarcastic voice, even though he knew the authorities wouldn't side with him if the skeleton kicked his butt. It didn't bother him at all, he continued to look at him disapprovingly. "I'm sorry about my friend's activity," Akatani had the nerve to apologize to the green-haired man's recently acquired enemy. "He's a little upset about hero training and studies. He got the day off due to stress." The lie was good. Akatani had a talent for being a trickster. The skeleton stared at the green-haired boy even more intently. He didn't miss the dark circles under his eyes, caused by lack of sleep and the pallor he'd acquired thanks to the disgusting medication Melissa had given him and the effort he put into creating Akatani. Maybe, just maybe, people were staring at Izuku on the bus because he was a wreck instead of skipping school. Questions whose answers would be forgotten. "I understand your dedication," the skeleton nodded. He'd bought the lie. Incredible. "However, reading this magazine is one of my few pastimes due to my lack of money." Monetary shortages, the classic deception. But Izuku wasn't so sure he wanted to call the man a liar. His overall appearance was closer to that of a homeless man with a fentanyl addiction than a rich man. He felt sorry for him, no matter how much he wanted to deny it. Even more so when the skeleton's expression twisted into a pitiful puppy dog grin. His heart gave out and he dropped the magazine. "It's yours, sir." The door opened abruptly. A man wearing a ski mask entered, pointing a gun at the clerk. "Stop." This is a robbery. A day that can get a little worse. Aside from them and the clerk, an old woman was looking at the merchandise before the robber burst in. 3 potential victims, 2 of whom wouldn't be able to flee the place quickly. Izuku found it hard to believe the skeleton was exercising, despite the previous show of strength, so he had to subdue the robber right there. Years of reading hero forums had taught him useful knowledge in extreme situations. He knew the first step was to stop all sources of danger. He grabbed 2 Endeavor figures, ready to forge. I need a distraction, Izuku murmured, surprising the skeleton. Akatani, can you throw something at him? I can attack him head-on, the golem suggested, bullets won't be a problem. Much of the construction materials were metal, wood, and hard plastic, the green-haired man recalled. It was easy to forget, given the realism of his work. Could it withstand the gunfire? Surely. Well, in the meantime. Wait, are you going to go after him? The skeleton whispered, interrupting Izuku. He's armed. There are innocent people, Akatani replied urgently. Whatever the skeleton wanted to say was left unsaid as the golem shot out at full speed towards the robber, who stepped back a little, pointing his gun at him. Still. Akatani didn't obey. 2 shots rang out, stopping him momentarily, but not killing him. He charged again, covering his face, and brought the thief down amidst curses and more shots. The green-haired man took a deep breath and forged a pair of handcuffs before following his partner. They immobilized the man in a performance worthy of a movie. Let me go, you idiots. The handcuffed robber demanded, writhing like a sausage. I'm going to kill you. Without the gun? I doubt it, the green-haired man mocked, seeing the weapon lying in front of the counter. The poor clerk was so nervous he fainted at the cash register. The man struggled even more furiously, at which point Izuku feared the handcuffs were going to give way. They were made from 2 plastic figures, after all. Thank goodness they held. You shouldn't steal, Akatani scolded, pressing the thief to the ground, thus stopping any attempt to escape. It's rude. And illegal, the skeleton added, approaching the group, but not before moving the weapon even further away with a soft kick. He looked at the duo with a proud expression. Well done. I didn't think today's youth were so brave. You say you want to be heroes. I'm sure you'll succeed, but one of you should correct your bad attitude. The green-haired boy felt indignant. Had he just been scolded as if he were Bakugo? Impossible. Akatani chuckled. A good ending to a robbery. Until another man wearing a ski mask walked through the door. His rounded figure indicated he had a mutational quirk. Dude, are you done? It can't be that hard to rob a store. He stared at his handcuffed partner, the 2 young men restraining him, and the skeleton. He pulled a gun from his pocket. Hands up. This is a massive figure appeared from behind Izuku and knocked down the robber. A mountain of muscle topped with a blonde peak spreading 2 antennae. His bright smile betrayed the savior's identity. Almight. Izuku said, his mouth dry. He thought he was about to overcome his fanaticism toward the hero. He was wrong. Wait, where did you come from? Almight's clothing revealed the answer. He was dressed exactly like the skeleton, and he looked very much like him, except for certain physical characteristics. The hero looked at him with his signature smile, which had taken on a tinge of discomfort. I'll tell you later. First, let's call the police. In short. Izuku rubbed his temples in an attempt to process the information the hero had dumped on his brain. A villain injured you 5 years ago. Indeed, replied the skeleton, wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. You lost several organs, the boy continued, as a result, your physical condition worsened miserably. Yes, the skeleton nodded. And you can only fulfill your duty as a hero for 3 hours a day, he concluded, almost certain he understood everything. Which hasn't affected your ranking in the rankings, even though Endeavor is about to start sucking cocks to surpass you. Yes, he stated without the slightest hesitation. Although I don't know much about Endeavor's operations. Izuku couldn't tell if it was real or if the thief had put a bullet in his brain and he was suffering from a severe hallucination. He chose the former because it ensured the day couldn't get any worse. He leaned his back against the alley wall, ignoring the scent of fresh urine. Almight took the young men to a secluded alley to explain his case of shrinkage. Shortly after, the police showed up some weird nonsense about sucking in your stomach to look thinner until he realized they weren't going to buy the lie and agreed to tell the truth. It's the truth, no matter how hard it is to believe, the skeleton explained, much more nervous than during the dispute over the magazine. He was carrying it in a bag under his arm, by the way. I asked that the secret not be revealed. Please. We'll keep your secret. Izuku didn't answer, because to do so, he'd have to process the condition of his favorite hero. Years of fanaticism had led him to classify Almight as a god, forgetting that he was a person who could suffer injuries and die like any other. The shock of seeing him like that, the green-haired man had no words to describe it. He needed time to understand the other side of the coin, the one he didn't see on the news. Heroes defended the public at the cost of their health, a detail he knew. He wasn't an idiot, but knowing it and seeing it firsthand were two different things. Did he really have the courage to be a hero and end up like him? He knew the answer. He thoroughly enjoyed saving the store's customers. Heroism was his future, for better or worse. The firm hand gently squeezed his shoulder. He looked up, All Might watching him in his muscular form, concerned. Is something wrong, young Midoriya? Izuku was tempted to spill his thoughts, but instead pointed at the bag the magazine was traveling in. You said reading magazines was one of the few forms of entertainment that fit your budget. Aren't you ashamed to pretend to be a bum to take advantage of an innocent boy's kindness? The critical hit that turned All Might's smile into a grimace of regret and shame. Akatani chose to ignore the argument between his creator and the hero. People couldn't expect him to intervene in these cases. There were places a golem wouldn't stoop to enter. But you can have it, the green-haired man concluded, feeling both discouraged and happy. A strange mix. Take it as thanks for saving us from the second thief at the cost of revealing your secret. All Might's smile returned. You're a good boy. He looked at Akatani. Akatani, can I talk to you privately? The duo was startled. Izuku because he thought All Might had discovered his partner's nature, and Akatani just by seeing his creator startled. I guess that's okay, she murmured haltingly. She looked to Izuku for permission, which he accepted somewhat reluctantly. Do you want to talk now? I would like to. Perfect. Izuku dusted off his hands and put on a smile, feigning calm even though he was screaming inside. Do you remember the way home? Akatani nodded. See you there then. Bye. Izuku lay down on the bed. The night sky featured a full moon hidden behind a sea of clouds. It was going to rain, common sense and the news said so, and Akatani showed no signs of life. A person lost and without an identity, what an undesirable combination, especially when said person was born from a pile of rubble. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if the authorities discovered the golem's identity. The normal thing to do, given the prohibition on using quirks in public, would be to receive an order to destroy it. The green-haired man wasn't about to part with his masterpiece. As for his mother, he didn't speak to her. They ate dinner in silence, so Izuku suspected she hadn't noticed his absence from class. Good news. The downside was that he hadn't figured out a way to ask Akatani to stay with him without revealing the details of his nature. He didn't want to tell her. Simple as that. A hand knocked on the window. Izuku turned so fast he almost fell out of bed. There, behind the glass, peeped Akatani's nervous face. He sighed, allowing her to enter. Sorry for the delay. Akatani scratched his head, imitating the green-haired man's nervous pose perfectly. A very realistic imitation. The conversation with All Might went on a bit. He didn't like that excuse very much. Have you talked about? He thinks I'm just an average guy, Akatani said quickly. We talked about my quirk. He gave me advice because we're quite similar. You know. We're very strong. Izuku blinked so fast his eyelids could outpace a hummingbird's wings. Did he give you advice? Yes. He wants to train me to attend UA next year. Izuku rubbed the bridge of his nose. He wasn't going to deny that he imagined his golem accompanying him on the heroic journey. He designed it to be his assistant. However, things were moving too fast for his liking. He didn't even organize the details of Akatani's life. He needed time. Or reveal his nature, endangering the secret of Aringar's existence. No, never. I'll train on the beach, the golem continued, taking the chair in front of the desk. Strength building and combat exercises. I'm eager to learn. Izuku couldn't tell if Akatani's enthusiasm stemmed from his own fanaticism toward All Might or was a golem-like emotion. He then forced me to remember that the boy sitting in his chair wasn't alive. He was a doll that mimicked humans almost perfectly. All Might has also given me his quirk. Izuku nodded slowly. All Might's quirk would be very useful for the golem. At that moment, his brain processed the meaning of the words. He felt his heart stop. Will you repeat what you said? All Might gave me his quirk, the golem grinned. It's called One for All. Isn't that wonderful? It seems my initiative during the heist pleasantly surprised him. Akatani spilled a wealth of details about the hero's mysterious quirk and his peculiar way of transmitting it. The old Izuku would have jotted down every detail in his notebook with a pained, enthusiastic smile, but the current green-haired man could only recount the troubles his golems and, to some extent, the hero's actions had brought upon him. Yet another problem. You'll see how funny it will be when All Might finds out he gave his precious power to a doll. He's going to laugh his head off. Then he'll crush my skull. Akatani's nature could not be revealed due to new inconveniences in his life. Chapter 9. Heroic Training. You're both in trouble, Melissa crossed her arms from the comfort of her hoverboard. Who would think of tricking All Might into believing Akatani is a real person? For the 10th time. I haven't done anything. Izuku stood firm in his statement, aware that his partner's scolding was eroding his resolve. I don't know how it could have happened. All Might's quirk shouldn't be in Akatani's possession. Well, you should give it back. Melissa cut off a branch and reluctantly gave it to him. All Might needs his quirk. Izuku was on the verge of a mental and physical breakdown. 2 days had passed since All Might's mistake, which Melissa blamed on the green-haired boy. It was Saturday, every student's special day, a Saturday in which Izuku spent the entire morning chopping wood with the help of the magic board. He told Melissa about the situation with One for All and the number 1 hero. Her reaction went from dismay at learning of his physical condition to anger after discovering the trick poor All Might had been subjected to regarding his quirk. Izuku kept claiming that it wasn't his fault and she refused to listen. I don't know how Akatani can return the quirk. Izuku stacked the branch in an empty space on the board. It was time to take the merchandise to the castle. The quirk is passed on through DNA and Akatani doesn't have it. Ouch. The flying branch hit him in the face so hard that he landed on his butt on the edge of the board. Izuku let out another scream after discovering how close he came to falling. Melissa, with her arm poised to throw, looked very pleased with the action. The sweat and sawdust covering her from head to toe gave her a wild appearance. I'm going to take the wood to the castle, give me a moment. The green-haired man turned around and flew slowly back to the fortress, an inner instinct whispering that Melissa needed to be alone. I don't understand why the whole All Might quirk thing is bothering her so much, he murmured, making sure he was far enough away to avoid being heard. Melissa was incomprehensible. The green-haired man glimpsed the balcony from a distance, or what had once been a balcony. The bird strike turned a beautiful viewing platform into a platform that barely held up. Melissa made quick arrangements by stacking wooden planks with Chalier's help. The result screamed, look, I'm a flimsy and unsafe platform with a high probability of throwing you off your feet. Otherwise, Izuku enjoyed the job. The clean air combing through his locks was high on the list of pleasant sensations. And although the emptiness commanded awe, he managed to overcome the paralysis of fear by avoiding looking down. Izuku, I'm here, Akatani greeted from the safety of the castle gate. A sentry whose mission was to warn the duo of unwanted appearances of mutant birds. Give me the branches. I'll take them to the storage room. He handed him the merchandise while observing his performance. Akatani was showing much more initiative than the day before, offering to perform tasks with his trademark smile. Izuku couldn't be happier. He had the butler he wanted, but he also felt unease creeping up his spine. Akatani was much more down to earth than Chalier, for example, in intellectual terms. While the armor possessed limited knowledge and reasoning that complicated conversation beyond answering simple questions about the castle, Akatani expressed himself like a normal teenager. The green-haired man was unaware of the extent of his intellect, and that worried him, like a scientist designing a gifted AI with a desire to rebel. Akatani is a lifeless doll, he reminded himself, he's not going to reveal himself. He can't reveal himself. He has no feelings. Are you okay? Izuku snapped back to reality when the golem's question hit him in the face. He made up a quick excuse. I was wondering what Melissa will do with the wood. Akatani looked at the pile of branches. A major project? He theorized, unsure. She wants to make support devices. With her forging power, it should be very easy. I'm a little jealous. Alarm bells rang inside his head. Akatani must be imitating emotions, feeling them, like jealousy. Izuku quickly told himself that the golem's comment was a random phrase meant to deepen the conversation. Akatani is a lifeless doll, he repeated to himself again. At this rate, it would become his mantra. His cell phone rang in his pocket. He decided to take it to Aringar even though there was probably no signal. He took it out and looked at the screen. Melissa's number was flashing brightly. He chose to pick up. Izuku, what are you doing? I need your help, the young woman asked. There are a lot of branches to carry. Come quickly. Her agitated speech revealed that she was still angry, even though the green-haired man himself had nothing to do with the agreement between All Might and Akatani, something Melissa either didn't understand or refused to understand. He hung up with a sigh, unsure whether to put the phone in his pocket or throw it into the depths. He chose the former. He was a teenager, after all. No one his age would damage a technological device designed for training. Melissa is angry, Akatani stated the obvious with a sympathetic expression. I didn't realize. The green-haired man put his hands on his hips. I thought he congratulated me on something you did. Akatani just gave a shy smile. I'm sorry. I couldn't refuse All Might's proposal. You designed me with a desire to save people in mind, remember? I'll accept any request that helps achieve that goal. Izuku had forgotten. Akatani's mission aside from being a servant was to fulfill the duty of a hero. He didn't imagine his design would lead him to make strange decisions. Apparently, he was somewhat responsible for the quirk problem, just a little. Izuku. Melissa's voice carried across the vast distance between the castle and her. Get your ass moving. We have a lot of work left. They're calling me. Izuku gave a lopsided smile as the board moved away from what remained of the balcony. I'm going to talk things over with Melissa. Good luck. Remember, this afternoon we have training with Almight. Just what the green-haired man needed after a day of transporting floating branches. Young Akatani, you've come. Almight greeted, beaming in his skeleton form. Ah, you too, young Midoriya. Was it Izuku's imagination or did the hero's smile fall at the sight? I promised I'd come, Akatani smiled brightly. Izuku's here to train his quirk too. Almight stared at him with those empty eyes that were deeper than the ocean behind him. He nodded slowly, as if he'd made a great effort to accept his presence. Izuku clenched his fist behind his back. It hurt to be treated like this by his hero. Although he didn't behave much better at the store. Was that why? Why? He did apologize by giving away the magazine as a peace offering. Izuku wasn't very good at reading people, despite years of analyzing quirks. Izuku knows about one for all, Akatani blurted out. Izuku saw 7 different expressions on All Might's face, alternating between shock and panic. In the end, he settled on one of disappointment that wasn't directed at the green-haired boy. I trust him completely. He won't say anything. Izuku felt the blue eyes bore into his skull. Now he knew. All Might was treating him with suspicion because the meeting was supposed to be private. He shouldn't be there. And he shouldn't know anything about One for All. He won't say anything. All Might asked slowly, steaming from his mouth. My quirk is a very sensitive subject. If the wrong person finds out the secret. He left the sentence hanging in the air. Izuku nodded repeatedly. The hero's cold gaze dissipated with a sigh. Let's forget about this. If you trust young Midoriya, I will too. After all, he's proven to have the heart of a hero. Every threatening sign All Might had radiated dissipated in the form of vaporous breath. The green-haired man released the air he hadn't realized he was holding in his lungs until that moment. Akatani-kun, look at the beach. All Might swept the area with a sweeping gesture. What do you think of it? She's full of shit, the green-haired man thought. Piles and piles of useless junk lay on the golden sands. Scrap metal, old appliances, tires, plastic, used clothing, and rotting organic matter. The acidic smell burned the nostrils of anyone who dared to venture into hostile territory. Izuku didn't know why the government didn't do anything about the shit. The beach was ignored by shells. All environmental regulations. People have been leaving trash behind for decades, the hero explained, looking at the horizon. Everyone ignores the terrible state of the beach. Someone else will pick up the trash, they think. And that's what's going to happen. Izuku's instincts warned him that something bad was about to happen. It was his last chance to get the hell out of there before the hero revealed his plan. But his feet remained stuck in the sand. Akatani's disheartened gaze prevented him from moving. It was ironic that a doll made of useless junk was concerned about the landscape while the city's inhabitants ignored the problem. This will be your training, the hero pointed at the golem. Young Akatani. You will strengthen your muscles by carrying garbage while practicing my quirk. You haven't used it, have you? I haven't used it yet, the golem confirmed. Do you want me to test it? Izuku found himself drawn into the duo's conversation. He'd been complaining about his golem's decision to accept One for All for days, and ironically, he hadn't seen it in action. If he could even see it in action. Akatani wasn't a person and shouldn't be able to use it. He approached slowly, keeping a safe distance. Fine. Activate the quirk, the hero agreed, but don't try to hit anything. While you may be an ideal physical form for the quirk, it doesn't mean you're capable of controlling it. A slightly stronger hit than normal could send tons of trash flying at passersby. Izuku looked back. The road ran close to the beach. It wasn't hard to imagine a ball of trash crushing the cars. Maybe that would show the dangers of polluting the environment. I'll activate it then, Akatani stated. The golem flexed his fists. A scent of ozone filled the air, half camouflaged by the stench. Akatani glowed, red lines spreading across his body, emitting shocks of the same color. His hair stood up, revealing his entire face. He opened his eyes a crimson the sun couldn't surpass in brilliance with a confident smile. He moved his hand slowly. A small shock wave hit the green-haired man's body. It didn't hurt. It was like walking past a nightclub and feeling the vibrations of the music. Impressive, young Akatani, All Might clapped, happily satisfied. You may turn off your quirk. The demonstration is over. The golem obeyed. The hair returned to its place and the red lines disappeared. Izuku blinked for the first time since the demonstration began. We'll improve our monitoring before the entrance exams begin, All Might promised. Then he looked at Izuku. Young Midoriya, I admit I don't have a plan for you. It's okay. I came here to keep Akatani company. But that doesn't mean you won't receive training, the hero continued, showing no sign of listening. Does your quirk allow you to turn objects into something else? At least that's what I remember seeing. Izuku nodded. Good. Your job will be to transform the trash you see into useful objects. Quirks are muscles that can be strengthened, and you'll do just that. The training began. I'm going to die young. Izuku fell back onto the wet sand. Everything hurts. All Might was too far away to hear him, and Akatani unlocked such a level of concentration that his senses only perceived trash. He had spent hours piling useless junk into an old pickup truck that All Might parked just after the training began. Dusk was falling, and the green-haired boy was struggling to maintain consciousness. Around him were rubber ducks dressed as heroes. A person could create imaginative objects for a limited time before hitting a creative block. He started by designing action figures before getting bored and trying to restore household appliances, one failure after another. He then decided to create sculptures that a modern art lover would adore at first glance. He then took a short break because his limbs weren't responding. Finally, he spent his last bit of strength forging rubber ducks. And I had to repeat the routine until the UA exam in 11 months. No one said being a hero meant walking through hell itself. Someone give me the complaint form, he muttered to the sky. He didn't receive a sheet of paper, but his cell phone started ringing. Taking it out irritated the cramps in his right arm. Who is it? It's me, Melissa introduced herself, sounding much calmer than the employee had in the morning. I wanted to check on you. Izuku hesitated to answer. Saying he felt like shit and was surrounded by ducks, even if true, could make him look crazy. He settled on a half-truth. I'm tired. All Might is training us on a trash-strewn beach. Is All Might training you? Tell me about it, a yawn distorted the question. I'm sorry. I'm exhausted. After collecting driftwood, I returned to Earth and headed to the engineering school to cook up quirky projects. I haven't stopped all day. We're both messed up, Izuku said, to which she nodded with a cheerful laugh. She lowered her voice and brought the phone closer to her ear. I'm sorry about what happened with All Might's quirk. I'm responsible for Akatani. I shouldn't have walked away from him. I'm sorry. He heard Melissa exhale slowly. It's not your fault, Izuku. I should have advised you better about golems. He was silent for a few seconds. Their priority is to obey their creators at all costs. They have no limits because they lack common sense. You designed me with a desire to save people in mind, remember? I'll accept any request that helps achieve that goal. He remembered Akatani's words as if they had been etched into his brain. I'm sorry, he apologized for the second time. I promised to be a better guide. I shouldn't have gotten mad at you about All Might. Izuku didn't say anything because he didn't know what to say to cheer his companion up. These situations overwhelmed him. He felt like a cone that was there for the simple pleasure of showing his existence to the world. It was very frustrating. What do you need the driftwood for? He asked, thinking that changing the subject would help. There's enough to replicate the up house without balloons. He laughed. A breathy, tired laugh, but a laugh nonetheless. The green-haired man counted it as a victory. Aringar's materials are for the designs I'll present at the university, he replied with a dreamy tone, as if he were imagining impossible projects to wow people with. I want to leave everyone speechless with an invention that will shake the world. Metaphorically speaking. Izuku imagined his companion showing off an army of Chaliers advancing through the streets, eager to conquer. He rolled his eyes, acknowledging the thought was idiotic. He didn't see Melissa as a villain. I didn't know you could transport materials from Aringar to Earth. He ignored the presence of the golem. It's possible. There are two ways, the teenager affirmed. The first is to hug the objects you want to take with you before being sent back to Earth. They will travel with you. I didn't hug Akatani. That's because of the second reason, he explained patiently. It happens rarely. Some objects you create travel with you because they maintain a connection with you. Izuku didn't feel any strange connections with Akatani. Speaking of the King of Rome, the golem hadn't stopped loading the garbage truck since the training began. His non-human nature or the hero's quirk granted him infinite energy. All Might congratulated him on his progress, ignoring Izuku, which was perfect for continuing the call. Izuku, Melissa said his name seriously. Have you told All Might the truth about Akatani? Izuku rubbed his eyes vigorously. The young woman touched on a sensitive topic he'd rather leave alone. I'll take your silence as a no, she said, with no sign of anger. Look, I know you don't want to reveal details of our power. It feels the same to me. I feel nauseous imagining revealing Aringar's existence to my father. But this is different. We're talking about All Might's quirk. A significant part of it passed on to a golem. Izuku said nothing. She was right about everything. From the insane need to keep the nature of his power hidden to the part about his quirk. He put himself in the hero's shoes and felt a void, thinking of One for All as a possession as precious as his forging power. A possession that ended in Akatani. I don't know how to tell you. I'll help you, Melissa promised. Put the call on hands-free. List. Meet with All Might. He swallowed. All Might was cheering Akatani on from the comfort of a plastic chair. He could do two things. Hang up and risk being killed by Melissa on the next trip to Aringar, or sulk and be crushed by the hero. A difficult choice. Well, since I'm going to die, I'll do it with a clear conscience. Almight. He approached the hero at a brisk pace. His heart was beating very fast. I have a call for you. The number one hero was suspicious. For a kid he'd just met to claim there was someone on the other end of the line wanting to talk was very odd. He assumed it was a fan wanting to hear what he had to say. Uncle Might. Melissa suddenly exclaimed in the most hellishly childish voice imaginable. You remember me? I haven't seen you in so long. Wait a minute. Melissa, is that you? The hero asked, leaping to his feet. He snatched the phone from Izuku's hands and waited for a confirmation, which quickly appeared. I haven't seen you in years. How are you? Did you apply to engineering school like your father? Izuku stared at the scene without understanding what was happening. So Akatani is a creation of your quirk. All Might leaned back in his chair. His expression had aged 5 years. I gave my quirk to an artificial intelligence, is that what you call it? Yes, Melissa replied, not as enthusiastically as before. Uncle Might, I'm so sorry about what happened. It was a mistake. It shouldn't have happened, Izuku added, sitting on a metal plate in front of the hero. I gave Akatani too much freedom. It's my mistake. I apologize too. Akatani, covered in sand and grime, bowed in remorse. I'm sorry. The two revealed Akatani's nature, hiding the details from Aringar. The green-haired man felt empty as he watched the hero's happiness crumble once the explanation began. He couldn't read his darkened face. You didn't have to be very clever to notice that he felt betrayed. The waves crashed behind him, throwing trash onto the beach. Seagulls circled overhead in search of food. People strolled in the distance. I don't understand, All Might finally spoke. Akatani, why didn't you say anything? Akatani raised his head. I was designed to save people. It's my top priority. I'll do everything I can to fulfill it. It was the same thing he said to Izuku. And accepting my quirk makes the mission easier, All Might guessed, proving he wasn't all muscle. It's still disconcerting. I apologize again, Izuku opened his mouth, not knowing what to say to fix the problem. I designed Akatani based on the desire that led to this misunderstanding. It's my fault. Misunderstanding is a very mild word to describe the problem, said a sinister voice inside his brain. I'm sorry, Melissa added another apology. I was the one who encouraged Izuku to create Akatani without thinking about the consequences. All Might massaged his forehead while muttering phrases like what a big problem, Night Eye is going to kill me, what am I going to tell Gran Torino? And many more that Izuku didn't catch. How did you and Melissa meet? The green-haired man thanked heaven for that temporary change of subject, even though he knew it wasn't settled, far from it. We met online, the young woman offered a quick lie. We started talking because our quirks are similar. We sometimes exchange designs. Izuku nodded at each sentence that emerged from the phone. All Might alternated his gaze between the screen, Izuku, and Akatani, frowning, searching for the slightest hint of lies. He didn't trust them, the green-haired man assumed, and he had plenty of reasons not to. We'll do one thing, the hero spoke the words as slowly as a sentence. Akatani can keep the quirk. Izuku felt like he was swallowing something. He looked at the hero, wondering if he'd heard correctly or if his ears had played a trick on him. Akatani didn't look any calmer, opening and closing his mouth, trying to say something, unable to find the words. Melissa remained silent. On 2 conditions. All Might held up 2 fingers. First. No one else can know of One for All's existence. Melissa knowing this information puts her in danger, which I'm not happy about in the least. He remained silent, waiting for an opinion from the aforementioned woman. An okay emerged from the device. Second. Akatani is on probation. If I find that he's unfit to wield my quirk, he must return it. Both young men nodded, not daring to ask what the hero considered suitable for the use of his quirk. Good, the hero said, satisfied. Let's change the subject. Where does Akatani spend his nights? Is he staying at your house? Izuku didn't know whether to answer or jump into the water with a piece of debris tied to his foot. All Might was an expert at probing delicate subjects. I stay in Izuku's room all day, Akatani explained, sitting comfortably. I don't need to eat or sleep, and I can't get bored, so living in small spaces isn't a problem. I hide in the closet if his mother comes in. It was true in a way. Akatani didn't leave the bedroom unless it was on important errands or on trips to Aringar. He could be considered an exemplary servant. Hiding him from his mother was the problem. Okay, All Might said the first thing that came to mind, simply for the sake of not keeping quiet. Then there won't be any problems repeating the training routine. Both of us. Izuku felt a little piece of his soul die right there. Chapter 10. The Entrance Exam. Izuku looked at his hands. Reddened skin that burned like fire at the slightest touch of anything other than cold water. He blew the sand out from between his fingers. He was a mess. The result of 11 months of training. One of the results, rather. The landscape had changed. The sand gleamed in the dawn light where before she'd seen trash. A remarkable cleanup where the environment won the battle against pollution. Akatani gazed at the waves. Her clothes, riddled with holes, stained with oil and organic matter of unknown origin, clung to her body, underscoring her incredible physique. Lean, firm muscles built for speed. It was a shame they were fake. Izuku looked around. He was sitting on a king-size bed, surrounded by wooden chairs with hero designs printed on them. Almight had asked him to forge useful items, and the situation seemed fun enough to recreate. After all, the hero never even complained about the stupid things he created. He took the items with him after finishing training for the day. Where to? He had no idea. You look very comfortable. Akatani leaned closer, wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Look at you, sitting there while I exercise. Izuku would have interpreted the words as mockery if it weren't for his ill-disguised smile. The golem seemed much more expressive than he had been months ago. Capable of making jokes and acting like a teenager in his prime. A development Melissa was unable to explain. It delighted and terrified Izuku in equal measure. At least Akatani's actions didn't raise any red flags. Are you ready? Izuku pressed his lips together. That day was special. The entrance exam. And he wasn't ready. He looked at Akatani for the second time, an athletic body that lacked a tan to reach perfection. He looked at himself. A short pale boy with less muscle than an ant. The epitome of a teenager who was going to fail big. Her hands only made the odds worse. They stung like crazy. She thought the only side effect of overworking was fatigue, wrong. The skin on her palms became irritated if she used them for months on end. A fact Melissa clarified too late. But hey, she couldn't blame her. She was too busy with university affairs to worry about the green-haired man. You've made some cool gadgets for the exam, Akatani, as if she had the ability to read minds, encouraged him with her bright smile. I'm sure you'll pass. The words achieved their goal. A renewed enthusiasm gently melted the mountain of nerves. Well, all that was needed was to repeat that phrase until he believed it. I was screwed. A magnificent job. Almight, in his gigachid form, landed with the force of a meteorite a few meters from the duo, kicking up sand. The green-haired man spat. It had gotten in his mouth. The beach is immaculate. Well done, young Akatani. Thank you, Almight. At least one of them was satisfied with his work. Young Midoriya, you seem down. The hero approached, dodging chairs before crouching down to his eye level. Oh, I see, your hands are irritated. He grabbed the boy's wrist before he could hide his hand. You shouldn't worry. Recovery girl will fix this. We have plenty of time before the exam starts. Izuku was very excited about the exam very. I've never trembled so much. Almight, well Toshinori Yagi in this case, had a car. It wasn't the luxurious sports car a rich man would drive, but it wasn't a filthy falling apart piece of junk either. A happy medium. A car on the verge of being considered a classic that burned more gas than an airport in a month. And then he complains about the pollution on the beach. Izuku leaned his head against the window, feeling the bumps in every square inch of his backside. He sat in the backseat, staring at the buildings. The number 1 hero drove in his skeletal form toward UA. He checked the time. 7:30, not long until the first part of the exam, and Izuku was still nervous. Akatani wasn't traveling with them, as Izuku had sent him home to find the hard-forged artifacts that would help him pass. He prayed he wouldn't get lost along the way, the golem was prone to getting distracted and end up on the other side of the city. We've arrived. The car stopped in front of the H-shaped building, bringing the boy back to the real world. Let's hurry, young Midoriya. Getting through the walls was so damn easy Izuku thought he was dreaming. Either UA security was on vacation, or Almight had a VIP pass. Or both. The hero led him briskly through the bowels of the complex. Hallways as winding as Melissa's castle, only cleaner and noisier. Izuku assumed it was due to the exam. He saw people hurrying back and forth, some dragging boxes or robot parts. An atmosphere so tense that someone unused to it could choke. They finally arrived at the infirmary. Almight opened it without knocking, scaring a short, adorable old woman wearing a gown. Recovery girl. The hero shouted. We need your help. The first thing the woman did when she came out of her stupor was glare at the hero and wave her staff in the air, threatening to change the circumference of his skull. Then she noticed Izuku specifically, his hands, and calmed down. What happened? He approached the boy and took his hands, avoiding touching their palms. Reddened skin, a first-degree burn. Excessive use of my quirk, the boy explained, scanning the hero. He cleared his throat. Toshinori ordered me to use it every day to improve its effectiveness. It was instantaneous. A hard stare landed on the hero's forehead. A perfect headshot. Almight, how many times have I told you not to design an exercise plan without consulting me first? He swung his cane with a force unbecoming of someone his size. Let me guess. This guy is your successor. Izuku looked between the two adults. Does she know One for All? Yes, young Midoriya, the hero replied meekly, like a puppy about to be punished for doing something wrong. Recovery girl treated my terrible wound. Izuku remembered the hero's gruesome scar. His brain would never forget it. I'm still waiting for an answer, the elderly heroine urged, looking at the non-existent watch on her wrist. We don't have much time. I need to organize a lot of things before the exam. He's my successor sort of. Good answer. More or less. Yes, the number one hero nodded, making himself a little smaller. It's hard to explain. Recovery girl simply clicked her tongue in disgust, used to the hero's antics. She extended her lips and kissed Izuku's hands. The stinging pain disappeared and his skin returned to its usual pale tone, while the young man felt lethargic. He leaned against the wall before his knees gave way. My quirk speeds up the healing of wounds at the cost of consuming my target's energy, the old woman recited without pausing to breathe, accustomed to repeating the speech over and over. Here. She took a handful of gummies out of her pocket. They were covered in fluff. They'll help you recover. Izuku thanked him, biting into the sweets that were in better condition. One less problem on the list. The rest remained to be solved. The written exam began like any other Izuku had ever faced. The questions were difficult, not exceeding the expected level for a young man his age. He answered almost everything with the certainty of getting a B. The trips to Aringar affected his academic performance to the point of seeing a drop in grades, nothing serious, at least for him. I had to ask Melissa how she managed to balance college classes with fantastic trips. The practical exam came after the written portion. Izuku boarded the bus, expecting a long ride, biting his nails down to the cuticle. Akatani wasn't showing any signs of it. How long would it take to get home, gather his things, and head to UA? He needed the tools. Recovery girl's healing left him with just enough energy to forge one or two more things, not enough to replace his equipment. He began biting the nails on his other hand and muttering insults as his fellow test takers watched. What's he doing? A girl whispered, pointing at him. I think he wants to bite off his finger. What does it matter? Another candidate asked. I'm sure it won't cause any problems on the practical exam. Bakugo was nowhere to be seen. Good news, she didn't want to hear his screams. She assumed he ended up in another group. He pulled out his cell phone before remembering Akatani didn't have one. Izuku vowed to do his best to find a way to communicate with him over long distances. However, while he was at it, he scanned the messages he'd received. Most of them belonged to All Tashinori. The green-haired man hadn't gotten used to calling him by his real name. Words of support and perfunctory advice flitted from the top to the bottom of the screen. The hero did his best to avoid revealing details of the physical exam, something the young man both praised and irritated. One message stood out. Son, don't hurt yourself. It belonged to his mother. A phrase lacking in confidence, and with good reason. Izuku barely spoke to her during the months of training. He didn't tell her about his power. In her eyes, he was still quirkless. And he didn't plan on revealing it anytime soon. Who's that? A girl asked, pointing out the window. He's flying on a surfboard. Oh. Izuku's blood ran cold. He whipped his head around in such a sudden jerk that anyone could hear the cracking in his neck. There was the damn golem, riding the hoverboard with a backpack in hand and a stupid grin on his face. He approached the bus under the impressed eyes of the hero candidates and gently tapped on Izuku's window. He said something the green-haired boy didn't hear over the engine and the panting. And it's not like he wanted to hear the message. Izuku would rather bury himself alive. He'd never been so embarrassed. What the hell is going on? A tall, bespectacled young man snapped, pointing accusingly at Izuku. He wasn't very happy with the current situation. Do you know that criminal? He went on to point at Akatani. The golem didn't flinch. He's putting everyone's safety at risk with his highly dangerous antics. There weren't many nods in favor of the young man's formal speech. Most were busy admiring the golem's foolishness. On the other hand, Izuku was tempted to jump into the road. A quick death would end his suffering. Akatani knocked on the window again, a little more urgently this time, then pointed back to where Hawks. The highly talented winged hero who had climbed to third place in the heroic rankings. Yes, that one. He was flying overhead, slowly approaching the bus. Izuku traced a circle on the glass with a finger the size of his head. The circle peeled away with a faint glow, leaving a hole through which a draft entered. At the same time, his energy reserve drained a little more. Did you just damage school property? Izuku isolated the boy with glasses and focused on the golem. What's going on? Hey, Izuku, Akatani waved with her free hand. I rushed home to get your things. On the way, I ran into that birdman you see in the back. Hawks was getting closer. He won't leave me alone. He's unbearable. Izuku wanted to hit his head with a brick. He asked a question that he didn't want to answer yes to. Akatani, when you went to my house, did you run with your quirk active? The golem nodded. And on the way back? Did you get on the board? He nodded again. Izuku was about to slit his wrists. Good, he muttered slowly. He took a deep breath before letting out an unmanly yell. Are you an idiot? You can't run through the streets with your quirk. It's illegal. Akatani frowned as if this information was new to him. You also can't ride in a support item or an unregistered vehicle, he added, unsure which of these options suited the hoverboard. Hawk saw you, so he wants to arrest you. Understanding and common sense struck Akatani. He looked at the hero, whose distance was so short that his facial features were exposed, then at Izuku. I think I'm screwed. What a perfect answer. What exactly is happening? Everyone turned toward the tired, masculine voice of a disheveled man with a very long scarf around his neck. He walked slowly down the narrow hallway until he reached the source of the chaos. Sir. The bespectacled student stood at attention. This kid is committing a grave act of recklessness. He pointed at Akatani again. He claimed to be using his quirk and a support item to get around the city. He's also running away from a hero. The man peered through the hole Izuku had made in the window, muttering something like, damn troubled youths. He found the hero just a few feet from the bus. Hawks, you're dismissed. He exclaimed hoarsely. I'll take care of everything. The winged hero gave a thumbs up before turning around. I want an explanation right now, the scruffy man demanded, not taking his eyes off the green-haired man. What's going on? Izuku gave a quick rundown of the situation, claiming that Akatani was a poorly designed creation of his, and he ordered the Akatani to gather his artifacts for examination. He spoke so fast it was a miracle he managed to catch more than 3 words in a row. So you're the guy who creates strange things. The man muttered to himself. Fine, he said aloud. I'll talk to you after the exam. Go back to your places. The students who had stood up to gossip ran to their places. Izuku sighed in relief, but not before glaring at the golem. I think that's all there is. Akatani handed him the backpack, clearly apologetic. I picked up your latest inventions. And the tablet, he added, holding the vehicle. I thought it might help. Izuku blinked. He was so distracted by the fake city that he didn't notice the golem's words. He took the board. It wasn't the same one his partner had lent him, despite her repeated assurances that he could use it whenever he wanted. He vowed to create one from scratch, using floating branches and pieces of metal for strength. The result was 2 meters of wood with randomly placed rivets. It lacked the safety and ergonomics of his partner's creations, but it flew fast, and that was the key. He searched the backpack. Everything was there. The stun gun, the helmet, and the jar of tar that healed wounds, a liquid ideal for cleansing the stomach and large intestine. The only item he didn't create. Thank you Akatani, you can go now. Izuku felt a pang as he spoke those words. Did he want Akatani gone? Of course not. Not in a million years. He was created for that specific moment. The problem lay in the bus's embarrassing performance. The green-haired man didn't want the golem to cause any more trouble. The golem shook its head, which left Izuku speechless. It was the first time he had disobeyed an order. I'm staying with you. You need all the help you can get. He wasn't wrong. Present Mick's explanation about the exam reawakened his nerves. An hour had passed since the golem's reckless action, enough time to reach a fake city simulation sealed off from the outside world by a dome. For the 10th time, he admired the extremely realistic buildings that rose before the group. How much had that cost to design? Surely a number whose zeros would have been enough to circle the freshly cleaned beach. So should she accept his help at the risk of getting into even more trouble? She didn't know what to say. The young people gathered behind the hatches through which they entered the dome. They talked, stared at the city in awe, or whispered about the green-haired man from a safe distance. Izuku made a borderline dismal impression, but it could have been worse, right? He managed to avoid the trouble caused by his golem. Or so he hoped. He put on his helmet. A model similar to a motorcycle helmet, only smaller and more comfortable. He lowered the visor, activating the thermal camera. The reddish colors of the teenagers filled his field. Then he looked at the buildings. Nothing left a trace of heat. A dead city. It took him weeks to make the device because he wanted more than just head protection. He thought about the different capabilities he could add, from gas protection to the ability to deliver devastating headbutts. And he designed a prototype with every imaginable function. The result was a flimsy helmet with no special capabilities. Forging an artifact with multiple abilities is very difficult. Gloves that stick to walls, shoot fireballs, and order you pizza when you're hungry. Forget it. You can try, but I doubt you'll get the result you want. It's more efficient to have multiple items with a single ability, Melissa reminded him months ago. He was right. He went through multiple designs until he realized the limit was 1 ability per artifact. He stuck with the thermal camera. It was useful for rescuing the wounded and detecting villains. The weapon wasn't much of a problem. He wanted something that would stun villains without causing lethal damage. A 50-centimeter baton was the optimal solution. And yes, anyone could argue that there were plenty of electric weapons out there and it wasn't necessary to forge one, but Izuku's baton was special. It didn't need to be recharged. "I'll help you with the exam," Akatani repeated, squeezing his shoulder with her hand. "The rules state that candidates can register a maximum of 3 support items and 5 if they're crafted from the candidate's quirk." He indicated the tablet, the helmet, the electrostaff, the healing flask, and himself. 5, and we all come from your power." The young man's brain reset. He had no idea Akatani knew the exam rules. He assumed he studied them in his spare time, ready to help under any circumstances. Because that was his purpose, wasn't it? Very well. Izuku climbed onto the board. The exam would start any moment and he needed to be prepared. But don't hurt the participants. And be careful when moving around the city. I'm sure they'll deduct points for causing massive damage to buildings. Okay. I'll take care of the robots. He was glad that she understood. Alright, listeners. Present Mick's voice came from the speakers. The exam is beginning. Akatani shot forward in the blinding red glow emanating from his body. Izuku lost sight of him as he darted through the alleyways. He heard sounds of fighting and metal being torn apart. The thermal camera revealed his presence, advancing like a hurricane of destruction. Another alley was swept, then another, it just wouldn't stop. "What are you waiting for?" Present Mick inquired. "The creation of the board riding challenger has cleared an entire sector of the city. There are limited spots." What could only be considered horror twisted the teenagers' faces. They ran like headless chickens in search of robots, fearing they wouldn't earn enough points to get into UA. Izuku hovered there on his board, dismayed. He hadn't foreseen Akatani's actions leading to such an event. He felt guilty watching the young people's chances of fulfilling their dreams, the same dream he had vanish. He sped up, feeling the wind hit his face as the insults and complaints directed at him flew back and forth. The city was in chaos. The intact buildings, thank goodness, were decorated with pieces of metal. Robot pieces littered the streets, making it difficult for the teenagers to move. They looked in every direction, searching for intact robots. Izuku went further, finding the same scene. Akatani left nothing in his path of destruction. A rock bounced off his helmet. The teenager with electric blonde hair and his arm extended in a throwing position watched him with an expression that was difficult to process. Tears held back, a furrowed brow and pursed lips. "It's not your fault," the green-haired man thought, trying to justify the golem's actions. "The exam is a competition where the strongest pass. Only the strong can be heroes. You know this perfectly well since you were born without a quirk. Akatani is doing a good job." He repeated the mantra 3 times. The anxiety didn't magically disappear. He delved a little deeper into the simulation. The aspirants formed small search parties without success. "Look what you've done, idiot." A teenager with multiple orbs on his head yelled at him. "You something weird has massacred the robots. It's not your fault. The exam is a competition where the strongest pass. Only the strong can be heroes. You know this perfectly well since you were born without a quirk. Akatani is doing a good job," he repeated again. He advanced further, following Akatani's heat trail. There he was. In a square, fighting 3 two-point robots. Izuku kept his distance, watching the silence, the metallic hell that was unleashed. It was the first time I'd seen Akatani fight with his hero quirk. He moved fast, so fast that I couldn't follow his movements with my eyes. His heat trail was barely visible on my helmet. A crimson beam that struck, crushed, shredded, and ripped apart robots left and right. Pieces flew, embedding themselves in buildings and asphalt. The damage was minor compared to many professional heroes. The battle, if you could call it that, lasted exactly 2 seconds. "Akatani," Izuku called out. "You should leave a couple of points for the other candidates." The golem looked at him with a dubious expression before walking away. He had disobeyed its orders again. No, wait, he hadn't, because Izuku, technically, didn't give an order, but a suggestion. How could I be so stupid as to not go over the words in my mind before opening my mouth? He cursed himself. He dropped to the ground and grabbed the nearest piece. A piece of a robot's pincers that had come unlucky. It was crushed so badly that many would think it had fallen into a black hole. He dropped it before climbing onto the hoverboard. The electric baton dangled uselessly from his pocket. He didn't have the chance to try it. A 0-pointer made an appearance in the final minutes of the exam. Izuku barely glimpsed its colossal form before the crimson flash made him explode with a single blow. Did he also destroy the one worth 0 points? A girl asked, sounding more angry than impressed. Is he never going to stop? Not until the exam is over. The alarm that signaled the end halted the actions of the surviving robots. The test ended with a record number of disappointed students. Izuku didn't wait for the golem. He left before receiving any more criticism. Ashinori waited at the dome doors, beckoning the teenager to come closer. "How was the exam, young Midoriya?" Izuku struggled to show a confident smile. "I did great. I got a lot of points." "Too many points." "Wonderful," the hero in his skeletal form congratulated him. "Let's wait for Akatani. There's something I'd like to talk to you about." Izuku nodded. Chapter 11. A short conversation. The silent journey was interrupted by a sudden screech of brakes that nearly slammed the green-haired man against the headrest of the driver's seat. They had returned to the UA building, the place he least wanted to be. He prayed Almight would start up again and take them somewhere else. The hero, however, unbuckled his seatbelt before heading into the compound. Izuku cursed under his breath. Akatani and he followed him without saying anything. The little they knew was that someone wanted to talk to them, probably to scold the golem for its behavior during the exam. They advanced through unfamiliar corridors, noticing the absence of the hustle and bustle he'd seen the first time he was there. Thank goodness the calm spread to every corner. The young man needed to relax or risk suffering a cardiac arrest. "Principal Nezu wishes to speak with you," All Might finally deigned to speak after a long silence. "It's nothing serious, don't worry." Izuku didn't calm down. He looked at Akatani, who wore his usual serene smile, oblivious to the trouble he himself had caused. The trio rode a tiny elevator to the penultimate floor and walked down the long corridor that led to the finish line, marked with a sign that read Principal's office. The hero knocked softly. "Come in," said a high-pitched cheerful voice from the other side. They entered. Izuku noticed that the office far surpassed that of the Aldera junior principal. Tinged with yellow by the twilight coming through the large window on the right wall. A table and 2 armchairs rested on the opposite side. The desk faced the door, much too large for its occupant. The green-haired man tried hard to remain impassive. "He's an albino wombat," Akatani noted, whistling in admiration, "and he's intelligent." Izuku didn't think so. A white animal in a uniform sat in the director's chair. It was no taller than 60 centimeters and had a long scar on its face. The animal clapped its hands. "Am I a wombat?" he asked, his voice a little too cheerful for Izuku's mood. "Maybe so. I have many similarities with that species, except for the high intelligence quirk. But that's not who we're talking about." "Obviously," Izuku thought, rolling his eyes. They sat in the armchairs, facing 4 cups of steaming tea. Izuku drained his in 2 seconds. He was dying of thirst. Akatani, on the other hand, looked rested, except that his clothes looked like a patchwork of holes and oil stains. "I want to talk about your quirk, Midoriya-kun," the principal spoke loudly and clearly before taking a sip of tea. "All Might mentioned it months ago, and I don't deny that I'm drawn to unusual circumstances. Do you understand me?" Izuku denied. "I'd like to know why there's no record of your quirk." Izuku understood. He was aware that he hadn't done the proper paperwork before registering for the exam. Quirkless was clearly written on his form. Claiming that lack of time prevented him from organizing the documents wasn't an excuse because he had a full 11 months. "I called your house shortly after the exam ended," the animal continued, adopting a close tone that didn't prevent the arrhythmia that nearly stopped the young man's heart. "I was surprised to hear that you're quirkless, which the exam recordings and All Might's words suggest." The hero choked upon hearing his name. "They contradict each other. Can you explain?" "Could he?" "Yes. Did he want to?" "No," even though the headmaster's tiny, intelligent eyes awaited an answer. Izuku could waste hours of his life admiring the sympathetic yet cruel gleam in those wild eyes, sharpened by above-average intelligence. A primal instinct warned him not to anger the animal. And that included answering the damned question with the respect reserved for a god. "My relationship with my mother is complicated," she began, drawing the director's attention and All Might's concern. "No, I'm not saying she's a bad mother, it's just that we don't understand each other." It wasn't a lie. Inko and he had different ideas. It all started with Izuku's desire to be a hero, colliding with his mother's excessive regret. "I'm sorry, Izuku. Please. Forgive me." Did she blame herself for his lack of a quirk, or because she would never see her son's dream come true? She didn't know, and she felt a hand squeeze her heart at the mere thought of asking. From then on, their relationship withered away to the point where they both played the roles of mother and son, without understanding the meaning of those words. "That doesn't clarify much." The director placed the cup on a coaster. "I won't interfere in the relationship unless, of course, one of you suffers physical or psychological harm." "We're both fine," Izuku quickly stated. "We're estranged. That's all." "I can attest to that," Akatani declared, as if his point of view would mean anything. Then he amused himself with the flight of a fly. Nezu was ahead of the hero's opinion. "Now we'll talk about the details of your quirk. Think of this conversation as a way to clear up my doubts and keep a proper record in order to please the fat idiots." Izuku assumed the director was referring to the government as fat idiots. Almight, can you bring me the gun? It's in the closet in the corner. The hero complied, opening a small cabinet just behind the desk. He pulled out a sword that Izuku instantly recognized. I made that piece in the 3rd month of training. You're right, Almight stated, placing the sword on the table. I remember you jumping for joy with it in your hand. The amethysts on the hilt shone like violet suns. The meter-long blade, menacing and sharp, displayed a beautiful Damascus pattern. More an ornament than a weapon of war. Izuku designed it reminiscent of a comic book set in ancient times. Your quirk allows you to transform ordinary objects into anything you want, am I correct? The animal asked. Izuku nodded. Just as I thought. He took another sip. I'll be honest. I couldn't help but feel drawn to your creations. Many are not far from ordinary objects, but a minority ignore the laws of physics. Izuku noticed the animal watching Akatani closely, who remained focused on the fly. That's why I requested several objects for in-depth analysis. Izuku leaned forward with interest. Learning more than one quirk, especially if it involved his forging ability, was among his favorite activities. How could he not feel curiosity burning in his veins at the chance to be analyzed by one of the most intelligent beings in the world? And for free. The analysis showed that the sword is made from plastic bottles, the director said, to which Izuku nodded repeatedly. He didn't forget the ingredients of his most beautiful piece. And that's the source of my interest. Let's talk about the hilt. The animal pointed at the golden piece. A near-perfect imitation of gold because the plastic exhibits the element's density, hardness, and malleability. It took an exhaustive scan to confirm that its molecules correspond to those of a water bottle. He took another sip. We also found out that fake gold doesn't conduct electricity. Izuku didn't know that. He always thought that forged objects possessed the exact characteristics of the materials he wanted to imitate. Amethysts are also made of plastic, the director continued, despite their identical shine and color to real gems. It would be impossible to tell they're fake without the help of the scanner. He didn't consider the potential of the jewels. If forged amethysts were identical to a human eye to the real thing, would the same be true of diamonds, emeralds, and rubies, for example? He could become rich in an afternoon. Akatani punched him on the shoulder and shook his head. The green-haired man was increasingly certain that he could read his mind. The blade mimicked steel. The director ran his finger over the surface, avoiding any cuts. But, like the handle, it doesn't conduct electricity. This gave me the basis for a theory. Izuku paid more attention, if that was humanly possible. You can't turn one material into another. At most, you can alter its properties, hardness, color, elasticity, resilience to make it resemble the element of your choice. I sought out a very special piece to test my theory. He pulled a silver ring from his pocket. It took Izuku a moment to remember he'd forged it 2 months ago from an old pipe. It looks like silver, but it's made of lead. Lead is toxic, and I thought the ring would be too, but no. He left the ring next to the sword. A deep scan revealed an anomalous stability in the lead atoms of the ring, the director reported in a mysterious voice. It's safe, in fact, as safe as iron. He took another sip, much to the green-haired man's dismay. He was starting to tire of the dreaded pauses. His curiosity had to be satiated, or his head would explode. I ran tests on one of the gems in the sword. He turned the weapon over, revealing the hollow where an amethyst should have been. Since it's made of plastic, it should degrade in the presence of certain chemicals. The results exceeded expectations. It remained intact even after 12 hours of immersion in acid. His mouth went dry. Melissa said the forged objects were more durable than the rest. He hadn't expected that level of durability. No matter the material, once exposed to your quirk, its molecules become extremely stable. They don't react to anything except strong impacts and sudden temperature changes. It's amazing, Almight said, looking at the sword with new eyes. Akatani caught the fly in flight. It is, Nezu said, and that's not all. I'd like to study creations with anomalous abilities. Izuku didn't create objects of that caliber during beach training. Mainly because his common sense told him it was a bad idea to leave unpredictable gadgets lying around. I can create something for you, if you want. I want to analyze the objects used in the exam, he asked. No, it didn't sound like a request, more like a demand. The hoverboard, the helmet, and the electric weapon, for example. Izuku bit his lip. He wasn't pleased to be loaned his most beloved gadgets, even with the promise of learning interesting details about their power. Nezu read his expression and added reassuringly. I promise your belongings won't be damaged, and if such a tragedy occurs, UA promises to reimburse the value of said objects in monetary form. He took another sip of tea. The young man began to think the small glass was infinite. I will return the artifacts to you before the first day of classes. That left a week of study time. It wasn't much time. He could live without his creations during that time. Okay, he agreed, the helmet and gun are in my backpack, inside Almight's trunk. And the board tied to the ceiling, Akatani added. Perfect. The animal clapped his hands delightedly. Now we'll move on to the next step. What do you want us to do with the items made from beach trash? Izuku blinked. He hadn't expected a question like that. To be honest, he wasn't even interested in the whereabouts of his creations. That was the point of training. Training, not feasting on objects extracted from his brain. All Might proposed donating them to needy families, said the director, pointing the cup at the hero, who nodded. What do you think? What if I sell them? Nah, too much hassle. You can donate them, he agreed. A response worthy of a hero, the headmaster applauded. That's all. You can go home. I'll take care of registering the quirk after I submit the necessary documents. And with that, they went home. Nezu, a dog, bear, large rodent, and wombat, an animal I hadn't thought of, read the papers with the slowness of a small child. He could have skimmed through the pages in less than 2 seconds if it weren't for the fact that he considered slow reading a form of relaxation. Briefly switching off his racing thoughts. He looked at the clock on his desk. 10:30, the time that coincided with the night sky. The city lights shone in the distance, stars above the earth, as he liked to say. He went back to reading. Heavy reading, to put it bluntly. Exam day was the busiest day of the year, but this one surpassed all the previous ones by far. It started with a 3-page report filed by Aizawa himself 2 hours after the conversation with Izuku Midoriya. A lot of talk about an aspiring hero being seen using his quirk and a flying support item in the city. Nezu would sort it out the next day at tea time, as what came next required the use of 10% of his brain capacity. A report detailing the candidate's performance during the exam. He briefly glanced at the results of the theoretical part before moving on to the practical part, and boy, did he find a problem. Blocks A, C, and D showed a low pass rate normal. Not for nothing, the UA's admission rate didn't reach 1%, and Block B presented a distinct anomaly. Challenger Izuku Midoriya. -582, villain points. -0 rescue points. -582, total points. A record in UA history. Nezu wasn't fazed by the results. He was there analyzing the youngster's performance when he saw the red flash pulverize the vast majority of the fake city's robots. He activated the 0 point as his last chance to earn points, not for villains, of course, but for rescue points, since the chaos it caused usually left the challengers at a disadvantage. However, the plan failed because Akatani turned the metal mass into mush. The judges described the scene as a disaster of cosmic proportions, and they were right. Only the top 40 applicants with the most points were admitted to the heroic course, 16 in Class A, 16 in Class B, and 8 recommended students. A system that presented no problems until that day when, in Block B, more than 200 young people tied with a score of 0. What should Nezu do? Declaring Izuku Midoriya the only person to pass Block B would result in a half-full heroic class. And allowing the 200 tied students to enter would result in overcrowded classes. One of the judges suggested redoing the exam, and the director would have agreed if not for 2 problems. First, they didn't have time to organize a large-scale test before the start of the school year. Second, the UA didn't have the budget. The money allocated annually by the government to organize classes wasn't much. If he wanted to maintain the curriculum plan for the entire year, he couldn't afford to squander it unless he sold his soul to big business and decorated public events with advertising. A sports festival filled with banners for Coca-Cola, McDonald's, and, God forbid, Elon Musk. He'd rather eat a stapler. He put the stack of papers on the table and rubbed the bridge of his nose. His intellect quickly figured out that the problem began with one of the exam rules. Applicants may register a maximum of 3 support devices. 5 if they are crafted using the applicant's own quirk. Nezu was no stranger to the technological stagnation society was suffering. Novel inventions appeared, yes, but they were few and far between and very expensive. 92% of them were no match for the current quirks that were considered powerful. Thus, he made the mistake of underestimating these inventions, thinking that none would emerge in the coming years, capable of turning the exam into administrative chaos. Not counting weapons of mass destruction, though for that, Professor Power Loader inspected each item for potential dangers. Did the man ignore Akatani because he looked identical to a human? He'd have to ask for an explanation. Having seen the problem, all that remained was to figure out what to do with the hundreds of candidates Midoriya-kun had left without a spot at UA, because blaming the student didn't seem right either. The green-haired young man did as he was asked. Destroy robots. There were no rules limiting the number of points he could earn. A rule that I would implement in future exams to avoid repeating that fiasco. I'm going to have a giant cup of tea, the animal sighed, feeling himself aging. And we still need to organize the distribution of the items Midoriya-kun donated, he added as a reminder or self-punishment, depending on how you looked at it. I'll ask Izawa to take care of the problem. And when he's done, I'll tell him Izuku Midoriya will be in his class, he thought with a mocking smile. Chapter 12. Let's go look for stones. It was nightfall when Izuku and Akatani arrived home in the Might taxi. The former was so mentally fatigued that he just wanted to shower and sleep for a decade. The latter was oozing with energy. The perks of being a golem. He didn't need to rest. He put the key to the lock when the door magically opened. Inko Midoriya, in pajamas and a bathrobe, watched them with her hands on her hips. "Izuku, I want to talk to you," he said dryly, looking apprehensively at Akatani. He walked into the living room with his characteristic slow gait. Akatani placed his hand on his creator's shoulder and gave a thumbs-up sign of good luck, mate, an action he appreciated even though it didn't help at all. He sat on the kotetsu opposite his mother as the golem watched the action with its thin smile from a safe distance of 2 meters. "Izuku." The green-haired man felt a chill. It was the first time he'd heard her use his name in such a tone devoid of emotion. His mother's unreadable face, marked by the first signs of aging, let out a tense sigh, one of those you let out when you didn't know what to say. "Mom, Inko raised her hand for silence. "Why didn't you tell me you had a quirk?" he asked abruptly, without hiding his glances at the golem, raising his voice just enough to avoid being considered a shout. "Why didn't you tell me anything? Since when did you have it?" Izuku closed his eyes tightly before taking a deep breath. The pounding of his heart was rattling his skull. He didn't want to be there. He didn't want to have that conversation, no matter how much he knew it would come. He stood up or tried to, because the woman took his hand with the firmness and gentleness of a worried and angry mother. Her eyes burned from the effort of holding back tears. Akatani watched the developments in silence, without moving a finger. This afternoon, the director of the UA called asking why not. Izuku blocked out the rest of the sentence. He knew what she was going to question, and he knew she wasn't going to answer. "Don't you trust me?" His mother pierced his heart with a lethal question. The memory clouded the young man's vision. "I'm sorry, Izuku. Please. Forgive me." Those words. His mother apologizing shortly after receiving the fateful news from the doctor, regretting an act she wasn't guilty of instead of believing in him. It couldn't be that difficult to give an ounce of trust, right? A few words of encouragement. 4-year-old Izuku would settle for a hug and a "you can do it, son." But she chose to burst into tears as if breaking down would solve anything. The distance grew between them from there, a journey so long that he couldn't see his mother on the other end. Didn't he reveal the existence of his power because he didn't trust her? That wasn't the most important reason. Izuku kept it a secret because he didn't see the point in telling the truth. How would she respond? Would she apologize for the slow development of his quirk? Would she encourage him for the first time in 15 years? He didn't want to witness the first scenario, and he hesitated to see the sincerity of the second. He stood up, interrupting what his mother was saying, and gestured to the golem to follow him silently. He didn't want to listen to anyone, even if they were just nice words. He cleaned his room during training. There was no trace of the smiling hero, only empty shelves that rattled from a slammed door. He put on shorts and a t-shirt before being hugged by the mattress. He felt a weight beside him. The golem sat down to stroke his hair. He closed his eyes and dreamed of a world where troubles didn't haunt him. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was the blue ceiling, then the white walls, the desk, and the empty closet. A bedroom so ordinary that no one would pay attention to the details, like the smell of metal and the almost imperceptible swaying the room experienced, as if it were a ship's cabin. Or a castle floating on the air currents. The second case was correct. Izuku got out of bed, identical in comfort to the one in his bedroom on Earth, only a little bigger, forged thus predicting the growth spurt his body would undergo one of these years, it wouldn't be long in coming. "How was your trip?" Akatani asked, sitting on the corner of the bed. "Did you get seasick?" Izuku shook his head. He was used to traveling to Aringar. His last dizzy spell had been 7 months ago. He stretched lazily as he scanned the dormitory for the second time. His dormitory, to be more precise. Melissa, shortly after he began Almight's training, offered him a room in the 5th tower in case he needed a place to be alone. Izuku accepted the gift, further proof that he was welcome there. The only problem was the lack of decor. The bare walls were reminiscent of a prison cell, and no, Izuku refused to fill every inch of space with the smiling face of the #1 hero. He would find something nice. "Let's go check on Melissa," the golem suggested cheerfully. He gripped the doorknob. She must have finished her college work. I wonder if she wants to go on an adventure. Akatani didn't turn the handle, Izuku noticed, as if waiting for permission to open the door. A trait he'd noticed months ago. He was much more obedient and helpful when he was in Aringar. Less likely to take the initiative. He asked him about it, obviously, receiving an "I don't know what you're talking about" response. Someone knocked on the door on the other side. The gentleness of the gesture, unbecoming of a 2-meter-tall suit of armor, betrayed Melissa's presence. "Come in," Izuku said with a smile. He missed talking to his partner. They hadn't spoken in a long time due to the hustle and bustle they were under. They each occupied a corner of the castle to take care of their own business. "Open the gate, Akatani." "Okay." What happened was so unexpected that Izuku stared at the scene with his mouth open. Melissa burst in, pushing Akatani aside, wearing her steampunk uniform with an unusual and hilarious addition. A pink party hat. "Congratulations, Izuku," she exclaimed, her arms raised. "You passed the entrance exam." "Congratulations." Izuku grimaced in disbelief. He saw a second figure appear. Chalier, also wearing a pink apron, holding a tray of chocolate brownies that filled the room with a delicious aroma. His stomach growled. Akatani was the first to regain his composure, bowing exaggeratedly. "Good morning, Melissa," he said, not looking at the girl, as one might expect, but at the tray. "What's going on?" Akatani knew exactly what was being celebrated. Lying wasn't his strong suit. "We're celebrating Izuku's entrance into the prestigious UA," Melissa explained with a fake grimace of disbelief. "How come you didn't know? Did you really pass?" the golem asked, hands covering his face in imitation of the scream. "I didn't know that." Izuku forced a smile. It was obvious the two idiots hadn't rehearsed the conversation. It sounded so natural that no one would think they were pretending to be two underpaid actors. But hey, the act got a barely concealed laugh out of him. Chalier approached, offering the brownies. Izuku picked one at random. It was delicious. "Almight has told me everything." The young woman sat down beside her and affectionately stroked her hair. "I'm very happy." Her bright smile warmed his heart. "I thought the exam results came out next week." Izuku spoke with his mouth full. "Did Almight tell you?" "Yes," he replied, his smile widening. It went from warm to sinister. "My uncle initially refused to reveal the results." But Izuku imagined numerous catastrophic scenarios where Melissa did everything possible to obtain the confidential information. But he is unable to deny the requests of his favorite niece. "You're his only niece," Akatani argued, bowing her head as she declined the offer of brownies. "Well, you're not even his. You don't share his blood." Something changed in Melissa's smile. Did the corners of her mouth shift? Did her eyes narrow? Izuku couldn't tell, but seeing her face awakened his most basic instinct to flee. It was a miracle he didn't choke on the brownie. "Akatani, darling," he said in a voice that was too sweet, "if you bring this up again, I'll forge a dick in your forehead. Is that clear?" The golem, contrary to what one might expect, did not look intimidated, feeling his forehead thoughtfully, weighing whether the cock would make him look like a hexa-unicorn. "Extravagant forgings in visible places are prohibited," Izuku intervened before things could get any crazier. "Akatani is very controversial. He doesn't need accessories that further tarnish his image." "I'm not controversial. Wait until the course starts and you'll see." It wasn't hard to imagine his classmates' faces when they saw the idiot who stole their points. It didn't seem like a bad idea to send a golem identical to him on the first day of school to take the result of much pent-up anger. He finished the brownie in 2 bites and took another. Changing the subject. "Have you planned this reception?" The green-haired man pointed at them with his half-eaten brownie. "When? We haven't spoken in days." "Let's just say your arrival at the castle was quite amusing," Melissa reported, sneering. "You turned up asleep like a horse 2.5 hours ago." "I took you to bed after calling Melissa. She took a picture of you," the golem admitted without the slightest hint of regret. "Don't blame me for not waking you up. You need a rest." "And we took advantage of the time you were sleeping to make the brownies," she concluded. They weren't lying. Izuku saw it in their faces, filled with poorly camouflaged malice. Well, a ridiculous photo didn't hurt. And the rest was a godsend. He felt much better. Melissa clapped her hands. "Now let's celebrate your success with good food, because we're about to arrive somewhere wonderful." Izuku felt a chill. The last time Melissa took him to a wonderful place, he had to haul wood for hours. He didn't have time to enjoy the beauty of the floating trees because of his job, proving that the working world was a devil. Akatani's reaction was the exact opposite of his own. He saw the desire to go there shining in her eyes. "Very well, let him take care of the work. Tell me, Izuku, what do you think of the scenery?" The green-haired man leaned over the railing of the rebuilt balcony, at which point a part of his brain recognized the beauty of the surroundings. He breathed deeply in the clean air he hadn't seen in Japan. Someone had covered the ground with a floral carpet so large that the scent of freshly cut grass rose to the top of the tower. Ahead, so far away that it would take hours to walk, a group of mountains scratched the sky. Gray and devoid of vegetation, they stuck out above the carpet like a sore thumb. A stream trickled down the side of one of the mountains, disappearing somewhere out of sight. "It's nice." The words escaped his mouth. He looked at Melissa. "What strange job do you have in mind?" The young woman made a face of indignation that was faker than Almight's stomach. She placed her hand on her chest to emphasize the pose. Do you think I'm a capitalist who squeezes her workers every day? You are. Fake outrage turned into acceptance. You're not mistaken, he said simply. To answer your question, that's our destination. He pointed to the mountains. We're going to collect rocks. I guess they're special. They are, he said, I need them for my big project. Izuku narrowed his eyes. You've mentioned the big project many times. You still haven't said what it is. It's an invention for the engineering college, Melissa said cryptically. And it's a surprise. Come on, let's go rock hunting. Taking the flying bus wasn't among Izuku's planned activities that day. The difference in stability between the castle and the vehicle was like night and day. While the former barely swayed in the wind, the latter fought tooth and nail to be considered a roller coaster. The green-haired boy traveled clinging to the seat's protrusions, while Akatani and Melissa sang hiking songs. The ride had everything it needed to enter the Guinness Book of Bad Trips. They landed at the foot of the mountains, and boy, were they big. Izuku stared at them for as long as it took Melissa to organize the trip. Everest was nothing more than a stool in front of them. The downside was half hidden behind the undergrowth, a toothless mouth carved into the surface that sank into the darkness. A warm, wet stream emerged from it, making his hair stand on end. Come here, kids, the young woman called to her companions in the most ridiculous way possible. She had a backpack on her shoulders and two more in her hands. Here are the tools. He handed them their backpacks. Izuku took his with suspicion. It was very light. Akatani put it on his shoulders without a second thought. I think it's empty. Izuku opened it, proving he was half right, as he found a flashlight, a water bottle, a couple of face masks, and a walkie-talkie. Where are the work tools? I have my rock cutter. The young woman pulled out a circular saw. And you have yours. She glanced at Akatani. I'm sure he can break rocks with his fists. Akatani looked at his knuckles before shrugging. I understand, Izuku couldn't help but feel, although his companion's brief explanation raised some alarms. Wait a minute, do we have to split up in there? A second exhalation hit him in the back. The cave seemed eager to welcome the three idiots who wanted to explore its depths. Izuku had never been afraid of tight spaces and darkness until that moment. He should have declared he wouldn't be participating in the excursion before boarding the bus. A hand stroked her hair. It's scary. Melissa read his thoughts as she combed his green locks. I visited this cave 2 years ago with my master. It's a dark, damp place. Her nails dug into his scalp with just enough force to create a pleasant scratching sensation. It's not dangerous as long as you follow my instructions. The connection was cut off, to the green-haired man's misfortune. Melissa pushed aside the undergrowth and, flashlight in hand, entered what could be a shared grave. Akatani gently tugged on her arm. Come on, he said, armed with his calm and cheerful expression. He wasn't afraid, so places like this didn't trigger his flight instinct. It'll be fun. Izuku doubted it. He turned on his flashlight, taking a moment to gather his more nervous thoughts, and followed the young woman. The place was beautiful, he acknowledged much to his chagrin. The gorge was so deep that flashlights couldn't illuminate the bottom, revealing smooth walls from which rills of water trickled, forming tiny streams that ran from one side to the other across the floor. Stalactites hung from the ceiling 2 meters high, 3 in some places, like swords of Damocles, ready to fall on a green-haired teenager. It stank of dampness and was hot. They walked along in silence for a while, until the green-haired man noticed something in the depths staring back at him in the form of a faint glow. Melissa ran toward it, pulling on his arm. This is what we're looking for, the young woman said, stopping in front of the shiny object. A blue rock no bigger than an apple, embedded in the wall. Glowing rocks. Akatani, do the honors. The golem tore off the rock with his bare hand and stuffed it into his backpack. The fabric was thick enough to keep out the light. This is where we part ways. The young woman shone her headlights, revealing a fork in the road. Choose a path. Izuku wanted to retrace his steps. We'll go to the right, Akatani answered for him. Perfect. Hit me up on the walkie if you need anything, he said, smiling. Oh, before I forget. Did I pack a few masks in your backpack? The green-haired man nodded. Use them if the air feels thick. Don't worry. There aren't any toxic gases. It's just a precaution. You probably won't need any. See you later. The young woman disappeared into the darkness, leaving Izuku with a question mark on his tongue. He glared at the golem, who simply led the way as if his decision was the best in the world. He followed her. What else was there to do? Leaving Akatani alone was reckless. He could just demolish the cave with his fists. The temperature inside the tunnel rose as they advanced. The warm water accumulated in pools ranging in depth from a few centimeters to a foot. Thin layers of algae proliferated on the floors and walls, making the surfaces slippery. An ecosystem as strange as it was interesting. Izuku shone his light on the second luminescent stone, embedded in the wall at shoulder height. Akatani effortlessly ripped it out, cracking the rocky surface. It's smaller than the other one, the golem noticed, it looks like a lemon. Izuku grabbed it, surprised by its warm feel. Tiny sparkles moved back and forth within the crystalline texture. He brought the flashlight closer and saw that the blue hues varied into greens and yellows. It was pretty damn pretty. He put it in his backpack. They continued for a few more minutes before Izuku stopped, leaning against the wall with his free hand. The heat soon surpassed the threshold of unbearability. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and worse, he was having a hard time breathing, as if there was something in his lungs. The golem noticed his condition and acted quickly. It took Izuku's backpack and took out the bottle. "Drink," he ordered, helping him sit on a rock that perfectly served the purpose of being a makeshift chair. "Don't move." Izuku took the first sip when he saw the golem take water in its hands and approach him with clear intention. "You're not going to get me wet with that murky water," Izuku protested. "Who knows how many bacteria it contains." Akatani was unfazed. "I have to get you wet," he said simply. "It's very humid and hot. Your sweat can't evaporate. You could become dehydrated or suffer heat stroke at any moment." "How do you know all that?" Izuku asked, very sure he hadn't implemented said knowledge into his golem. "I saw it on the internet," he replied, dousing Izuku's head. The young man grimaced but allowed the transgression to his hair. "I tend to look up interesting facts on YouTube while you sleep." The green-haired boy didn't know that. He always thought the golem stayed silent in a corner while he slept. Apparently, he spent that time improving his learning, which was a good thing, right? Izuku was uneasy about the freedom of his creation, completely certain that Chalier, like all the armor and robots in the castle, did not possess it. The golem's hands massaged his greenish locks before wetting his shirt. He felt a little cooler. "Put on your mask," the golem handed him one. "It'll keep the moisture from flooding your lungs. I assume this is what Melissa meant before we parted ways." He complied. The medical mask blocked out the humid air, allowing him to breathe easily. I hoped Melissa was having a better time. Chapter 13. If there's a chance something can go wrong, it will. Izuku stood up under Akatani's scrutiny. He took a deep breath, not noticing the pressure in his chest that had plagued him moments before. He felt fine, well, a little better, able to move on. "Can you continue?" Akatani asked, adjusting the straps of his backpack. "We can turn around. Risking your life for 4 stones is beyond stupid." He was tempted to go back until he remembered Melissa needed the glittering stones. He wanted to help her, to return the favor she had done him by showing him Aringar and offering him a room in her castle. He owed her that. Deep down, he knew he would have helped the girl even if he didn't owe her anything. It was in his nature to help those in need. The satisfaction of receiving a simple thank you filled his heart with happiness. Even if he was hurt in the process. "I can go on," he said, trying to sound confident, but his response sounded like the snort of a horse about to kick the bucket. "Let's go get some more stones." He vowed to improve his fitness. How could he have exhausted himself carrying 2 1.5 kilogram stones? He blamed the thin air. "Whatever you want." They resumed their walk at a slow pace. Izuku saw the golem glance back every so often, checking his condition. The shadows the flashlight cast on his face provided a sinister undertone. No one said anything. Why would they? The task was simple. Adding words would consume valuable energy. They found 2 stones joined together, similar in size to the previous ones. Akatani pulled them out with a mixture of roughness and care to avoid damaging them. He examined them before asking in a low voice. "Why does Melissa need them?" Izuku bit his lip. The whisper was perfectly audible in the silence of the cave, impossible to mistake for a draft or a falling stalactite. Akatani had asked a question, which wouldn't be strange if one didn't realize this was the first time he'd started a conversation whose purpose wasn't to assess Izuku's physical or mental state. Yes, he occasionally offered his opinions about the scenery, people, or interesting events, but they were just that. Comments that didn't expect a response. It was Izuku who continued the conversation of his own volition, mostly because he didn't like to remain silent for long. However, right there, Akatani asked a question intended to start a conversation. Or satisfy his curiosity, Izuku pushed the thought away. Filling his head with nonsense wasn't helping. He sketched out an answer in the form of a question, as the golem silently awaited his opinion, its eyes never leaving the stones. Eyes that reflected the blue color of the material in question. "Do you want to know, or did you ask the question to see if I could answer?" It was an option for the golem to test his condition by asking questions, assessing whether he could continue, analyzing the effort he had to make to pronounce the words. If he was struggling to speak, then something was wrong, in short. Both options. The crimson gaze pierced his skull. "So, what do you say?" Izuku didn't want to answer. But he didn't want to keep the golem waiting either. In that light, it was intimidating. I think the stones possess energy that is released through their blue glow, he theorized hastily, twisting the words into his usual murmur. She could use that energy to power large machines, don't you think? Akatani's only visible eye, due to her bangs, slid down to the stones in her hand before returning to Izuku. She curved her lips into a tiny, mocking smile. I can't understand a thing you're saying. It was like being punched in the ribs. Izuku didn't have time to take offense because Akatani was in front of him so quickly that he didn't see her movements. Frightened, he backed away until he hit the wall. You're a little pale, the golem mentioned to himself, rubbing his chin with his free hand. He brought the rock closer to the green-haired man's face to get a better look. I guess it's because of the dizziness from earlier. Do you need a ride? Any intimidating tinge disappeared with the question. Izuku didn't doubt for a moment that Akatani could carry his 52-kilogram body, but it didn't make it any less embarrassing. What was he? A baby unable to walk. He could handle himself. Heroes should overcome any dangerous situation and come out ahead. I can walk. Don't worry about me, he said, instead of reprimanding the golem for its delicate childlike view of him. Let's continue the search. Then the unexpected happened. A tremor shook the tunnel so hard they both lost their balance. Deep cracks released jets of water as rocks fell from the ceiling, burying the escape route. The wall to their right exploded with the force of Almight. Akatani acted quickly, pushing off the surface before they were crushed. The red lines of One for All illuminated the chaos. Izuku didn't know what to do. The tunnel was flooding, rocks were falling, and the hellish noise pumped panic through his veins. Was he going to die? Izuku? The golem exclaimed, pressing against the wall. Move out of the way. Izuku took too long to understand the warning. He looked up. A rock no bigger than an orange hurtled toward him in slow motion. His jelly-like legs refused to move no matter how loudly his brain pleaded. He felt no pain when the projectile hit his skull, but instead lost all the remaining energy in his muscles. He fell heavily into the ever-deepening puddles. His vision blurred. Is this where I'll die? If the green-haired man was sure of one thing, it was that his head hurt terribly. A sensation similar to being struck by lightning. The torment began in his skull and descended through his neck, shoulders, back, legs, and feet. Was he in hell? It didn't seem like a crazy idea, considering the pain. He was lying on a hard, rough, and damp surface that didn't exactly attract his attention, except for his head. His helmet of green hair rested on fabric also damp. The sound of the water to his right, on the other hand, was so pleasant it helped slow his heartbeat. He was still in the cave. It didn't take a genius to notice. Opening his eyes was more of an effort than dragging a truck through a muddy wasteland. The dim light from the shining stones burned his retinas. He covered his eyes with his arm, a sudden movement that sent waves of pain to that limb. Be careful. Don't move. Akatani's figure appeared in his field of vision. Her hair was soaked and her clothes were riddled with tears. Izuku wanted to ask what had happened, but he stopped him with a gesture. Don't move, he repeated, we're safe. The green-haired boy finally noticed the area where he was resting. The claustrophobic hallways turned into a spacious grotto where the luminescent stones of the ceiling resembled stars. To his left, a waterfall descended the wall into a shimmering lake, hence the sound of the water, and then branched out into tiny streams that disappeared into the nooks and crannies. His backpack served as a pillow. Akatani, sitting next to him, watched him intently. What happened? Izuku asked weakly. His throat was drier than a stick of chalk. I remember the tunnel collapsed. A rock fell on my head. He tried to touch the injured area again when a second wave of pain prevented him from moving his arm. He realized he had it immobilized with a piece of the golem's shirt and two elongated flat stones. Your arm is dislocated. The new information confused Izuku even more. He didn't clearly remember the events in the tunnel, but he swore the rock hit him in the head, not the arm. I did it, the golem apologized, noticing her confusion. It was when you fainted. I grabbed you awkwardly because I was afraid the tunnel was going to collapse. I used a lot of force. No problem. The dislocated arm was preferable to dying underground. Where are we? The green-haired man struggled to ask. He desperately needed water. Is this a section of the cave? Can I have some water? He added. Yeah, but I doubt we're close to the exit, he said, taking the bottle out of his backpack. The water tasted incredibly good, despite its blandness. At least it's not so humid. The positive point of the vault. I'm going to call Melissa. Akatani rummaged through her backpack again until she found the walkie-talkie, whose existence Izuku had forgotten. She'll be happy to talk to you. That's right, Melissa. How could he forget her? He was a terrible adventure partner. She hoped he was in better shape than her sore arm. Akatani brought the walkie-talkie closer to the green-haired man's face, a brief sound of static before a female voice caressed his face. Akatani, is Izuku awake already? Yes. The golem raised its voice to be heard through the device. Say hello, Izuku. The young man swallowed before answering. Hi Melissa, are you okay? The sigh of relief came from the walkie. Am I okay? That's what I should be asking. Another sigh. You know you scared me. You've been unconscious for an hour. Izuku swallowed. I'm sorry. Don't apologize, Melissa scolded him hastily. It's not your fault. No one predicted there'd be an earthquake. God, I don't understand why it happened. My teacher told me this place was safe. He mentions his teacher again, the green-haired man noticed. Melissa barely mentioned that person, despite him being of great importance to her. Izuku noticed this due to her warm tone. He didn't pester her with questions about the subject because it seemed like a private matter. Akatani contacted me shortly after the earthquake, the young woman explained, bringing Izuku out of his thoughts. She said a rock knocked you unconscious. It was a pretty hard hit, Izuku nodded, feeling his head with his good arm. A strip of cloth covered the wound. It must have come from the golem's shirt. The second blow that had knocked him unconscious since arriving in Aringar. His history of accidents would make a doctor weep. The tunnel almost became my grave. But look on the bright side. It wouldn't have been necessary to buy a tombstone. There are plenty of rocks around here. Don't make a joke about it. The golem gently tapped him on the forehead with a walkie-talkie. Izuku put on his best irritated face. Melissa's been very worried. I still am, the girl clarified. You're my adventure buddy, after all. The green-haired man tried to downplay the situation when he noticed Melissa had called him a buddy instead of a companion. He wasn't prepared for such an emotional blow, so he could only open and close his mouth like a fish out of water. The quake barely affected the section of tunnels I'm in, Melissa said, a couple of cracks and a few stalactites with crushing people syndrome. Nothing more. Izuku felt relieved that his friend, was okay. Akatani and I talked for a while you were unconscious. What did you talk about? The green-haired man didn't hesitate to ask. About interesting details about Aringar. First aid, the golem replied in a dry tone and with a distant look and feelings. Izuku didn't understand what one had to do with the other. You know, I've watched quite a few first aid guides on YouTube, the golem began, reminding Izuku that he liked to browse the internet for interesting information. I thought I had the basics of what to do if someone has an accident. But when I brought you here, I froze. The golem blinked, not because something had gotten into it, but because the reflection of tears shone faintly in its eyes. Seeing an injured person on a screen is very different from seeing them in real life. The blood, your extremely pale skin, your uneven breathing, I didn't know what to do. He rubbed his eyes, turning his head so his face wasn't visible. Izuku was stunned. The golem had taken another giant step in his emotional development. Neither the castle's armor nor Chalier were capable of displaying such a variety of expressions. Unless Akatani was faking it, which Izuku dismissed as too realistic to be considered an act. Besides, Akatani had no reason to pretend. My teacher taught me how to treat minor injuries, Melissa took advantage of the silence to join in. I gave Akatani the necessary instructions to save your ass. You were very lucky, Izuku. The wound wasn't serious. And the arm, well, a couple of weeks of rest and that's it. Izuku wasn't in the mood to say he didn't have weeks to recover. The heroic course started in 5 days. Although I can ask recovery girl for help. Now let's move on to the feelings part, she declared. About Akatani's feelings, she clarified. He's told me things incredible. It's not so incredible, the golem muttered, they are normal and ordinary emotions. Izuku. Listen to me carefully. The green-haired man nodded. Then he remembered she couldn't see him, so he responded verbally. I'm sure Akatani can feel. Maybe not like we can, but there's something inside him that makes him human. Suspicions about Akatani's oddities lined up for attention inside his head. Gestures, responses, questions, and actions that jarred with Izuku's definition of golems. Objects that mimicked living beings. They didn't feel, they didn't live. They were objects. And Akatani proved otherwise. It was ironic that the golem was as strange as the creator. Akatani, as you created it, should be an entity prepared to rescue people, Melissa said hastily, much more excited by this discovery than Izuku himself. Now, why would it block when it sees you injured? It goes against the fundamentals of its design. It makes no sense unless. He left the sentence hanging in the air. A series of excited breaths resonated through the walkie-talkie, which gradually relaxed into a calm. I'd like someone I know to examine Akatani, he requested. He's an expert in golem creation. He'll know what's going on. Izuku was unable to tell what the golem was thinking because it still had its back to him. Where is your acquaintance? In the city of Aringar, quite far from this place. Izuku was stunned. A city? He gasped. There are people living in this world. Of course, did you think Aringar didn't have its own inhabitants? Of course not. Explain everything to me. We need to get out of here, Akatani interrupted the conversation. She turned to Izuku, her eyes swollen and red-rimmed. Look, I don't know how to say this, it's weird. One day I feel nothing, and the next, there's this storm raging inside me that I don't understand. Melissa, she said the name between ragged breaths, I understand that you're excited about everything, but give me space. Please. Seeing Izuku hurt has been too much for me. I want to get out of the cave. I don't know why, but I want out. He shouted the last words. Izuku understood him perfectly. Akatani felt fear, an emotion unknown to him. It would take time to get used to it. He himself experienced it firsthand inside the tunnel. He didn't even bother filing away the altered image of the golem inside his head. Chapter 14. Underground Tours. The silence was non-existent. A constant dripping sound somewhere in the grotto could be heard over the waterfall. Izuku sat with his back against the wall, his eyes fixed on Akatani. The golem oozed nervousness from every pore, pacing and muttering curses so loud they would shock a nun. The conversation with Melissa ended 20 minutes ago or half an hour. The green-haired man had no way of measuring time. What do we do? He had the courage to ask. Do you have any ideas for how we can get out? Akatani stopped to look at him, then pointed at the waterfall. There's a tunnel behind it. I think we could get out through there. The green-haired man stared around the area, searching for the supposed tunnel. A black shadow loomed ominously behind the wall of water. It was far from the ideal path, but it was better than nothing. At least Akatani wouldn't have to carve his own escape route by banging against the walls. What are we waiting for? Izuku stood up, but not before suffering a dizzy spell that left him feeling weak. The wall came to the rescue, allowing him to rest his good arm. We should find Melissa. Akatani helped him sit down, something the green-haired man was reluctant to do. He wasn't going to stay still while his friend, whose friendship had only recently been forged, explored the cave alone. She needed help, her agitated voice made that clear, and as a future hero, he refused to leave her there. We're waiting for you to return to Earth, Akatani explained after seeing that he wasn't willing to cooperate. We'll go to the doctor to have your arm treated properly. Melissa is alone. Izuku shook his head. She needs our help. Melissa doesn't have much time left before she's home, he replied. She'll find a safe place to transport us. We'll meet her sooner or later. It's not worth risking your life in a fruitless search. Heroes don't have much time when it comes to emergency rescues, the young man said, refusing to budge. The longer they wait, the worse the situation gets. Heroes don't have the opportunity to travel to another world to recover energy before facing danger. Izuku clicked his tongue in visible frustration. I'll call Melissa to tell her the plan. The golem pulled out the walkie-talkie. I waited for the static to subside before speaking. Melissa, approximately when will you be returning to Earth? You should be ready. You appeared on Aringar before we did. Izuku found it astonishing to see the golem taking command of the group with the confidence of a battle-hardened general. He seemed so confident that it took even the smallest ounce of willpower to reject the plan. Oh shit, I didn't remember. I'm an idiot. Akatani moved the walkie away while making a face of bewilderment identical to Izuku's. Guys, this is very important. The cave interferes with transport to Earth. We won't be able to get back until we get out of here. I don't know how I could have forgotten. What a coincidence. Akatani turned his gaze to Izuku. Then my plan is out, Izuku, wipe that smug smile off your face. This isn't the time to be complacent. The situation worsened, but Izuku couldn't hide his grin. It was damn satisfying to see Akatani forced to go along with his plan. A stone killed a large number of neurons. My master and I didn't make it that deep into the cave. The golem held the walkie-talkie to his ear to hear better. We might encounter dangerous creatures or suffer another tremor. But we have no choice but to continue, was the phrase Melissa didn't say, but they both understood. We'll get going when Izuku feels a little better. I'm fine, the green-haired man lied. He wanted to, despite the pain in his arm and the lack of energy. We can continue now. Akatani stared at him with calculating eyes, searching for the slightest hesitation that could flicker across his face. He surrendered after a few seconds. Victory for Izuku. Alright. Let's go. Passing beneath the waterfall was as liberating as it was pleasant. Izuku would have remained at the mercy of the warm water for years if Akatani allowed it. But the tunnel awaited. A winding, puddled and dark corridor, especially dark. The scent of dampness and mold pierced his nostrils. He felt fear, a shadow of the panic that had caused the tremor. He knew that, from then on, he wouldn't be able to view the narrow spaces with calm eyes. The golem led the way, flashlight in hand and 2 backpacks on its back. I can carry my backpack. The green-haired man tried to take his belongings only to be rejected. He clicked his tongue. I dislocated one arm, I can still use the other. Akatani paused to observe him like an adult patiently watching a toddler throw a tantrum. Izuku gulped. When did his golem take on such a mature personality? He wasn't created for that purpose. Well, Izuku didn't really give much thought to his creation's personality. He simply wanted it to help him in his work as a hero. Perhaps it was Akatani himself who chose to behave like the adult of the group, right? "I'll carry the backpacks," he finally declared in a tone that broke no argument. He continued walking. "Remember, they're full of rocks. You shouldn't carry heavy things," he added without looking back. "They don't weigh more than 4 or 5 kilos. I can lift them with 2 fingers." Izuku quickened his pace before losing sight of him. "Nothing will happen if I carry them in my free arm." Akatani didn't answer this time, which meant he didn't seem interested in Izuku's attempts at persuasion, attempts that couldn't even fool an idiot. Like it or not, he had to admit he was as bad as the golem at lying, or worse. He whispered a curse word directed at the cave. The constant dripping pounded Izuku's thoughts. Dozens of plies of droplets falling into puddles filled the air. It was bordering on stressful, like trying to sleep with the buzzing of mosquitoes in your ear. At least, the tunnel grew wider as they advanced. The walls took on a smooth rounded shape, without the slightest hint of cracks or bulges, and the stalactites disappeared. It looked like an artificially dug tunnel or an underground river, Akatani said, feeling the surface of the wall. Water must flow through it regularly. Only wind and water currents could erode the rock to create such smooth walls. And that was bad. "Let's hurry," Akatani sped up. "I don't want to be at the mercy of the water." Izuku nodded. Water was an incredibly powerful force, capable of knocking over an adult if the current reached their knees. He was certain that even the force of One for All wouldn't overcome a torrent of pressure coming head-on. That said, was the tremor caused by water? The green-haired man would bet his way into UA that the mountain was sitting on massive underground pockets. A slight movement could flood the tunnels in less than 10 seconds. And kill him in less than 2 minutes. This last thought added another drop of fear to the growing pot crushing her heart. The path turned into a very steep incline where Izuku was forced to grip onto tiny ledges to keep from slipping. Akatani reached the top before him and reached out for his hand. Izuku refused to take it, a way of saying his arm wasn't an inconvenience, even though he felt like he was going to die from the effort. "Don't be stubborn," Akatani scolded him. "Grab the hand, or the hand will grab your neck. Choose." He didn't think the golem would use passive-aggressive tactics to his advantage. He grabbed the hand, suppressing a scream as he was lifted up. It wasn't that difficult, was it? Izuku bit his tongue. Responding to Akatani's mocking comment wouldn't lead anywhere. It was best to continue. The tunnel led to another cave larger than the neighborhood where he lived. Stone columns 20 or 30 meters high supported the ceiling encrusted with tiny, shining stones. Streams of water trickled down the walls, flowing into streams that ran through the different levels of the floor until they disappeared into the most hidden holes. Cracks the size of a person served as an escape route. Izuku wished he had a camera. Unfortunately, not everything was pretty. Akatani was the first to notice the presence of 3 black figures. Living plumes of smoke gathered in front of a river. They appeared to be drinking. Izuku couldn't make out exactly due to the distance, though he was sure of one thing. They weren't human. The growls coming from these figures underscored their animal nature. "What do we do?" Akatani asked, delegating his leadership role to a nervous green-haired man. Izuku didn't respond. First of all, they were far from the ground. The damn tunnel ended in a hole 10 meters from the solid surface, enough to snap the bones of any idiot who wanted to jump. Second, he didn't know the mysterious figures. He'd made a mistake by upsetting the scorpion. He didn't feel like repeating the foolishness. It was best to keep his distance. "Call Melissa." Akatani offered him the walkie-talkie. "I hope she knows those creatures." Izuku pressed the device's single button. The sound of static echoed louder than ever, traveling through every square inch of the cave. Akatani grimaced in horror as she watched the vaporous creatures turn their faces toward them. "Shit," the green-haired man said, tempted to destroy the walkie-talkie. "Goodbye stealth factor. Get ready to fight." The 3 entities approached like small, shadowy waves. Fuzzy claw-like shapes and canine faces writhed within them. Yellow eyes watched the duo hungrily. "Eyes, how are you?" She sounded nervous. "We're in really bad shape," the green-haired boy replied, holding the walkie-talkie to his ear. "We found 3 smoke-like creatures with the features of wild dogs." "Oh, shit. Are you sure they're smoke monsters? Are their eyes yellow?" Their questions screamed that they were screwed. "They are," Akatani said quickly. "They don't seem very happy to see us." "They're dark wolves," the young woman reported. "But this isn't their territory. They shouldn't live in these caves." It wasn't very useful information. "Do you know how to stop them?" Akatani asked the million-dollar question. "They've seen us, so we can't just walk away quietly. They are weak to some light waves and..." The call was cut off. What a coincidence again. A noise startled the young man. The 3 smoke wolves were staring at them. Paws emerged from their vaporous bodies to scratch the walls with their metallic-looking claws. One grabbed the nearest ledge and pulled itself up. It failed, as the surface was too soft to support its weight. Izuku recoiled in horror. They want to kill us. Their toothy mouths stared at them with hunger or anger. Their lack of knowledge of the language, the growls and gurgling barks, made it impossible to know exactly what they wanted. Nor was it necessary to know. The lines of one for all shone on Akatani's skin. Wait. The golem stared at him without turning off its quirk. You can't knock down monsters with your fists, but what if the blows destabilize the structure of the cave? He immediately remembered the entrance exam, Akatani knocking down robots while causing minimal damage to buildings. He had exemplary control of the quirk, even though he had acquired it a year ago. It was almost impossible for him to accidentally damage the structure. And he knew it perfectly well. He stopped him for fear of the unlikely event of triggering a second earthquake. I can forge a weapon and kill them from here, he suggested instead. It'll be safer. No one will get hurt except the monsters. Akatani narrowed his eyes. You have so little energy left that you couldn't even forge a stone. Izuku tried to excuse himself, but the golem got ahead of him. You're physically and mentally exhausted. I'll take care of the demon dogs. The glow returned to his skin. He pointed at the monsters with an outstretched arm and one eye closed. He took a deep breath and punched the empty air, propelling such a shock wave that the resulting wind knocked Izuku flat on his back. The cave shook. 2 large cracks ripped through the walls, and glittering stones fell from the surfaces. A small crater appeared where the 3 monsters had once stood. Akatani clapped his hands in celebration. Alright. Now we can focus on finding Melissa. What happened in that moment left the duo stunned. Shadows emerged from the corners of the grotto, swirling around the crater to form 3 cocoons. Yellow eyes, wolf-like paws, and fanged mouths decorated the shapes. The monsters were back, and they looked perfectly fine. Shit, the golem cursed inwardly. I can't fire another attack without destabilizing the structure. All we have to do is flee. That's exactly what I told you, the green-haired man thought, rolling his eyes, if you had listened to me. All thought stopped as the golem lifted him bridal-style glowing red. A leap catapulted them onto the nearest column, cracking the ground. The golem dug its fingers into the surface, dangling nearly 20 meters in the air while holding its creator with one arm. Izuku felt his heart and lungs give out mid-leap. He clung to Akatani's neck like a baby koala to its mother. The dogs positioned themselves below them, not entirely surprised by the show of force, waiting for a slip-up that would lead to a dinner falling from the sky. Izuku could hear them drooling. Hold on tight, Akatani ordered, craning his neck to spot his next target over Izuku's hair. One pillar caught his eye, rising close to the wall. I'm going to jump. It pushed with such force that cracks ran down the column until the damage was too much to maintain stability. Hundreds of rocks piled up, creating dust, noise, and further instability in the grotto. The golem clung to the new column just as it had to the first. Izuku covered his ears to avoid hearing the crash. Stop it now. There's not much left, Akatani whispered in her ear, reading her pleas, one more jump. The wall was less than 10 meters away. An easy jump if it weren't for the current of water that ran through every nook and cranny of the surface. Grasping wouldn't be easy because of him. A growl below them reminded him that the monsters were still there. This is bullshit, Izuku muttered through gritted teeth. I don't want to be here anymore. The green-haired man felt overwhelmed. Not only was he in an environment fraught with danger, but 3 monsters were after him and not exactly out to have an orgy with alcohol and drugs. He'd seen plenty of videos of heroes in similar situations, how they overcame obstacles to emerge victorious. Obstacles like that, obstacles he'd face in the future if he followed the heroic path. He understood why Almight was smiling. His purpose wasn't to give people hope, but to deceive himself into warding off fear. Izuku flashed a smile worthy of a caffeine addict high on instant coffee. The corners of his mouth lifted, revealing all his teeth, and his bloodshot eyes widened until they looked like 2 ducks against a greenish background. It wasn't All Might's smile, and what did that matter? It served to deceive fear. Akatani took the 3rd leap. They passed through a cascade of warm water that barely faltered Izuku's crazed grin and reached the wall. The exit hole was close, 8 meters above them. The bad news. The 2nd column collapsed with much more force than the first. The resulting tremor opened wounds in the wall. It didn't take long for the water to make its appearance. Waterfalls emerged from all sides, slowly and steadily carrying the grotto away. One of them emptied over their heads. Izuku's eggs took a high-speed train to the gorge. The growls intensified. The green-haired man gasped as he saw the remnants of the 2nd column forming a perfectly climbable slope in their direction. The monsters, evidently, didn't miss the opportunity for free snacks. We have to hurry, Akatani said, losing his composure. Hold on tight. He obeyed. At the same time the golem's arm released its support, allowing it to scale the 90-degree surface. Izuku gritted his teeth from the effort of holding on with one limb. The copious water falling upon them made things difficult. He couldn't open his mouth or breathe deeply, risking inhaling liquid. He opened one eye. The creatures weren't having an easy time climbing either. The rubble offered occasional support, the resistance varying depending on luck. One of them lost its balance, falling into the growing lake. It sank like a rock. Two remained. The golem advanced slowly. New cracks bombarded them with water, as if in punishment for destroying the cave. Izuku nearly lost his strength a couple of times. His heart was racing. "We're almost there," Akatani murmured, or so Izuku thought he heard. The noise reached such an intensity that all he could hear was his heart. Either way, she was right. The exit was less than a meter away. The bad thing. The monsters were getting closer and closer. He made out what looked like semi-solid bodies within the clouds of smoke of each monster. Something canine and human at the same time. Something he wished he hadn't seen. Something that was getting closer and closer. He could almost count the countless teeth inside those mouths capable of devouring a person of his build in one bite. They finally reached the finish line. The darkness of the tunnel welcomed them. Akatani grabbed Izuku with both hands and started running. The commotion in the cave faded to a muffled rumble. Izuku looked back. Nothing was following them. Only deep darkness, warped by his brain. Who didn't imagine shadows when looking into an unlit room? Shadows crawling silently toward them. Claws and teeth beneath the glow of yellow eyes. Izuku paled. He wasn't imagining anything. A damn wolf was following them, its gaze blazing. It was damn fast. "Speed up, a dog is following us." He shouted into the golem's ear, which grimaced. "It's going to catch us." It was slowly approaching, even though Akatani was moving very quickly. The golem wasn't channeling the full power of One for All, obviously, as it was a bad idea to move at full speed through a narrow tunnel. Of course, the monster seemed to have system assist mode activated, ignoring the potholes, and Izuku quickly realized how it did it. It wasn't running like an animal, it was gliding inches above the ground, blending into the tide of shadows in the tunnel itself. Akatani drew back his hand and snapped two fingers in the air. A shockwave, tiny compared to the one that shook the cave, hit the canine creature in the face, or what must have been its face. The tunnel shook in the same pattern the green-haired man had memorized. Cracks appeared, spewed water, and rocks fell from the ceiling. It was a shame the shadow wolf wasn't affected. The gust of wind deformed his figure for a few seconds before reforming. The water and rocks didn't bother him. On the contrary, Izuku swore he was moving faster. He had to act. He pulled a glowing stone from his backpack and transformed it into a radioactive blue pistol. He fired. A piercing noise echoed through the tunnel, hitting the creature in the mouth. A tooth snapped out as a furious roar emerged from the creature. A whip-like shadow, topped with a row of claws, swung out, striking the duo. Izuku felt a sharp pain that forced him to drop the weapon. Blood gushed from his forearm. He screamed, clutching the deep wound. "Hold on." Akatani accelerated further, preparing for a second strike, only this time not aimed at the monster. The shock sling brought down the ceiling, sending debris careening at bullet speed. Water engulfed the creature, followed by large boulders. Izuku stared at the collapse without blinking, so absorbed that he forgot his wound. "What did you call us for?" The underground hero known as Eraser had asked impatiently. "Is this about the entrance exams?" Vlad King, sitting in the chair next to him, looked at the director in silence. It was obvious the three of them were gathered in their boss's office to discuss the exam. A topic they didn't want to discuss. Nezu gave a tiny smile, ignoring his employee's irritation. "Yes. I have a method in mind to solve the problem." He pulled out the lists of applicants from Block B. "Choose the students you think are suitable for the heroic course." Aizawa used all his willpower to keep from telling the albino rat to buck off. He took a copy of the list. There were many names to choose from, and the only information available to determine whether the applicants had potential or not was a brief description of their quirks. Nothing else. It's not very revealing. Vlad King frowned, still staring at the paper. "We don't know the applicant's abilities. We could choose someone with no talent." And therein lay the problem with Nezu's idea. "Don't worry." The albino animal smiled. "A portion of the students who aren't chosen will move on to the general class." How simple it sounded. Eraser and Vlad exchanged a look. They knew Nezu well enough to know that nothing was easy when the rat was involved. A non-verbal competition began to choose who would ask the question. Aizawa lost. "Will we be able to evaluate the applicants?" "Of course," he said. "Since we don't have the budget to retake the entrance exam." Everyone's expressions darkened slightly. It was no secret that funding this year wasn't abundant. The most logical thing. And cheap, Aizawa's brain specified. "It's monitoring the applicants from Group B. You can see them as probationary students." A probationary student was one who committed an offense during their time in the heroic class. Those in this category were judged more harshly, as the slightest mistake resulted in their being sent to the general education class. Twice a week, you'll take exams to certify your readiness to be heroes, the rat continued. Eraser noticed that no tea had been served, a clue that he took the meeting seriously and not as a casual conversation between friends. Each of you choose 4 candidates. It wasn't much different from the current system, though. The plan required extra work for the teachers, and Aizawa imagined who among them would have to bear the stress. Damn rat, he thought as he quickly read the names. How long will this trial period last? Vlad laid the list on the table. He had chosen his candidates. I remind you that teachers have a double role. Teaching isn't our only job. The rat's grin widened. It will last as long as it takes. Stupid rat. Someone knocked on the door. The heroes turned to see Power Loader, who looked more nervous than usual, only sticking his head out, ready to run if the situation called for it. Mr. Nezu. There's been a problem in the labs. Another explosion. The Erasure hero wondered. Ever since Power Loader accepted that promising student, damage had been inflicted weekly. The expense account kept growing. Another reason why the entrance exam couldn't be retaken. What kind of problems? The director asked, wiping off his smile. His fur bristled slightly. The items Midoriya-kun lent for examination. Oh, the engineer touched on a sensitive subject. Aizawa saw the faint hint of annoyance on Nezu's almost stoic face. A problem? One of Hatsume's inventions exploded this afternoon near Midoriya's artifacts. Her helmet visor and electric baton were damaged. This is getting interesting, Aizawa thought. Nezu's eye twitched. Can they be repaired? He solemnly denied. The helmet has no circuits or wires, the same with the electric baton. I'm incapable of repairing them because I don't understand how they work. They're beyond my knowledge. Your turn to pay, you damn rat, Aizawa laughed. Vlad's thoughts, on the other hand, were much more negative. How much will they deduct from our pay to cover the damage to the artifacts? Being an adult sucked. Chapter 15. A new forger has appeared. Why are you panting? Akatani dropped Izuku to the ground. You haven't moved a bit. Izuku flicked his middle finger because his mouth was too busy replenishing oxygen. Akatani was right. His job was to be carried around in the perfect imitation of an Amazon package. Of course, if you didn't experience the situation from start to finish, you wouldn't understand how exhausting the stress was. And having forged a useless weapon that led to the arm injury, and speaking of arms. 3 claw marks on his healthy forearm, the bleeding staining his t-shirt. It didn't look good, even less so under the critical eye of the flashlight. It stung like a Donald Trump speech without being high on cocaine. What's that? Akatani bent down to examine the wound. Was it the shadow dog? When did it attack you? Izuku gave a quick explanation of what had happened. The golem bit his lip, then tore off a piece of his shirt and wrapped it around the wound without asking permission. I hope it doesn't get infected. Can you walk? Of course I can, he gasped. He shouldn't have forged the gun. Give me a few seconds. You look like a mess, the golem said, half joking, half concerned. Good. Let's go rest. I'll try to contact Melissa while I'm at it. Izuku sat with his back against the wall. He was covered in water, sweat, bloodstains, and sand, a mixture he hadn't imagined he'd had on him. At least his dislocated arm didn't hurt much. He was able to make slow movements without suffering a blinding burning. The work on relocating the limb was superb. Akatani had studied YouTube videos diligently. He clumsily adjusted the bandage. It looked good, sort of. Melissa, can you hear me? Akatani brought the walkie-talkie to her ear. She paced briskly. Come on, it works, you useless piece of junk. The green-haired man just stared at him, mouth agape. One part of his brain refused to believe that Akatani possessed real feelings. The other kept screaming, look at him closely. Not even the best actor could fake it that well. Melissa's words contradicted this fact. Golems aren't living beings. They don't feel anything. What a mess. Akatani could be alive, his brain whispered, hoping to confuse him even further. Melissa hinted at the possibility earlier, remember? Of course she is. All he needs is confirmation from the acquaintance he wants to visit. Izuku wondered if he could live without a brain. With a small spoon, he could get rid of that organ, unnecessary for his subsistence. He had lost count of the negative thoughts that had bothered him since his discovery of Aringar. There weren't many, he was sure of that. The sound of static brought him back to reality. Eyes, I can finally get through to you, Melissa said. Her words were laced with relief. I felt a really strong earthquake half an hour ago. Agathin and Izuku looked at each other. We may be responsible, the green-haired man informed him loudly and clearly, taking some of the blame for the events. Because he wasn't the one who fired shock waves like an idiot or made catastrophic leaps. We destroyed a very large cave and buried the bad dogs underground. It wasn't a bad summary. Short, explanatory, and the way they detailed the deaths of the dark dogs gave them a certain aura of people in control of the situation. Now, Izuku wasn't 100% sure about said deaths. They hadn't seen disturbing shapes in the darkness for a while, so the odds were in their favor. However, he wouldn't rest easy until he witnessed all three corpses. Which, given the tremors, was impossible. Have you ever been to a large cave filled with columns, waterfalls, and glowing stones? The young woman asked, more attentive to the scene than the battle with the monsters. Akatani nodded. That's good news. I know that area. Well, sort of. More or less. The golem tilted his head to one side with obvious skepticism. Define more or less. I've never been there, but my teacher told me about the cave and the tunnels connected to it. The mention of that teacher again, Izuku couldn't help but think. Look, he told me that near that cave there's a tunnel full of shiny stones that connects to the outside, she explained so quickly that a part of Izuku saw her as a worthy, murmuring rival. The other part searched the walls and ceiling of the tunnel. He saw no shiny stones. You must find it. That sounds so easy, Izuku sighed, rubbing his eyes. A map, a GPS, or a damn guidebook with exaggerated fares would be more useful than a vague guide. Do you know roughly where the tunnel is? Sorry, Izuku, I don't know more than what I just said. I've never explored the deepest part of the cave system. I also haven't seen the tunnel with my own eyes. Then we'll just search. The golem seemed more positive about the information than the green-haired man. How are you feeling? Did you have any problems? The question Izuku forgot to ask because of tiredness. I'm fine. I was lucky I didn't see any dark wolves or get caught in the middle of an earthquake. I'm starting to think a black cat crossed Izuku's path. The aforementioned man began to protest when he remembered his encounter with the scorpion, then the giant bird, and most recently, the entrance exam scene and the difficulties in the cave. Melissa was right. Akatani cut the call and they started looking for the tunnel. Minutes passed 5, 10, 15, 20. The passage of time slowed as they moved forward. Izuku was on foot at his request. He didn't want to be treated like a helpless princess. His flashlight had survived the experience and was lighting the way. His stomach, then, decided it was time to let out a growl. Akatani looked at him with a tiny, mocking smile. Are you hungry? The young man patted his stomach. He felt the nutritional void left by the brownies as they moved on to their next stage of existence, one not as beautiful as when they came out of the oven. A little, he admitted. They rounded a limestone column in the middle of the path. The damp surface glistened in the light from their lantern. Next time we'll bring food. The green-haired man thought it was a good idea. The fact that she didn't bring any food on the exploration could have been Melissa's mistake. Perhaps she was so excited about the exploration that she forgot lunch, or she planned for the rock search to last no more than a couple of hours. If the latter were true, it would mean she never experienced a collapse. Maybe her master took her through safe tunnels. It's getting warmer, Akatani ventured, still staring into the darkness ahead. Keep your mask handy. Izuku felt his pocket. It was still there, thank goodness. He didn't want to suffer another bout of dizziness from the humidity and high temperatures. That means we're close to the tunnel we came in through. Akatani shrugged. Maybe so. The temperature suddenly rose, a stifling wall that hit Izuku in the face. A blanket-like layer of sweat clung to his skin, making him very uncomfortable. The continuous drips from the ceiling resembled rain, battering his body like tiny punches, eroding the meager energy that moved his muscles. The water vapor became visible in the light as mist. He quickly put on his mask. It's very humid, Akatani said loudly to be heard over the sound of the dripping water. Something tells me the mountain isn't just a mountain. Izuku thought the same thing. The intense heat was coming from a geothermal source located many meters underground. The mountain could be a volcano stretching before having a party. Is the heat unbearable for you? I can handle it, Izuku said, wetting his hand with the falling water before running it over his neck. It was lukewarm, but it was refreshing. How are you? He felt a little bad for not caring about the golem's condition. It wasn't indestructible, despite physical demonstrations impossible for most humans. Nezu explained that his creations were susceptible to very high and low temperatures. And look where. It was very hot inside the tunnel. Don't worry about me, he reassured her. My frame won't be damaged by such low temperatures. It takes a lot of heat to melt the metal inside me. There are more materials inside you than just metal, Izuku reminded himself. Mainly plastic and wood. These don't withstand the heat as well. I'll be fine. The green-haired man hoped so. They advanced in silence. The steam and constant dripping made it difficult to see beyond their noses. Izuku mockingly imagined they were entering a natural sauna that ignored health regulations. A small smile flashed behind his mask. He was tempted to remove his clothes only to remember that the thin fabric was doing its job of protecting his skin from the sharp rocks. The tunnel curved to the left. Akatani leaned out, one hand raised to block its progress. He scanned the stretch out of Izuku's sight for a long 10 seconds before turning to face him. What's ahead isn't going to be funny. Izuku didn't know what unnerved him more, the warning or her disbelieving face. He decided to end all the suffering by revealing what the golem saw. And boy, was he not amused. The tunnel walls opened up, creating a very large massive cavity. The floor was so vast that the surface was home to plateaus, small hills, and steaming streams whose vapor created clouds, which in turn hid the ceiling hundreds of meters above their heads. The humid wind blew Izuku's bangs from his forehead. It felt like the breath of a great beast waiting for its lunch. The landscape the cave was so vast it could be considered an ecosystem of its own was endless, or at least not as far as they could see from their position. The young man didn't understand how such a cave could fit inside the mountain. There are monsters, Akatani whispered, tugging at his shirt to pull him away from the entrance. Izuku resisted. He saw them walking slowly, dark shapes, not vaporous yellow-eyed wolves, but solid humanoids whose heights ranged from 1 to 3 meters. The enormous distance made it impossible to distinguish more subtle aspects, except for the pink skull they all shared. Let's keep going, he surprised himself by saying. No way. They'll attack us as soon as we get close. Izuku knew this perfectly well, but what other option did they have? There were no other paths to take, and if they retraced their steps, the debris from the last tremor would slow them down. The golem grimaced in annoyance when he realized this. We'll walk slowly, she instructed, though it sounded more like the command of an overprotective mother, and if anything comes near. We ran away, Izuku finished. I know. They advanced slowly, alternating their gaze between the uneven ground and the creatures wandering in the distance, taking advantage of the hills as cover. A stealthy approach aimed at avoiding combat. Akatani's attacks were useless against the dark wolves, but what if the same thing happened to those creatures? Izuku counted more than 40 of them, a small army that would be very difficult to deal with. Careful. Akatani grabbed his arm before he stepped into a stream. The water burns. He mumbled an apology as he stared at the bubbling currents. He almost lost his foot. They hopped over it without difficulty, then descended a steep slope with the caution of a mountain goat. Izuku missed the regular boring floor of the tunnel. There was no risk of stepping on anything dangerous or rolling down. Approaching footsteps forced the duo to duck behind a boulder the size of a car. The ground shook under the weight of one of the larger creatures, its low, clumsy gait ignoring any obstacles in its path. Izuku heard a splash, followed by the unmistakable sound of boiling water cooking meat. A sweet scent entered his nose. A gag signaled his stomach to empty. Fortunately, Akatani pulled the boy onto her lap before covering his mouth over his mask. Don't make a sound, he whispered tensely in her ear. The monster is on the other side of the rock. The creature's shadow covered the hideout beneath its cold blanket. Izuku knew it was enormous even though he couldn't see it. The sound of its breathing was enough. Its green hair moved every time it inhaled and exhaled its putrid breath. Two immense hands cracked the rock under pressure matched only by Almight. Then came the sound of scraping, a fingernail carefully removing the shiny stones embedded in the rock surface. He's not here for us, he wants the glow stones. His brain celebrated. He struggled just enough from his half-recumbent position to admire the creature. The few visible features revealed a head that blended human physiognomy with what resembled a bird's beak. Dead eyes scanned the rock despite lacking intelligence. What shocked him most was the skull more like the lack of one. The hairless head gaped open, revealing a brain in perfect condition, despite being exposed to the harsh elements of the cave. Izuku would have screamed in horror if his mouth weren't covered. What kind of living being leaves such an important organ as its brain exposed? Izuku's brain questioned, unable to understand its neural companion's exhibitionist attitude. Are other creatures like that too? The monster was 2.5 meters tall, maybe even close to 3 meters, and its skin was about to explode under the pressure of its pent-up muscles. Its lower body was hidden behind the rock, though Izuku imagined one of its legs would be covered in bleeding sores after stepping into the hot water. He wasn't curious enough to get up and check. Hello kids, what are you doing here? The duo froze. They turned their heads to face the scene, where a man in a suit, nearly 190 centimeters tall, watched the spectacle with a calm smile on his ageless face. His white hair danced in the breeze from the grotto. Calm down. The man raised his palms in a sign of peace. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm here to collect glowing stones. He took a luminescent rock out of his pocket. It was the size of a grape, yet it glowed brighter than the rocks the two young men had found. There's no better place to find rocks of such high purity. Oh, Nomu, have you found anything of interest? The creature approached the man submissively and showed off its find. 2 luminescent pebbles. Izuku, though, didn't notice the treasure, but rather the monster itself. It was wearing shorts and knee pads. Its right leg displayed pink muscle that was slowly being covered with healthy skin. They're precious stones, the man congratulated. The so-called Nomu bent down to receive brain strokes. Very good. You have extra food today. It was impossible to tell if the creature was pleased with the news. Its face showed no expression. As for you, both young men tensed. What are you doing here? Are you here to collect stones? Izuku nodded. Right after, Akatani punched him in the good arm along with a reprimanding look. Okay, I get it, the man laughed. You don't trust me, he said, looking exclusively at Akatani. Well, to clear things up. I don't mean any harm. Why would I want to fight two dying children? And don't give me that look, green-haired boy. It looks like you've done your dueling to meet St. Peter. My goal is to collect highly pure shiny stones, not that filth found near the surface. The best ones form in very humid and warm environments. Izuku felt offended by the man's attitude. Was he going to hurt them? Please. Akatani had All Might's quirk. He could beat the hell out of that albino in a suit. He held this thought until he noticed some interesting nuances about the man. First. He wasn't sweating despite wearing a very cool suit, and he seemed to breathe well without a mask. It's probably a golem sent by a blacksmith to collect the stones, he theorized. The problem was that he looked as realistic as any human seen on the street. Izuku pulled Akatani's hand away, determined to clear up his doubt. Are you a golem? The green-haired man's question caught the man off guard. He blinked as his smile turned into a puzzled grimace. I'm not a golem, the man denied, regaining his composure. Look at me, I'm too realistic to be one. I regret to say that I'm a human who enjoys visiting Aringar in his spare time. I don't know where you got the golem idea. He's not a golem, Akatani stated. And stop asking weird questions. We don't want to make him angry, her carmine-tinged eyes said. The green-haired man nodded reluctantly. That question cleared up, let me introduce myself. The man clapped his hands. My name is All for One, and the creatures you see. He pointed at the giant, who hadn't moved, not even lowering the hand that offered the stones. They are Nomus, creatures forged to be my servants. Izuku felt his desire to ask questions about Nomus grow. The idea of forging living beings crossed his mind a couple of times, but he never had the courage to try it or ask Melissa right, Melissa. How could he have forgotten her? He had to find her as soon as possible. He suppressed his curiosity to ask the truly important question. You see, we came with a friend and got separated. We have no idea where she is, so could you lend us a Nomu to help us look for her? In exchange, we'll give you our glitter stones. He ignored the golem's glare. He knew trusting a stranger was a terrible idea, but what other option was there? It was two against a pile of labyrinthine tunnels threatened with collapse. They needed help. All for One's smile widened. I'll help you for a tiny price, he said, holding out his hand. Is that a deal? Chapter 16. A simple story. Izuku hesitated, his eyes never leaving the outstretched hand. Small pale scars decorated the palm, the size of which could have covered his entire face. All for One waited for an answer, silent, patient, and with that subtle smile that radiated confidence. Akatani's hand landed on his shoulder and pulled him back. What kind of deal? The green-haired man retorted, sounding less aggressive than he expected. We can't accept deals without knowing anything. Explain yourself. Akatani's aggressive tone only made All for One smile widen. I only ask for a story, he said placidly. It's boring to travel through Aringar with these silent boys. He stroked the Nomu's brain with his other hand. They don't speak. I can't hold a meaningful conversation with them. Well, I've been talking to a golem for hours, Izuku thought. While we speak, my Nomus will search for your friend. All for One's hand reached out to the green-haired man, the least reluctant to accept the agreement. If not, you can search on your own. And therein lay the problem. Akatani and Izuku lacked the ability to find Melissa, as searching the caves blindly was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. A very long task with the added risk of dying in a cave-in or at the hands of monsters. Think about it, the golem warned. Izuku went over the same incident several times, coming to the conclusion that they needed help. There was nothing else to think about. If it's a conversation, it's fine. He agreed. Izuku took All for One's hand. The man's fingers wrapped around his small limb, giving him the impression of a little boy. How embarrassing. Where was his needy growth spurt hiding? What do you want to talk about? About your arrival in Aringar, for example, the man suggested, taking a seat, inviting the duo to do the same. Nomu. He turned to the creature. Tell your companions that you must find a what does your friend look like. The green-haired man described Melissa with a few adjectives. You heard, Nomu. Go find her. The creature rejoined its companions to did those creatures talk. It didn't feel like checking. It watched them split off in various directions. Please it, All for One invited, pointing to the ground. Izuku rested his butt on a flat dry rock 2 meters away from the man. Akatani followed suit. Let's begin. What are your names? Izuku looked at the golem, intending to question whether he should reveal his real name. After all, the man had chosen an extremely strange nickname because he highly doubted parents would call their child All for One. Was All the first name and the rest the last name? In any case, he ignored any questions when he saw the walkie-talkie in the golem's hand. "I'm going to call Melissa," he explained over the sound of static in the background. "Mostly so she won't be surprised when she sees the Nomus." "You talk to him?" He indicated the man with a cautious look. "And don't reveal anything important," he added in a whisper that anyone could mistake for the buzzing of a fly. He looked so serious, he didn't seem like the same innocent golem who roamed the city with his quirk active. The experiences in the cave must have awakened something in him, a protective feeling worthy of an older brother. Well, he couldn't do anything until he spoke to Melissa's acquaintance. "You can call me Deku," he finally answered the question. "And my partner is Yamakumo." He had no intention of revealing important information to a stranger, no matter how kind. He wasn't that stupid. That included Akatani's nature, if he hadn't noticed. "Deku. An interesting nickname," All for One said thoughtfully. "All right, Deku, tell me how you came to be an Aringar." He gave a brief account of his appearance in that world, omitting certain details, like the scorpion. A sense of pride prevented him from coming across as a coward afraid of a steroid-fueled creature. As for his encounter with Melissa, he didn't bother lying. He didn't see the need to. The idea that died when All for One showed great interest in it. "The flying castle. I've heard stories about it," he exclaimed with a smile more like a child's than an adult's. Izuku suspected it was fake. Its owner is known as the Sky Witch, who scours Aringar for materials for her experiments. I had no idea her name was Melissa. She never called herself a Sky Witch, although the last part summarized her adventures. Was this a silly story invented by someone who saw the castle? It could be. Traveling in such a flying building must have attracted the curiosity of any witness. And with curiosity and mystery came wild theories. Sky Witch? Akatani approached the duo, putting away the walkie-talkie. "I don't remember Melissa using that nickname." "An Aringar, nicknames spread more than names," All for One explained, taking on a mysterious tone. "Any impressive action seen by a stranger will give rise to a story that will travel for miles. That's how I was nicknamed All for One." Izuku nodded slowly as he processed the information. Akatani chose to ask. "And what action gave you the nickname?" "I took on the peculiarities of many people." Izuku's mouth fell open. The man's casual response, coupled with his newly acquired knowledge that quirks could be stolen, forced his brain to reboot before suffering massive neuronal death. The golem stared at him as stunned as he was waiting for an order, not knowing what to say or do. "Relax," the man said, wiping a faint stain off his suit. "I promise I didn't steal a quirk by force. I only extract powers from those who have recently died." The green-haired man narrowed his eyes as he slowly backed away. It was a shame the rock he'd used as a hiding place got in the way. The man either didn't notice or ignored him. "Think about it. If I stole the powers of everyone I saw, wouldn't I be famous? Wouldn't there be stories circulating on the internet? Wouldn't I be talked about on the news?" "I guess," Izuku muttered. It made sense. A person wouldn't see their quirk being stolen without speaking out. A corpse, on the other hand, wouldn't say anything. Although it was in poor taste to desecrate the dead, even if their quirk was used for good deeds. "Taking a corpse's quirk doesn't hurt," the man continued, his smile widening. "I put the quirks of those who are no longer here to use. Isn't that wonderful? A part of them lives on in me." The green-haired man wanted to leave the conversation. He felt uncomfortable, not because of the act of acquiring a quirk, but because of the casualness with which All for One detailed his actions. Unfortunately, Akatani dug deeper. "How can you take someone's quirk?" "The forging," he said simply. Izuku, to his chagrin, saw firsthand his discomfort turn into morbid interest. "That answers your question," he told the green-haired man. "You can forge a living being, and it's an identical process to the one you'd use with a simple rock." Izuku looked at his hands, the same ones that easily forged inert matter. He imagined himself holding someone's arm. What could he do? Was his imagination the only limit? What would the person feel? He shook his head. Those weren't thoughts befitting a hero. "Not everyone can forge living beings," All for One said, looking at Izuku, as if waiting for a reaction, to either re-engage him or to unsettle him more than he already was. "It depends a lot on talent and practice. It took me over 100 years to master this skill." "People don't live that long," the golem didn't hesitate to interrupt. "Besides, you don't look more than 30 or 40. "The good smith knows how to slow his aging," he replied. "Where was I? Oh yes, it took me over 100 years to create the Nomus." He gestured to the exposed brain creatures left in the cave, searching for glowing stones, moving clumsily around them. "They're made from DNA samples of animals and creatures found on Aringar." He was not interested in knowing the ingredients of the creatures. "And you only forge people to obtain their quirk?" Akatani asked cautiously. I also forge myself when I'm injured, he reported. About 5 years ago. Maybe 6. He rambled for a few moments before getting back into his stride. A villain punched me in the head while I was relaxing in my Tokyo apartment. His tone darkened, sending shocks down Izuku's spine. It was a devastating punch, worthy of a psychopath. I remember his maniacal grin. It was horrible. But I was lucky enough to be a wonderful forger, I narrowly escaped it. Now I'm as good as new. The last 2 phrases, cheerful and childish, did little to lighten the mood. On the contrary, it felt like a sign that All For One was missing a trick. Izuku wanted to run away. I'm so sorry about the accident, Akatani said, his expression as cautious and uncomfortable as his creator's. There are a lot of dangerous villains walking the streets. Let's get out of here, her eyes expressed as she glanced at Izuku. The only thing stopping him from granting his wish was Melissa. The Nomus who went looking for her hadn't returned. How much time did they need? What if searching for her wasn't their goal? What if All For One's intention was to forge them instead of help them? Izuku held back his worries with a tight smile. It was hard not to shit himself. You look bad. The man leaned toward him, drawn by his extremely pale features. Nomu, bring the food. The fusion of a human and a bat flew over, a military backpack in its skeletal hands. It had the exposed brain and the vacant stare of a large Nomu, but Izuku put this aside to focus on the wings themselves, whose wingspan exceeded 2 meters. He remembered seeing someone with an identical mutant quirk. That's right, Tsubasa. Her brain clicked. I haven't seen him since I was 8. I wonder what he's doing now. Tsubasa was an elementary school classmate who became close friends with Bakugo because he had an impressive quirk. He had few memories of him, such as the practice flights he used to do during recess or his laughter when Bakugo called him Deku. Izuku pushed the memory aside. Digging into his memory, searching for happy childhood memories, yielded no good results. It was almost as bad as thinking about his relationship with his mother, but that wasn't the problem. Here. Izuku snapped back to reality when the man handed over a foil-wrapped sandwich and a bottle. I hope you like it. One of my employees made it. Would you like one, Yamakumo? Akatani shook his head. Izuku unwrapped the food. It looked good. A juicy chicken fillet accompanied by lettuce, tomato, and cheese, nestled between 2 soft rolls. The smell cut through the musty, moldy stench of the cave. He took a bite and swore to himself that it was one of the best meals he'd had yet, his intense hunger made it seem even more delicious. Then he drank water until his thirst was a memory. The food could be poisoned, his brain whispered, which Izuku dismissed without hesitation. All For One had simpler options to kill him than poison. Your suit is still immaculate, Akatani noticed, glancing at All For One's expensive-looking attire. How do you keep it that way with all the humidity? I have a couple of quirks that help keep me clean in places like this. Image is everything. The green-haired man nodded at the comment before taking another bite. Society only focused on a person's outward appearance. If they wore expensive clothes, they were welcomed. If not, they were ignored. And All For One, with his spectacular suit, looked like a successful businessman. What do you use Nomus for? The golem asked again. Are they just good for mining rocks? All For One laughed politely while making gestures. Of course not. Most of them are servants. For now. For now. Akatani tilted his head. I'm trying to figure out how to rent the Nomus out to small companies for heavier dangerous work, he explained, scanning the creatures. The one that approached you, the large one with a bird's beak, is first on the list. In a few weeks, it will be tested and put on public display. Izuku felt a piece of sandwich sink like a stone in his throat. He didn't like living beings being displayed in the marketplace as mere objects. However, he remained silent despite the need to protest. Angering the man would mean he wouldn't get any more help, and who knows? His questionable mental stability might suggest swatting him away like a fly. The crushed Izuku was not a happy Izuku. It was made with care, All For One continued, a hint of pride in his voice. Shock absorption to mitigate impacts, hyper-regeneration in case of serious injuries, super strength to lift heavy objects, and great speed. Construction companies are going to pay a lot for it. Izuku felt the Nomu wasn't meant for construction. He didn't ask questions, no matter how much his mouth wanted to work. He took another bite. It didn't taste as good as the first bite. They'll probably kill for it, the golem forced out the words with a nervous smile. And why do you want to collect the glowing stones? They are useful as lighting, and it was recently discovered that they can be used to make substances that enhance the power of quirks. Izuku hadn't expected that answer, and neither had Akatani, for she looked at the tiny stones glittering a few meters away with fresh eyes. She opened and closed her mouth like a fish before uttering coherent sentences. "UTH the Quirks improve me? They affect quirks," he repeated patiently, enjoying the astonishment of both young men. "They don't just enhance them. They can nullify their use. That depends on the synthesis the stones undergo. It's a difficult and expensive process. Very expensive. Izuku could see a monumental investment in the stones he carried in his backpack. It didn't matter what it cost to make these substances. Society, obsessed with powerful quirks, would offer enough capital to move a small country. It could change the world. But he saw a problem with the word substance. I was sure All For One was about to use the word drug instead of substance in an attempt to soften the meaning of the explanation. Not more than 3 years ago, there was a crisis in certain cities across the country due to quirk-enhancing drugs. Victims injecting themselves with triggers drove them insane in inhuman ways. The drug's recipe was never known. What if it was right under his nose? Of course, his brain decided to attack with a much worse idea. Does Melissa want to make drugs too? It was impossible for his friend to have such plans in mind. He had never met a girl as kind as her. He saw her as incapable of harming a fly. He imagined her suffering like him for being born without a quirk, experiencing discrimination day after day without being able to do anything, without receiving help, accumulating resentment. The green-haired man took the last bite and furiously crumpled the foil. He was fed up with his brain bouncing off irrationally negative ideas. Melissa wasn't a drug dealer. Her great invention, the one she refuses to talk about, isn't dangerous. How did you get into Aringar possessing multiple quirks? Akatani changed the subject, either because she sensed her creator's discomfort or because she was bored with talking about drugs. As far as I know, only quirkless people can enter. You're right, partly, All For One replied enigmatically, lowering his voice to give the scary story told by the campfire effect. Only those born without a quirk can enter. Now, the rule ignores those who obtain a quirk through abnormal means. I don't know why, but it benefits me greatly. Izuku flinched when the man raised his voice in a childish cheer. His mood swings made him seem unbalanced. That aside, Izuku didn't consider this possibility for 2 reasons. He didn't know many things about Aringar, and he didn't realize that quirks were so easily manipulated. And yes, Akatani was a point of contention months ago when he became the successor to the #1 hero, and Izuku theorized, without a second thought, that he could follow him on his travels to Aringar because he was a golem, not a human. Why can only quirkless people travel to Aringar? The green-haired man spoke for the first time since unwrapping the sandwich. Without realizing it, obviously. All For One shrugged. I don't know, and I've been on this world for almost 200 years. I suggest you ask the oldest forgers in Aringar. They might know something. Older forgers? The golem inquired with a slight tinge of wonder. Are there people older than you? Aringar has been connected to Earth since before there were records of human civilizations, he informed them, adopting, once again, that damn mysterious tone. We know this because fossil traces of very ancient dinosaurs have been found. That to the point, Izuku said, realizing what he had done when he saw the golem's alarmed expression. If you want, of course. There are forgers from ancient civilizations like Egypt, Rome, Greece, and Atlantis roaming this world in an effort to accumulate power and knowledge they don't wish to share, no matter how insistent you are. Izuku had no desire to experience the level of insistence offered by All For One. You can ask them, and if you have a flower up your ass, they'll answer you, the man summarized. He added the information to his things to do in the future list, as he lacked the time to explore Aringar. Eyes. All 3 of them turned their heads simultaneously toward the approaching group of gnomes, led by the one with the bird's beak, though the green-haired man's eyes focused on the figure sitting on his shoulders, gesturing with her hands. Melissa. Her arrival was like watching the sunrise with a tub of chocolate ice cream. Melissa jumped off the Nomu and covered the last few meters between them with a bright expression. Izuku and Akatani were unprepared for the suffocating hug that commemorated their reunion. Slowly, the green-haired man returned the gesture with his good arm, followed by a nervous golem experiencing affection for the first time. They parted ways after what seemed like an eternity. You can't imagine how worried I was. She exclaimed, struggling to keep from crying. This damn cave has set a trap for us. Izuku chuckled softly as he looked at his friend. Her clothes stained and damp, her hair tangled, and her hands and forearms covered in tiny cuts. A mess, exactly the style that suited her best. What happened to your arms? The young woman pointed at Izuku's limbs. Don't tell me the dark dogs did that to you. Izuku detailed the events that led to the injuries, noting that his dislocated arm barely hurt. All For One decided to intervene. If you'll excuse me, I have a regeneration quirk that might help. It's a good time you bring up the subject. Melissa narrowed her eyes, pulling Izuku into a protective hug. You must be the owner of these creatures. Indeed. I'm known as All For One, he introduced himself with an exaggerated bow. Now, let me examine your arm. No one gave him permission, and he decided to act on his own. He touched her arms, at which point Izuku felt a revitalizing bomb course through his veins. The pain disappeared as if he had never been hurt. This. She moved her arms with ease. The regeneration quirk was impressive. And she didn't feel tired. He barely noticed his face falling toward the ground until Melissa let out a scream of panic. He fainted before kissing the rocks. He didn't like to consider himself an expert on fainting spells, but his track record offered nothing but exceedingly rare blackouts. Izuku woke up in his bedroom on Earth, absent the Almight figures. His sleepy body was dressed in hero-themed pajamas. He was back home, though it felt unfamiliar compared to the castle. A series of clicks caught his attention. The computer screen lit up the dark room, and sitting in front of it was Akatani, headphones on, typing something into the Google search bar. "Akatani," he whispered hoarsely, not drawing the golem's attention. "Akatani," he repeated louder. The aforementioned man turned his head with lightning speed, his crimson eyes casting shadows on his face. He took off his headphones and sat on the edge of the bed. He caressed his creator's face. "You're awake," he whispered to himself. "Don't talk. You need to rest." But Izuku didn't obey. "What happened?" "All for One's regeneration quirk took a lot of energy to heal you," he explained with venom in his voice. He could have specified that, the jerk. "Well, that doesn't matter anymore," he sighed. "He got the three of us out of the cave with a transport quirk and, well, we returned to Earth without time to say goodbye." Izuku nodded, satisfied that it was all over. "How long have I slept?" Akatani looked at her alarm clock before answering. It read 4:20 a.m. "We arrived on Earth at 10 o'clock at night, so he did some quick calculations. A little over 6 hours." Izuku was alarmed. That meant the trip to Aringar lasted almost a full day. His mother must be worried. "Did my mother ask for me?" "He did it when he saw me carrying your body. I explained that we went hiking in the woods." "And what did he say?" "He didn't ask any questions." Akatani shrugged, or so it seemed to Izuku, the dim lighting not providing much detail. "He told me to give you a shower and put your pajamas on." Izuku nodded. At least she cared the least about his health. "By the way, the UA acceptance letter has arrived. Would you like to read it?" "Yes. Bring it, please." They sat together as they watched the video. Izuku wasn't expecting a talking hologram of Almight. It was very satisfying to see him behave like an enthusiastic presenter who kept forgetting his script until he got to the part where he detailed how his helmet and electric baton were damaged after an accidental explosion. The green-haired man muttered a curse word as Akatani laughed, delighted by his expression. A natural and contagious laugh. It was the first time he was glad that the golem had emotions of its own. Chapter 17. First day of school. The UA building loomed over him. Students entered with a mixture of excitement and nerves. Smiles bloomed at the sight of a dream come true. Izuku crossed the barrier in his gray uniform, his tie neatly tied. Or so he hoped. He spent 2 hours watching YouTube tutorials until he learned how to tie them. Akatani just looked at him and laughed. And speaking of the golem. He was wearing the same uniform, only a little larger due to the height difference. And he hadn't tied his tie. The top buttons of his shirt were undone. "A style of my own," he said by way of excuse. Izuku just hoped this style wouldn't get him into trouble with the teachers. "Izuku, should we go inside or continue admiring the building?" The golem crossed his arms, impatient. "We've been here for half an hour. People are staring at us like we're idiots." It was true. Some young people whispered as they passed by. Izuku took a breath. "Alright. Let's go." I was scared shitless. Finding Class 1A was a challenge he wasn't prepared for. The labyrinthine hallways twisted and turned like giant earthworms. Almight's poorly drawn map didn't exactly help. It was a good thing he became a hero and not an artist. His doodles left a lot to be desired. He finally found his target. The classroom door was over 3 meters tall, he guessed, for those with gigantism. Akatani put his hand on the handle. "Are you ready?" Izuku nodded. The door opened, revealing. "At your feet off the table. Suck my cock." The scene was far from the expected professional atmosphere. Izuku shook off his disbelief and scanned the surroundings from the doorway. There were only a few students, according to the fact that he'd arrived so early due to nerves and that he spent a long time admiring the building's facade, among them Bakugo, sitting awkwardly with his feet up on the desk, being scolded by a tall boy with glasses. Classic. At least the discussion entertained the students, as half watched the encounter with fascination, while the other half watched sideways while continuing with their own business. Akatani took Izuku by the arm and led him to his table by the window, the best spot. However, fate didn't wish to give him a peaceful morning as the bespectacled young man approached him, forgetting about Bakugo. "You." He pointed at Izuku, to which he snorted in response. He didn't want to be reprimanded so early. It wasn't even 9 in the morning. "You're the one who left the Sector B candidates with no points in the exam." The accusation, completely accurate, hit him like a punch. He hoped no one would remember the actions of that day. He looked at Akatani, expecting to find regret on his face, and instead finding a bored expression that threatened to fall asleep. Clearly, his golem wasn't going to take responsibility for the actions committed during the exam. He felt suspicious glances coming from a young blonde man and a round-faced girl. The class was filling up with students who preferred to watch the discussion rather than take their seats. Izuku's legs were shaking. He didn't get along well with crowds. "Some of us are on probation because of you," the blonde man joined the discussion. The round-faced girl nodded. "I have a hard time passing exams and now I'm at a disadvantage compared to the rest. It's unfair." Izuku wanted to hide under a rock. Everyone's gazes were boring into his head like freshly sharpened knives, and Akatani did nothing but observe his surroundings, although the green-haired man noticed he was tense, ready to act if the situation worsened. "What I was saying," the boy with glasses and a serious face stared at Izuku. "I've been wanting to tell you something all week." The green-haired man prepared himself for a verbal beating. "Thank you so much," he exclaimed with an exaggerated bow. Half a class watched him, uncomprehending his actions. "Your performance has opened my eyes." Izuku backed away until he hit the wall. His brain couldn't connect the words to utter a simple, "What are you talking about?" He couldn't understand anything. Had the thanks turned into threats and he didn't know it? Thank goodness Akatani asked for an explanation. "I'm Ingenium's younger brother, Iida Tenya," he said, keeping his back bowed. "He recommended that I attend UA, but I refused because I wanted to follow the path of a normal applicant. Deep down, I was sure I would surpass everyone because of my training." Izuku was undecided. Should he say something or let his companion continue? He noticed some young men returning to their seats. They were probably expecting an argument that would escalate into a fist fight. "Your action reminded me that we should put effort into everything we do instead of underestimating those around us." Iida, or whatever his name was, returned to his upright position. There was no sign of malice or resentment on his features. He spoke the truth. "Thank you so much for teaching me this lesson. It's good to know someone has learned my lessons," Akatani said with a hand to his chin and the classic master proud of his student look. "Take this lesson to grow as a hero." Iida accepted the words with great honor. Izuku thought about jumping out the window. Falling from high above was less painful than witnessing that scene. "Wait a minute." The blonde interrupted the scene, drawing the attention of those expecting a pitched battle. "Are you listening to yourself? Because of him." He pointed at Izuku as if he were a particularly nasty insect. "We're at a disadvantage compared to the rest of the class. If we fail a weekly exam, goodbye heroic year." However, Iida was unfazed. "I know, and it's something I've earned. I should have tried harder on the exam." "And it doesn't make you even a little bit angry?" The round-faced girl spoke for the first time since the argument began. "I was really angry at the time," Iida admitted, "but it was before I realized that I was the one to blame for not putting in the effort." "Blaming him?" He looked at Izuku. "It's passing the buck instead of acknowledging your own lack of dedication." His speech inspired the audience despite being the most exaggerated rambling Izuku had ever witnessed. A tall young woman with her hair tied back in a ponytail shed a tear. Bakugo, meanwhile, proved to be the only one who was somewhat normal as he covered his mouth in an attempt to keep from bursting into a roar of laughter. He was having a great time. And Akatani looked very pleased with himself. The talk is over. Everyone turned to see a large yellow caterpillar with a face only a mother could want. The creature opened up, revealing a sleeping bag occupied by the most tired and skinny homeless person seen yet. He drank grape juice before saying, "I'm Izawa, your homeroom teacher." He took another sip. "I'll wait for you outside. Get dressed in your gym uniforms." And he left. Izuku would have stayed there for months if Akatani hadn't pointed out a pile of clothes behind the teacher's desk. That wasn't there before. Izuku looked at the courtyard just behind the UA building. A flat area occupied by 20 young men dressed in blue and a golem who, not wanting to look out of place, took the last tracksuit for himself. It was warm, and the breeze invited him to lie down and gaze at the clouds, which he couldn't do because the sleepwalking man was silently watching for the arrival of class. 9 minutes, he murmured, his voice raspy and his eyes disapproving, or so it seemed. It was hard to read his features. If only his shock of hair didn't cover part of his face too long. Well, whatever. He cleared his throat. "We're going to run several physical tests to assess your performance in quirk management." The green-haired man didn't like the sound of that. Murmurs spread through the crowd of young people before being silenced by the teacher. Izuku Midoriya, he named the most nervous of the group. The green-haired boy muttered a curse word in his thoughts. "You're the top of the entrance exam." All eyes were on him. More attention, just what he didn't want. "Here." Izawa pulled a metal sphere from his pocket and gave it to the green-haired boy. "Test launch." The sphere weighed a kilo, which caught the young man by surprise, causing him to almost drop it. It would have been very embarrassing. You must throw the sphere without leaving the circle. The teacher pointed to a white circle painted on the ground a few meters away from the crowd. Use the quirk in any way you think necessary to achieve the greatest distance possible. Then I'll compare the results with the rest of the class. He entered the circle, his gaze fixed on the field that stretched out before him. Beyond it lay the forest, and even further, 2 mountains awaited the sphere's arrival. He wondered what he could do to maximize the throw. Was forging the sphere to reduce its weight valid? Aizawa allowed his imagination to run wild, though the sphere would lose its ability to measure distance. I think it's my time to shine. Akatani appeared, snatching the sphere from him. He tested its weight with a brave smile. He was ready for the test. Aizawa-sensei, aren't you supposed to get help from another classmate? A young man with a bird's head asked. The tests are solo, aren't they? That's true. Declared a sharp-toothed Deity. It's not manly to depend on another. Akatani is a creation of Midoriya's quirk, Aizawa took the trouble to explain, holding up the scarf hanging from his neck. This information raised more questions. You can ask about his quirk later. Now, silence. Izuku didn't want to draw any more attention to himself. He stepped back when he saw the red lines glowing on Akatani's skin. He kicked back, extending the arm holding the sphere, and threw. A shockwave knocked Izuku off his feet before he could cover his ears. The deafening noise resembled the engines of a fighter jet in mid-flight. A gust of air blew sand into the crowd, followed by groans and red eyes. The green-haired man watched the scene from his front row seat. The golem had crossed a line even though he hadn't done anything against the rules. As for the sphere, it disappeared from sight. It probably got lost in the woods. Or maybe it made it to the mountains. Midoriya-kun, the test isn't valid, the teacher declared, holding up the distance meter. The screen showed 1,356 meters. You broke the rules. Izuku's mouth fell open. We didn't break the rules, Akatani retorted. You said yourself I could throw. The rule is that you can't go out. Izuku looked down, his right foot was out of bounds. He crossed the boundary when the shock slingshot knocked him off his feet. Akatani grimaced when he saw it. You have to be careful with how you handle the power of your support device, the teacher warned, staring at Izuku, especially when you're around other people. Someone could get hurt. Izuku nodded, glancing sideways at a somewhat remorseful Akatani. Perhaps Aizawa's words brought back memories of the cavern collapsing under his colossal blows. This goes for everyone, the man faced the class. Control is essential. There will always be someone around you who could get hurt. Let's move on to the next test. Perhaps, if the teacher's words hadn't gotten the students thinking, someone would have exclaimed, tests are fun. Triggering a survival competition where the last one standing would be expelled. Izuku returned to the group and for once, all eyes weren't on him, but on Akatani. The heroic course is not as easy as I thought, he thought, looking at the ground. Bakugo wasn't easily surprised. He lived with a screaming witch and a father as passive as rocks, attended one of the worst schools in the country, and led a gang of ass-licking teenagers. Then Izuku awakened his quirk just in time. And wreaked havoc on both Aldera and UA, and that wasn't even the first day. The Aldera situation was easy to foresee. It wasn't every day that the lowest echelon of the class rose brutally in ranks until they were close to Kitsuki, because that's how the explosive blonde saw it. His classmate's quirk was superior to that of 95% of the other students. It was confirmed when he witnessed a pen transform into a living Almight figure. A versatile and unpredictable quirk, the perfect tool for a resourceful boy like Izuku. Bakugo couldn't get used to calling him by his name. As for the UA. Bakugo didn't see Izuku anywhere during the exam. Rather, he witnessed the result of his actions the day the results were announced. First place with over 500 points. He stared at the table for a moment, wondering if his eyes were telling the truth. Then, after processing it, his brain searched for answers. He came up with 2 theories. Izuku evolved his quirk, gaining a monumental advantage over the rest, or he created something messed up and uncontrollable. The first day of class arrived when he learned that no one in Block B had a chance to score points. He laughed a lot, not because he found the plight of those underdogs funny, but rather because of the irony. The lowest echelon of Aldera had become an apex predator at UA. Simply magnificent. He wanted to fight him. To test his strength. To see who was superior. A wish that waited 10 years to be fulfilled. He met Akatani. A boy very similar to Izuku, only taller and with red accents where green should be. Anyone who didn't know Izuku would think they were brothers. The casting test revealed his identity when he entered the circle with the green-haired boy. Akatani is Izuku's creation, like All Might's talking figure. Then, Akatani threw, and what a throw. Bakugo didn't take his eyes off the sphere even when sand got in his eyes. His strength was massive, worthy of someone who crushed the entrance exam. Too bad the test was invalidated. Bakugo agreed with the teacher. His childhood friend was knocked out of the circle by the power of the throw. Akatani and he weren't coordinated enough to act in sync. An equivalent example would be Bakugo hurting his arms when activating his quirk. The rest of the tests proceeded as expected, that is, a mess of cosmic proportions. The grappling test proved to be a drawback for Bakugo, as his quirk provided devastating attacks and mobility, not physical strength. Getting a slightly above average score was a blow to his pride, especially after seeing an extra with many arms gain over 500 kilos of grappling strength, and then the ponytail extra who created a tool that earned him double the score. As for Izuku, the crack brought a smile. Everyone looked at Akatani holding the broken measuring system and Izuku with a panicked face. "I went a little too far," Akatani simply said, dropping the remains. "A little?" Izuku shouted, almost panicking. "I'm sure this test won't be valid either. It would be a very hard blow to receive 0 points in your second test." "The test is valid," Aizawa reassured him, gathering up the pieces of the measuring instrument. "These things can withstand a force of over 2,000 kilograms. This will be your score." Izuku deflated with relief. The flexibility test was a challenge for everyone, as no one possessed an elastic quirk. Bakugo caught a glimpse of Akatani gently pushing Izuku's back to reach further. Nothing interesting. During the side jumps, Izuku received no help. He sent Akatani to search for something inside the UA building. Bakugo was again surprised by the speed of the artifact. He could barely keep up with his eyes. He would have to put in some effort if he wanted to outrun it. "What did you order him to do?" Aizawa asked before the test began. "I told him to get my hoverboard," Izuku said, stretching. "I think it'll help in the endurance test." Bakugo's eyebrows raised. A smile appeared on his face. Izuku had gone from being a useless nerd to the most interesting thing in the world. If anything, the test went worse than he thought, tiny explosions pushing him from side to side, mimicking side springs. At first, it went well, until he discovered his control over his quirk wasn't as good as he thought. The heat of the first explosions made him sweat, and he steadily increased the power until he was forced to stop. What a pain. Ponytail performed best. She created 2 extra large pillows on her sides and bounced left and right, scoring a large number of points at the cost of a slight dizziness. Izuku mimicked the tactic by creating 2 more pillows. Copycat idiot. Bakugo turned to the person responsible for the poison curse. The blonde stranger with an electric quirk was blasting Izuku with such intensity that he could kill someone. He approached him, cracking his knuckles. "Is something wrong?" The plug recoiled as it saw him approaching. It smelled of fear. What a magnificent aroma. "What do you mean something's wrong?" the blonde asked, so nervous he was almost angry. "Of course something's wrong," he stated, regaining a bit of confidence. "Don't you see?" He pointed at Izuku as if he were committing a heinous crime. Bakugo tilted his head. He didn't understand the plug's statement. No, rather, he wasn't interested in understanding it, as the reason for the apprehension toward Izuku was right under his nose. "If he angers you so much, defeat him," he said with just enough severity to irritate the plug. And boy did he get irritated. "Beat it," he shouted, raising his voice. "Have you seen it? The red monster he created is invincible. It cleared the exam area in seconds." Bakugo sighed in disappointment. He hoped anger would drive the blonde to do his best to surpass Akatani, but instead, he made excuses with nonsense. Pathetic. He wasn't worth talking to. "At least Izuku stood up to me when I bullied him back in Eldera," she thought, stepping away from the outlet. She felt a pang in her chest as she remembered his actions. It was not the time to think about it. The long jump test went smoothly except for Izuku. Akatani didn't show up with the board, but that didn't break his will to excel. He used the pillows from the previous test as a springboard, achieving considerable height and distance. The problem was the landing. Bakugo grimaced when he saw him fall like a screaming dummy. "That's gotta hurt," said a purple-haired extra with dark circles under his eyes and a cruel smile. "Hey, talking broccoli, can I borrow your bouncy pillow for the test?" Izuku gave a thumbs up in agreement. The haggard eggplant jumped a little more gracefully, landing on both feet rather than face first. It was a shame his distance was shorter than Izuku's. The shadow passed over Kitsuki's head. Akatani was riding a flying wooden board. The grin from ear to ear was far from the typical expression of a support device. He had to question his partner to clarify Akatani's nature, as he strayed from any existing definition of the word robot, because that's what he was, wasn't it? "Sorry I'm late," Izuku landed in front of him. "I got lost looking for the power loader workshops. Here you go." He handed him the board. Kitsuki saw 2 burn marks on the surface. The ponytailed girl whose quirk had something to do with creating things approached the teacher. "Is that another support device too?" "It is," he affirmed. "Let's continue with the tests. It's time for the endurance test." Momoyae Rozu had never felt so confused. A mysterious figure named Midoriya Izuku appeared before her eyes. This young man not only disrupted the class, but also displayed an exceptionally rare quirk. But first things first. Being from a wealthy family with significant contributions to the heroic world gave her a place in the select group of recommended students. Although she saw it as the typical event she had to face in order to pursue her goal. Yes, she was so used to being treated as superior by those around her that she often considered running away from home and starting a new life. And the heroic race bore traces of this thought. But let's get to the point. His family connections informed him about the entrance exam event. The Group B disaster. He found no videos or photos, only the description of the Crimson Lightning that defeated every single visible threat under the name of Midoriya Izuku. She would have ignored the boy if it weren't for his quirk, a peculiarity that allowed him to create objects. It resembled hers enough to pique her curiosity. She hoped to learn more about him during the first day of school. And boy did she learn. The Crimson Beam had a name. Akatani, and it was what was it? Aizawa claimed it was a support device Izuku had created, though she didn't understand what it meant by an inanimate object. It spoke, acted, and expressed itself like a normal person. Momo theorized it could be a hyper-realistic robot, but later dismissed the thought. Her limited understanding of current robotics suggested there was no robot model that combined realism with the physical abilities demonstrated. The endurance test is about to begin, Aizawa announced, bringing the girl back to reality. The teacher had separated them into groups to more easily assess each one's physical condition. There were 5 of them: a purple-haired young man, Shoto Todoroki, whom she had met in the recommendation exam, an explosive blonde man, Izuku Midoriya, and her behind the starting line of a circular athletics track. He rushed to create a motorcycle using his advanced mechanical knowledge. A full tank would last for hours, guaranteeing first place in the race. Aizawa-sensei gave the starting signal. It had begun. He circled the outside of the track at a moderate speed, avoiding the crazy blonde and Todoroki's ice columns. He planned to make the victory a smooth ride instead of challenging his teammates with awkward insults. Why did Bakugo call everyone extras? At least until Izuku entered his field of vision. The hoverboard, a large piece of wood that made no noise. It had no engine. Momo risked looking away from the front in an attempt to figure out how the vehicle worked. Her mechanical knowledge shrugged. Time passed so quickly that she forgot what she was doing. There was no one left on the track except for her and Midoriya. Hitachi Shinso was the first to give up because he didn't have a quirk that increased his stamina. Bakugo collapsed a while later, muttering that he could still compete, and Todoroki dropped out after seeing his body reach very low temperatures. Only the 2 of them remained. Stop. Aizawa abruptly halted the exercise. We're not going to continue the endurance test. At this rate, it'll get dark. Yaoi Rozu, Midoriya, come closer. They obeyed. She looked at the sky, dusk was approaching. Yaoi Rozu, how much fuel do you have left? He looked at the fuel gauge. There was less fuel left than he thought. Half. It'll last a few hours. And you, Midoriya? The board doesn't run on fuel. Momo hoped she'd heard wrong. Vehicles couldn't move without fuel. It was impossible for a piece of driftwood to move unless her quirk was to control it at will, but no, it was to create objects. Didn't the created contraptions follow the laws of physics? Akatani only proved that was the case. She was so focused that she didn't notice the final results. She was in first place, followed by Todoroki, Izuku, and Bakugo. Chapter 18. A City Upside Down. The day was exhausting. Entrance ceremony. Aizawa didn't know those words, or perhaps his interpretation was to organize an extensive series of tests to evaluate quirks. Izuku didn't feel like asking. His goal was to get home, lie down on his mattress, and sleep for 1,000 years. Aringar had other plans. Akatani and he appeared in the middle of a corridor in the flying castle, cutting off the advance of a generic suit of armor that was carrying sacks overflowing with garbage useful materials, although the green-haired man had a hard time seeing the value of a bunch of rusty cans. Don't think like a capitalist, but like a recycling addict, said his brain. Melissa will be waiting, Akatani murmured, letting the armor pass. Lead the way, Tin Man. The armor tilted its helmet, indicating that it didn't understand half of the order, then continued walking, possibly to get away from the crazy duo who suddenly appeared dropping fragments of scrap metal from the sack. Let's follow her, Akatani said enthusiastically, an adventure awaits us. Izuku just wanted to sleep. He let himself be dragged like a sack of potatoes to wherever the armor led them, same with the shit compactor, fighting off the muscle cramps he'd acquired during the trials. Why did everything hurt if he didn't exercise much? It was time to get in shape. They ascended the 5th tower, avoiding more generic suits of armor and their precious cargo, until they found the castle's main laboratory. Melissa's sanctuary. The suit of armor touched the door. I'm coming, exclaimed the castle owner on the other side. Izuku looked at Akatani. "Is it a good idea to be here?" he whispered. "She's never let us near the lab." It was one of the 2 existing rules. Do not enter Melissa's shrine, as it housed delicate materials with a high potential for explosions. And no one wanted that. He recalled a scene 2 months earlier where the armors were running around trying to put out a fire, the result of a mistake by Melissa. Izuku had never seen her so hysterical. The second rule of the castle was not to mention the event. "We'll just say we appeared here out of nowhere," Akatani suggested without a care. Izuku doubted it would work. Finally, Melissa came out to greet them with a smile. "Weird eyes," she exclaimed. "What are you doing here? I wasn't expecting you to come, Izuku. Why are you staring at me so hard?" Why did she do it? Good question. Maybe it was because Melissa was wearing the clothes she'd taken into the cave, which still bore the accumulated dirt from the excursion, and her face, how can I put it? Oh yes, she resembled a corpse in full rigor mortis. Her red eyes, dark circles, and wide smile, the result of drinking too much coffee, suggested she hadn't slept. "I think Izuku was surprised by your lack of sleep," Akatani ventured. "Although lack of sleep seems like an understatement to me. When was the last time you slept a wink?" He raised 2 fingers. 2 days without sleep. Izuku was horrified. "That's not good for your." "I slept 2 hours last night," the young woman said, rubbing her temples. "Please don't scream, my head's going to explode." "Sorry." The scent of caffeine wafted through the doorway. Izuku took advantage of the situation to check out his friend's inventions. He saw tables holding insulting amounts of objects so random they could have been mistaken for the beach before cleaning. His attention was caught by the screen that took up the entire wall and displayed a map of a city. Melissa followed the green-haired man's gaze, curious about the target of his attention. "It's the city we'll be arriving at in a bit," he explained. "I want to buy a couple of things for my invention." Akatani, who was not swayed by curiosity, asked. "Are you talking about the same invention whose ingredients are stones used to make a certain drug that caused a stir years ago?" Melissa wasn't irritated by Akatani's sarcastic tone, or maybe she was just so tired she didn't notice. "That's the one. I have the list in the..." He disappeared. Just like that. He was right in front of them until he wasn't. Izuku gave a half smile. "Looks like someone has returned to the real world. Miss Melissa has left." Chalier's figure appeared in the hallway. His heavy gait echoed. What a pity, she was really looking forward to going to the city. There's nowhere else that sells the ingredients she needs. The golem's monotonous tone indicated no sorrow. "Akatani and I can go," Izuku suggested without a second thought, receiving a kick in the shin from his partner. What was that about? "Do you want to go to an unknown city to buy the unfamiliar ingredients for the invention?" The golem crossed his arms. "It's reckless. I object." Izuku frowned. Helping Melissa was more important than any argument he had with Akatani. "Okay, I'll go alone." "You've misunderstood." Akatani leaned closer, making it clear that his 10 centimeters taller than her made him look very intimidating. "I refuse to let you go to an unknown city." Izuku backed into the wall. That was new. Akatani never acted like that. He certainly shot down some of Izuku's more outlandish ideas, but not as aggressively. "Are you going to shit your pants every time someone bullies you?" His brain laughed. "Of course not." He took a deep breath, his heart rate relaxing slightly, the trace of nervousness that had been flashing in his eyes disappearing. He approached Chalier, avoiding Akatani, with such ease that his expression tinged with surprise. Had he hoped her attempted intimidation would convince him to abandon the idea? Under normal circumstances, it would have worked, but Izuku was too willing to help Melissa to give up. "How long will it take us to get to the city?" 10 minutes, Chalier replied. The wait seemed unbearably long, but they finally arrived at the strangest city Izuku had seen so far. First and foremost, it was upside down. Beneath the castle, there was nothing, the same emptiness he had crossed when he went to collect driftwood. It was thanks to the shadow, which obscured the lookout, that he noticed the gigantic flying island. He appreciated, even from the distance of kilometers, a forested landscape surrounding the city. Izuku stared, his mouth agape, at the biggest buck directed at the force of gravity he had ever seen. The city turned upside down. Akatani spoke for the first time since the argument. "It's like the movie Upside Down." Izuku didn't know the movie. Chalier approached with 2 hoverboards. "The parallel city is home to unparalleled beauty," he said, looking at the floating island. "Gravity works in reverse there. What's falling for us is rising there." Izuku looked at the boards. "What do we need them for?" "The island's gravity only affects those who live there. If anyone from outside sets foot," he gestured to the void. "That'll be the end of them." He swallowed. His desire to help Melissa waned a little. "I insist you don't go," Akatani pleaded. "Look, I've gone too far. I didn't mean to intimidate you, I'm just worried. I don't want the same thing that happened in the cave to happen again." Izuku suppressed all memories of the underground excursion. He didn't need to panic. He looked at Chalier. Is Melissa planning to go there? The young lady will do it, the armor confirmed his fears. The invention she has in mind is so important that she will risk her life if necessary. Izuku nodded. He could imagine his friend, so determined to achieve her goal that nothing could stop her. He was the same. He would have taken the entrance exam with or without a quirk or strange dimensional power. He climbed onto the hoverboard when Akatani gently took his arm. Think carefully. It'll be very difficult to save yourself if you fall off the board. The one for all is useless without a floor to rest your feet on. The green-haired man was aware of this. One mistake meant falling into the abyss. However, the desire to help Melissa persisted. I'll go with or without you. I'll go with you, Akatani agreed, climbing onto the other board. Then he looked at Chalier. What does Melissa need to buy? The living armor handed him a list and a wallet. Izuku realized at that moment that he didn't know the money used in Aringar. Did capitalism reign supreme, or did communism prevail? Good luck, he wished them. I'll stay and protect the castle. Izuku headed for the inverted island, followed by Akatani. He let the wind caress his greenish locks, which were in desperate need of a trim, as they touched his shoulders. Later, perhaps, after a rest, because this adventure was going to require a lot of energy. He looked down at the dark depths, amidst which red flashes shone. He asked Melissa what had been down there months ago, since the nothing emitted no light. Her response was, I have no idea. Everyone who has fallen hasn't returned. He didn't feel drawn to investigating the area. The scent of the forest replaced the lifeless aroma of emptiness. They were so close to their destination that he could appreciate the landscape. The vegetation was identical to that of Earth, mainly pines and other evergreen trees. Streams meandered to the rhythm of the anomalous gravity, emptying into a large lake where Izuku saw an orange-hued carp leap from the water. They veered left to avoid crashing into a mountaintop, an event he had never imagined would happen. The city came into view. A series of buildings whose aesthetics were anything but shapeless. Some were low-rise wooden buildings, others were brick, and still others were skyscrapers. One that caught his eye was one that rose in a seemingly pointless spiral. The streets weren't much more ordinary, a mixture of cobblestones, wood, and plastic, as if the inhabitants had decided to use trash for the city's infrastructure. As for the inhabitants, Izuku saw them once they stopped a few meters above the ground, although, from his perspective, it was the ceiling. Normal people, moving through the city at their own pace. There was no shortage of the classic stress etched on their faces, the product of a hectic life, just like in Japan and anywhere else in the world. It was dizzying to see them from their inverted perspective. We need to buy something called red mercury, light water, and masco muscovo. Akatani read the list with a big question mark on her face. Do you know these elements? No idea. Let's ask someone. They approached a woman in her 30s who was walking a chihuahua. Good morning, the green-haired man greeted, unsure how to talk to someone while lying face down. Could you give us some directions? The woman watched them with a frown, as if she had found two flying cockroaches. I don't have to say anything to two foreigners. Leave me alone. He walked away, not without allowing the chihuahua to bark at them a couple of times to reinforce his point. It was unexpected, Akatani muttered, as confused as Izuku. You see how dangerous the city is? The green-haired man rolled his eyes. A bitter wife wasn't going to ruin the trip. For God's sake. All the trips so far had ended badly. This trip, the third, had to go well no matter what. He approached a man in his 20s dressed with a smile. Excuse me, could you give me some directions? Of course. Where do you want to go? He fell silent. He looked both young men up and down, as his smile turned into an irritated grimace. He reached out to point at a trash can. You can go there, he suggested sharply. Or there. He gestured to the emptiness. I hope the information is helpful. Goodbye. He continued on his way, regaining the good mood he'd been boasting about moments before. Izuku was too confused to process the last instruction. He looked at Akatani. This place is weird. I'm sorry. I didn't understand your message. The golem imitated the empty tone of a cheap AI. I think what you were trying to say was this place is hostile, let's leave. A twitch attacked Izuku's right eye. Any trace of fear about the island situation was overshadowed by tons of irritation. You're not going to ruin my search. Akatani smiled. Let's see how long you can last. Challenge accepted. The next victim of the questionnaire was a young woman his age carrying a high school backpack. She didn't let Izuku finish his sentence, gave a rude middle finger, and walked away. Then they asked a lovely old woman, or so they tried to, because she was quick to threaten them with pepper spray. A man in his 40s walked away, calling them bucking foreigners. Two children ran away at the first sight. Another young woman insulted them until they left her alone and so on for a long time. Izuku lay on the table in a quiet alley, counting the cobblestones that roof the residents walked peacefully on. A more inviting view than the scene to his right. Akatani, silent, with that damn shit-eating grin plastered on his face. The only positive thing was that the half hour spent trying to talk to someone dissipated the tension between them. All that remained was to admit that his first trip to a city in Aringar was summed up in 2 words. Xenophobic shit. Only he wasn't going to admit it and declare Akatani the winner. He was proud and, in a way, grateful for the peculiar game they played. It helped him tolerate the blissful anxiety that struck when he was the center of attention of a large number of people. He was grateful to have her by his side. What's the plan? Akatani, sprawled across the table, asked, abandoning the mocking tone he'd used to torture his creator since arriving in the city. No one wants to talk to us, and finding a store with the necessary ingredients will take days. Both statements were true, especially the first. The looks of revulsion and hatred were hard to forget. Why did the locals treat them like scum? They did nothing. Did they break protocol during the trip? Chalier would have warned them there was one. How small Aringar is. I didn't expect to see you here. The cramp ran down his spine. He looked to his left, where that familiar yet unwanted voice came from. All for One floated up in his colorful suit and wide smile, followed by the large bird-beaked Nomu. Tell me I'm dreaming, Akatani complained. You're as awake as I am, yummy whatever, All for One said, stopping a meter away. Too close for Izuku's comfort. Why the animosity? I haven't hurt you. She was right, and Izuku was dying to respond, your unhinged and volatile attitude is disturbing, get lost. What are you doing here? Do you need help? We're just out for a walk, Izuku lied. We came to buy a couple of things, Akatani said almost simultaneously. We don't know where to find them. Izuku glared at him, to which the golem sent a message with his gaze. What's worse, asking directions from a sinister guy or wandering through a city with thousands or tens of thousands of hostile inhabitants? The green-haired man pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Akatani was right. Are you coming shopping? Just like me, the man said, letting out a friendly laugh. I can take you to the best stores. I know the city. Izuku bit his lip. It was one thing to ask for directions and another to be guided. But hey, he agreed, simply thinking that the inhabitants wouldn't dare try anything strange with the man and the Nomu as companions, the latter being a proper goalkeeper, albeit a bit of a fool. Akatani grimaced uncomfortably, not expecting the offer. Follow me. He guided them, not along untraveled roads, but through crowded streets. Without any discretion. The gazes of the inhabitants followed them. Izuku did his best to silence the whispers and insults before anxiety returned with the force of a tsunami. He wasn't prepared for so many people gathered. Unpleasant childhood memories tried to resurface through flashbacks lasting less than a second, images of him being bullied by his classmates. Scenarios very similar to the one he was experiencing on the inverted island. The last time he felt this way was over a year ago, before he gained his power, when Bakugo was venting his narcissistic energy on the lowest rung of Aldera. He took a breath and held it for 4 seconds before letting it out. He repeated the process. His heartbeat slowed slightly. Are you okay? Akatani placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You look nervous. I'm fine, he replied in a hurried murmur, nothing's wrong. You're sweating profusely, he noticed, feeling his neck. He pulled his hand back, realizing it was making the green-haired man uncomfortable. Let me know if you feel sick. More than feeling bad, he was frustrated. He spent half an hour interrogating people without any problems, and suddenly, a crowd made him feel like a scared kitten. Was it because he'd been distracted before? Was it because All for One was there? Either way, he wasn't going to say anything. Izuku had to overcome his problems on his own. That's what heroes did. He thought of the scorpion and the dark wolves. Undeniably terrifying monsters, capable of killing many people. I've survived several dangerous experiences, a handful of people are nothing in comparison, so I shouldn't be nervous. Perhaps, if Izuku were the protagonist of a story, such a thought would have calmed his nerves, but in real life, things weren't so simple. He suffered from social anxiety disorder, a problem that wasn't solved with a few reassuring words. A problem stemming from years of abuse and ridicule for not having a quirk. A problem his mother failed to see, and he didn't have the courage to explain for fear of appearing weaker than he was. Things were not so easy. Chapter 19. Mutant Bird Hunting. The inverted city is brimming with xenophobia, All for One said suddenly. Hostile stares, insults, and stones hitting you. Isn't it a welcoming place? Izuku pressed his lips together with his hand to his chest. His heart was beating rapidly, and his ears were listening to the mirage of whispers hurled at him. He hated the inverted city, and nothing would change his mind. He looked back at the reflection of the floating castle in the distance, a symbol that whispered, relax, you'll be okay. Or at his imagination, pouring hope into his need to distract himself from the wave of anxiety that threatened to knock him off his board. "We can turn around whenever you want," Akatani said, silent as a shadow with crimson flashes. The game ended when Izuku started to feel sick. "You just have to say it." Izuku shook his head. The crowd was left behind, and it was just the four of them, all for one, and the Nomu floating in front of them, moving in an unknown direction. They encountered a couple of passers-by who turned around instead of displaying the xenophobia that characterized them so much. They crossed a bridge, though to them the structures were mere ornaments ending in an empty plaza. A fountain in the center served as both decoration and birdbath. Two young people were kissing a few feet away, too engrossed in their relationship to reprimand the four strangers. "Why do you think xenophobia is so deeply rooted in people?" All for one asked, scanning the couple without much interest. The question was directed at Akatani, and obviously at him, unless the Nomu developed a brain with more functions than just decoration. Izuku looked at the golem, making it clear he didn't want to talk. Akatani nodded. "Geopolitical situation," he suggested, sounding more like a question than a statement, attracting the suit's interest. "The city is isolated. It makes me think the inhabitants are so united that they reject the presence of others." Izuku saw firsthand the corners of All for One's smile. He didn't like his expressions, all of them forced or dramatized, like a robot mimicking emotions. He looked more like a golem than Akatani. "You're not wrong, Yamakumo-kun, but that's not the reason. It's gravity." He pointed up at the ground. "The island's characteristics don't treat foreigners well, nor do its inhabitants. The poor people can't leave this prison." "Can't they?" Akatani asked. "And what do they do when they travel to Earth? Do they fall into the sky?" All for one made a negative gesture with his hand. "Those born on Aringar cannot go to Earth. It's their permanent home," he explained. "And this rule includes the inhabitants of the inverted island. Why don't they forge a solution to the problem? They could change their bodies to adapt to external gravity." Izuku supported Akatani's suggestion with a nod. It was All for One himself, after all, who had hinted at the forging's abilities in living beings. Anything was possible. The couple noticed the presence of the four and left their secret corner in a hurry. "They can't forge. Evolution took that ability away from them in exchange for surviving on the island," All for One simply said, shaking his head in a gesture that whispered, "Poor wretches. Sometimes, if you want to adapt, you have to lose a possession." "Well, they've lost out," the green-haired man muttered through gritted teeth. "I'd turn into an unbearable grouch if I couldn't leave my home. It was a shame to admire a world as vast as Aringar and not have access to it. The island seemed like a supercharged version of Australia. Would they find new animal species in the forest?" Izuku wondered, recalling the landscape. "A quick walk." "No way," the rational part of his brain denied. "The island is dangerous. You'll buy Melissa's shit and go home. There's no more discussion. Unless you want to discover a new kind of face-smashing monster," the stupid part of his brain tempted him. Izuku was more than willing to forge that parasite living inside his skull. An express lobotomy that would leave him as high as Izawa. Except for the Nomu, they entered a shop behind the fountain. A bell informed the shop assistant of their arrival, who was smiling behind the glass counter. 4 shelves displayed crystals, dream catchers, needles, bottles of glittering liquids, and other pseudosciences Izuku had no desire to try. The intense smell of incense was dizzying. "What can I offer you?" the saleswoman asked politeness. "Hey, Jonna, I need a couple of things." All for One ran, or was it floated? To shake her hand with the enthusiasm of a kid who just met Almight. "Guys," he turned to Izuku and Akatani. "This is Jonna, owner of a store where you can buy everything." "Jonna." He looked over at his apparent friend. "This is Deku and Yamakumo." "Hello," Akatani greeted without enthusiasm. "We're here to buy some weird stuff." The woman, in her 40s, with her blonde hair pulled back in a bun so tight it tugged at her forehead, nodded with a smile that showed her white teeth. The green-haired man was jumping for joy. Finally, someone willing to help. What she didn't anticipate was his response. "I understand, dear customers, but you are a little young to be asking for that kind of thing." "Okay," the fact that Akatani turned to him with a tense expression that said, "Let's get out of here," didn't help matters. Dark suspicions about the possible ingredients in the jars swirled in his mind. Maybe this wasn't your average pseudoscientific shop. All for One decided to clarify. No, we came to buy a different kind of substance." He laughed politely. "Guys, remember what you wanted to buy." Akatani crossed the store, dodging shelves, and handed the note to the woman. A quick read, another bright smile, a search of the stockroom, and a bag containing 4 glass vials appeared on the counter. Mission accomplished. "That'll be 20 or any airs. Do you want a plastic bag?" the saleswoman ordered. Akatani stared at her, understanding nothing. Thank goodness Izuku's brain decided to function properly. "The wallet." He pointed to his pocket. You have to pay. He opened the object, taking out 20 gold coins. It was the first time Izuku had seen Aringar money. They looked like they were made of gold, a duller gold than normal. Questions arose about those coins. How did a monetary system survive in a world where people could create whatever they wanted? Counterfeits must be flying everywhere. Maybe it's possible on the floating island because no one can forge. His brain had another stroke of genius. The valid exchange completed the purchasing mission sort of. All for one leaned his elbows on the counter. Has my special package arrived, Jana? Of course. Just a second. He disappeared behind the warehouse door and returned with a cardboard box neatly wrapped in packing tape. All for one deposited a handful of gold coins in exchange. Izuku, despite wanting to know its contents, chose to suppress his curiosity. A very mysterious package. The golem approached with a plastic bag containing his treasure. Are there any illegal items inside? The green-haired man bit his lip. If All for One had bought something illegal, the right thing to do would be to report him to whom? No one in the city would listen to his words, and the Earth Police would try to get him into a mental institution the moment he uttered the words parallel world. He couldn't report him, but that didn't mean he wouldn't keep a close eye on him if he saw him again. All for One screamed, I am suspected of having committed inhuman acts from every pore. I had no proof of it, nor any doubts. A shrill squawk shook the store, as if a giant chicken had been taped to its beak with a megaphone. Amplified sounds of flapping wings, more squawking, and human screams. Peeking into the store window only confused him more. Giant birds, whose wingspan was twice that of an adult, furiously pursued the inhabitants, deploying their talons at the optimal moment to grab them and fly away. I had seen videos of eagles hunting mice in school, but never birds hunting people. What's that? He pointed at the scene. Why are there monsters? Jana clicked her tongue in disgust. They're giant birds, he explained. They live in the forest, but they come here from time to hunt people. An alarm sounded, one of those that warn of bombings and wars. A sound that failed to drown out the screams of those unfortunate souls who didn't flee in time. How do we stop them? Akatani turned, alarmed, to the duo. All for One looked at him as if he were the most interesting thing in the world. Do you want to save that bunch of xenophobic idiots? They won't thank you if you do. They won't change their attitude toward us no matter how heroic you are. Of course we want to save them. Izuku replied, his eyes glued to the glass. People were fleeing in terror to their homes or any nearby shelter. Many didn't make it. I don't care how they see us. Then kill the birds, he said simply. They left the store, the lines of one for all shining on Akatani's skin as he charged into the fray atop the table. Izuku stood in the doorway. The bird hour grew to intimidating numbers. Panic screams, too many, emerging from everywhere. The birds took flight, the inhabitants at their mercy, until they disappeared from his field of vision. He swallowed. He was going to do something to stop the catastrophe. His hands grabbed a flower pot without permission. He forged the first thing that came to mind. A meter-long mace capable of crushing heads. All for One came out to stop him. I admire your heroic instincts, but that giant bolo won't do any good. Forge a more lethal weapon. You're fighting monsters. You should kill them, not incapacitate them. I recommend a shotgun. Izuku paled. A shotgun. The only lethal weapons forged to date were used as ornaments, not for slaughtering living beings. The man handed him what looked like a shelf freshly torn from the bookshelves, a surprisingly sympathetic look shining in his eyes. Save them if you want, but don't expect any thanks from them, he repeated, adopting an almost paternal tone. Now forge something incredible and go out into the fight. He concentrated, the sound of Akatani's shock slings in his ears. He knew nothing about shotguns. Calibers. How to shoot them. Ammunition types. Nothing. His thing was quirk analysis, not firearms. There's no need to be realistic. The man leaned down to be at eye level with her. Had he read her mind with his multiple quirks? Imagine a gun that fires a lot of bullets with minimal recoil. He closed his eyes and visualized a weapon, a lethal and very noisy object. A new weight hit his thin arms. A crude weapon, not unlike a bent branch, with a protruding trigger and a hole imitating the barrel. The green-haired man didn't know if it worked. Perfect, go out and fight. The man encouraged. I'll protect the tent in the meantime. He took off towards avian hell. The skies were a battlefield. Birds, just birds, darting back and forth, with or without prey. He saw Akatani launch shock slings or crush the birds directly. The Nomu didn't stay still either. It was fast and very strong, flying like a Superman delayed in his feathered slaughter. The rain of blood soaked the city. A bird appeared in his field of vision, its beak so wide it could swallow a head. Izuku aimed the gun and fired. The thunderous explosion pierced his ears and jolted his arms, pushing him back a few inches. It was painful, but he didn't suffer as much as the bird. His body exploded into blood. His chest was punctured and one wing was torn off. He died instantly. Izuku didn't lose sight of the body until it landed on a rooftop. But shot. Akatani encouraged, tens of meters away, his clothes covered in blood. But don't stand still, or you'll be an easy target. The young man nodded, addressing a group of birds. 2 shots filled the air with feathers, blood, and soft tissue. He continued without looking at the outcome of his actions. He mustn't stop if he wanted to save as many people as possible. He killed a bird intending to dive at a fleeing woman, then fired to his right, bringing down another monster. He advanced further while firing into the air. He didn't need to aim because the concentration of monsters was so massive that every bullet hit its target. He narrowly avoided a stinging blow that could have ripped his face off and shot the attacker, then another monster flying below him. There was always something within reach. Where did so many birds come from? Did they all live in the forest? How could they not see them when they flew over? Questions piled up with each shot. He felt he was doing the right thing. His actions were saving people. The useless Quirkless. Not anymore, he celebrated. Of course, his actions came with drawbacks. An annoying ringing inside his inner ear began after the 3rd shot, drowning out the sounds of battle. He wasn't as accustomed to the thunder as Bakugo was. His arms felt like lead, his muscles wailed, threatening to drop the gun with the next shot. The island's upside-down position complicated things. It was dizzying to see everything upside down while he fought. The Nomu and Akatani were doing better. The former moved extremely fast. A black meteorite that devastated everything in its path. The golem enjoyed the exercise even though the board limited its mobility. It left shock slings behind to hurl rocks with the power of bullets. A new move it couldn't use on Earth. The number of birds had dropped significantly since the battle began. They were either fleeing or being shot down. He looked at Akatani to see how he was doing, caught him destroying 5 birds with a rock. Not bad. Then he turned to the green-haired man with a smile very similar to Bakugo's. Yes, he enjoyed the experience, but the smile turned into a face of alarm. He pointed at him, outlining silent words. Izuku squinted, his finger jammed into his ear. The damn beeping was blocking his hearing. What was she saying? Then he saw it. A bird swooping down on him. Its talons pierced his back, sending a whole new level of pain through his throat. The weapon flew from his grasp, and he fell to his knees. Blood soaked his shirt, running down his arms to form a small pool on the board surface. Focusing or breathing was monumentally difficult. Everything around him blurred. The city was receding. The birds looked like dots darting back and forth, a feeling of weightlessness caught his body on the brink of collapse. He looked down. The black void was approaching. He finally understood. He fell off the board during the surge of pain. He was going to die. At least I would find out what was down there. A figure on another hoverboard caught him. His friend's signature long blonde hair floated in the air. She said something inaudible, worried, before leading him back to the city. Akatani joined them as an escort, furiously shooting down any bird that dared to come close. They knocked him down onto his board. It was unpleasant to rest his cheek in the pool of blood before All For One appeared, placing his hand on his hair. The beeping disappeared. The wounds healed with a bitter pain that made him clench his teeth. His vision cleared. All while the energy drained from his body. He stood his ground. He wasn't going to be knocked unconscious by the work that remained to be done. The birds were still present. He tried to sit up, only to be forced down by several hands. Don't move, Melissa ordered. You need to rest while All For One's healing quirk takes effect. It was nice to have his hearing back. Izuku's eyes met Akatani's, a hint of carmine that conveyed concern through the weak grip of her hand. You can't imagine how angry I am with both of you. The young woman crossed her arms, trying to sound irate despite the enormous relief of seeing Izuku safe and sound. If I hadn't returned to Aringar we wouldn't be having this conversation. She tugged at Izuku's cheek, demonstrating the enormous strength in her hands. You almost died. I'm sorry, Izuku and the golem muttered at the same time. An apology is not enough. All For One, being the intelligent centenarian he was, quietly backed away from the new battle that would shake the city. He had no intention of becoming the target of Melissa's wrath. We wanted to help you with your project, Izuku stammered, making a second attempt to stand. Akatani and she stopped him. We came to buy the ingredients you needed. Where's the bag? I left it in the shop, said the golem. The explanation slightly dampened his anger. Then the birds appeared out of nowhere, the green-haired man continued, Akatani and I rushed to save the inhabitants. Then I was wounded. Of course you've been hurt. She exclaimed, hands on her hips. Who would rush into a horde of monsters unarmed? I wasn't unarmed. I forged a shotgun. The weapon that was heading into the void at this moment. Was that a shotgun? Akatani asked, managing a small smile despite her concern. That thing makes an awfully loud noise. I don't know how you didn't go deaf. I went deaf. I didn't hear your warnings. The three descended until the ground was meters above their heads. The extravagant city had changed after the battle. Viscera polluted the air with its metallic scent. The streets were covered in corpses, a minority of them mangled humans, the rest birds. Izuku wanted to throw up. The few living monsters fled from the furious Nomu. "He's stronger than me," Akatani confessed, following the green-haired man's gaze. "I can't keep up with him, and his blows are devastating. I don't see any way I can beat him in a fight." "It's a fine Nomu." All for one approached the trio, beaming with pride. "A wonderful creation. I look forward to seeing how it performs when it's put to the test." Izuku looked away. The man's absurd plans didn't interest him. His overall condition was more worrying. His healing quirk helped with his injuries, but the phantom pain and exhaustion lingered. His stomach growled. He was hungry despite the nausea brought on by the smell of blood. "Let's go back to the castle," Melissa decreed after hearing the hungry earthquake raging inside her friend's skinny body. "One of us needs to eat." Izuku blushed in embarrassment. "And yours truly needs to finish preparing her invention." A quick farewell before the silent return to the floating fortress. Izuku thought back over the battle from beginning to end, reviewing all the mistakes that led to his fateful injury. He was far too inexperienced to be a hero. Chapter 20. Heroes vs Villains. UA classes were boring. They were no different from a normal educational institution, except for the heroic part. Ectoplasm, the hero with 2 prosthetic legs, taught math like an ordinary teacher, with more dedication and enthusiasm than all the teachers on Aldera combined. But it was still a math class. Izuku didn't understand half of the formulas scribbled on the board while the rest of the class was racing through notes. He blamed the trips to Aringar for not letting him study. Who was he kidding? Leaving school for almost a year to fly over a magical world in a castle deprived him of academic knowledge. Knowledge he had to learn in a matter of days if he didn't want to fail extremely useful subjects for the heroic profession. Since he didn't want to start a debate with himself about how poorly the education system was managed, he focused on Aringar. Since he didn't understand the class, why not think of something fun? A day passed since the island excursion. The bird's wound had appeared on his skin in the form of 3 pale, elongated scars running from his left shoulder to his spine. Miraculously, the talons hadn't pierced anything significant, but they were there as a reminder. "You still have a lot to learn," they said. No more sad topics. Melissa congratulated them after countless scoldings for buying the right ingredients. She still didn't say what a revolutionary invention was for, but she affirmed that she was closer to making it a reality. There were no words to describe her need to see it finished. Curiosity, her greatest enemy, aside from anxiety and her brain's demoralizing comments, was the thing that drove her desire to analyze and learn. The pen tapped the back of his seat so carefully that no one in the classroom except him noticed. He subtly glanced back, meeting 2 crimson eyes. "Pay attention in class," Akatani whispered through gritted teeth. "You'll fail the exams if you don't pay attention." Yes, the golem participated in classes, at his own request, to be precise. Aizawa approved it on the condition that he behave like a normal student. A decision influenced, possibly, by Principal Nezu. As for his classmates, things were complicated. The fact that it was the second day of school meant he didn't have time to forge a friendship, and friendship was a term he had to postpone who knows how long because of his bad reputation. Uraraka Achako, round face, according to Bakugu, and Denki Kaminari, the sycophant, according to Bakugu, hated him. And the rest avoided him so as not to catch his reputation. At least the golem kept them company. The bell rang. The happy moment when the classroom was left unsupervised began. Izuku took the opportunity to stretch, feeling a phantom pain in his scar. Was he fully recovered? Melissa guaranteed he was, despite the short time since the injury. At least he slept a few hours before going to class. "I'm coming in like a normal person." The class turned their eyes to the door, where a towering figure with a bright smile and distinctive hairstyle glided in, striking a pose as heroic as it was comical. Obviously, everyone was focused on the heroic part. After all, they were the only ones who had the #1 hero for a teacher. "It's Almight!" exclaimed the red-haired boy with sharp teeth. "Kirishima. The heroic course is impressive." The pink-skinned girl celebrated. Her name was Izuku couldn't remember. He couldn't be expected to learn everyone's names on his second day of school. "I can't believe we have Almight as a teacher." The boy with the laser on his belly shouted. "He's almost as brilliant as I am." The last part was unnecessary. Half of his comments were unnecessary. "Look. Almight's got his fly open," Akatani announced in a falsetto voice. "Everything's showing." Izuku slammed his forehead against the desk. He thought it was great that his classmate was acting like a teenager after processing for so long that his creation could feel like a human, but there was no need to make a fuss. Then, the one who came off worse was the green-haired boy himself. "Calm down, young people," Almight said calmly. Everyone obeyed with huge smiles, not wanting to offend the #1 hero. "We're going on a combat exercise." He'd never seen such a wide variety of expressions. Most were nervous. Others Bakugo were grinning maniacally. Izuku felt his heart race, and not because of a possible anxiety attack. He wanted to get started. This exercise was just what he needed. A gift from the universe to make up for his bad luck with the giant birds. Putting on the hero suit was the beginning. Izuku looked at himself in the locker room mirror while his teammates changed. A black costume with green details, reinforced knees and elbows, red sneakers, a hood with bunny ears, according to Melissa, a face mask that doubled as a gas mask, and a tool belt. He forged it based on sketches of his younger self, who in turn drew inspiration from Almight himself. His brain was full of Almight at that time. How does it look on me? Akatani posed next to him in the hero costume. I'm sure I look fabulous, he said, parodying the boy with a lightning bolt on his belly. His costume was identical to Izuku's, except for minor details such as red patterns instead of green, and the absence of the belt and hood. According to him, having bunny ears was ridiculous. I didn't know about style. They gathered in the observation room with the rest of the class, a somewhat small space for so many students and Aizawa and Nezu. Izuku stared at the couple waiting in front of the observation screens, not understanding the reason for their presence. Is everyone here? Almight cleared his throat. Good. First of all, Principal Nezu and your tutor are here to carefully evaluate the probationary students. Haminari clicked his tongue in displeasure. Pretend we're not here, the director said, as if it would help. Do the exercise as best you can, Aizawa encouraged, as stoic as ever, even though I find it irresponsible for a certain hero to do such an activity without first offering preparation and training. I was very excited. Almight wiped the sweat from his forehead. It'll be a very simple test. I promise. He explained the exercise in detail, paying close attention to every word because Aizawa didn't intend to simply evaluate the students being tested. It was a battle between heroes and villains for control of a probably fake bomb inside a simulated building. He added that the big bad guys didn't attack in the middle of the street but instead holed up in secret bases and it was a hero's duty to defeat them without damaging the building. Iida raised his hand when the hero finished speaking. Will the pairings be random or can we choose our partner? Through one pair against another, Izuku overlooked the most important detail of the exercise, at least for him, since his experience in combat accompanied by an ally was limited to watching Akatani kill monsters. Although, to be more honest, he was growing in knowledge about fighting in general. They will be random, young Iida. You can choose your partner, the director interrupted the hero. Almight looked puzzled. He nodded nervously and gave the students 5 minutes to choose a partner. Who will you choose? Akatani questioned, looking at the group. You have a wide range of companions. Izuku had no idea. He was surrounded by unfamiliar faces and interesting quirks. Naturally, he ruled out the probationers for obvious reasons. Could he choose Bakugo? The only one he knew, and he knew how to act in his presence. Stay quiet and stay out of his way. Or that was what he was supposed to do with the old Bakugo. The new kinder one, only to him, might need new ways to keep him calm. Do you count as a companion? He asked the golem, receiving a shrug in response. I suppose not. The raven-headed boy was looking for a partner even though he had a sensitive quirk. Do you have a partner? They both turned to the boy with dark eyes and violet hair who approached quietly. He was wearing a black, somewhat baggy costume and a capture headband like Aizawa's. Izuku turned to both sides to make sure his partner wasn't talking to anyone else. We don't have a partner, Akatani declared, want to join? I think it's obvious, he smiled sideways. I'm Hitachi Shinso. He held out his hand. And you? Izuku Mido. He went blank. His words stopped, his limbs disconnected. Izuku didn't understand what was happening. His body wouldn't react no matter how much he wanted to move. His eyes watched a purple-haired young man give a smug smile which he didn't finish because a crimson flash grabbed him by the neck, lifting him several inches. Hitachi tried to break the golem's steel grip without success, only able to kick in the air and gasp. Akatani brought it closer to his face. I'm giving you 3 seconds to undo what you did to Izuku. Otherwise, I'll snap your neck. He tightened his grip, adding another layer of threat to his statement. Do you understand? The effect dissipated, leaving Izuku as confused as he was scared. He'd never seen the golem act so threatening. The deadly calm with which it voiced its demand was more befitting a villain than a normal person. He dropped the purple-haired boy like a sack of rubble. What happened? Almight exclaimed, worried and confused. The entire class stared at the trio with varying expressions, from fear to enjoyment, Bakugo, to disbelief. Aizawa glared at the green-haired boy. Midoriya, explain yourself. His tone made her hair stand on end. A threat of imminent expulsion if she got the answer wrong. Her childhood dream, one step away from sinking into oblivion by an action that lasted no more than 2 seconds. She swallowed it, felt like swallowing a stone, and prepared to explain what had happened. "It's my fault," Hitachi admitted between labored breaths, standing with difficulty. I used my quirk on Midoriya-kun, and his artifact responded accordingly." Izawa's eyes narrowed. "Is that true?" The question, although directed at Izuku, expected an answer from any witness. No one murmured a word. "That's true," Akatani declared. Izawa scanned the audience, waiting for someone to deny or confirm the facts. No one spoke. "Shinso, you're warned." "Midoriya." Izuku felt his blood run cold. "You're exempt from repercussions since you were under the effect of his quirk." The young man felt the warm embrace of relief. "However, if you use such violence again, you will be warned. Heroes must measure their strength." "That wasn't fair." "But I haven't done anything." "I don't want any excuses," the man said, then addressed the entire class. "Have you chosen your partner?" Everyone nodded. "Good. Let the exercise begin. Midoriya and Shinso, you're up first. You'll play the hero. Don't bother. Your adversaries will be." A random draw marked Bakugo and Uraraka as opponents. "Don't be a pain." Izuku caught a glimpse of Katsuki's sadistic smile. He was in trouble. "What disgusting shit." Izuku deflated. "Why am I so unlucky? It's the second day." "Don't swear," Akatani chided, holding back the urge to laugh. Watching her creator crawl like shit to the testing grounds was unbearable. "And you're right about bad luck. Did you run into a black cat?" "I think the cat crawled up my ass," he muttered, rubbing his temples so hard he felt his brain twitch. "And I have the eggplant as a companion." "The eggplant has a name, broccoli," Shinso muttered, meters away from Akatani, "and I'm not excited about being the first either." The three of them stood in front of the test building. 3 stories high, with no doors or windows, waiting for the villains to finish their preparations. Strange screams emerged from inside a ghost, or Bakugo arguing. Either way, it was possible. Their weapons were the capture tapes that Almight gave to the 5, Akatani also wanted one, to immobilize the rivals. "Why did you approach us in the first place?" the green-haired man asked, aware that he had to clear up a lot of things with Shinso if he wanted to emerge victorious. "And what was the point of this strange brain trick?" "It's my quirk, brainwashing. And I approached you because I want to talk." "Your way of starting a conversation is very peculiar," the golem attacked, sarcastic and a little spiteful. "What do you want to talk about?" Izuku said before Akatani could make things worse. "I want to thank you." His mouth fell open. "That? I'll be direct because we don't have much time. I'm one of the probationary students. I was in Group B. Now I understand why you brainwashed Izuku." Akatani raised an eyebrow. "Do you want revenge?" The eggplant shook its head, backing away a little. "The brainwashing was a joke. Use your brain. Do you think the teachers will let me do whatever I want with it?" It made sense, except for the joking part. What kind of sense of humor did Shinso have? Izuku didn't have the time or patience to unravel the mysteries of his mind. "And why do you want to thank me? You're in a difficult position. I don't even understand why you made that joke in the first place. You could get expelled." Shinso smiled sideways as he shook his head. "Expel me? I doubt it. My father wouldn't do something like that." Izuku's eyes widened. "Be what?" "That's not the point." The eggplant dismissed the question with a gesture. "I really want to thank you. Thanks to you, I'm where I am." Izuku looked at him without understanding. "Look, my quirk isn't effective against machines and other non-living entities." He pointed at Akatani inconspicuously. "Destroying robots. I wouldn't have gotten a single point if the exam had gone as planned. Then you came along and left the candidates in the dust. Do you understand what I mean?" The young man nodded. Partly, he was happy that Akatani's actions had benefited someone. Partly, he wondered why he had the bad luck to end up paired with the guy with the worst sense of humor in the world. "Now that we're all clear, let's get to planning." Akatani clapped his hands with his quirk active. A tiny shock wave ruffled the nest of birds in Izuku's head. "I think the most obvious way to win is to let me do all the work." Was that so? Obviously. Izuku doubted he'd lose to Uraraka and Bakugo, no matter how talented the latter was. He just had to wait for Akatani to find the bomb. A very safe plan, and yet, it still made his guts churn. "I don't want to follow the plan," he admitted. "Akatani, I want to learn. I want to experience fighting in a controlled environment, not wait for you to solve problems." The golem blinked. "What are you saying?" Akatani hid all signs of bewilderment behind her signature cheerful smile. "Why would you want to go in there?" She gestured toward the building. "It's a tight spot. Bakugo's explosions can hurt you." "He won't. It's a controlled exercise. Besides, he's changed. He's not like he used to be. He hasn't bothered me since I awakened the quirk." "Was he bullying you? Is he a bully?" Shinso asked, reminding them they weren't alone. "That's not right. You shouldn't let him stay here." My father should expel him. He's changed, the green-haired man repeated. But that's not important now. Akatani. I need to learn. I don't want to depend on you all my life. The golem walked away a few meters, his thoughts divided, his hands trembling. Allowing Izuku to participate would expose him to unnecessary risks, especially with that explosive boy wandering around. Akatani hadn't met him personally, although, if he focused, he could unearth Izuku's memories engraved in his creation. The humiliations, beatings, and threats stirred a level of anger unknown to him, and at the same time, he wondered. Why was he defending Bakugo? Because he had changed. No, Izuku would protect the explosive blonde even if he became a criminal. Still, this wasn't the time to be theorizing. He had to choose whether he was going to risk his creator's health. I don't want to butt in where I'm not called, but I also want to learn, Shinso declared, bringing the golem back to reality. I need experience if I want to be a hero. Being 2 against 1, Akatani had no choice but to give in. Whatever you want. Let's make a plan. Who knows? Maybe I could give Bakugo a taste of his own medicine. Bakugo circled the bomb with a toothy grin. Luck was on his side, offering a battle against the new Izuku, a boy as nervous as the previous version, but braver and possessing a very powerful quirk and the reason for Katsuki's euphoria. Akatani. Artifact. Robot. Artificial creation. Possible alien. What the hell did it matter? He was powerful, a force that rivaled the potency of his quirk. For the first time, he had the chance to test his capabilities against an opponent at his level. Ignoring the creative girl and half, they would have to wait their turn to face him. What's the plan? Roundface asked, leaning against the pump. We need a strategy. A plan? Of course. Bakugo devised one before entering the building. You guard the bomb and I will face Izuku, the extra and Akatani. Uraraka stared at him, waiting for him to say something like, it's just a joke. Don't worry, we'll come up with a foolproof plan together. Seconds passed, and no such words came. She clicked her tongue. Are you going to face them alone? He decided to pressure the boy, hoping he'd back down. I remind you that Shinso can control your mind, and Aka whatever. Akatani Bakugo spelled out. Pronounced the name right. Names were a form of respect for Bakugo. Everyone was an extra except for those whose names remained in his memory. Akatani is very powerful. I know. I want to face him. The thought of dropping a ton of debris on her partner crossed Uraraka's mind. Pairing up with him was one of the worst ideas of the week. Calm down, his brain ordered in a calm voice, the idea of the exercise is to learn, not to win. But if I don't win, I could be expelled. She was sure the principal put her there out of malice. How unfair. Kaminari was the one who showed the most dislike for Midoriya, not her. He should be the one in her position, enduring the bomb's ravings with his legs and mouth, especially his mouth. He shook his head. Complaining wasn't the solution. He still had time to devise a plan. The alarm signaling the start of the test echoed through the building. Almost at the same time, Bakugo shot out like a comet. I hate my luck. Bakugo raced through the hallways, propelled by the power of his quirk, his maneuvering so efficient that he never crashed into walls. He flew down the stairs and turned left where a hand emerged from around the corner. His carefully honed reflexes allowed him to veer before those gloved fingers closed over his face. He stepped back and examined the arm. He ruled out Izuku because of his height and the purple extra wouldn't attack head-on. There was only one option left. Akatani, he pronounced the name, his mouth widening. Tiny explosions erupted from his palms. Come out and fight me. Akatani poked his head out, a placid expression contrasting with the hand that dug its fingers into the wall and ripped off fragments of plaster. As you wished. He stepped out into the hallway, wearing that red and black suit. He scanned the area distractedly before speaking. This place is very narrow. Should we move to a larger space? Bakugo remembered passing a large room on his frantic flight. The second floor, near the bomb, but the risk was manageable. Don't be an idiot. He scolded himself. Do you want to play your opponent's game? It will only lead to defeat. I'll face you here, he amended, taking a fighting stance. He felt his gauntlet slowly fill. Akatani nodded. A red blur appeared before his eyes at incomprehensible speeds. He ducked, narrowly avoiding a blow that would have taken his head off, and counterattacked with a blast to his stomach, only to hit empty air. Akatani was fast, very fast. Bakugo stepped back, his gaze fixed on the artifact, which returned to its initial position as if nothing had happened. The only evidence of the attack was on the wall. A fist-shaped hole that could have ended up in his head. He was panting, sweating, and barely moving. Akatani maintained his placid smile. It was his turn to attack. He launched himself with a burst of energy, preparing a right hook that could knock down an adult, but his intention wasn't to hit. When he was within striking distance of Akatani, he launched a second burst, aiming to get behind him and attack. Another red flash lit up the hallway, and before Bakugo could register his position, a blow landed in his ribs, sending him slamming into the wall. His reflexes once again saved him, launching a blast that prevented the impact. He landed on both feet, his side aching with pain. Akatani watched him with her unfazed smile. "Does it hurt?" he asked calmly as he approached. "I guess so, but I want to know your opinion. How does it feel to get hit after years of beating up your classmates?" Memories he wanted to bury resurfaced. The tearful face of a younger Izuku pleading for him to stop. When and where did that happen? He'd messed with him so many times that his brain stopped registering the important details. He attacked Akatani. A blow to the head that was easily avoided, another to the chest that was deflected, and a kick to the shin that did nothing. He couldn't land a decisive blow. He bit his lip until he tasted blood. He needed a plan. "Why did you attack head-on?" the golem asked, blocking a kick aimed at his stomach. "You know I'm stronger than you." "Why did I want to?" A louder than normal explosion was negated by the shockwave from his slap. Bakugo felt the heat on his face. "I like fighting. Why shouldn't I fight you?" He fired 3 blasts, all easily avoided. He couldn't match Akatani's speed. He leaped back to gain distance and fired an even stronger blast. The building shook and a red blur passed by, leaving a sentence. "Are you trying to tear down the building?" Her euphoria returned. She had finally broken Akatani's tranquility. "So what if I want to?" he mocked, throwing explosions in an attempt to hit the red flash. "I'll bring down the Bullied." A knee to the stomach knocked the air out of his lungs. It hurt like hell, but he saw it as a golden opportunity because he had the golem face to face. He fired blasts with both hands. How many? He didn't know. He was blinded by the flash of fire, his ears screaming with pain. He didn't stop until the wall gave way and cracks spread out into the hallway. Pieces of plaster rained down. "You're an idiot." He turned to his right to be greeted by a punch that crushed his nose. "Young Akatani, young Bakugo. If you keep fighting at this intensity, I'll end the exercise." Almight's voice emerged from the speakers. He sounded as angry as he was nervous. "It's stupid, even for the craziest villain, to destroy the building he's in. And a hero should never make such a decision." Bakugo clicked his tongue. Blood gushed from his nasal passages like a fountain. It hurt like hell. "You son of a," another blow to the stomach knocked the wind out of him. That didn't stop him from avoiding a kick straight to his temple. That hurt. He let out a tiny explosion. "At least I avoided the kick." "You dodged it because it wasn't as fast as the fist," Akatani explained, leaping over the remains of the wall. "Don't give me that look. I have no intention of killing an idiot like you." The comment stirred the carefully stored reserve of anger. He extended his arm, pointing the gauntlet at the humanoid contraption. He pulled the ring. The colossal crash shook the building. Chapter 21. Troublesome Battles. Izuku listened to the muffled explosions. Swear words too. They were talking about Katsuki, after all. A battle against him wasn't lacking in language that would make a nun weep. The young man made the decision to ignore the small war raging downstairs in pursuit of the bomb if they ever found it. The building was enormous. So many hallways connecting to empty rooms, a waste of money, in his opinion. Whole families could live there, or it could serve as a meeting place for anime conferences, but the bad smell was already there. "Your friend is having fun," the eggplant mentioned, glancing at a room that was gathering dust. "Haken loves fighting," he stated distractedly. "He'll never refuse to fight someone strong." The basis of the plan was Akatani. He distracted Katsuki while they went after Uraraka. Izuku felt the utility belt where the number 2 electric baton was hanging, which he hoped to use. Finally, Shinso looked at him. "I was talking about Akatani, is it really an artifact?" And there was one of the topics Izuku didn't want to delve into. He wondered what would happen if, instead of registering Akatani as an AI support item, he had registered it as a student. He'd be spared the hassle of explaining himself and instead be asked why his creation lacks civil registration. At least he was right when he said Akatani would be very controversial. "Let's see if I can get a positive prediction right next time." "You could say it's a mobile sculpture that perfectly imitates humans," he said after quickly thinking of an explanation. "It talks, laughs, runs indistinguishable from people." A series of explosions shook the ground. Bakugo was having a great time. "And does he really feel anything?" the eggplant questioned. Izuku choked on air. "I doubt a sculpture can mimic emotion so faithfully. That leaves me with 2 options. Either Akatani has feelings, or I smoked a joint. Judging by your expression, the second option is very likely." The green-haired man kept the thought to himself because he didn't want to ruin the cooperative relationship with his partner. "You pay a lot of attention to other people's expressions when your quirk affects the brain," he mentioned, glancing at Izuku's face. He couldn't see much of it because of the mask and hood. "It's interesting to know if the person is angry, nervous, or terrified. It's information that facilitates mind control." The tone he used, reminiscent of a villain about to reveal his evil plan, had no effect on the green-haired man's attention. Talking about peculiarities was his Achilles' heel. He wished he had his notebook, one of many he owned, to jot down the eggplant's words. My extensive analysis determined that Akatani possesses feelings. Am I right or wrong? Will you control my mind to know the answer? Shinso's smile offered no confidence. Izuku rolled his eyes, displeased that his favorite topic had become a one-sided interrogation. The echo of the 3 explosions barely made a dent in his brain. He finally agreed to explain the details of the golem's creation, censoring out information about Aringar, the castle, One for All, and Melissa, just in case. He focused on asserting that Akatani was, or at least that was the goal, a tool meant to save lives. He confirmed that he began to feel like a human sometime between his birth and the present. Shinso nodded slowly. I admit you're impressive, Midoriya. Izuku stared at him. Compliment wasn't what he expected to hear. You created a living being from trash. I'm a little jealous of your quirk. Just a little. Izuku felt waves of envy creeping through his body, and he could imagine why. Society frowned upon those with dark quirks. They were branded as potential villains. My quirk awakened a year ago, the green-haired boy half lied. During that time, I was humiliated by my classmates, especially Bakugo. They called me Deku, hit me, stole my things, and humiliated me. The whole bullying package. She closed her eyes with a tired sigh. It hurt to remember everything, but at the same time, it was liberating to have 2 ears listening to her problems. Shinso might not have been the right person to confess to, but she felt he would understand, something her mother had been unable to do. She looked up, her eggplant gaze devoid of the envy she'd radiated moments before, only an understanding face. Let's continue. Izuku lifted his hood to rub his eyes. I think Akatani has defeated Bakugo. The loud explosion spoke volumes. The building shook as if it were standing in an earthquake zone. It's going to fall down, Shinso muttered, watching 2 cracks grow on the right wall. I think we should get out. Young Akatani, young Bakugo. If you keep fighting at this intensity, I'll end the exercise. It's stupid, even for the craziest villain, to destroy the building he's standing in. And a hero should never make such a decision. Almight's voice intensified Izuku's nervousness. His heartbeat quickened as sweat gathered on his palms. He took a slow breath and let it out. Are you okay? Izuku cursed under his breath. He forgot he wasn't alone. Shinso looked at him with surprise and concern. I'm fine, he managed to say. I don't like tremors. There it is. The bomb lay in a room at the end of the hallway. Izuku smiled, ready to run toward it, stopping short before taking the first step. The memory of the island flashed back to him. That battle where he'd been wounded for rushing into battle without considering the risks. It's a trap, he realized, feeling the silence. Uraraka was nowhere to be seen. It was too strange. She wants to ambush us. I'll go first, Shinso said, unwinding the neck entrapment tape. I'll either control her mind or immobilize her. I've practiced a lot with my father. Izuku resisted the urge to ask his father's identity. The disguise and the capture tape marked a candidate. They tiptoed into the room, their eyes on the papier match bomb, so close to winning the exercise it seemed like a dream. You're finally here. Izuku's head spun to the right so fast his vertebrae cracked in pain. Uraraka waited, leaning against the wall, for the 2 opponents to arrive. Are you going to greet your guest so coldly? The eggplant grinned from ear to ear. You're a very inconsiderate girl. You can't imagine the long journey we've traveled to get here. The journey wasn't long, but it felt like an eternity to Izuku. He pulled out the electric baton, 50 centimeters of who knows what material. He didn't pay attention to the trash used. One end, tipped with 2 tiny points, emitted a shock. Uraraka's smug expression melted. How many volts does that thing have? Good question. Izuku wanted it to have the power of a police stun gun, but figuring out the exact amount of volts was far from easy. He was content with not killing anyone. I hope you're not intimidated by my partner's weapon. Shinso took one end of the capture tape. Unless you're a coward. You're not, are you? A sure blow to pride. The eggplant knew which buttons to push. I'm not a co. Her voice trailed off and her arms fell limp. The answer she tried to give turned into a mumble as incomprehensible as Izuku's monologues. Shinso's smile reached his ears. Ready? Touch the pump, I'll immobilize the float. Izuku nodded, happy to win and unhappy that he didn't do anything. He wondered what would have happened if they switched roles, with him being the one in charge of distracting Bakugo. Fate decided to thwart his plans in the worst possible way. A massive explosion rocked the building, ripping deadly cracks through the floors, walls, and ceilings. Izuku fell, clutching his ears, not as recovered as he thought. His head spun, making it difficult to focus his vision. Dust and plaster fell from every surface, turning his disguise a snowy white. The fake bomb was crushed by a beam that couldn't withstand the tremor. I was almost done with San Pedro. Bakugo, you crazy bastard. Shinso struggled to his feet, half stumbling over the cracks, so angry his voice pierced the green-haired boy's battered eardrums. What the hell is his brain made of? Who was the idiot who led him into the heroic course? Izuku chose to sit up instead of answering. He took a breath with his hands resting on his knees. Young Bakugo, you're disqualified. Almight was quick to pronounce the verdict. Since the bomb has been destroyed, the winning team will be the one who immobilizes their opponent. The hero didn't say anything about Akatani, which meant he was saved from the explosion. Immobilizing Uraraka will be easy because she's still affected by Shin's quirk. Oh, shit. He didn't see a blank-eyed, limp-limbed Uraraka, but an awake girl, holding a rock and assuming a thrower's stance. The projectile hit Shinso, too busy complaining instead of paying attention to his surroundings, in the head, without giving him time to warn him. He fell like a sack of potatoes. And the young woman didn't stop there. She approached Izuku at high speed and kicked him in the stomach, taking advantage of his bent posture. The pain shot from his stomach to his mouth. Breakfast spilled onto the rubble. Then he received a punch to the face that knocked him down. He glimpsed his companion's shadow out of the corner of his eye. His reflexes took over, sending him rolling out of range of a direct kick to the face. "Stop moving," she ordered angrily. "You're going to ruin my test." "Stop attacking," he yelled inside his head. He reached for the electric baton only to realize it was nowhere to be seen. He must have fallen into a crevice. She was faster and stronger than her slender figure suggested. She threw punches that forced Izuku to dedicate all his attention to dodging them. A kick to the shin nearly knocked him down again. "What the hell are you doing, Izuku?" Akatani, half of his suit burned, watched the scene from the doorway. "You've forgotten you can defend yourself." The relief of seeing the golem calmed his nerves. She was right. He was there to learn how to fight, not how to flee like a chicken. He dodged a hook to the face by ducking and slipped under Uraraka's guard, grabbing a stone in the process. He forged one of his first weapons. The scalpel. While the blade intimidated the young woman, the forging process consumed a chunk of precious energy. Her muscles protested to the sound of the sour aftertaste of vomit. He closed the gap with a wide slash, managing to open a shallow wound on the young woman's left arm. He followed up the assault with a kick to the stomach, though it was blocked with his good arm. He prepared for the third attack when the 5 fingers touched his leg. Izuku floated. Surprise gave way to horror as his feet left the ground. He flailed his arms like a dizzy turkey, cursing himself for forgetting his partner's quirk. "It stings," Uraraka spat, pressing the wound. It was bleeding a little. "Who's going to attack me with a scalpel?" Izuku grabbed onto a pillar, halting his ascent. The scene around him was uncanny. Shinso was still unconscious, and Akatani had no intention of intervening. He watched over the fight so no one would be seriously injured, respecting his creator's wish to learn to fight. And Bakugo was disqualified. Who would think of throwing stones at a fellow soldier? He countered. Shinso could be seriously injured. "He's just unconscious," Akatani said, helping the eggplant, "his breathing is steady." They removed him from the chaos like a seasoned paramedic. The first aid videos had a very positive effect. "And why aren't you doing anything?" The young woman pointed an accusing finger at Akatani. "I'm going to beat the broccoli up. Doesn't that bother you?" The golem shrugged after depositing Shinso in the hallway. And Izuku felt offended. He promised to dye his hair when he got home. But back to the point. She'd turned into a birthday balloon. The column was the only thing keeping her from hitting the ceiling. She wondered if she should wait for Uraraka to succumb to exhaustion before coming down. Her quirk couldn't last forever, a thought discarded, since the girl contained enough energy to power an airplane. The string of creative insults hurled at Akatani proved it. She didn't have much of a chance of winning. No, she did. Bakugo's outbursts gave her a wicked idea. He forged a piece of the column, obtaining a metal cylinder with a safety ring and a pair of protective glasses. Uraraka was alarmed when the grenade was thrown into the air. It bounced 3 times, expelling an orange cloud of acidic odor that quickly spread through the room. The young woman tilted her head, not understanding what was happening, until hell broke loose. It started with an itchy feeling in her eyes and nose, which escalated into little demons rubbing hot chili peppers into those areas. She squealed, rubbing her eyes in a desperate attempt to stop the terrible stinging, while she paced back and forth, stumbling clumsily because she couldn't see anything. Breathing wasn't easy either. The rancid-smelling gas made her sniffle, mimicking the world's most extreme cold. Izuku fell flat on his butt when his partner's quirk wore off. Seeing her disoriented filled him with pity, despite the painful blows he'd received. He adjusted his goggles and mask. He'd done well to implement them in the suit and forged what would become the third electric baton from pieces of debris. A weapon he promised to keep. He aimed for an exposed area of her arm and let the blast shake her body until she fell. He had won. The hero team is the winner. Almight announced. It sounded strange, as if the tremors had damaged the PA system. You can return to the surveillance room to hear your tutor's commentary. You did great. Akatani gently patted Izuku on the shoulder. He wasn't affected by the orange gas. What I don't understand is why you didn't use the grenade in the first place. Good question, and the answer was simple. Just to be safe. An irritant gas conjured up in his imagination could have dangerous side effects. He had no intention of forging the grenade until he'd done safety tests, a promise he broke because the tremors and Uraraka in her berserk mode scared him a little. Just a little. It didn't occur to me to forge the grenade, he said simply and plainly to save himself the trouble of explaining, but that's not the point. We're going to get Uraraka and Shinso out of here. They're having a bad time. Uraraka was lying like a corpse. She wasn't dead. Izuku saw her chest rise and fall with the rhythm of her breathing, and Shinso was thrashing around, semi-conscious, affected by the orange gas. Aizawa was speechless. The cameras showed every mistake and success made by the 4 students and the support device, and he was dismayed. His brain collated a lot of worrying information. He knew his students were novices. They didn't know the rules of indoor battles. Hence, he was less demanding than usual. He expected to see glaring errors. The images went beyond the limit. All of them had problems that needed urgent review. Starting with Shinso, the son he adopted 3 years ago, he could read like he'd known him all his life. He thrived on attention, proving to as many people as possible that he could overcome those with powerful quirks and become a hero, a trait developed after years of abuse and bullying. He knew perfectly well that his son didn't control Izuku's mind because he was joking. He wanted to send a message. To make it seem like he could incapacitate the one who stood out above everyone else in the entrance exam. Akatani didn't take it well, however. The most negative part was offering crucial details about his quirk before the exercise. He lost his advantage in an immature outburst. Bakugo Kitsuki was talented. A strong quirk combined with a sharp mind and some combat savvy. The problem was his attitude. His kind made Aizawa want to quit his job. Society inflated the pride of outstanding young people, making them think they were untouchable until someone stopped them. Akatani was the executing hand that rendered Bakugo unconscious after activating one of his gauntlets. Aizawa rubbed his forehead. He would have thoroughly investigated Bakugo's background if the damn entrance exam hadn't consumed every minute of his life. It was well known that young people who shared his profile were prone to preying on those they considered weak. However, he would first focus on finding the idiot who passed the gauntlets as part of his disguise. I was looking forward to the passage of the law that would prevent underage aspiring heroes from carrying destructive weapons. Izuku Midoriya was an anomaly in his entire being. Young people with such a striking quirk didn't display such insecurity. Another history that needed review, especially when he heard his words through the surveillance room speakers. My quirk awakened a year ago. During that time, I was humiliated by my classmates, especially Bakugo. They called me Deku, hit me, stole my things, and humiliated me. The whole bullying package. He couldn't help but see the expressions in the class as they, at times, put themselves in the green-haired man's shoes, empathizing with him. An essential trait for heroes. The story needed a lot of research. It might not be true, but seeing him flinch in what looked like an anxiety attack when the building shook was a sure sign that expert help was going to be needed. Then there was the matter of the smoke bomb. Aizawa didn't deny that it was a good idea if only he'd used it outside. Chemical weapons were prohibited indoors due to the accumulation of hazardous materials in small areas. Information a young man his age should know. He attributed this mistake to nervousness or the effects of an as yet unidentified anxiety. Uraraka's actions bordered on savagery. This wasn't just her acting as a villain, she was truly afraid of losing. Yes, fear was reflected in her eyes. Aizawa had seen many students fail exercises because of fear. She fought carelessly, using dangerous tricks like knocking Shinso down with a rock instead of relying on her quirk, which suggested she had no experience using it. And a guilty party sat next to her. The damn rat who never missed a single detail of the fights, whose brains devised the most absurd plan to solve the exam problem, exposing a section of the students to extraordinary stress. Uraraka let herself be driven by the fear of being expelled from the heroic class, plain and simple. Finally there was Akatani. It would take Aizawa weeks to list the problems associated with Midoriya's creation. The door opened, allowing Midoriya and Akatani to enter, carrying the unconscious bodies of their 3 companions. The reactions were too enthusiastic for a lover of silence like him. Akatani, you are the manliest man. Ijiro Kirishima exclaimed, activating his quirk to make the sound of their fists clashing louder. You single-handedly took down Bakugo. Is it true that you have feelings? Yayoi Rozu questioned, maintaining her composure. Akatani nodded with a smile. Midoriya, the grenade at the end was great, Mina congratulated him. Uraraka didn't expect it. Did Bakugo bully you, Kiro? It's horrible. Many more congratulations and questions flew, so Izawa called for silence with an intimidating activation of his quirk. As much as Izuku tried to hide it, the trembling in his hands didn't escape his eyes. He didn't like crowded and noisy situations. He had to work on this aspect of his student as it was essential for a hero to remain calm in the most stressful situations. Of course, the green-haired young man also gave a tiny proud smile. Maybe he was overcoming his anxiety on his own, but that didn't mean he didn't need help. Izawa cleared his throat. Akatani, take Bakugo, Uraraka, and Shinso to the infirmary. She examined Izuku again. He was limping, and his sneakers were stained with vomit. Midoriya, you too. She looked at Nezu, his glowing eyes impossible to read, and at Almight, a giant afraid of being reprimanded. She made a drastic decision. The exercise is cancelled. Return to class. Some were relieved, others complained, and no one cared. The building's structure was badly damaged, further evidence that this kind of exercise was only conducted after safety briefings. I was going to enjoy scolding Almight for hours. Chapter 22. Television will rot your brain. Heading to the infirmary was a difficult task because of his limp. The kick to the shin and the fall to the ground affected him more than he thought at the time. Akatani laid the 3 unconscious people on the stretchers, he threw Bakugo like a basketball and sat down in a chair. Recovery girl was nowhere to be seen. It's been a productive day, he declared positively. Izuku couldn't tell if he was being sarcastic or considering the madness of the exercise a good thing. How does your first victory feel? Izuku took the stretcher next to the window. It must have been lunchtime, although his stomach wasn't exactly up to it. He trailed off. He couldn't define the experience. I'll get back to you when I've gotten my thoughts straight. The golem gave him space. The beeping of the state-of-the-art machines made the castle infirmary look like a doctor's office in a cheap hospital. UA invested a lot of money in the care of future heroes. An investment Izuku didn't understand how they claimed. He also didn't want to poke his nose into the school's accounting. This was a pit where mental health could deteriorate. What happened? They looked at the small elderly woman who had just entered. She wasn't very happy to find 3 unconscious teenagers and another one in shambles. She demanded an explanation, her words laced with unwavering grief reserved for the person responsible. Poor Almight, Izuku thought. Akatani explained what had happened, placing all responsibility on the teachers and principal. The old woman's face flushed with anger when she got to the part about the explosions, rocks to the head, and mysterious gas bombs. For a moment, Izuku thought the old woman's cane would end up embedded in his head. Say no more. I'll heal you and then go talk to those responsible. If Izuku had been tired before, he felt his muscles melt after the kiss. He saw the old woman leave in a huff out of the corner of his eye. Then he fell asleep. Waking up on the castle carpet wasn't the most satisfying experience of the week, although it was the most pleasant experience of the day. It gave me an interesting view of the stone ceiling. Akatani's face filled half of his field of vision. Are you okay? Did the trip to Aringar make you dizzy? I'm fine, he stated, examining the golem's nostrils. I feel like a corpse waiting to be buried. Your answer is a bit contradictory, the golem pointed out jokingly. I suppose you're okay. Should I help you up? Izuku let himself be lifted like a baby. He yawned, lazily rubbing his eyes. He must have slept for a while because he felt clear-headed. Looks like I have guests. Melissa appeared behind him, intending to give him a good scare. And boy did it work. Izuku's scream would be heard for generations to come. Okay, I get it. No sneaking up on him from behind. The young woman looked in better shape than last time, without that sleepy face that could have mistaken her for a zombie. She was wearing a classic steampunk uniform, which meant one thing. Are we going on a hike? The golem asked. Yes, he replied, making a P sound, we'll go visit my acquaintance so he can assess the situation in Akatani. The green-haired man remembered her words in the cave, her disbelief at the suspicion that Akatani had feelings. He foresaw they would go see Melissa's acquaintance in the distant future, and not so suddenly. But that was good news, after all. Learning more about Akatani meant learning more about her ability. Everyone won. Let's go to the ship. We're in for a rough descent, the girl said. Izuku leaned his head against the window of the flying bus, clutching the seat as if his life depended on it, which it did. Akatani occupied the back seat while Melissa steered the vehicle, trying to avoid the harshest air currents. Their destination quickly became clear. A city not unlike Tokyo, without weird movements, inverted buildings, and giant birds. Just a normal city. It almost seemed like a peaceful destination if not for the landing. Izuku hated the bus ship. Is this place near the inverted city? Akatani broke the silence. It's way too far. Melissa shifted the gearshift and spun the steering wheel to the right. Everything shook and Izuku was about to throw up. It's a good thing I was able to integrate an autopilot system into the castle so it can navigate to the locations it wants without me having to be there. One of these days I'll show you how to program it. They landed in the middle of a park, attracting the attention of a couple of civilians. Izuku didn't see hatred, but rather a happiness that contrasted with the xenophobia of the inverted island. A change as radical as it was pleasant. They seem very happy, Akatani noted. They walked out calmly, inhaling the clean air. The smell of freshly cut grass captivated the green-haired boy, and the warm breeze, inviting him to sleep for a while and forget his troubles. He shook his head. First, the mission, then he'd take a nap wherever he pleased. They walked along a path until the asphalt appeared and skyscrapers cast their shadows over the trio. Izuku admired the streets with a mixture of recognition and bewilderment. The hustle and bustle of a big city was there. Many people going back and forth and lines of cars moving at snail's pace in one of the worst rush hour traffic jams ever known. What he didn't understand was the relative silence. Where were the honking and shouting of an angry driver? And the shoving typical of crowds? It was strange, and he wasn't the only one to notice. Why is everything so quiet? The golem scratched his temple in utter bewilderment. Have I gone deaf and not realized it yet? One half of Izuku's brain laughed at the bad joke, while the other ordered his neck to turn towards Melissa in search of an answer. I don't remember the city being so quiet, he simply said. Have you been here before? The green-haired man asked. Yes, 3 years ago, maybe 4. The city was very noisy back then. Well, never mind. Let's go find my acquaintance. I remember the address perfectly. They entered the sea of people. Izuku hid the trace of discomfort that crept under his skin. It was easy, in part, because of the silence. There were so many people, and no one was moving their mouths. They were smiling, though. Smiles left, right, front and back, and they weren't grotesque grimaces, but quite normal features. They were happy. Too happy for his comfort. An old woman walking with the help of a walker was smiling, a couple of children were carrying school backpacks and smiling, a man in a suit was holding a briefcase and wearing a smile, a middle-aged woman was smiling on her way to the store. Izuku didn't understand anything. They passed a television store. A crowd of 8 people stared in awe at the window, where 2 screens were showing a cooking show and an interview, respectively. Television seemed to be very popular, the golem said in a low voice. I don't remember it being like that, Melissa said. I don't remember people smiling all the time, either. A radio hung from a lamppost, and it wasn't its peculiar location that surprised Izuku, but the group of 5 who gathered to listen to the music. They crossed the street. It was incredible not to see anyone running the red light and were exposed to the facade of a skyscraper occupied by a gigantic screen. On it, 20 people were playing a sport unknown to Izuku. What was striking was that dozens of people gathered in the middle of the road to watch. What are you doing? Izuku couldn't contain his question. The cars are going to run you over. Not really. The cars had stopped and it wasn't anyone's fault. The drivers turned off their engines and watched the game. They seem pretty happy, the young woman said, staring at the screen. I don't understand what they see in that sport. They continued walking. Izuku kept noticing televisions and radios in shop windows, hanging from lampposts and benches. Each device attracted countless people like a light bulb attracts mosquitoes. He almost tripped over 2 children staring at their cell phones. And the truth is, there wasn't much difference between that city and Japan. Melissa stopped in front of the 14th display window of a television store, standing on tiptoe to see 2 screens showing nothing. Static and white noise that had her, just like the rest of the group, in a state of hypnosis. Akatani tugged on his arm. We are in a hurry. The young woman blinked as if she had just woken up from a deep sleep. That's true, let's continue. Izuku bit his lip. I think we should go back. I don't like this place. Don't be afraid. Melissa reassured her, forgetting that she'd been nervous a few moments earlier. It's true that this place is a little creepy, but it'll be okay. Izuku wasn't so sure. The list of dangers of the past few days made him wonder why he'd agreed to go on a hike without an atomic bomb strapped to his back. When it came to dying, what better way to go to the afterlife than by destroying everything in his path? He followed the meager neural logic he had left, trusting his friend's words, despite the unsettling nature of the place. Nothing could go wrong, right? They continued walking through streets filled with smiles, televisions, and radios. Cooking programs, sports, songs, interviews, reality shows, shouted debates, tons of information battered Izuku's brain from every direction. And the strangest thing. He didn't understand a thing. At first, he thought the accumulation of details was overwhelming his mental capacity. It was when he focused on a television, a boring fishing guide, for one thing, that he saw the people on the screen speaking in an unfamiliar language. A mix of clicks, made-up sounding words, and exotic accents. And of course, I had to ask. What language do you speak? He asked, pointing to the nearest electronic device. I don't understand it. Melissa strained her ears, her gaze fixed on a random radio. I don't know, and it's very strange. He shrugged. In Aringar, every language sounds like the one that most represents us. For example, Akatani and you, from my point of view, speak English. Izuku recalls his first encounter with Melissa when she thought he was Chinese. He finally discovered the reason for the misunderstanding. She couldn't hear him speaking Japanese. So the televisions, radios, and cell phones in the city are in a made-up language. Izuku didn't mind the need to find an explanation for the gadget phenomenon. If that's the case, I don't understand why they attract people. Maybe people have found a way to create their own language, she suggested, sounding uncertain. However, that's just a guess. The last time I came, there weren't so many TVs and radios. It seemed like a perfectly normal city. There was little normal about him. Izuku went to ask Akatani for his opinion, only to realize he wasn't by his side. He searched in every direction until he found him, staring blankly at a supremacist rant on a radio station, accompanied by 4 other people. He and Melissa exerted great physical effort to drag him away from the sect. He didn't react until he was out of range of sound. I'm sorry, he apologized after waking up from his trance. The radio program was so fascinating that I couldn't leave. Izuku's nerves screamed at him to leave. The city was sinister and dangerous. The monsters took the form of televisions, radios, cell phones, and any other sound and image transmission system. And the worst part. He felt like they were walking in circles. All the streets seemed identical. Same buildings, same smiling people, and the same gossip from the devil projecting evil. Izuku adjusted his hood, a good moment to realize he was still wearing his heroic costume, impregnated with the smell of sweat and irritant gas, a mixture of urine and kerosene. The number 3 electric baton remained hanging from his belt. It should have stood out in this scene of ordinary people, but of course, the demonic gadgets drew more attention. I just hope to get out of there as soon as possible. How far is it until you get to your friend's house? He asked, a little desperate, a little nervous. The hood hid most of his face. The answer was summed up in 5 seconds of silence. 5 seconds because that's how long it took him to realize he was walking alone down an unfamiliar street. The unpleasant grip of panic gripped his heart as his brain whispered a horrible suspicion. He backtracked, dodging people he felt civilians appear out of nowhere to block his path and shouting their names. He narrowly avoided a woman pushing a shopping cart, a woman who didn't even notice him at first. An elderly man didn't flinch when he almost tripped over him, and the 2 children lost in their cell phone screens. They almost knocked him over. He climbed onto a bench, where his new height allowed him to see more than a few meters ahead. Thousands of passers-by surrounded him like ocean currents around a fish. He felt it was an orchestrated attempt to separate him from his friends, even though he had no proof. He turned the armrest of the bench into a flare gun. He fired into the sky. The sounds of radios and televisions were drowned out by the whiz of the projectile rising. It exploded in a green light, and that was it. No one bothered to look at it. No one. He dropped the gun. His heartbeat quickened. Akatani, Melissa. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Where are you? Silence again. The smiling faces didn't notice him. He was nothing more than a pigeon pecking at the trash in the street. He was getting desperate. And in despair a glimmer of hope was born. He made out Melissa's hair and Akatani's outfit in the distance. Izuku wiped his tears and ran like hell. He pushed past many people in his path, knocking down one person whose reaction was to smile. They were drugged. He finally found them in front of the 20th window of a television store, part of a group of 10 people lost in a flat screen showing old commercials. I finally found you. He said once he caught up with them. Let's get out of here. Let's go back to the castle. He tugged at his friend's arms, only for them to get no reaction. They both stared at the screen with smiles. Izuku waved his hand in front of their faces. They didn't react. He kicked them in the legs. They didn't react. Desperate, he smashed the display window with a rock. No one reacted. The television had them in a trance. That is. He picked up another stone and smashed the screen. A barely perceptible tremor shook the group, including Melissa and Akatani. They all turned to him at the same time. Did their smiles widen? He thought they did. He swallowed, looking at his friends. Let's get out of here, he stammered. The group members kept their smiles on. They did nothing but stare at him, very intently. Then they moved forward in unison, Akatani and Melissa leading the way. The green-haired man didn't think twice and ran. His rapid breathing echoed behind his mask, and his heart was beating so fast he heard it inside his head. He looked back. The throng of people chasing him briskly, like an unstoppable wave. He dodged people so caught up in their smiles that he couldn't process what was approaching. He crossed a street, nearly being hit by a motorcycle, and passed many shop windows, only to realize, with horror, that his image was spread across the screens. The group of 8 joined in as soon as the green-haired man's image appeared on the TV they were watching. An older man's hand grabbed his wrist and Izuku reflexively shocked him with his cane. He then pushed aside a young gardener holding pruning shears at face level. He looked back. The crowd reached unimaginable numbers. Crimson flashes shone. Akatani was trying to activate One for All without success. He was exhausted, his body quickly burning through its last bits of energy, while the crowd didn't tire. The experience reminded him of his arrival in Aringar, where the scorpion chased him until it cornered him. He wasn't going to make the same mistake. He slipped into the ranks of a distracted group with a radio, before entering an alley filled with crates and trash cans. He crouched behind the ladder. The footsteps of the army made him tremble. They passed by slowly, very slowly, some pretending to approach his hiding place, only to change course and follow the swarm. The worst part was seeing Melissa and Akatani disappear into the crowd, as if they were part of that uniform organization. It was truly painful to see them like that. The danger passed, allowing Izuku to sigh in relief for the first time since it all began. "Are you okay, kid?" Izuku turned around. A tall, burly man, whose face was marked with a scar, stood right behind him. All right, the man said. "Look, I won't hurt you. I want to help you." Izuku swung the electric baton, making him flinch. "Who are you?" he said, keeping his voice low. "Are you part of the crowd?" The man gave a sympathetic smile. "Call me Knuckledister. And I'm your ally. Let me help you." Chapter 23. New Ally. Izuku stared at the man who appeared behind him, Knucklefister, or Knuckleminster, the name didn't matter. He was almost as tall as All for One, wearing a dirty green trench coat and 2 brass knuckles. The scar started on his left cheek, running up to disappear into the bandana covering the upper part of his face. A sharp, compassionate and savage gaze pierced that mask. The guy no one wanted to meet. "Who are you?" Izuku managed to utter. "Did you follow me? Are you with the Horde?" He was scared shitless. His racing heart wouldn't slow down, no matter how many times the man repeated that he was there to help. There was a chance he'd lie to betray him when he let his guard down. He gripped the handle of the stun baton tightly, the only thing that kept Knuckleminster away. "I'm Knuckledister," he repeated patiently, "my real name is Iwao. Izuku narrowed his eyes. That name sounded familiar. He'd heard it in his childhood, he was sure, but it was a shame the context was missing. "What's going on?" He lowered his gun slightly. "Why are the residents acting like how hypnotized?" Iwao suggested. Izuku nodded. "It's because of the radios and televisions. They brainwash those who watch and listen to their programs. They've turned the city into a horror movie." The teenager rolled his eyes. Confirmation that the audio-visual systems were responsible for the city's state was unnecessary. Even a monkey would notice. However, he chose not to give in to sarcasm. The brass knuckles looked very capable of breaking his jaw. He looked for another approach. "How can I help my friends?" Getting Akatani and Melissa's smiling faces out of your mind wasn't easy. Watching them act like puppets wasn't easy either. "We have to get them away from the televisions," he replied, "and I know you're thinking. It's impossible because they're everywhere." "They're everywhere," he said anyway. He put away his weapon and crossed his arms. "Who installed them? A villain? A mad blacksmith? Both?" "Enough questions," he said curtly. "I'll take you to a safe place. There we can plan a way to rescue your friends. Is that okay?" She agreed, even though she didn't completely trust him. Following him was better than staying hidden, waiting for another chase through the city. Things would be different if she knew the area. She could return to the castle for reinforcements because the armor wouldn't be affected by the television's right. They plunged into the darkness and urine-scented air of the alley. The sounds of the city, the mingled transmissions of television faded into a dull echo. White noise that served the purpose of reminding him of one of the worst moments he'd ever experienced. Iwao, or Knuckledister, Izuku had trouble remembering the name, even though it stuck so easily in his brain. How else would he keep track of hero analyses in his head? Removed a manhole cover, releasing odors that made Izuku's stomach churn. "Follow me," he said, the order Izuku didn't want to hear. He must have noticed Izuku's reluctance to visit the sewers because he added, "The underground is the only place free of radios and televisions." "Alright." Ascending the rusty staircase was as pleasant as pulling off your nails. Mysterious substances coated the steps, making them slippery. Every 10 centimeters down, the stench worsened. His brain, in an act of idiocy, played at identifying smells, as if feeling his nostrils burn weren't enough. The mask couldn't protect him from the olfactory attack. He vowed to improve it at any cost. Izuku's feet touched the damp ground, and Knuckledister turned on his flashlight. A bumpy path wound its way into the shadows. To his left, the sewage canal barely moved. If it was water, Izuku couldn't fathom the thick greenish substance. "This way." The man moved forward with the confidence of someone who knew the area like the back of his hand. The echo of his voice bounced off the walls in a sinister melody. "Be careful not to fall into the canal." I don't know what lurks in the depths. Just what I needed to hear. He followed him, glued to the wall, one eye straight ahead and the other on the water, alert for the slightest movement. The cane dangled from his fingers, waiting for action. It was hot, the humid heat of the cave that clung to her skin and left her breathless. She heard a humming sound so faint she didn't know if she'd imagined it. It's the TV's, Knuckledister said suddenly. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. The buzzing you sometimes hear is coming from the TVs upstairs. He pointed at the ceiling with his free hand. The knuckle gleamed in the flashlight. The signal waves are unable to reach here. Mostly, generating the buzzing. Izuku nodded, partly shocked that Iwao knew he was thinking without turning around, partly curious to know how the demon's gadgets worked. He focused on the latter. How do TVs and radios control people? The young man asked, listening to the deep echo of his voice. Have they been forged? They turned right before the answer came to light. It's complicated. To answer, I have to show you a little bit of the city. Alright. Iwao cleared his throat. This place was very ordinary a few weeks ago. Indistinguishable from the cities on Earth. And then televisions appeared. The bang sounded in the distance, causing Izuku to flinch back, staff in hand. The crackling of electricity burst into life. Knuckledister barely reacted. Ignore it. The echo can amplify the faintest sound until it sounds like a bellow. They continued walking as if nothing had happened. Television suddenly changed. One day they were broadcasting normal programs and the next, crap in another language with the ability to control viewers' brains. Then TVs and radios appeared everywhere. The fastest and most casualty-free conquest in history. Izuku felt chills imagining the scene, imagining himself in that situation. It was so scary. It caught me off guard, the man continued, quickening his pace slightly. I tried to destroy the televisions and radios without understanding the dangers. I almost died. They were about to kill me. A controlled move like a hive mind, he explained. Anger a group of 5 and you'll have over 100 chasing you. Just what happened to Izuku. I've been trapped here for weeks because of the TVs. They entered a narrow, leaky tunnel. One fell on Izuku's shoulder. I don't understand how they work. The only theory that holds water is that the broadcasts were fabricated by a talented villain. He operates somewhere in the city. Do you have any clues? He dodged a puddle in the middle of the road. Do you know the purpose of his actions? I have nothing. And that's the problem. They stopped in front of a rusty metal door decorated with fist-sized dents. Knuckledister took out a bunch of keys and opened it. I present to you my refuge. The flashlight revealed a large space decorated like a bachelor's living room. An old armchair, surrounded by bottles and wooden chairs, occupied the center. Behind it were sleeping bags and a cooler whose cord snaked to the electrical outlet, just behind 2 tables. Knuckledister approached the light box next to the door and raised several levers. The fluorescent lights overhead lit up. Izuku pointed at the armchair. Did you forge the furniture? No, he answered immediately, my forging is special. I can't manipulate matter. I brought everything from the surface. Izuku's curiosity was fueled like a kerosene-fueled bonfire, but his brain told his mouth to shut up because he noticed a suspicious tone in the man's tone. This was a personal matter. The Izuku of the past would have asked and, most likely, swallowed a couple of teeth because of a brass punch. Have a seat. There's a lot to talk about. Knuckledister took up half the chair and invited Izuku to do the same. The boy chose to sit in a chair. Very well. I need you to tell me everything that happened. Izuku nodded. I came here on a hike with 2 friends. Akatani and Melissa, too. Wait a second. Iwao stopped him with his hands raised. There was disbelief in his voice. Did you say Melissa? Melissa Shield. The girl who travels in a flying castle. Izuku was stunned. Was his friend that famous? Traveling in a magical castle had to be the best advertising campaign ever. Yes, that same Melissa, he replied, unsure whether confirming the man's question was a good idea. How do you know her? Knuckledister brought his hand to his face, a movement that revealed a little more of his scar. How do I know her? I was the one who showed her this world when she first arrived here. Izuku.exe has stopped working, preparing for an emergency reboot 5%, 24%, 41%, 56%, 79%, 91%, 99% reboot complete. A graphics card error has been detected. Izuku swallowed. Are you his teacher? Do you still call me master? Iwao clicked his tongue in amusement. I've told you 1,000 times not to be so formal. And I'm not exactly a master either. I only taught you the basics of Aringar and helped with the castle remodeling. Izuku hesitated over whether it was a good idea to believe him. It was unlikely he'd find Melissa's much talked about teacher there, but Knuckledister had nothing to gain by lying. He already had Izuku where he wanted him. Was he hoping to gain his trust for what? A malicious convoluted plan with twists and turns that would make a soap opera. He wisely filed the information away in the things to be confirmed folder that was gathering dust in his brain. And an idea came out of nowhere. I think you're the one we came to see. He pointed at Iwao. We need information on a sensitive matter. What topic? I think I've created a golem that is self-aware and has the ability to feel like a person. Izuku noticed the excessive amount of enthusiasm piled up in the reply as the man stared at him silently. Well, he had the right to boast about an accomplishment, didn't he? It's impossible, he snapped, looking away as if Izuku had lost interest. Golems are ordinary objects. They can imitate humans to a greater or lesser extent. Whatever you created isn't alive. The response irritated Izuku for some incomprehensible reason. Was it the contemptuous tone? Was it because he called someone he considered a great companion a vulgar object? He considered electrocuting him. Nothing serious, just a minor cramp to teach him how to watch his mouth. Don't do it, his brain scolded him. Remember, it's the only one who can help you. And it can also explode your skull like a watermelon. And it's not me you're looking for, Iwao added, his gaze fixed on the wall. Melissa doesn't know I'm here. I don't know about golems either. My forging encompasses other capabilities. The young man suppressed the urge to ask about his forging. There were more important things to focus on. Do you have any idea who he's looking for? Knuckledister nodded. He calls himself Jiren. He usually looks for clients in the city when he's not on Earth, conducting questionable business deals. He exhaled a long sigh. I don't know what went through my head when I introduced that jerk to Melissa. Nothing good ever comes out of him. Izuku noted the information before asking the next question. Why did you and Melissa break up? She talks about you a lot, I think she misses you. Knuckledister leaned back in the chair, staring at the ceiling in a silence that lasted more than 8 seconds. A dripping sound could be heard somewhere in the shelter just out of his field of vision. I have things to take care of. He swallowed. His wild gaze faded, leaving a sadness that touched Izuku's heart. Look, I'm not going to sugarcoat it with pretty words. I'm not exactly a saint on Earth. I moved through shady places in search of information. I stayed away from Melissa because I didn't want to get her in trouble. She understood when I explained it to her 2 years ago, maybe a little longer. Izuku gripped the armrests of his chair. Whether he wanted to or not, Knuckledister had infected him with his dull mood. Enough with the long faces. The sound of brass knuckles clashing effectively masked the sepulchral atmosphere. It only masked, but didn't erase. We need to plan as soon as possible. The city won't save itself. Being alone, my chances were slim, but with you. He pointed at the green-haired man with his finger. I have a chance. Izuku felt like he was putting on too many pants. No, this was his chance to prove he had what it took to be a hero. Saving a city from television control. No one had ever accomplished anything like that. A familiar tug brought Izuku out of his thoughts. His peripheral vision blurred and the dripping sound became a dull rumble. Iwao just smiled lopsidedly. I guess it's time for you to return to Earth. He stretched, cracking his limbs. Then he got up to grab a beer from the cooler. I don't think I'll be back for long either. You might see me doing street patrol in Japan. The last thing he saw was his new partner happily drinking. Izuku woke up in the infirmary, gasping for air. Machines whirred around him, and the window showed that dusk was approaching. No one was there, no Katsuki, no Iida, no Uraraka, no Shinso, and no Akatani. The golem that always followed him on every trip was nowhere to be seen. Izuku clicked his tongue. He thought if Akatani traveled to Earth, he'd be freed from the mind control, but the cursed televisions were one step ahead and kept him captive in that apocalyptic city. It doesn't matter, he told himself, I have better things to do than complain. He strode out of the infirmary, heading for the only place where his problems would be solved. The support course workshops. He trusted Knuckledister, sort of, but he wasn't about to risk returning to the city unprepared. Materials, lots of materials, he needed tons of them to forge what his mind dictated, a web of plans that added new threads as the ideas appeared. The problem was his body. He lacked the energy to carry out his wildest dreams. It was ironic. He was forced to be realistic in managing a skill that thrived on imagination. Are you still here? Izuku's thoughts turned to the old woman who caught him in the middle of the hallway. Recovery girl, he stammered. What are you doing? That's what I should be asking, young man. You just disappear from the infirmary without saying anything and wander around the UA grounds. Izuku didn't consider the perspective of those around him. Had they seen him magically disappear? He hoped not, because inventing a plausible explanation would be extremely complicated, because revealing Aringar's existence was out of the question. But the first step was to invent a lie to escape Recovery Girl's reach. Yes. I felt much better after a short nap, so I decided to go to the workshops to improve my suit. Izuku raised his voice as high as he could and tilted his head so his eyes looked slightly larger than normal, all to make himself look more adorable and win the old woman's heart. And boy, did it work. Okay, but don't get into trouble. The workshops are upstairs. Don't be alarmed if you see cracks in the wall. They're from the last explosion. Thank you so much. He followed the directions briskly, thinking how easy it was to offer a cheap excuse to recovery girl without the hand of anxiety squeezing his heart. He quickly reached his destination and opened the door. What are you planning to do with my babies? Izuku's excitement turned to bewilderment. Tables and tables piled high with inventions filled the room. Machinery whose operation was beyond his professional level technological knowledge, basically, turning on the TV with the remote and most importantly, the girl with pink dreadlocks and skimpy clothing, who pointed an accusing finger at him while waving a screwdriver like it was the most lethal weapon in the world. It took him a while to notice the cracks that ran from one side of the wall opposite the entrance to the other. But that detail didn't matter now. He swallowed. I'm Izuku, from the heroic course. I know who you are. The young woman interrupted, not bothering to lower her voice. You're the biggest cheater in the world. Izuku felt that hand he'd laughed at moments before hovering over his heart. No nerves. He didn't have time to argue with some random girl about things he didn't care about. He took a deep breath and felt that hand move away. Look, I don't know who you are. I'm Mei Hatsume, from Hatsume Industries. Mei, what did that name sound familiar to you, right? You were the one who broke my helmet and my first electric baton. It was his turn to point accusingly. My inventions were rendered useless. I made them with effort and… Don't talk nonsense. The young woman interrupted him again. Her face turned red with anger. Those aren't inventions. Where's the science? Where's the effort? You've created meaningless nonsense that belittles everything that the birth of a baby means. Izuku was speechless. It wasn't difficult for him to understand that the term baby referred to inventions. The problem was the accusations. What was he being accused of in the first place? Of using his abilities. Mei's reasoning was beyond his understanding, so it was time to change the subject. Look, he said as calmly as possible, I have no intention of defiling the birth of babies, he managed to say without feeling like an idiot. I came here because I need materials for my pointless nonsense. He hoped to convince the girl, or at most, to stop bothering him. Luck wasn't on his side. Impossible. He shook his head. No one who isn't part of the support course can access the lab. You can't just take materials like that. You need a permit. The young man grimaced. His plan to forge already created inventions and give them unimaginable capabilities was shattered. He couldn't remember any other place where useful materials accumulate except the beach cleaned a week ago. But I can get you in, she said suddenly, rekindling Izuku's hopes in exchange for a couple of favors. He clicked his tongue. Clearly, there was going to be a price to pay. What favors? Mei's smile offered nothing but pain in large quantities. Chapter 24. It could be worse. The twitch attacked Izuku's eye. Mei's shit-eating grin felt like a brass knuckle punch to the stomach. A prosthetic arm took advantage of the silence to move a bit before draining its batteries. The inventor glanced at it before focusing on her new victim. She enjoyed saying. What is your answer? Izuku's teeth ground together. He had two options. Leave with honor in search of another place, or accept Mei's terms, accept the lazy side that every man kept hidden. What are your terms? Izuku shot his pride to death. What should I do? Mei smiled, clapping like a little girl on Christmas Day. The young man could expect practically anything, she just hoped it wouldn't be too humiliating. First of all, admit that you're not an inventor. Mei held a finger so close to his face that he went cross-eyed. Your creations don't follow the rules of science. They don't make sense. Izuku acknowledged this fact. For example, the staff hanging from his belt was powered without batteries. I'm not an inventor, he said loudly. Mei gestured for him to continue, and my creations don't follow the laws of physics, which makes them better than standard inventions. Watching Mei gasp in surprise was the funniest sight of the week. The moments when her expression took on an irritated tinge fueled Izuku's desire to tease her, ignoring the consequences. He survived a city full of TV zombies. He was within his rights to mock a stranger for absurd reasons. That's not what I wanted to hear. The young woman with pink dreadlocks regained her composure. Are you incapable of following simple orders? Your brain must be running on batteries. The comment only cheered Izuku up. He didn't miss the tiny glimmer of amusement in Mei's peculiar eyes, a non-verbal message that said, want war? Perfect. Challenge accepted. What's your next term? Cancel the payment for breaking your junk. Mei's eyes slid toward the crack. Power loader won't let me into the workshops until the debt is settled. The green-haired man tilted his head in complete confusion. Then you shouldn't be here. It's obvious, he confessed, dismissively, his transgression. But as long as I don't get caught, I'm not doing anything wrong. Okay, that was funny, she acknowledged, fighting back a smile. Any emotion could be harnessed by the bubblegum-haired girl, wait a minute. The terrifying idea took shape in her mind. The plan the heroes shouldn't follow. Izuku's smile was terrifying enough to make Mei hesitate. I have a better idea. The boy exclaimed, embellishing his statement with a clap. How about you leave me alone in exchange for not ratting you out to the teachers? I expected Mei to collapse in fear of receiving another scolding from Power Loader. And as usual, luck wasn't on her side. Mei clenched her fist so tightly her knuckles cracked. Her face was a mixture of quiet anger and deadly serenity. Izuku felt his eyes become sniper rifle scopes, loaded and ready to fire. I have a better idea, Mei said calmly. How about I stick an exhaust pipe where the sun doesn't shine? I'm sure it'll fit just fine. Blackmail wasn't the best idea. Izuku took 2 steps back, covering the area blocked by sunlight with his hands. Let's not get nervous, okay? He managed a tight smile. How about we cut the debt price in half, whatever it is? The director didn't give an exact figure for the broken artifacts. It could be thousands of yen or 2 bags of rice. Izuku expected anything from a how did Akatani define it? Oh yeah, an albino wombat. The bloodlust radiating from Mei disappeared, replaced by a smile that expressed enormous amounts of happiness. She approached with blinding speed to shake his hand. That's the most fantastic idea in the world. She exclaimed, shaking Izuku's arm so vigorously that it threatened to come off her shoulder. I'll reintroduce myself. I'm Mei Hatsume, owner of Hatsume Industries, the greatest inventor in the world. And you? Izuku managed to free himself after a great effort. His hand hurt. He swore he possessed more strength than half the students in his class. I am Izuku Midoriya, a humble invent. Mei's lips lifted in a smile that promised great pain. Izuku quickly amended himself. I am a humble aspiring hero. Nice to meet you. Tell me, Izuku, what do you need? It struck him as odd to see her adopt an almost servile attitude after threatening to embed an exhaust pipe in places no one should look. Now, how did he explain his problem? Revealing too many details would make him look like a madman, and being too vague would lead to a similar result. He tried the hypothetical case tactic. Mei, hypothetically speaking, what would you do to stop a villain capable of controlling minds with the help of televisions? He asked. It's an exercise suggested by the professor, he added quickly. The young woman adopted a thoughtful expression instead of laughing at Izuku. Good news. How does the villain's quirk work? He infects audiovisual systems with the waves emitted by his quirk. He causes TVs, radios, and cell phones to broadcast brainwashing programs. It was a theory that came together rather than a half-truth. The electromagnetic waves option was plausible, given that the radios weren't connected to anything. The full-blown emitter quirk, Mei murmured to herself. I suggest attacking the source of the quirk. Defeating the villain, she proposed aloud. The green-haired man made an effort not to roll his eyes. Defeating the villain was the solution to the problem, however, reaching him wasn't going to be easy. The idea of asking a support corps student no longer seemed so good to him, especially when he could get advice from real heroes. What's the range of the villain's quirk? Mei asked, showing interest in the hypothetical topic to Izuku's surprise. Does it affect 1 TV? 4? Or 20? To the whole city? Mei opened her mouth to say something, but the words died. She looked down, her hand on her chin, like Melissa's gesture. Her neurons were firing at full speed, devising a crazy plan. Her eyes then fell on the dented antenna on the table. He's almost certainly using a signal booster. He punched his palm with his fist in celebration of his idea. The villain is probably hiding somewhere high up. But it's going to be hard to reach him, right? I suppose, hypothetically, he's using the city's inhabitants as an army. A very accurate hypothesis. He does, Izuku stated, letting himself be overcome with joy. He hadn't thought about the signal booster. Now he had a very valuable clue. The spectators move as an organism. His smile died. It will be difficult to reach him without harming innocent people. Difficult, or rather, impossible. Izuku feared that half the city would come to help the villain find his hideout. Akatani's presence alone was enough to make anyone back down. Mei's hand squeezed his shoulder affectionately. Don't be afraid, cheap inventor, I have an ideal baby that will help the cause. Izuku grimaced at the words cheap inventor, which turned into a startled expression when Mei easily dragged him to a table in the corner of the workshop. What do you think, low-class inventor? Izuku ignored the insult uttered with the joy of a toddler because the baby before his eyes looked amazing. Is this legal? Nope, Mei replied, popping her pea. Power Loader lets me keep it here because he thinks it's useless. She grinned. That teacher may be very smart, but he's gullible. Izuku saw an opportunity to win with the help of Mei's baby. Gentlemen, I'd like your opinions on the exercise. Nezu filled his favorite cup with the most bitter tea in the drawer. We've observed 4 outstanding students fulfilling the roles of villains and heroes. Izawa ignored the rest of his boss's chatter. As an underground hero accustomed to efficiency, the verbal chaff went in one ear and out the other. He glanced at Almight in his skeleton form, sipping on a tea he wasn't enjoying because his nerves were killing him. A good sight. The three of them sat at the reception desk in Nezu's office. Classes had just ended and a break was just what the underground hero needed. I propose we start the discussion by talking about Shinso. The animal looked directly at Izawa. He's a good boy with a strange temperament and today's actions were. He left the sentence hanging in the air, a bait thrown in the underground hero's sight, hoping to get him to talk. Izawa saw through the rat's shitty game and worse, he decided to take the bait of his own free will. It was his son they were talking about, after all. I've trained him in hand-to-hand combat, he began, feeling All Might's curious eyes and Nezu's amused look. He still has a long way to go before taking down experienced villains. Shit. He thought as he uttered the last two words. Nezu's smile grew a little. Defeating him in a verbal battle seemed to be his goal, a game he played when he was bored. Izawa was the victim of the debate. Shinso didn't face experienced villains, but young ones like him. The rat enjoyed a long sip of bitter tea. In my opinion, playing a prank on Midoriya was the worst decision ever. He revealed his quirk prematurely. A quirk that relies on the element of surprise, I'd like to add. But Shinso didn't reveal the conditions for activating it, All Might said, less nervous and more interested in the conversation. I think it was an acceptable trick to intimidate potential adversaries. Presence is important on the battlefield. It intimidates adversaries and instills hope in your comrades. Izawa looked at him sideways, wondering whether he had seen through Nezu's game or simply wanted to highlight a positive side to his son's actions. It was likely the latter, since the brain of Brawn lacked the intelligence necessary to unravel the rat's plans. He himself rarely understood the scope of his boss's decisions. If that was his plan, it failed when Akatani grabbed him by the neck, Nezu ruled, refilling the cup. He should have taken his teammates' reactions into account before activating his quirk. Thank goodness Midoriya's artifact merely intimidated him instead of taking drastic action. I'll deal with him when I get home, Izawa simply promised, exasperated, in an attempt to change the course of the conversation. He placed his hands on the table. I want to talk about Bakugo Katsuki now. He didn't miss All Might tugging at his collar. Nezu took another sip before saying. I admit I was surprised to discover that Midoriya and he share such a bitter relationship. I apologize for not anticipating it ahead of time. The clandestine hero was taken aback by his proud boss's apology. He forced himself to regain his composure. I won't allow such a troublesome student in my class, he snapped. I demand his immediate transfer to the general class and the commencement of a thorough investigation into his past. Were their demands too harsh? He didn't think so. Stopping bullying was among his priorities as a teacher. Throwing abusive heroes onto the streets only caused trouble. Izawa, don't you think you've gone too far? All Might stammered. The underground hero's crimson gaze made him flinch. There's no evidence of harassment. I propose investigating before requesting a transfer. Izawa looked at the principal as he tapped his fingernail on the wood. He was the final word in the debate. I like All Might's plan. Tomorrow I'll organize a research team too. I'll do it. The underground hero stood up, but not before banging the table. I'll take care of everything. The director didn't bother to hide his smile. Everything was going according to plan. I think it's a lot of work, Izawa, the number one hero said, placing his cup back on the coaster. You'll have to interrogate a lot of people, gather information, and… I don't care. Izawa sat down slowly. I highly doubt the staff at Bakugo's old school would willingly hand over a reliable file to the two idiots Nezu plans to hire. He said the last bit, looking at the rat. I'll take the route and get the information no matter what. Using unethical methods, he didn't say, but it was implied. All Might just nod, waiting for the next point in the discussion. Let's talk about Uraraka. He refilled the cup. The teapot wasn't steaming. It had cooled, which didn't bother him. Her actions were a bit savage. She was acting scared, the number one hero agreed. I think she thought she'd be expelled if she failed the exercise. I'm not surprised, the underground hero thought, the idea of the rat exposing students to extreme amounts of stress. I'll talk to the probationers to make them understand that their situation isn't as bad as they think, Izawa simply said, unsure whether to express his thoughts out loud. He chose not to irritate his boss. I'll start tomorrow, and I hope to finish before the exercise at USJ. The USJ was going to be a problem due to the long duration of the exercise, a time that a certain grinning idiot didn't have. He'd have to think of something. Izawa felt like years were being taken off his life. A reversal of bullying, private conversations with several students, the USJ, his hero work, there were so many things. Now let's talk about Midoriya and the debt we owe him. I don't care about the debt, Izawa responded hastily. He didn't need any more trouble. I want to make it clear that Midoriya suffers from an anxiety disorder. I've seen hundreds of cases throughout my career to see one right away. For some suspicious reason, All Might paled. His senses screamed that he knew or should know about the subject. "What's up, Toshinori?" he asked, using All Might's civilian name. "Is there anything you want to share?" The hero nodded his head meekly. "You see, I've trained Midoriya and Akatani for 11 months, and I haven't seen any signs of mental disorders that require immediate attention." He lowered his voice as the underground hero's eyes pierced his skull. "Maybe I didn't pay attention enough." Izawa was going to kill him and hang his body from the window with the capture tape. That was definitely information he wished he'd known sooner. "Can you repeat that, please?" He spoke through gritted teeth, forcing each word out with great amounts of anger. The scared puppy with the title of #1 hero quickly explained his relationship with the student and the artifact. Apparently, they met during a robbery where they overpowered the assailant. As a reward, All Might promised to train them for the entrance exam. "I'll talk to Midoriya when I have time." Izawa took another problem on his shoulders. He'd probably have to send him to the UA psychologist. "I'm more worried about Akatani." Ironically, Akatani was the hot topic of conversation, but it fell like a bucket of cold water on the group. UA had never had to deal with a similar case, so they were forced to rely on instinct and luck. Mostly luck. "We don't know if Akatani harbors feelings like a normal person," All Might began. "Perhaps Midoriya exaggerated the realistic characteristics of his artifact. It's common for students to overestimate their quirks. You've spent the most time with him. You should know that," Izawa accused. "I, for one, consider Akatani to have initiative. During the time we were developing the plan, he insisted on confronting Bakugo. What do you think, Nezu?" The clothed rat refilled his cup thoughtfully, formulating incomprehensibly complex plans in milliseconds. His brain, overpowered by the aberrant amount of tea he'd consumed, came to a conclusion. "I don't know what to do with Akatani." The underground hero's heart sank. If he had the feelings, reasoning, and self-awareness of a human, he would consider himself a member of society like any other. Izawa narrowed his eyes. He understood his boss's point. He was an animal treated like a person thanks to his mental abilities. It was obvious he would empathize with Akatani's situation. "A human who was born 11 months ago," the animal continued. "He lacks the knowledge we all acquire during development and possesses extraordinary physical abilities. I would like him to perform a battery of psychological exercises to measure his intelligence. And find out if he's a danger to society," Izawa guessed. "Akatani isn't a danger." All Might raised his voice for the first time since the discussion began. "He's just a young man like any other." It's a shame his statement fell on deaf ears. "We'll talk about it tomorrow," the quirk-wielding animal decreed, finishing his tea. "I'm sure the 4 students have already returned home." Yes, it was late. Izawa guessed only the 3rd graders and a few teachers remained. His hero shift would begin shortly. Izuku was walking briskly home. Night fell upon him without warning. He was exhausted and hungry. He was wearing his UA uniform, a poorly tied tie, and his shirt sticking out over his pants because going out in a hero costume without a license was as serious as hitting a policeman. He had a backpack over his shoulder and a gray briefcase in his hand that weighed more than 5 kilos. Inside was the baby May had lent him. An invention that was almost certainly banned in half the countries and which was the key to rescuing Akatani and Melissa. If he was caught with the baby, Izuku would lose his future. That's why he walked so fast. He cut through a dark alley when a figure dressed in black stood in front of him. He could barely make out its features, except for the gleam of the knife pointed at him. Well, he gave an attempt at a malicious laugh that was very close to resembling an asthma attack. "I see a tadpole dares to break into my favorite alley." Izuku instinctively reached for his pocket. His fingers tightened around the electric baton. A mugging was exactly what he didn't need. "Leave everything you have if you want to get away with it," she ordered, sounding like a typical woman who spent decades smoking 2 packs of cigarettes a day. "Are you listening to me? Give me your purse, backpack, and that bat." It didn't end until a larger figure descended from the rooftop using a rope and knocked her down with a punch to the back of the head. The sound of her head hitting the ground was like a freshly cracked coconut. The new figure looked at her with a smile. "This has to be the biggest coincidence in the world. Don't you think?" Izuku's eyes widened. "Knuckle dessert." He hesitated. "It's Knuckle-dessert, kid." The guard stepped closer, exposing himself to the lamplight. He was just as he'd seen him on Aringar, from his trench coat to the scar under his mask. "What are you doing here at this hour?" "You're lucky my warforging power told me to come here, or else this idiot kicked the unconscious body of the thief. I'd have stolen your socks." The young man smiled, so uncomfortable that he didn't dare ask about his mysterious ability. "It's a long story. But I have what we need to save the city." He proudly displayed the briefcase. "It's in here." Knuckle-dessert stared at him for a long moment before saying, "We'll talk about it at my house. Follow me." He climbed onto the rooftop with the help of the rope. Izuku paused to consider whether it was a good idea to follow him. His brain responded with a resounding yes. Any destination was better than returning home to his mother. Chapter 25. Anti-Television Revolution. Knuckledister's home was a shabby apartment in a shady neighborhood. They climbed the fire escape to the 4th floor, enjoying a view of the graffiti-covered wall. Izuku had never seen so many slurs, henizes, and swastikas all at once. It wasn't the ideal place to live, but it was better than nothing. The fat rat hanging from the telephone wire said otherwise. "I'm sorry if it's not very clean," the security guard apologized, opening the dented door. "I hardly ever have people over." The first thing he noticed was the smell of stale air and dirty socks. Dark silhouettes took the form of old furniture and clothes strewn across the floor as the lights lazily flicked on. Izuku felt the need to turn around. The place was filthy. Knuckledister crossed the living room to the tiny open kitchen, rummaging through the shelves until he pulled out a coffee maker and 2 mugs. "Have a seat." He pointed at the armchair, which was missing a leg, and why was the upholstery covered in scratches? Scratches from a large animal. "In the meantime, I'll make some coffee. I hope you like it because I'm out of tea." The coffee maker started up with the clatter of an old-fashioned locomotive. Izuku took a seat, dodging scattered pants and t-shirts. He placed his briefcase and backpack next to the table. Finally, he carefully scanned the area, thinking he might find something nice if he tried hard. The bookshelf occupied the wall in front of him, its shelves sagging with old books, filing cabinets, and sheets of paper piled up tightly. The kitchen consisted of a patch of uneven gray cabinets and a countertop swollen with humidity. Behind the armchair, the young man disappeared into the darkness of a hallway that must have led to the bedroom and bathroom. He didn't feel like walking down it. In short, the apartment looked worse than the sewer's hideout. Maybe it was a bad idea to come here. I hope I get a rare disease. Do you want something to eat? Knuckledister's voice carried through the small space, over the clattering of the coffee maker. I have some pre-made food in the fridge. His stomach growled like a hungry lion. He hadn't swallowed anything in hours. It was a miracle his body hadn't given up. If it's not too much trouble, he said, embarrassed. Iwao took out a Tupperware before removing his trench coat and mask, revealing his face for the first time. Izuku stared at him, wondering why the crazy-faced vigilante had transformed into a fairly ordinary muscled guy. Did the bloodlust come with the disguise? The question remained in his head for safety reasons. He straightened when the security guard appeared with 2 steaming cups. One was cracked, but it held a drink and a plate of meat and vegetables, which he placed on the table. Izuku took the fork and tasted the food. It tasted like cork, but it was edible. The coffee wasn't bad either. The security guard sat at the other end of the armchair, making the frame of the chair groan. He drank a little before beginning the conversation, his eyes on his briefcase. I admit that its content has intrigued me. Izuku swallowed the cork that Iwao called food. You can open it, but be careful. It can activate if handled carelessly. He placed the briefcase on the table and opened it. A metal cylinder covered in wires, chips, lights, and buttons was revealed. It emitted a faint static hum. A label with the acronym M decorated the base. Izuku took advantage of Iwao's almost childlike fascination to clean his plate. He looked like a child who had just been given a new toy. An electromagnetic pulse bomb, he informed the surprised security guard. It will fry every electrical device within a huge radius. The city's televisions will be given a new lease of life. Iwao nodded thoughtfully. Who made it? This isn't something you can buy at a hardware store, and it wasn't forged. It was the work of a talented inventor. Maybe an army engineer. Izuku summarized his hypothetical encounter and conversation with Mei, sparing the more embarrassing details, like the threat of having an escape route in a certain special area. Iwao didn't need to know about it. The guard frowned. Did your partner give you such a dangerous tool to solve a hypothetical case? Izuku was stunned. He was so excited about the weapon that his brain couldn't see the stupid logic of the gift until Iwao mentioned it. He never told Mei the hypothetical was real, so why risk getting in trouble by handing over the bomb, considering she was already in deep water? Either she was crazy or she knew more than she was letting on. She's crazy, her brain declared. I guess it doesn't matter. It's good for kicking bad guys, and that's enough. Iwao put down his empty cup. Do you want to spend the night here, or would you rather go home? I'd rather stay, if it's not a bother, he confessed without thinking. He didn't feel like walking at night and risking running into another mugger. All right. He squeezed Izuku's shoulder with his gigantic hand. A reassuring gesture exerted with monumental strength. He felt his bones creak in protest. I'll be in the bedroom down the hall. Good night. The security guard disappeared into the darkness of the hallway, but not before retrieving his mask and trench coat. Izuku stood there alone, with the scent of coffee fading and the faint hum of the bomb. He put it back in his briefcase. Oh, I almost forgot. The watchman leaned forward, his face painted in darkness, terrifying. "You'll almost certainly be traveling to Aringar tonight. I recommend you change into a more suitable outfit unless you want to stain that uniform." Now yes, it disappeared. Izuku looked at the UA uniform. A stylish and very comfortable piece of clothing, designed so the students could escape danger if a villain surprised them on the street. He had no desire to stain it when there were more clothing options at his fingertips. Well, inside his backpack, actually. He opened it and pulled out a green and black donkey, his hero suit, which he'd kept there instead of leaving at UA due to time constraints and because he'd forgotten. He changed, wrinkling his nose as the scent of the costume entered his nostrils. A stench of sweat with traces of the irritating gas. It needed washing urgently unless he wanted to defeat villains with olfactory attacks. He lay down on the sofa with his briefcase in his arms and his eyes fixed on the ceiling. He was so tired that sleep soon came to him. He knew where he'd traveled without opening his eyes. The smell of the sewers, the dripping, the feeling of shit reaching his knees was enough. He looked up, the gloom of Knuckledister's hideout swirling around him like the waters of a churning lake. It was oppressive, more from the act of arriving in the city than from the lack of light. The fluorescent lights flickered on. Izuku blinked, surprised by the sudden brightness. "You came pretty fast." The security guard covered the distance between the switchboard and the cooler in 4.5 steps. "That means your body's eager for a fight." He took out a beer. He finished it in 2 gulps and crushed the can with his foot. "Is your mind ready for a fight?" Nodding was as difficult as moving a mountain. The nerves scratching at the flesh beneath his skin were unlike those he'd felt during the Almight exercise. He wasn't going to participate in a simulation. This was real. No hero would save him if things got out of hand. He didn't feel prepared, nor did he have the time to be. He hugged the briefcase tighter as he blurted out the hardest words yet. "I'm ready." The security guard stared at him, a fleeting analysis that demonstrated the difference in experience between them. He drank another beer while the silence lasted. "You're not ready," he stated, closing the cooler. He crushed the can with his hand. "Although no one is on their first mission. Or their second. Or their 25th. There will always be fear and negative thoughts scratching at your insides. The only advice I can give is, hold on to your knowledge and go out and deliver justice." He cracked his brass knuckles with a feral grin. "We're going to take back the city." Izuku didn't know whether to feel encouraged or run away. The muscular old man's volatile behavior screamed trouble without the aid of a megaphone. But it was his only help. He had to endure it or focus only on the best part of his personality and turn his head when the wild side came out. Yes, he saw himself doing that. "The plan is as follows." Iwao's fingers closed around the door handle. His calm tone indicated that it was his common sense speaking. "You must find and destroy the antenna that broadcasts the brainwashing programming. It's likely at the highest point in the city." Izuku nodded, preventing the arrival of a "but" that would complicate things. But there it was. "The spectators are likely to make things difficult for us. They don't easily forget those who break their idiot boxes. I'll distract the crowd while you look for the antenna." He didn't like the sound of that. "Wait." Izuku interrupted, blocking the exit with his scrawny body. "You can't fight all of them. There are thousands of them. Isn't it better to sneak into the crowd without attracting attention?" Thousands of bodies moving as one. So many eyes and smiles behind him, unstoppable and eager to punish him for committing a crime they considered unforgivable. Knuckledister would die as soon as he struck the first blow. The guard, contrary to Izuku's thoughts, showed a confident smile. "Impossible. We've damaged the audiovisual systems. The city has marked us as hostile. The spectators will attack as soon as they see us. Trust me. I may be old, but I'm stronger than I look." Izuku denied. "It's impossible. One of my friends possesses strength capable of rivaling Almight." The guard shifted his weight from one leg to the other and his smile twisted. "That doesn't sound promising," he muttered. "Don't worry. The plan will work," he added aloud with renewed courage. "Before I met you, I had no hope of finding the antenna. There are so many viewers that it's very difficult to move, but now there's a chance. I'll clear a path." Izuku wished him luck. At 1, a 2, and a 3. The manhole cover exploded from the loud impact. Knuckledister's massive figure burst out of the hole, screaming like a madman to deliver justice. The first citizen unlucky enough to be in his path was sent flying by a punch to the stomach. Izuku was much more subtle, poking his head out, making sure no one was around, before stepping out with one objective in mind. The fire escape at the side of the alley. He took the stairs 2 at a time. The sound of the battle overpowered the background noise of radios and televisions. The briefcase containing the bomb thumped against his back 5 flights to the door that separated him from the rooftop. He kicked it down and then pressed his face against the fence that separated him from the void. Residential buildings to the left and right, tall but tiny compared to the 3 skyscrapers 500 meters in front of their noses. Those were their targets. There was no higher place to look. One concealed the antenna, but which one? They were so tall they dipped into the clouds. They couldn't see the rooftops. Watch your surroundings carefully, as there may be hidden spectators. Check corners and alleys. Don't let them surround you, Knuckledister warned before the battle began. If you find yourself in an unfavorable situation, detonate the bomb. The spectators will likely be confused long enough to escape. And the last tip. Take your time. Search carefully without endangering your safety. Don't worry if you run out of time and return to Earth. He looked down. Chaos, blood, and spectators flying back and forth. Knuckledister was a blur of savagery and destruction. His battle cries reached Izuku's ears amid the crunching of bones and the destruction of public property. The young man took a deep breath and started running, leaping the gap between himself and the rooftop of the next residential building. The seconds of weightlessness reminded him of roller coasters. He tumbled onto the concrete, dizzy and unharmed, and was soon hurtling toward his next target, glancing up at the skyscrapers. Parkour, like any physical activity, wasn't his strong suit. The special boots helped him reach a little further, and the suit's protective gear cushioned his falls. He was right to design the suit with movement in mind, rather than assuming a static position, waiting for Akatani to do the work. And speaking of Akatani, Izuku hadn't seen any red flashes since Knuckledister's assault began. He hoped the golem was distracted by some television miles away. His mere presence would complicate everything. The next building was too far to reach in one jump, and the street was packed with onlookers. A big problem unless he forged a hoverboard. Izuku weighed the pros and cons of flying directly toward the skyscrapers instead of acting like a grasshopper. A quick trip against the possibility of giving away his position and being shot down in midair. Was the risk worth it? He looked out at the street. The vigilante was doling out justice while laughing like a little boy, moving incredibly fast for someone of his build. The Izuku of the past would assume he possessed a speed-boosting quirk, but the reality was his strange forging power, which he knew nothing about yet. It reminded him of the deceased hero clock. He shook his head. This wasn't the time to think about it. To fly or not to fly. Speed versus safety. He took a second look at the guard. He was doing his part of the plan wonderfully until Akatani made an appearance. Because he sensed his golem wouldn't be long in appearing. He made a decision. He placed his hands on his feet and focused on his new vehicle. A piece of concrete glittered, broke away, and floated at the height of the young man's navel. A hoverboard reminiscent of a blob of tar, but functional. He jumped on and began the journey. A very slow journey. It flew very slowly and struggled to gain altitude, a shortcoming due to the fact that driftwood wasn't used in its creation. Below him, armies of spectators advanced in unison, elderly people, children, the disabled, and furries with the goal of defeating Knuckledister. Not even Almight could take them all on without fatally wounding them. The screen showed images of the vigilante, a way of signaling his target just as he had the day before. A rush of air rocked Izuku's board and his heart. He searched the crowd for flashes of red. Nothing in sight, just air, no shockwaves. He took a deep breath, etching Knuckledister's words into his skin. There will always be fear scratching at your insides. Would he feel that every day for the duration of his hero career? Maybe he wasn't meant to be a hero. Before I met you, I had no hope. He'd forgotten that Knuckledister quote. He could save the city. He felt the briefcase, held it tightly behind his back. As long as the bomb was at his disposal, everything would be fine. The skyscrapers were getting closer and closer, walls full of windows that reflected the light from the sky less than 200 meters away, and there were no dangers in sight. The spectators continued to line up to receive blows, although the height made it somewhat difficult to witness the details of the battle. The invigilator's words didn't even reach his ears. He tried to speed up the board, a bad idea because it began to shake, threatening to tip over. Izuku bit his lip and slowed down until stability returned. The rock hit the board. The impact was negligible, but Izuku went on high alert. He scanned the army of ants for the one who could see him. Nothing. There were so many heads that it was impossible to blame anyone. A second impact fueled concern, then a third, a fourth soon followed, and a fifth too. A second glance revealed a slowly growing group of smiling spectators with a passion for rock throwing. Some screens stopped showing Knuckledister to focus on his worried face. There was no turning back. They saw him. He clicked his tongue, annoyance pushing fear aside. The skyscrapers were less than 100 meters away, their colossal height making them look like mountains. It wasn't fair for them to see him so close to the finish line. He accelerated, ignoring the rattling. He had to make it. The red flash faintly lit up just below, and almost immediately, a shock wave struck the board, sending it flying through the air. Izuku screamed, his limbs flailing like a puppet. He crashed through the window of the skyscraper on his left and rolled across the carpeted floor until he came to a stop in front of a pillar. Izuku took a deep breath. His entire body ached, but he was alive, and the briefcase was still with him. The impact carried him to the finish line instead of killing him. Chapter 26. Anti-TV Revolution Part 2. Izuku lay sprawled beside the column, behind a table. The glass fell on him like sharp flakes, he barely felt the cut on his cheek glimmering in the flickering fluorescent lights. At least the carpet cushioned his fall. He scanned the area, barely moving his head. Dozens of neatly arranged tables with office supplies, a vending machine to his right, and a pair of flower pots guarding the bathroom entrance. In the distance, a hallway led his gaze to the heartbreak if he couldn't read the label. The skyscraper was a huge office building. The realm of big business owners who directed their employees like a shepherd guiding sheep. He breathed in the scent of the labor market, capitalism, and the glass ceiling that was always present in every good company. He stood up unsteadily, leaning against the column, and started to take a step when he tripped over the briefcase containing the bomb and ended up asleep again. "Damn it," he growled. He picked it up and examined it for any damage. He smiled when he noticed no major damage and secured it back onto his back with a roll of capture tape, which he had to return once the heroic exercise was over. Surely they didn't miss her. His footsteps, muffled by the comfort of the carpet, wandered through the office space, seeing corkboards covered in graphs and doodles, turned-off computers, water tanks, decorative plants, chairs on wheels, and many other objects common in those work areas. And what Izuku enjoyed most? The silence. An oasis away from the mind-controlling screens and savage vigilantes. It was a shame not to be able to enjoy the silence, because the mission wasn't going to complete itself. Izuku quickly examined his body, determining that he suffered no injuries more serious than a few simple cuts on his face, arms, and legs. The costume bore the brunt. He counted so many tears that he didn't hesitate to discard it when he had the chance. He went out into the hallway, noticing a sign that read 152nd floor and went upstairs, ignoring the elevator. He didn't want to risk taking it for fear of it getting stuck halfway up. There were tables and chairs blocking the way up, as if someone didn't want anyone to reach the upper floors. Izuku took this as both good and bad news. Bad because it meant there was someone else with him. Good because there was a high probability of hitting the antenna. He gripped the electric baton, it was a miracle he'd kept it after the accident and remained alert. Knuckledister recommended he watch corners and alcoves. Izuku didn't want to run into a crazed spectator with no weapons at his disposal. The floors were identical. Same carpet and offices. Only the layout of the offices and the sign next to the stairs, he was on 153, were different. He had neither the desire nor the time to investigate. He wouldn't find anything interesting. He jumped over the photocopier, landing on stacks of blank sheets of paper. Shit, he cursed. The next flight of stairs collapsed under tons of debris. I didn't expect this. I guess we'll have to crawl a bit. Silence did not laugh at his attempt at a joke. He squeezed through the largest hole, using his forearms to advance. Dust stained his suit and face white, and the smell of damp plaster penetrated his nose. He twisted around a beam embedded in the concrete and jumped over a hole that led to the floor below. "Izuku? Are you there?" The young man's heart stopped for exactly 3 seconds. That voice, still distorted by the echo, was perfectly recognizable. Akatani was in the building, somewhere on the lower floors, but there. Izuku remembered the red flash before the shock sling knocked him off his board. His golem had seen him and was up to no good. "At least it's not bothering Knuckledister," he said quietly, both relieved and worried. "I have to hurry." He emerged from under the pile and found himself face to face with unusual chaos. The office suite on the 154th floor resembled a battlefield. Overturned tables and a carpet of debris hiding the carpet. The blame fell on a steel pillar, surrounded by cables, that pierced the ceiling and wall, weakening the structure. It looked like the fulcrum of a massive structure mounted inside the skyscraper. The antenna structure, he realized with amazement, remembering the words from the trip. A smile spread across his face. "I'm close." He approached the pillar, so absorbed in his thoughts that he almost tripped over a piece of debris. His great height cut through the floor and ceiling of the floor above, and the next, too. As if a giant had thrust an enormous spear into the skyscraper. Izuku grabbed onto the cables and began to climb. He doubted he could continue ascending by regular means due to the state of the building. Climbing wasn't optimal either. He thanked the Izuku of the past for forging the suit's gloves in such a way that they could withstand a variety of situations. He used the cables and pieces of plaster glued to the pillar as supports and ascended as quickly as his limbs would allow. He passed through the hole in the ceiling to the 155th floor. The chaos there was undoubtedly worse. He saw so many cracks and holes in the walls that it was a miracle he was still standing. The 156th floor surpassed the previous one in terms of clutter. A second pillar had collapsed the right wall, opening up a view of the hallway, and broken windows let in cold drafts. Vines of wires dangled from holes in the ceiling. He was amused to see a flickering fluorescent light trying its best to stay lit. "Izuku, say something if you can hear me." The green-haired man reflexively looked down. He didn't find anyone, even though Akatani's voice became clear. He was getting closer. "I'm sorry for attacking you. I promise it was the TVS apostrophe fault. They controlled my mind." The golem's oath reached his ears, so sincere it seemed like itself, not the grinning puppet that tried to kill him. "I'm free of the mind control, but Melissa is still possessed. Help me find her." Izuku bit his lip to force himself to keep his mouth shut. No matter how sincere he sounded, Akatani had shot him down in mid-flight and he could have died, so he was still under control. What if it wasn't Akatani who fired the shock wave? His brain quickly chimed in. It might have been an air cannon. He sent the thought to the mental trash and continued to climb. Floor 157. There were no walls, and the floor consisted of a series of perpendicular beams. The number of pillars increased to 8. Izuku questioned whether to continue climbing because, from there, if his grip failed, he would fall several stories. "I'll go up with caution." "Izuku, answer." The young man ignored his own advice. Akatani's voice was becoming clearer and clearer. He climbed like never before, paying close attention to where he placed his feet. His arms ached and sweat mixed with the dust, creating a sticky paste. His gloves began to deteriorate due to the sharper protrusions on the surface. He promised, if he made it out alive, to shower with bleach and acid. Then he would create another suit that would be impervious to foul places. He noticed the sound of static just before reaching the 159th floor. A buzzing noise that lingered in the back of his mind, annoying him, and then took a backseat to attention because, literally, there were no more floors. What little remained of the structure was held up by steel pillars twisting like roots. Flights of stairs, cracked walls, and pieces of columns maintaining a precarious balance. One gentle breeze and everything would collapse. He looked up. The metal roots reached to the very top. There was still a lot to climb. "Plus ultra, I suppose," he complained in a whisper as he forced the body to continue. The holes in his gloves grew so large that his fingers were exposed. He took them off. They weren't worth keeping. He acknowledged that it was impressive, like many areas of Aringar. Whoever the architect of such a structure was, he deserved a prize for the most idiotic. Then he wondered if it was the antenna structure or a work of art that ignored the rules, who knows where. "I found you." Izuku looked down as a black-clad figure jumped onto the pillar he was climbing. Akatani Tartamudio Prisa del Panico. It was him, still dressed in the black and red hero suit, climbing at full speed with that smile that almost killed Izuku. "That's me," he exclaimed, baring his teeth. Fear drove him to climb faster. He cut his hands from grabbing the sharp protrusions of the pillar, blood staining the sleeves of his already dirty suit. Did he care? No, just a mild sting compared to what Akatani could do to him. His heart rate broke records. "Stop Izuku, let's talk." He glanced down. The golem was approaching, bending metal, shattering plaster, and snapping cables with its monstrous grip. It looked like a wild animal clinging with all its might to the ledges as it tried to climb. Its serene smile contradicted the frantic movements of its body, two separate parts that together terrified. Izuku leaped onto the right pillar, whose slope allowed him to walk across the surface, and fled as quickly as possible, the bomb case slamming into his back. His lungs burned from the exertion. He knew perfectly well that his physical condition wouldn't hold out much longer. As soon as the adrenaline left him, Izuku didn't finish the thought. "Don't run away, you little TV killer." Akatani roared, aggressively, similar to Kitsuki. "You destroyed a TV. That's a very serious crime in the city. Turn yourself in for trial." Izuku tried to block out the golem's comments. The words hurt even though he kept telling himself that Akatani was being controlled. He tried to remember his teammates' caring, playful, and sometimes overprotective attitude. The days of training on the beach, the adventures in Aringar, and the first class at UA. Happy memories that slowly faded into that serene smile that haunted him. He leaped onto the opposite pillar, landing disastrously, nearly sending him tumbling to the void. Fortunately, he managed to recover and continue running. Shortly after, he felt Akatani's weight invading that same pillar. He wasn't going to let go. "Stop it, Izuku," she demanded again. "I'm losing my patience. I'll hurt you eventually. Give up and accept your punishment, only then will the announcer forgive you." The last sentence echoed in his mind. "Who is this anchorman you're talking about?" he questioned aloud. His voice was a hoarse, dry breath. "Is he the one who controls the televisions and radios?" "Indeed. He showed Melissa and me true belief. He gave us purpose. He gave meaning to our lives. It made you even stupider," Izuku retorted, looking back out of the corner of his eye. The golem's smile didn't match his crazed eyes. The glow of one for all appeared only to disappear before he could attack. The savagery in his gaze was tinged with annoyance. "Damn Quirk. Activate." He stopped, trying to turn it on. "Why wouldn't you obey? You're my Quirk. Can't he use his quirk properly?" he wondered. It made sense. He would have been caught long before then. He thought he saw a group of dark silhouettes behind the golem. It was so fast that he attributed it to a hallucination. The next pillar he leaped onto struggled to support his weight. It shuddered and began to fall away from the remains of the wall it was leaning against. Izuku let out a shriek and, at the speed of sound, grabbed onto the nearest one, so steep he was forced to scramble up again. He cursed as he climbed tooth and nail. Bleeding fingers wept. He would have forged another pair of gloves if Akatani were approaching from his left. He jumped to another pillar, then another, then yet another. He acted on instinct, driven by the need to get away from the golem and reach the antenna, if it was really there. Last chance. Surrender. The golem issued the ultimatum, drawing ever closer. The green-haired man couldn't afford to stop for even a millisecond. The announcer will be lenient with your rabid companion and you if you stop. He's lying. He's just trying to convince me and… He screamed. Akatani grabbed his ankle so tightly his bones creaked. He yanked him down onto the metal, right at the edge, a step away from the void that awaited him. The golem's smile grew satisfied. I finally caught you, he said. You're really fast, did you know that? You could outrace all your classmates if no one used their quirks. Too bad you're not smart. We both knew I'd catch you, so why didn't you just give up? What did you expect to achieve besides hurting your hands? Akatani's satisfaction felt like a kick in the mouth. I didn't expect anything, Izuku managed to say. He tried to stand up only to have Akatani's boot step on his back. That hurts. He reduced his force, but continued to press him against the pillar. You want to get to the antenna, Akatani said. It wasn't a question. You want to defeat the announcer, and you won't be able to. What have you got there? Izuku turned his head and saw the golem interested in the briefcase. He pressed it lightly with his boot. Before bending down, Izuku heard the creak of his vertebrae and opening it. He examined the bomb with that curiosity that characterized him so much, so similar to Izuku's, tainted by that indelible smile. What is it? Akatani doesn't know what it is. Izuku's brain questioned. It's an opportunity. He remembered Knuckledister's words. The bomb would stun the spectators. The problem was detonating it from his position or having someone do it for him. Izuku devised a plan on the fly with a high probability of going wrong, however, it was better than ending up in the announcer's clutches. It's an electromagnetic pulse bomb, he explained. It will destroy the screens if it detonates. Akatani gulped in surprise. A faint crimson flashed across the hand holding the bomb, a sight only witnessed by Izuku. Did you just reveal your plan as if it were nothing? He questioned, regaining his composure. You're a tremendous idiot. The glow of one for all intensified. Akatani still didn't notice. Izuku grinned from ear to ear. I wasn't explaining my plan to you, but to what's inside you. It was too late for Akatani. The crimson glow spurred life into his hand just in time to activate the bomb. Izuku covered his head, completely unaware of what the detonation would be like, fearing an explosion that would send him flying from the pillar. It was just a flash and an electrifying sensation running through his skin. And that's it. Just that. The green-haired man crawled out of the golem's reach when he no longer felt the pressure on his back. Akatani stood motionless, his gaze lost in thought. A faint flicker flashed across his face, a message that said, "Run, he won't be stunned forever." Izuku obeyed without objection. Knuckledister sent spectator number 217 flying as the crowd froze and the television stopped working. He climbed to the roof of the nearest building with his homemade grappling hook and admired the mass of people in that state. So the kid decided to detonate the bomb, he said to himself. He took a can of beer out of his pocket and placed it on the ground. He wasn't stupid enough to open it after the incident. I hope he's okay. It was his chance to get out of there and continue exploring the regions of Aringar in order to achieve his goals. I wish you luck, kid. He opened his long-awaited snack. The brains behind the televisions will be a formidable enemy. Why aren't you working, you useless piece of junk? Izuku hid behind a pillar when he heard the angry question. I need your signal. Power up already. The green-haired man was covered in sweat, breathing raggedly, and suspected his limbs were planning a mutiny. 20 minutes passed after the bomb detonated, during which he spent climbing higher and higher, reaching the heart of the problem. The pillars merged together, forming a round platform where the skyscraper's roof should have been. Kilometers of cables snaked up to an 8-meter-high tower whose shape resembled the case of a highly modern computer. Buttons and levers decorated one panel, a series of tubes another, and at the top, an antenna taller than he was displayed in all its splendor. Unfortunately, he wasn't alone. The man who must have been the announcer was pressing buttons like a madman. He was a fearsomely short, hunched, bald man, wearing a beak-shaped mask reminiscent of a plague mask. He was so focused on his task that he didn't notice Izuku's intrusion. Damn antenna. The announcer kicked the machine, earning a sore foot in return. Get it working again. Slave, come help me. No one appeared, which made Izuku sigh in relief. The pulse bomb did a masterful job. He only regretted not detonating it before the encounter with the golem. Why did you stop working, damn machine? The host pressed buttons and pulled levers like crazy. I need your signal or all the inhabitants will be freed from the spell. Hurry. Izuku had had enough. It was time to take down the villain, and to do so, he decided to employ the only technique he'd learned during the heroic exercise. He grabbed a piece of plaster and emerged from hiding, his arm ready to throw. A clumsy shot sailed through space toward the announcer's head, who, displaying great reflexes, turned toward his attacker and blocked the projectile with his face. He collapsed. Just like that. Izuku stared at the motionless body, waiting for it to rise after feigning defeat, or to revert to its true form as a TV demon, or for the giant machine to come to life and finish it off. Nothing really happened. The announcer just stood there like a sack of potatoes. The fact that his mask flew off offered views from multiple angles of his nose, the spot where the projectile had hit. The young man kicked the body a few times, hearing dying gasps in response. He was alive, and it was the least epic outcome of his shitty adventure. With a mixture of resentment and disappointment, he approached the machine and placed his hand on its surface. Not knowing how to turn it off meant destroying it was his only option. He closed his eyes and forged. What modification could he make? Well, it didn't matter, because the goal was simply to overload the gossip, obeying one of the rules Melissa taught him. Objects cannot be forged twice. A simple change in hue corroded the steel, turning it a sickly gray, then it began to disintegrate until it was a mountain of dust at his feet. He grinned from ear to ear. He'd done it. He saved a city even without having the hero license. And the joy vanished as quickly as it had arisen when his foot sank in. He looked down, discovering that the disintegration didn't stay within the machine, but was slowly spreading across the platform and pillars. Shit, it's all been forged. His body reacted by hurtling at full speed toward one of the barely standing walls. He forged another magic tablet, his face twisted in pain, and flew off as the skyscraper collapsed. Such was the chaos that he didn't see the red flash emerging from one of the windows and disappearing into the city. The confused and frightened screams of the onlookers grew louder as it descended. Crowds fleeing the skyscraper's path, shoving and stamping in panic. And Izuku didn't have the strength to scream for them to calm down. The last forged object had left him in tatters. At least they were free of mind control. Chapter 27. A Triumphant Return. Izuku descended to the rooftop of a gardening store. He hopped off the board, lay down on the cold cement, and covered his ears. He had a perfect view of the skyscraper collapsing, threatening the crowd. Did he want to help? Yes. Did he have the strength left to move? Not a shred of energy. Destroying the machine and forging the board put a superhuman strain on his body. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, staining it with blood and plaster in return. His cell phone decided it was time to piss him off with its excessively loud ringtone. Izuku pulled it out of his pocket, unsurprised by the cracked screen. Beyond that, Melissa's number flashed. She felt the grip of fear on her heart at the thought of answering a stupid idea, according to her logical mind, because her friend was no longer under the control of the televisions. She picked up. Izuku. Where are you? What happened? The young man removed the device from his ear before suffering fatal injuries to his inner ear. That his friend's voice could overcome the chaos around them was considered an achievement. People are running away in panic and I can't find you in Akatani. And why is a skyscraper collapsing? It was comforting to know Melissa was okay, then the questions assailed him. Don't you remember anything? He asked, his voice hoarse. He desperately needed water. You and Akatani were possessed by the televisions. What are you talking about? You know what? It's better not to answer. Tell me where you are so I can find you. Good question. Izuku didn't know where he landed. I'm standing on the roof of a gardening store. A loud bang forced him to cover his ears. The skyscraper crushed everything in its path, sending debris and dust soaring into the air. A tiny fragment of plaster landed near Izuku despite the distance between them. That was intense, he groaned. I shouldn't have forged so carelessly. What did you just say? Melissa raised her voice. What were her lungs made of? Careless forging. Is the skyscraper collapse you're doing? Izuku grimaced. He didn't feel like explaining himself right now. His body was crying out for a ration of food and 2 days of rest. I'll explain later, just remember I'm a hero. A half-baked hero, more like. His work could be improved in so many ways that Izuku didn't bother to start a mental list. The crimson flash leaped onto the rooftop. I finally found you. Akatani crouched down beside him. What are you doing here? Izuku crawled back almost instinctively. He analyzed the golem from bottom to top, from its worried expression to the severely damaged suit, the only evidence of what had happened in the skyscraper. He let out the breath he'd been holding in his lungs. He was back to normal. Are you okay? Akatani questioned, unsure of how to handle Izuku's reaction. You seem scared. You scared me, the green-haired man replied as he sat down. Haven't they told you it's rude to mug people? The golem laughed in response, then gave a very insincere apology in Izuku's opinion. Akatani, are you with Izuku? The phone was on the floor because Izuku dropped it in fright. Akatani responded with a simple yes. Good. Don't even think about moving. I'll try to reach you, and I hope to hear an explanation. I want an explanation too, Akatani stated, observing the chaos of the city. The last thing I remember is us walking along peacefully, and then I wake up in a skyscraper about to collapse. I have a feeling you had something to do with all of this, Izuku. I'll explain it to you later. Later was becoming a mantra. So, in short. Melissa crossed her arms. Some moron in a beak-shaped mask used a machine to control the city's inhabitants via televisions and radios, built on top of the skyscraper that collapsed naturally, because, according to you, you had nothing to do with it. Izuku nodded. Akatani was confused. It's such a stupid story that it could be true, Melissa determined with a thoughtful face. Do you believe me? Of course not. He shouted, scaring both the golem and Izuku. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, and my father listens to Donald Trump speeches every morning. How is it possible that thousands of people can be controlled so easily? Come up with something better. Such was the power of the scream that Izuku's bangs were thrown back. Half an hour passed before the three of them met on the roof of the gardening store. Melissa appeared in a less than ideal mood, which was understandable considering she had crossed half the city, fighting the shoving and shouting of frightened people. Melissa, I think Izuku might be telling the truth. How do you explain the outburst? Shut up, you simple cocksucker. He bellowed, his face flushed. Your story is the stupidest thing I've ever heard, and that's enough. Izuku bit his lip in fear of any action his friend might take. Weren't people supposed to be pretty kind after coming out of a coma? Well, possession wasn't the same, it was very similar. He sent a message with his eyes to Akatani. Please do something. At this rate, he'll kill us. Akatani logged the message and sent his reply. What do you suppose I should do? Punch her in the back of the head, that'll calm her down. Are you crazy? Your idea will make everything worse. Not to mention, I'm programmed not to hurt people. You turned into a robot and I didn't notice. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard or seen, or however this communication system is transmitted. The eye conversation ended when Melissa cracked her knuckles. Are you going to stop being a jerk or do I need to get violent? Izuku and Akatani obeyed like good boys. Perfect. He clapped his hands, enjoying his authority. At least the anger level had decreased considerably. It's going to be very difficult to find my acquaintance with all the chaos. I suggest we go to the castle while things calm down. Melissa offered the most acceptable proposal in days. Izuku accepted, wanting to get the hell out of there. He didn't care who Melissa knew. What name did Knuckledister give him? Jiren. Or was it Jiren? Hang on a minute. We can't leave. Izuku stood up so quickly that dizziness decided to take over. Akatani helped him stay on his feet. Knuckledister is still in the city. I need to know if he's safe. How do you know my teacher? Melissa's expression was worthy of being framed. He's here. You could have said that earlier. That confirms that Iwao is Melissa's teacher. The green-haired young man was forced to recount his encounter with the security guard. Melissa said nothing until he finished speaking. I can't believe Iwao is in town, he said hollowly. Why didn't he contact me? He didn't know you were here. I guess it doesn't matter. Let's go back to the castle, although I think you'll stay here longer, Izuku. The green-haired man didn't understand the last words until the return took his consciousness beyond Aringar. Where are we? Izuku opened his eyes at Akatani's question. The scent of a dying animal did wonders to get his senses working at 100%. He covered his eyes to block out the midday light, which had nothing better to do than beat down on his face. We're in Knuckledister's apartment, he muttered, noticing that the place looked horrible even when illuminated by natural light. Melissa's teacher. Akatani simply scanned the site without hiding his grimace of disgust. It looks like the home of an army of rats. Don't say it out loud. Izuku struggled to his feet. He might be here. He yawned loudly. What time is it? Time to go home and treat your wounds. He pointed at his hands. I don't want to know how you got that, but they need to be disinfected. Izuku's wound stopped bleeding a while ago, and the red stains made them look worse than they were. I'll settle for a shower and food. Then I'll head to the UA. Then you'll go to bed, the golem corrected him. It's late for class. And you need to rest, he added. Look at you, you look like a homeless person who fought a dumpster after inhaling paint thinner. That's offensive. Izuku had saved the city by fighting tooth and nail. He deserved some respect. Something Akatani refused to offer. Your smell is offensive. Let's go. The fact that his mother was at work made things easier. Izuku enjoyed a long shower while watching the traces of blood and dirt disappear down the drain. There was nothing better than the warm touch of water to recover from a bad experience. He'd been there so long that the steam fogged up the mirror. Akatani opened the door. Yue called to ask why you haven't been to class, he reported, dressed in a set of Izuku's clothes. It was a bit too small for him. What illness do you want me to pick as an excuse for not attending? Izuku didn't know what to say. He never missed class unless he was really sick. What do you recommend? He turned the tap on wider. A wave of steam covered both boys. The flu, maybe. I recommend choosing between diarrhea and anal bleeding, he said, not bothering to hide his shit-eating grin. I think the latter is the best option. Izuku crossed his arms. Really? His gaze said. Akatani's smile widened. Yes, he meant it. He was capable of the most embarrassing excuse for her enjoyment. Nobody told him that creating a golem would be so difficult. Seriously? Akatani's smile disappeared. They'll send someone to your house to confirm that you're sick. You'd better prepare yourself. Izuku had expected it. UA was the most prestigious school in Japan, with the resources to guarantee the safety and honesty, in this case, of its students. He turned off the tap and wrapped a towel around his waist. It was time to come up with an excuse that wouldn't get him sent to the support course. And that resource had a name. He arrived half an hour after the fabulous shower. Izuku finished lunch when the doorbell signaled his arrival. Akatani went to answer it while he looked at his bandaged hands, a quick fix after dipping them in disinfectant. Aizawa-sensei. The golem exclaimed from the hallway. Izuku choked on his tongue. I didn't know you were the one who would come. The teacher's thin figure walked silently into the living room. He saw Izuku sitting in an armchair, then his bandaged hands. He frowned. You can sit there. He pointed to the other chair. The man accepted the offer. Akatani, prepare something. The golem dived into the kitchen without protest, probably to get away from the impending argument. Are your parents at work? The teacher asked, scanning the surroundings with a sharp gaze, as if he were waiting for an ambush. My mother is working and my father went to get cigarettes. The joke didn't go down well. Aizawa's piercing gaze ordered him to focus on the important issue instead of wasting time talking nonsense. Izuku swore he heard Akatani's quiet laughter. I'll get to the point. Aizawa leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. Is everything okay? The question was far from a threat of expulsion. Izuku's mind went blank as he tried to process the words. Akatani took the opportunity to place 2 cups of tea on the small table and sit next to Izuku. The strange atmosphere forced him to remain silent. Sorry. Izuku couldn't form a coherent question. There was seriousness on Aizawa's face, but not the anger expected from a teacher who learned of a missing student. Where were the passive-aggressive descriptions the Aldera teachers used to portray Izuku? And the insinuations about his dire future? The scene unsettled Izuku, and it didn't take inverted cities or endless voids to achieve this, just a teacher whose gaze hid faint traces of concern beneath his seriousness. During yesterday's exercise, you expressed signs of anxiety both verbally and physically. The man took a tiny sip of tea, his eyes never leaving Izuku's. Along with other statements to take into account. He glanced at the golem. My visit isn't just because of Nezu's orders to see if you've skipped classes today for fun. I want to see if the environment you're in is conducive to your development. Izuku's mouth fell open. A tap on his shoulder from Akatani brought him halfway out of his stupor, allowing him to say. I didn't know the UA professors were so dedicated. All teachers are required to, at the very least, call the appropriate authorities if a student shows alarming signs like yours, Aizawa explained. Haven't your teachers ever done that? The young man shook his head. Aizawa muttered something inaudible before composing himself. I want to ask you a question, and I want you to answer truthfully, Midoriya. He leaned in a little closer. I need to know if you suffer from generalized anxiety disorder. What would happen if I said yes? UA will test you to confirm your condition, then a specific study plan will be designed for you, the hero enumerated slowly, and if for some reason our psychologists determine that the disorder may prevent you from performing hero duties, you will be transferred to the general study course. Every word was a blow to Izuku. Once again, his dreams were about to go down the drain. He didn't understand why fate was laughing at him. He had received a power capable of catapulting him into the heroic world, and his next words could send everything to hell. Aizawa waited for the answer. The teacups grew cold. Izuku's heart began to race. He chose his words carefully. I don't suffer from. It wasn't over. Akatani, unexpectedly, threw Izuku onto his lap, holding his wrists with one hand and covering his mouth with the other. Aizawa brought his fingers to the capture tape, his eyes turning red as his hair stood up. It was the first time he'd seen his quirk active. I'll vouch for Izuku, Akatani declared with a tentative smile. It didn't take a genius to know he was nervous. He's not going to tell the truth. Izawa's hair drooped, but his fingers remained close to the capture tape. Izuku, for his part, understood the golem's plans and tried to break free from its gorilla grip. He managed nothing more than kicking and making incomprehensible moans. Alright. Izuku suffers from generalized anxiety disorder. Akatani began to unravel the can of worms. He tends to suffer attacks when he's in front of a large crowd, well, more like, when the crowd has its attention on him and displays hostile behavior, however subtle. Izawa took a notebook and pen out of his pocket and wrote down the answer. He turned his attention back to the duo to ask. How do you respond to these attacks? He sits down and breathes deeply until he relaxes. Akatani laid Izuku on his back without letting go. Although there are times, after experiencing a situation that overwhelms him, he acts like a sarcastic cynic. He remembered his behavior the day he met Almight. It was right after his first fainting spell. Did it affect him that much? Izawa jotted down the answer. Can you provide an example? He recommended Almight chase the method in bus. The pen stopped writing. Almight doesn't exactly look like a drug addict. In its thin form, yes. Surprise flashed across Izawa's face for 0.2 of a second, and rightly so. It wasn't the best way to reveal that they knew his secret. The pen started moving again. I won't ask the specific reason for your sarcastic attitude because I'm not a professional. He suffered a fall that left him unconscious, Akatani revealed, half lying, ignoring Izawa's comment. It was an accident, not a suicide attempt, he clarified. I think coming so close to death scared him. Izuku struggled again. He had to intervene before the golem continued digging its grave. A couple of sentences would soften the problem to the point of making it seem like a trivial matter, but he couldn't let go. Why are your hands bandaged? Yesterday, after class, he trained his quirk a lot. I think he did it because he's embarrassed by the results. The lie far more believable than the magical world spiel. Izawa raised an eyebrow. He was his team's MVP. He did pretty well for his first match. Izuku didn't care whether he won or lost. He wanted to learn how to fight. Izawa solemnly denied. You don't learn it overnight. I trained for years and my technique is far from perfect. Izuku had never seen him fight. He didn't know his hero name or the functions of his quirk. One last question. Did Bakugo bully Midoriya? Izuku tried to shake his head and shout no repeatedly. Unfortunately, the golem's response was as forceful as a hammer blow. He bullied Izuku since they were 4. Silence. If the hero were writing with a pencil, the tip would snap from the pressure against the paper. His pursed lips and eyes, capable of killing the number 1 hero if necessary, were a tiny testament to his anger. I understand. Izawa stood up, putting away his notebook. His dry tone bore no kindness directed at the explosive young man. This is it. Will Izuku leave the heroic course? The teacher looked at the young man. Not right now, but one of our psychologists will talk to him. Izuku tried to say he didn't need it, but this time it wasn't Akatani's hand that silenced his words, but himself. Part of him was fed up with the sporadic attacks, his titanic difficulty dealing with large crowds, and the fear that anxiety would prevent him from saving someone important. He remained motionless in Akatani's lap. I needed help. In a few days, we'll be going on a field trip to the USJ. I'll leave a note with the details in your mailbox. He didn't say goodbye, he just left the apartment. The golem's hand stopped holding Izuku, but despite this, he couldn't find the strength to reprimand his creation. He felt like he'd been run over multiple times. Are you angry? Akatani's voice entered one ear and out the other. I just hindered your heroic career. I suppose you want to get rid of me. It'll be simple enough. Just reforge me. One tiny change and I'll be a pile of dust. Was he angry? There was anger beneath the mental exhaustion. Did he want to destroy Akatani? A tiny part of his brain did, a part that died when he saw Akatani's face. Akatani was scared. His upper lip trembled as he fought to suppress a smile. His eyes held a plea to stay alive. The green-haired man felt terrible for even considering the thought, no matter how small, of turning him to dust. He shook his head, managing to draw a sigh of relief from the golem. He had grown so attached to him that he considered him a very close friend. I'm sorry to make things difficult for you, he confessed, but I couldn't let you suffer in silence. It's not fair to you and I don't care if you don't become a hero. You already are one to me. She licked her lips as she looked at the cups of cold tea, perhaps considering taking the risk of letting go of Izuku to drink. Whatever her thoughts were, she chose to keep him still. I think you're amazing, the golem continued. You always help Melissa, even when the risk is immeasurable. How many people dare travel to an upside-down island just to buy a few bucks? And what about saving a city full of possessed people? And the giant birds? You're a hero who needs a break. He released Izuku's mouth to cover his eyes. You need to sleep, to rest. Izuku fell asleep. Chapter 28. USJ Part 1. Form a line. Iida paced back and forth, organizing his classmates. Or so he intended, because most of the group ignored him. The bus will be here soon. We have to stay organized. You're the only one not in line, the pink-skinned girl complained. What kind of president doesn't know how to lead by example? Izuku stopped paying attention to his surroundings. He was at the back of the line, his hero costume clean and patched up. 2 days had passed since the operation in Aringar, 2 days spent resting at Akatani's request, who smiled beside him like an excited child, which was reasonable since this was his first field trip organized by the academy. He couldn't get out of his mind that worried Akatani, who had nearly ruined his hero career during Izawa's interrogation, whose gaze expressed a maturity unbecoming of someone only a year old, only to then regain the innocent smile he had grown accustomed to. The golem's change of attitude would have been disturbing if the green-haired teenager weren't used to seeing strange things. The bus screeched to a halt as it arrived, beckoning the group of aspiring heroes and teachers who didn't even know the word sleep. Form a line and board the bus quietly, Izawa ordered, raising his voice just enough to be heard over the students' conversations. His tone begged for 2 weeks of uninterrupted sleep. This time I'll let you sit wherever you want. The day started with good news, Izuku thought, his gaze on the last places. Nothing can go wrong. He was starting to get tired of plans going awry. What was the last excursion where no one got hurt? Bad luck wouldn't leave his shadow. They occupied the state-of-the-art wheeled can where the seats were arranged like those on military aircraft. 2 parallel rows. A waste of space, Izuku opined, taking the second to last seat because Akatani behaved like a bastard by sitting at the very end. He even stuck his tongue out at him mockingly. The playful Akatani has appeared. She began to identify the golem's distinctive personalities after her conversation with Izawa. There was the innocent and playful one, seen most of the time, especially when he discovered something new, like a child. The mature one, a serious protective type, first seen in the caves. And the mocking one, whose existence was based on annoying Melissa just enough to avoid awakening her inner North Korean president. The three switched drastically depending on the situation. Izuku had a theory that such changes were the result of acquiring feelings out of nowhere or something like that because Akatani didn't have a functioning brain and her thoughts came from who knows where. He remembered, weeks ago, when he'd taken a couple of X-rays with Melissa's help in an attempt to uncover her inner secrets. The screen simply proudly displayed a mass of materials of varying densities. Not a single organ. And there I was so happy. Midoriya-kun. Izuku jumped and looked at Asui, sitting to his right. Yes, here san. Call me Tsuyu, she said. I usually like to speak my mind. How un-Japanese. The bus started moving smoothly, unlike a certain blonde girl's flying bus. I'd like to know the details of your peculiarity. That's right, man. Kirishima, sitting opposite, exclaimed with a sharp-toothed grin. You create some crazy stuff like the hoverboard and Akaperi. Akatani, the golem corrected, frowning. That's it, Akatani. He nodded without taking his eyes off Izuku. I want to know how you do it. It must be great. You make amazing objects, not like my quirk. I just harden like a rock. His arm took on a stony structure. Izuku suppressed his instinct to analyze. See? It's kind of boring. It wasn't just Tsuyu and Kirishima who wanted to know the details of his power. Izuku noticed Todoroki, 2 seats away, glancing at him, and Mina didn't bother hiding her pitiful attempt at eavesdropping. She'd leaned over the reed to hear better. She also suspected Jiro because she'd remained silent in the middle of a conversation with Uraraka. And the green-haired man wanted to keep the details of his ability secret, considering that a couple of his companions didn't like him. He wasn't eager to find out what Uraraka and Kaminari were capable of if they knew his weaknesses. He had enough with Aringar's attempts to kill him. Which, by the way, he hadn't traveled to the fantasy world since he knocked down the skyscraper. I create weird things, he explained simply, that's what my quirk is about. Very strange things, Akatani added in case it wasn't clear. A good example is his electric baton. Her finger pointed at the weapon hanging from Izuku's belt. Or rather, his 4th or 5th electric baton. He's an expert at losing his things. Izuku didn't show his displeasure because keeping himself from laughing at his listeners' faces was harder than he thought. Mina was the first to recover. Yeah, but does it work like Momo-chan's quirk? Izuku glanced at the tall ponytailed girl. She was deep in conversation with Hagakure and Kaminari. It might look like that. He turned his attention back to his interrogators. Or maybe not. Akatani chuckled. That's very unmanly and unfair. Kirishima crossed his arms. I've told everyone about my quirk. It's only fair if you do the same. True, true. Akatani opened his mouth to explain, almost certainly, that the world was an unfair place. It would never be known why Izuku stopped him before he could utter the first word. He didn't want or need to hear a lecture. However, the interactions attracted the attention of 3 more students. Tokoyami, Yaoi Rozu, and Hagakure. Too much attention for his liking. His heart decided to betray him by racing. He wasn't close to having an anxiety attack, he knew that perfectly well, but he decided to end the discussion. That was going to be a good day without worries and nervousness. My quirk is my own. He unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up, resting his hand on the side of the bus. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to switch places with Akatani for a nap. The golem didn't argue with the idea. He knew Izuku well enough to know when to give him space. However, while they were changing, he sent him a message with his eyes. You've gotten yourself into this situation. Izuku knew this perfectly well. He should have kept his mouth shut instead of sarcastically responding to his companion's doubts. He sat down, rested his head on the golem's shoulder, and closed his eyes. He didn't sleep the entire trip, but he was pretty good at pretending to be deep in sleep and listening intently to the surrounding conversations, which happened to focus on Katsuki and Todoroki's peculiarities. It was strange to see Asui making fun of the explosive blonde. What he didn't notice was Aizawa's attention on him. The journey seemed endless for Izuku, but they were already at their destination. The largest life-saving training center, the glass dome that shone like the world's largest diamond in the sunlight, responsible for the deaths of thousands of birds annually, as the poor animals were dazzled mid-flight and collided with the structure. Izuku's blood boiled with a little bit of fanatical emotion that refused to disappear. He always wanted to be there. And there it was. The class group got off the bus, showing their excitement at the double doors of the dome. Keep quiet, as Awa said, instilling a certain degree of respect with the help of his quirk. The Rescue Hero 13 has allowed us to visit her facilities, so you must behave. There were a couple of falsehoods in his speech. Izuku knew a lot about Japan's heroic facilities, including the USJ. He knew that its construction was driven by the help of shareholders and their immense bank accounts. The largest investor was none other than UA, so, to put it simply, it considered itself the owner of a large part of the university, or so its shares indicated. Therefore, in its many contracts, there must almost certainly be a clause requiring 13 to accept UA students over other heroic institutions. Otherwise, he would stop injecting money. Izuku didn't want to imagine what would happen if the Hero Academy stopped injecting money into the USJ. Those facilities weren't sustained by dreams, and the hero market could suffer a downturn like no other. The doors of the USJ opened, letting out a padded astronaut. It's 13, my favorite rescue heroine. Uraraka shouted, beaming with excitement. No one else shared his happiness because half the class didn't know the heroine, and it's not like they were to blame. The media barely focused on rescue heroes. Money was hidden in battles. Only a fanboy like the Izuku of the past would recognize 99% of the world's non-combat focused heroes. Akatani's hand squeezed his shoulder. Class is starting, he whispered in her ear, don't get distracted. Indeed. His companions entered single file, leaving the green-haired boy and his creation behind. Izuku passed through the double doors quickly and quietly, so as not to attract his teacher's attention. He didn't need or want to add any more trouble to his bag. I present to you the USJ. 13 announced, extending her arms with her back to the stairs, descending toward one of the most incredible places on Earth Izuku had ever seen. Her gaze lit up like a spotlight. The largest rescue facility in Japan. Excitement spread like COVID. Smiles spread as we admired the grounds divided into numerous zones, representing the most common disasters the heroes faced. Izuku saw a representation of a mountain, a burning fire, a yacht floating on a lonely lake, and many more places he wanted to visit. It was almost like discovering a new place in Aringar. Almost. I'm glad you like the fruit of my efforts, marveled the heroine, her voice sounding a little robotic under her round helmet. Before we begin the lessons, I want to highlight one characteristic of Quirks. Danger. Some of the enthusiasm disappeared as nervous glances wandered from one end to the other. Most of them focused on Katsuki. My quirk is called a black hole. He extended his arm. The index finger of the glove opened. I can suck up and turn anything I have into dust. Needless to say, what would happen if I pointed it at someone? Izuku didn't need practical demonstrations. His racing imagination created a representation too realistic for his stomach. He erased it before vomiting. This was going to be a good day. Nausea wasn't part of his plan. Many will have discovered the consequences of using their quirks against someone, the heroine continued, closing the finger of her suit. A couple of students nodded. It takes training and preparation to turn raw power into the tool that will save people. Almight is a good example. She paused to scan the group of listeners. Despite her face covered, Izuku swore she was puzzled. By the way, where is Almight? He's come down with an incurable disease called acute stupidity. He couldn't make it, as Awa replied. His irritation could kill an elephant. Though I doubt having him around will add anything positive to the lesson. His animosity toward the number one hero remained as bright as the first day. Some things didn't change. "I think you're out of time," Akatani whispered to him. Izuku shrugged. Much of the fanaticism toward All Might had disappeared over the past few months. So what the hero did in his free time, or how he managed time, didn't matter to him. A small part of him regretted his condition. "Let's get back to the main topic," 13 said, wanting to distance himself from the strange relationship between the two teachers. A clap of hands brought the students back to attention. "I'd like to offer a guided tour of the different areas of the USJ before we begin the internal exercises." Izuku's brain switched off, and not because the conversation didn't interest him, listening to a hero's words was considered, at least in his view, a positive experience from which to gain knowledge to fuel his career. The reason lay in a sudden tingling sensation that attacked his skin. Invisible insects crawled under his costume, stinging and biting as they went. The faces of his companions focused on 13's speech showed that he was the only one who felt so strange. Something felt wrong, and he found himself unable to pinpoint what it was. Izawa's eyes scanned the central plaza of the dome in alarm. A black cloud swirled silently around the dome as Izuku's tingling pain grew more intense. He scratched his arms as he watched a group of people emerge from the cloud. It was then that the rest of the class saw the spectacle. "And all those people?" Kirishima wanted to know. "Are they actors who'll be playing villains?" "I thought there would only be rescue lessons today," Yayoi Rozu said to herself. "Is this a last-minute change?" The class tutor's alarm did not express reassurance. "They're not actors, they're real villains," he shouted, transforming the peaceful atmosphere into a sickening panic that crept into the young people's minds. Their faces turned pale and their hands trembled. The screams were soon heard. Whose voice was it coming from? It didn't matter. 13, protect the students. He grabbed the capture tape and fearlessly leaped toward the villain army. There must have been at least 100 of them. Izuku took several steps forward against instinct to watch the battle. 13 stood in front of the group. "Eyes, don't panic. We'll take care of this. Go out quietly while we call for help." Izuku didn't know Izawa's quirk, but he doubted it was a power impressive enough to defeat so many villains. He heard the blows, curses, and screams of pain that his perspective didn't allow him to see. Well, he did see something distinctive next to him. Akatani's crimson glow. He felt him eager to go into battle. Fate granted the golem's wish in the most drastic way possible. If he didn't go after the villains would go after him. The black cloud appeared before them out of nowhere with two yellow eyes that expressed no emotion. To Izuku, it seemed eerily similar to the three demonic wolves. The irritating itch intensified slightly. "We are the League of Villains," he said. The voice didn't come from any particular point in the vaporous mass. "I'm sorry for our sudden appearance, but we want to kill All Might and, in the process, torture you to death." Akatani fired the most devastating blow Izuku had ever witnessed. The car wave knocked down half the classroom and dissipated the cloud, easing the itch. He then jumped into the fray. The green-haired man followed immediately. "Don't leave the group," 13 exclaimed. But it was too late. Izuku found himself surrounded by villains who were unconscious or had fractures that prevented them from continuing to fight. Izawa was a black blur, leaping around with the aid of the capture tape, knocking down his enemies with precise blows. A near-perfect technique that he found himself unable to replicate. On the contrary, Akatani, the Crimson Flash, defeated the villains with devastating blows. The most obvious difference in experience and raw power. "Come here, tadpole." Izuku spun to his left, whipping out his electric baton and zapping the villain as he charged forward at full speed. He fell like a rag doll. One down, he thought with a nervous smile, hardly believing his reflexes had allowed him to defeat someone. His experiences in Aringar were beginning to bear fruit. Only 70 or 80 left. He chose his role by analyzing the surroundings. Taking down the distracted villains with Akatani and Izawa. He sneaked up behind a woman with gun-shaped fingers and shocked her. He repeated the actions with a short man, then knocked out two others standing together. He continued moving inconspicuously instead of wading into the middle of the fight like he did with the giant birds. An explosion occurred to his left. Bakugo joined the fray, beating up villains left and right, and Todoroki's eyes soon created glaciers a few meters away. Izuku allowed himself a smile. If they attacked together, they could win. He forged a brass knuckle duster and punched the poor victim who tried to shoot his master with a quirk that seemed to throw fireballs. It wasn't nearly as powerful as Knuckleduster's punches, but it wasn't bad at all. So he continued to ambush the villains with a cane in his left hand and the brass weapon in the other, punching and throwing attacks that mimicked the vigilante's savagery. "Let's spread justice," he thought, trying to imitate Knuckleduster's smile. The result was an awkward grimace. "Kurajiri. Why didn't you transport the students? Have you forgotten our plan for this raid? Get to work already." He didn't see the wrathful owner of the order because the black cloud enveloped him in less than a second. He was overwhelmed by the sensation of weightlessness as his feet left the ground. A hand gripped his wrist. "I've got you, Izuku," Akatani shouted. "Quick, let's get away from the fog." Too late. Both were transported to another area of the USJ. Chapter 29. USJ Part 2. Izuku landed on a wooden floor. The scent of water confirmed he'd ended up on the yacht he'd seen from the entrance to the USJ. A more favorable fate than the fire's own or the crevices of the fake mountain. Akatani appeared beside him, his face sour. "Did the villains really attack us out of nowhere?" he muttered, kicking a coil of rope. "Can't we just spend a week without any problems?" Izuku ignored the answer, preferring to go out onto the deck only to discover that they weren't just surrounded by water. The heads of villains with aquatic quirks and regular villains who ended up there by mistake were patrolling the ship with unethical intentions. Many smiled when the green hair peeped over the railing. "We're not alone," he whispered to the golem or to himself, depending on whether Akatani was paying attention or continued kicking the yacht's furniture. A metal cube flying through the window answered the question. "Akatani," he spoke aloud, "we're in trouble." The golem expressed his displeasure when he saw this problem. "Any ideas on how to stop them?" the green-haired man asked. "It's easier if I jump to the shore with you in my arms." "They might follow us," he dismissed the idea. "Oh, wait, what if I forge an object to electrocute them?" He'd heard about electric fishing on the news years before. A method that caught his attention because of the unusual combination of electricity and water. There were plenty of materials for forging, a large lake, and some very ugly fish waiting for a cramp. It could work, the golem considered. He looked at the villains and then at the crates, coils of rope, and drums scattered across the deck. "Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go with your plan. What do you need me to bring?" "Metal objects." Akatani piled up numerous rusty junk at lightning speed. Izuku examined the lake before placing his hands on the pile of scrap. The villains didn't make their move. There was caution on their faces, not the certainty of someone who knew the victims they were about to kill. He realized it in that moment. They didn't know his quirks. Izuku reveled in his own half-smile. He was going to exploit their ignorance in a big way. He forged it with the electric baton in mind, no, a more powerful model to stop the danger. "Jump into the water or we'll sink the ship," shouted a villain, beating the hull furiously. Several others joined him, throwing caution to the winds. "Did you hear?" "How tiresome," Akatani complained, leaning over the railing with a look of disgust. "What are they trying to achieve by punching a metal surface? They're going to lose their knuckles." Izuku took the attempted attack more seriously. He couldn't allow the villains to get too confident. They would begin an assault from all directions. "Akatani is by your side," his brain reminded him, "he won't let anything happen to you." The thought relieved him while also fueling his desire to be the one to stop them. Not the golem. Him. The destruction of the antenna left him with a bad taste in his mouth despite the mission's success. He'd made so many mistakes that victory wasn't far from failure. Incapacitating the group of villains surrounding him seemed like a good way to prove himself capable of heroic work. He opened his eyes. The tool was ready. A shoebox with two metal bars protruding from the top, resembling a power outlet. The sparks that erupted from them raised the almost non-existent hair on Izuku's arms. Hair was a separate issue. "Akatani, throw her into the water." The golem didn't need to be told twice. He threw the box of wonders into the lake and Izuku silently counted after hearing the splash. A massive shock electrocuted the villains upon reaching 3, followed by the smell of ozone and screams of pain. It had worked. It was a shame he couldn't celebrate the success because Akatani carried him like a broccoli bride and leaped upward, the force of which sank the yacht. Izuku closed his eyes as the air hit his face. A scream shook his head, his scream not ceasing until the golem hit the ground. "Tell me before you jump," he cursed under his breath. Akatani flashed his signature smirk and placed him on the ground. They landed a good distance from the lake, near the plaza, where they left Izawa facing the League of Izuku forgot his name, and he didn't need to remember it. His teammates needed help urgently. Izawa wasn't taking it well. Everyone who knew him knew his style was based on ambushes. Erasing the target's quirk and rendering them unconscious or incapacitated with the capture tape. The end. With that in mind, exposing himself to dozens of villains wasn't far from suicide. Or a paternalistic school developed after years of teaching. His options were limited to jumping from target to target, avoiding long-range attacks, and praying there weren't too many villains with mutant quirks. Then, the crimson flash shone in his periphery. Akatani defeated villains at immense speed, with blows delivered with just enough force to avoid bathing the ground in bloody pulp. Izuku ran behind him with the electric baton and a metal fist, adopting a battle style similar to his own. He wanted to yell at Midoriya to return to the rest of the class, ultimately choosing not to draw his attention for fear of the villains focusing on him. However, a small part of his concentration began to design appropriate punishments for his student with an overly heroic sense. He saw 3 more students join the battle out of the corner of his eye. Bakugo, Todoroki, and his son. Maybe more. He couldn't keep an eye on them and the villains at the same time. More punishments for disobeying his strict orders. And the worst happened. The cloud-like villain transported his students to random areas of the USJ without him being able to stop it. His vaporous form was ideal for keeping his body safe from his vision. He was alone again, but there was a chance as he managed to make his way to the villain with his hands on his face. He gained momentum with the help of the tape and launched his best kick. "Nomu!" the villain shouted. The black shape overwhelmed his field of vision, forcing him to step back. The newly appeared villain looked like something out of an old horror movie. Blue-tinged skin covered in scars, an exposed brain, a beak, and a blank stare. Taller than Almight in his muscular form. His instincts warned him that the newly appeared villain wasn't going to be as easy to defeat as the other villains. "Scary, isn't it?" the villain with the hands retorted with a child's wide grin. "Nomu is made to kill the #1 hero. You won't be able to hurt him, Eraserhead." Aizawa wasn't fazed by the pronunciation of his profession name. Villains tended to look up information about heroes online to give the impression they knew significant details about them. A trick as cheap as it was stupid to appear smarter than they were. "I see Google has records of my work. Was it your boss who conducted the search, or was it one of your colleagues? How do you know about the teacher?" the villain complained, forgetting the importance of maintaining composure and that he was an adult. "It's unfair that the damn heroes always have the advantage." Aizawa ignored his rant. How many villains had he heard complain when the situation didn't suit them? However, the part about the aforementioned teacher was interesting. It was also useful to irritate him. A person couldn't give their all when anger blinded their mind. However, he didn't attack like the crazed beast he appeared to be at first glance. He pointed at him. "Nomu," he said. The tsunami of muscle, fury, and exposed brain power blocked his field of vision so quickly that it was impossible to pinpoint where it came from. His instincts prompted a leap just before the meteorite that formed the tsunami's fist tore a massive hole in the ground. He wasn't just resilient, he was also strong. "I got you." The villain with the hands broke the distance by extending his hand at chest level with the hero. Aizawa blocked the blow with his arm, an overwhelming heat scorching his skin. He jumped back. "Does it hurt?" the villain with the hands mocked. But it hurt. A lot. The sleeve disintegrated, revealing muscle peeking out from the cracks in the skin. "I can disintegrate anything when I touch it with my 5 fingers." The black cloud took shape beside him, whose yellow eyes showed a certain degree of regret. "Shigaraki, I've transported most of the students to the complex areas. Then I seriously injured 13. But I'm afraid one of the students managed to escape. I haven't been able to see the #1 hero around either." The villain with the hand's smug smile disappeared. He slowly turned his neck toward the cloud, forming a grimace of savage anger. "Gurigiri, I'd disintegrate you right now if you weren't our portal back." He gritted his teeth so hard Aizawa thought he heard a crunch. "Not only is Almight gone, but there's a risk the pros could show up at any moment. This raid has gone to shit." The cloud simply lowered what looked like its head. "It doesn't matter," he declared, scratching his neck. "If I can't kill Almight, I'll kill the ninja grasshopper." This time, Aizawa read his movements and responded to the attack with his most classic strategy. He stayed to receive the impact by activating his quirk. The 5 fingers closed around his good arm and nothing happened. Shigaraki stared at the absence of disintegration that had accompanied him for as long as he could remember, until a kick to the stomach knocked the wind out of him. "Damn hero." He stepped back to avoid another blow. "You can erase quirks. Is that cheating? No one said there'd be an elite with such annoying abilities." Aizawa still didn't understand half of what he was saying. "It's over. Nomu, do something." The beast's fist appeared millimeters from his face. Time slowed, granting Aizawa painfully slow moments before his life ended right there. He couldn't avoid it, no matter how much adrenaline or his training as a hero. He'd be crushed before he even had time to blink. The flash fired a powerful blow at the Nomu. The shockwave sent Aizawa flying a couple of meters, in pain but alive. "Aizawa-sensei." Midoriya approached, his gaze fixed on the wound. His face turned pale. "Are you okay?" The hero merely smiled lopsidedly despite the pain. If he got through this, he promised himself he'd emphasize to his green-haired student that asking a wounded man if he was okay was pointless. At least he didn't faint at the sight of his wound or overreact. But it was not time for lessons. "Midoriya, stay back," he scolded, unable to express his stern teacher tone. "There are dangerous villains. Get yourself to safety." He quickly denied it. "You need help, Aizawa-sensei. I have bandages and disinfectant." He pulled the utensils from his belt. "I know how to treat wounds. I saw it on TikTok." And there was the second thing not to say in situations involving casualties. Few wanted their medical specialist to need the help of a dubious platform to perform the proper procedures. And despite the obvious problems, he decided to act on his student while staring at the confrontation. It was obvious he wasn't going to obey no matter how much he threatened. The heroic spirit of his student sometimes became a problem. Akatani saved his life by deflecting the Nomu's punch, just deflecting it, as the beast had barely moved despite being hit by his student's star artifact. The colors of disbelief on Akatani's face expressed what Izawa felt upon witnessing the monster. It must have been shocking for him to face an adversary who surpassed him in strength, remembering again that he wasn't looking at a machine, but a self-aware being. "Nomu," Midoriya whispered, catching Akatani's emotions. "What's he doing here?" Izawa's eyes flicked to his student. It took Izuku a while to realize he'd uttered a pair of words that were better left in his own head. "Do you know the villain with the exposed brain?" His student's face flashed with a mixture of nerves, surprise, anxiety, and a certain dizziness from being in contact with a nasty-looking wound. He looked away. "Midoriya, do you know the villain with the exposed brain?" Izawa repeated to get his attention again. "Answer honestly." An invisible hand crushed his heart at the mere thought of one of his students being in league with the criminal group. The possibility of a traitor at UA arose while he was fighting the villains. It was quite a coincidence that the league knew where they were and the identities of the teachers in charge of the lesson. They were looking for Almight, he reminded himself, because they knew he must be there. "I'm not allied with them," the green-haired youth said, reading Izawa's thoughts. "I didn't even know about the existence of a league of villains until today. I swear." It was hard to believe he was lying, seeing him so vulnerable. Izawa left the assumptions for another time. Traitor or not, he was still a teenager caught in a dangerous situation. Getting him out of there was the job of any hero. His injured arm was carefully bandaged, allowing some maneuverability without aggravating the injuries. He felt capable of continuing the fight. The fight that began at that very moment. The Crimson Flash faced the Nomu in a fight few had ever seen. Movement so fast that the air they released forced Izawa to squint, impossible for a normal person or a trained hero to follow. The Crimson Flash twisted like a comet's tail, indicating the trajectory of Akatani's blows. Punches to the head and torso, and low kicks intended to unbalance. Izawa had never taught a youngster or support item with such abilities. He vaguely remembered All Might. And there was a problem. The blows didn't affect the Nomu. The brain-exposed villain blocked the blows and counterattacked so quickly that he was little more than a featureless blur. His feet, on the other hand, didn't move. He didn't flinch no matter the immense number of attacks he received, while Akatani twisted to avoid damage. Izawa wasn't sure who to give the advantage to. Nomu wasn't flinching, and Akatani showed no signs of tiring. They could fight for years without a winner. And this was to their advantage. Buying time was the safest strategy, as much as it pained him to admit it. He decided to entrust the safety of his students to fate. He knew they had the potential to take on the small-time villains until the professionals arrived. "You'll never win." Shigaraki laughed from a safe distance. The cloud-like villain orbited him. "My Nomu has shock absorption, super regeneration, and a strength boost. He was born to kill All Might. A mini-boss like him won't beat my legendary raid team." Multiple quirks. Izawa thought the Nomu possessed an exceptionally strong mutant quirk. He activated his own quirk to incapacitate it and make Akatani's job easier. Incomprehensibly, the opposite happened. The Crimson Flash disappeared and Akatani fell to the ground. He didn't move, lying there like a doll at the mercy of the Nomu, the only one who wasn't speechless. The only one who decided to take the advantage by raising his fist in a devastating attack. "Stupid hero, you cancelled your student's quirk." Shigaraki laughed. "Nomu, destroy him." Izawa only reacted when Izuku ran towards them to avoid the powerful blow against his artifact. "No." The student shouted, so desperate that his voice sounded like broken glass. The Nomu stopped the blow, to everyone's surprise, shaking its head at Midoriya. Izawa felt like he was swallowing a mouse. Why did the Nomu listen to him? Did they know each other? Everything indicated they did. The idea that he was a traitor would have gained strength if Midoriya himself weren't as bewildered as he was. He didn't expect to be obeyed. The boy approached, setting off the teacher's alarm bells. It was one thing to see Akatani destroyed, and quite another to see his student turned into a bloody pulp. "Midoriya, back off," he ordered, receiving a negative response. "Midoriya, I'm not going to repeat myself. Stay away from them. I allowed you to be here because I needed someone to bandage my wound. And because not even the greatest force in the world could make you return to your companions." He ignored him. "Midoriya, leave Akatani and run. She's just a support item." An article that reacted to my peculiarity, he thought, not daring to say it. An article with emotions but less important than a student. This time, Midoriya looked at him with a red face, and not because he was embarrassed. Shut the buck up. He turned back to the Nomu. Nomu, get away from Akatani. The insult uttered by the least confident student in the class made it take the teacher a long time to realize that the Nomu complied by taking a few steps back. Then he alternated his gaze between Shigaraki and the broccoli, his blank expression, for a brief second, sketching doubt. Shigaraki exploded in anger. Nomu? What are you doing? Crush the mini-boss already. Don't do it. The green-haired man countered. Nomu stood still a good distance from the golem. He looked away again as a wave of ice covered him, creating a hellishly icy coffin. Only his beak and one eye remained. Todoroki slid down from the mountain, creating an icy path that led to a few meters from the professor. His hand, which was pointed at the green-haired man, emitted icy steam. A series of explosions echoed overhead. Bakugo was fed up with fighting the damn extras in the fire zone. His body needed to vent its frustration on a half-and-half bastard who was trying to attack the broccoli. What are you trying to do, half-and-half? Bakugo landed between Todoroki and Izuku. Are you going to attack your classmate? Todoroki didn't lower his hand. Midoriya is a villain, he stated in his signature monotone. He can command the Nomu. He's allied with them. That's stupid. Izuku would never ally himself with those idiots. Stop it. They both looked at the teacher. This is not the time for arguments. Get out of here, all three of you, right now. They didn't move, much to Izawa's dismay. Having Midoriya so close to the raid leaders was worrying. But 3 students. He had to take charge while the confusion distracted the villains. I'm not leaving, Bakugo declared, his bloodlust half and half. That bastard thinks he can do whatever he wants whenever he wants. He thinks he's the leader. I won't allow it. The look of disgust crossed the expressionless face of the named man. He looked at Bakugo and then at Midoriya, whose attention was focused on Akatani. An easy target. I'll blow your head off if you attack Izuku, Bakugo warned, reading the half and half's intentions. I'm not kidding. Your head will look exactly like the duck on steroids. It's called a Nomu. Shigaraki corrected. The situation, despite the league's disadvantage, was amusing to him. Not even in his wildest fantasies would he see the heroic class destroying itself. Nomu, move. The creature trudged forward, as if it had been damaged during the battle, which it hadn't. Its brain remembered the meaning of confusion for the first time since its transformation into the monster it was today. A thread of obedience connected it to Shigaraki, and another, much newer and thicker, thread connected it to the broccoli. Nomu, stop, Izuku ordered, slowly regaining his confidence. His voice stopped shaking like a leaf in a storm. Akatani, get up, he added, the plea trickling out in torrents. Izawa felt overwhelmed. Bakugo and Todoroki were facing off, Izuku was fighting Shigaraki for control of the Nomu, the only one capable of confronting the beast lay on the ground, and the cloud-like villain stood aside, waiting for orders. He had experienced similarly chaotic situations, but none had such a hilarious start. He decided to focus his concern on the Nomu, which was wandering around lost. Powerful and confused people tended to pose an unpredictable danger, right after them were talented young people unafraid of the repercussions of their actions, Bakugo and Todoroki being the perfect example. Finally, the crimson flash ignited again. Akatani leaped to his feet, his guard up, perfectly positioned between Izuku and the Nomu. Second round, Nomu, he challenged smiling, prepare to suffer. Nomu, attack. Shigaraki opened wounds on his neck, from which trickles of blood flowed. Crush the red firefly. Nomu adopted a charging stance. The pressure of his muscles was so intense it could tear skin. His blank stare erased the confusion. He tensed his legs and… 4. Izuku's order froze him in that position. Again. Shigaraki kicked a rock. Nomu. Will you stop listening to the green dwarf? Kurogiri, do something. I doubt my intervention will be of any use, the yellow-eyed cloud apologized. I need them to be distracted to act effectively. Besides, their master can erase my quirk. I propose we retreat. The thought of retreat made Shigaraki's blood boil. Retreat. Our target isn't in the facility. One of the students is on his way to help and Nomu isn't obeying his orders, he enumerated, without fear of being disintegrated by a fit of rage from his boss. I don't see any positive point in staying here. A normal, reasonable person would agree with him. It's a shame Shigaraki wasn't anything like that. Your opinion is stupid. The man who was, physically, an adult stomped his feet. I want to see them kill each other. He turned to Todoroki and Bakugo, who postponed the confrontation to monitor the 3 villains' movements, not without exchanging suspicious glances. And I want to see Nomu massacre the students. Nomu, obey. Nomu clutched his brain with those enormous hands and let out incomprehensible howls. He squeezed so hard that blood gushed from his eyes and nose. Akatani took advantage of his condition to grab him by the waist and hold him in place. He looked like a child trying to lift a giant. Izuku, you know the nature of the Nomu, forge it. he shouted, making himself heard over the howls. Quickly, before the villain regains control of the monster. Aizawa watched Midoriya, arms wide open, join the embrace between the Nomu and the Akatani. Immediately after, the truly chaotic moment happened. Izuku's hands glowed, and a grayish corruption spread from them, staining the Nomu's skin, which began to crumble, revealing muscle, then bone, then organs, then nothing. The giant let out one last muffled howl before turning to ash. It was identical to Shigaraki's quirk. Unfortunately, Aizawa didn't have time to analyze what had happened. The villain's kicking and screaming were worse than the Nomu's howls. Held against his will, he sank into the black cloud until he disappeared, leaving his followers behind. And as if synchronized, the USJ stage erupted at the presence of Almight. "Don't be afraid," roared the hero, smiling and angry. "Because I'm here." "Well, you can go now," Akatani sighed, helping Izuku stay on his feet. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.